Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 14: Outside the Immortal City. Oklando looked back at the city standing on the wasteland, and his body suddenly vanished into the air. Inside the Immortal Sanctuary, Melifina jumped down from Gao Yang's shoulder, squatted on the stone table in front of him, lifted her little head to look at Gao Yang, and said with some regret, "Gao Yang, 5 legendary attribute points, what a pity." Gao Yang smiled and said, "It is only 5 legendary attribute points. With our strength, we will always have the opportunity to obtain them. However, as for a floating city, I am afraid we will not be able to obtain a second one in the short term. But the floating city is not of much use to you, after all." Melifina still felt a sense of regret. Gao Yang did not deny this, but nodded and said, "Although that is true, compared to personally nurturing an enemy that would be difficult to deal with, letting this floating city serve as a decoration is a better choice. Furthermore, although I cannot use it for combat, the effects of practicing within the floating city are far superior." That was correct. Gao Yang had already decided to designate this floating city as his personal place of cultivation. The abundant energy environment within the floating city was a temptation that no practitioner could refuse. If one were to use the concepts of the Eastern Transcendent lineage, it would be a top-tier blessed land. The kind of top-tier blessed land that could move and be carried with one at all times. It just so happened that his period of secluded cultivation in Eberron had come to an end, and he intended to return to Earth. Having such a floating city would make things much more convenient. With this thought in mind, Gao Yang rose and walked out of the Immortal Sanctuary, taking Melifina back to the place of his secluded cultivation. The floating city remained suspended above the martial arts arena, casting the entire cultivation site into shadow. Lisa stood at the edge of the floating city, looking toward Gao Yang and Melifina from afar. Gao Yang brought Melifina back onto the floating city, and Lisa asked at the right moment, "What did that archmage from Sharn want when he came here earlier?" Gao Yang reached out and gestured vaguely at the ground beneath his feet, saying, "What else could it be for? Naturally, he came for this. For the sake of this floating city, he was even willing to use the entire city of Sharn as a bargaining chip." Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise appeared in Lisa's eyes. Shocked by the boldness of the Sharn archmage, however, she quickly grasped the underlying logic, and the surprise in her eyes faded just as rapidly. Gao Yang looked at Lisa and continued, "The Sharn archmage also watched today's gladiatorial match, and he has already made his stance clear. Although it is not sincere, it is enough that the result is favorable for our immortal wasteland. Keep an eye out. It is possible that Sharn will re-establish cooperation with the immortal wasteland in the near future." Lisa nodded gently, taking this to heart. "As for me, my secluded cultivation has ended, and I need to go and complete the things that remain unfinished." As Gao Yang spoke, he looked up at the sky. His meaning was already very clear. He was going to leave the world of Eberron. Lisa was not surprised, only saying softly, "Do not worry about the affairs of the immortal wasteland. I will handle them well. Remember to come back and see me." Gao Yang nodded and continued, "There is still more than half a year until the internal meeting in Corvair, and I will return before the meeting is held. If there are any unexpected developments, you can contact Master Daragon of the Rock Dwarf clan, or contact Guildmaster Matthew. They have ways to reach me." The method Gao Yang referred to was, naturally, through the friend function of the Omniverse Network players. After all, at such distances that span planes and even crystal spheres, ordinary means of communication would be of no use. To communicate in real time, one could only rely on the Omniverse Network. "I understand," Lisa said. She unconsciously licked her lips, and the look in her eyes as she gazed at Gao Yang gradually began to shimmer with a misty, humid haze. "When do you plan to leave?" Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "The day after tomorrow." There was still a month left until the next battle at the Peak of Gladiators. For Gao Yang, this time was already more than sufficient. After hearing this, Lisa strode forward with her long, shapely legs, walked up to Gao Yang, and naturally wrapped her arms around his waist. Seeing this, Melifina could not help but curl her lip, showing an expression of disdain. She jumped off Gao Yang's shoulder and flew toward the direction of the kola fruit tree without looking back. She knew very well that in the time to come, these two would begin their repetitive mating rituals again. She was just a carefree little kitten and did not want to be tainted by the behavior of these two. Once Melifina had left, Gao Yang pulled Lisa's soft, water snake-like waist toward him and whispered into her ear, "How about here? In this floating city, his warm, moist, and scorching breath brushed against Lisa's earlobe, causing a layer of alluring crimson to spread across her skin involuntarily. She looked at Gao Yang with burning eyes and let out a bold, submissive hum. With a thought from Gao Yang, layer upon layer of defensive shields rose on the surface of the floating city. Various formations obscured everything within, ensuring that no outsider could catch even a glimpse, and that no sound from within the floating city could escape. Once this was done, Lisa's soft hums began to echo throughout the floating city. 2 days later, sunlight shone through the window onto Lisa's flawless, naked body. She did not shy away at all, simply allowing Gao Yang to admire her form while she served him, helping him put on his clothes piece by piece. When the last piece of clothing was fastened, Lisa snuggled against Gao Yang's broad chest and said softly, "Take care of everything." Gao Yang held Lisa's waist, inhaling the familiar scent of her hair, and nodded gently, saying, "Rest assured, I will." Lisa lifted her head and offered her fragrant, soft lips. A moment later, Gao Yang and Lisa stood outside the floating city, and a scorching, sun-like battle aura bloomed from Gao Yang's body. He made a grasping gesture toward the cultivation site below. The next moment, his villa, the martial arts arena, and the kola fruit tree in the back mountain were slowly lifted by a giant hand composed entirely of energy. This floating city had a diameter of 500 meters. It was more than enough to hold these, with plenty of space to spare. Soon, with a slight tremor, Gao Yang's villa, the martial arts arena, and the kola fruit tree were all transferred onto the floating city. The villa and the arena only needed to be placed on the ground, but the kola fruit tree was a bit troublesome due to its own form. However, Lisa took over control of the floating city and opened up a highly stable, extra-dimensional space bound to the floating city's surface for it. At first glance, it looked no different from being rooted in the ground, but in reality, its roots were anchored within the newly opened extra-dimensional space. Seeing this, Gao Yang cast most of the Demon King corpses he had harvested in the Qianyuan world into this extra-dimensional space to serve as a nutrient source for the kola fruit tree. The essence, blood, flesh, and energy contained within these Demon King corpses were enough for the kola fruit tree to feast upon for a very long time. After finishing all this, Gao Yang patted his left arm, waking up the chubby kun that had been sleeping inside his body ever since it had devoured the energy from that planet last time. The chubby kun had been slumbering in Gao Yang's left arm, and its occasional periods of wakefulness never exceeded half a day. Under Gao Yang's command, the chubby kun revealed its true form, which had grown even larger, swallowed the floating city in one gulp, and then transformed back into starlight to merge into Gao Yang's left arm. Once this was done, Gao Yang looked at Lisa and said, "Let's go." Melifina, perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, also waved a paw at Lisa goodbye. "Lisa." Lisa looked at Gao Yang with a warm smile on her face and said softly, "Safe travels." Chapter 900. Recent status of Earth's Multiverse Network players. Yumao has been quite leisurely lately, in a spacious and bright office. The exquisitely made-up Ruan Xiaoyu looked at Ji Ruxu opposite her, her eyes shifting as she spoke softly. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Ji Ruxu's face, which was devoid of makeup yet still bright and imposing. She said, "After that slaughter half a year ago, the Multiverse Network players from other countries on Earth have become much better behaved, with no one causing trouble. He is naturally happy to be idle." As the two were talking, the frosted glass door was knocked, and a woman pushed it open and walked in. Through the gap of the door, one could see the brightly lit office area outside, filled with busy staff members wearing black uniforms. Speaking of which, since the official establishment of the Extraordinary Research Institute, I never expected so many extraordinary people to join, Ruan Xiaoyu said casually, withdrawing her gaze. Earth's spiritual qi is constantly recovering. and the inheritances that were once passed down but became ineffective due to the severance of spiritual chi are naturally being dug up and revealed to the public once again. Jiroxu took a light sip of the warm tea in front of her and said with some emotion, she was also one of those who possessed such an inheritance. But compared to others whose inheritances only resurfaced after the recovery of spiritual chi, she was undoubtedly extremely lucky. She had become a multiverse network player in the same batch as Ruan Xiaoyu and had stepped into the extraordinary realm several years ago. Li Yi, who had walked in, reached up to push the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. Behind her, a calligraphy brush dripping with ink danced in the air as she said, "The authorities need them too. After all, as Earth's spiritual chi continues to recover, some mountain spirits and wild monsters are gradually showing their traces. If this continues, I fear the peaceful lives of ordinary people will be disturbed. Without the addition of these extraordinary individuals, it would be too difficult for us and the official enforcement agencies to resolve everything on our own. It is far better than it is now, where cultivation methods are made public, and one can exchange for corresponding techniques, precious elixirs, and magical artifacts based on their merits." Li Yi sat down. The three of them looked at each other. The atmosphere of conversation vanished, and the room fell into a brief silence. A moment later, Jiroxu looked up at the window and said softly, "Speaking of which, it has been a year since he left, hasn't it? Do you think he will come back?" Li Yi glanced quietly at Ruan Xiaoyu. Seeing that her expression remained unchanged, she said, "He should come back. Besides, didn't we see him during the God of War's Peak of Gladiators event?" What Li Yi was referring to was naturally Ruan Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhuangqing. Relying on the 2 free viewing tickets given by Gao Yang, they had learned of Gao Yang's recent situation. Ruan Xiaoyu's eyes were slightly dazed. It was those 2 tickets that made them realize the top-tier combat power in the multiverse, and at the same time, realize Gao Yang's strength. And it was precisely because they watched Gao Yang's battle that Ruan Xiaoyu realized more and more that the gap between them, these multiverse network players, and him was growing larger and larger now to the point where it was almost impossible to catch up. Perhaps for someone at his level, a year is no different from a day. Jiroxu said softly. Just then, a harsh buzzing sound rang out. The expressions of the 3 changed abruptly, and they all looked at the large screen on the office wall. They saw that one of the 32 small screens suddenly erupted with an extremely dense black smoke. Just by looking at it, one could feel the evil and disaster within that black smoke. "It's over and into. Are those guys trying to summon gods and Buddhas again? This time, it doesn't look like whoever is responding to their call is a benevolent entity. Should we intervene?" Zhang Zhuangqing flashed into the office, looked at the smoke spreading like mist on the screen, and asked. Ruan Xiaoyu slowly shook her head, without the slightest hesitation. "The origin of the other party is unknown. This matter was stirred up by Indu, so it should naturally be resolved by them. Even if they can't resolve it, using human lives to fill the gap will eventually yield some useful information. As long as it doesn't spread to us, we don't need to worry about it." Zhang Zhuangqing and the others looked at each other, all agreeing with Ruan Xiaoyu's decision. At the bottom of the void, in the black abyss of rotting silt, the sleeping ancient evil entity, the throat-slitting blood shadow, slowly opened its eyes amidst a series of annoying prayers. One by one, scarlet eyes of varying sizes opened, as if peering through the endless black abyss, hearing the prayers of the lowly ants. The prayer carried an indescribable despair and fanaticism, and it was precisely these 2 emotions that awakened him from his slumber. The throat-slitting blood shadow's body writhed, and in the violently churning silt, it revealed a smile full of the stench of blood. "I shall satisfy your request, Lolian." In a slum in a city in Indu, a gaunt Dalit stood in the murky mud, looking at the billowing black smoke rising into the sky from the altar in front of him with both fanaticism and terror. The terror was an instinct of life, while the fanaticism was the excitement of seeing a god or Buddha. Brahma is above. Has Brahma finally responded to the prayers of someone as lowly as me? Within the dense black smoke, a series of unknown whispers, like Buddhist chants, rang out. The moment these unknown whispers sounded, the city of over 1 million people fell into absolute silence, and this whispering sound echoed in the ears of every living creature. A moment later, the murmuring sound rose again, but this time it shifted into a language that the people of India could understand. What a delicious plane. To have so many souls, so many living, breathing lives, ha 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 ha. Accompanied by this manic laughter, every living being in the city felt a crazed smile spread across their faces. Then, as if moved by a single will, they reached out their hands and tore at their own throats with all their might, letting their blood gush out in torrents. Amidst the spraying blood, black smoke began to coalesce. A few seconds later, a massive black cloud that blotted out the sky appeared above the city, with countless sharp teeth flashing within its depths. Long tongues snaked out from among these teeth, greedily licking up the blood in every corner of the city, as well as the souls fluttering in the air. As the blood and souls were continuously devoured, the black cloud began to shrink, and at the same time, a tangible physical form began to slowly solidify. When the very last soul was consumed and digested, the ominous aura finally reached its peak. The black cloud finally dissipated, revealing the entity within. Its massive, humanoid-like body possessed hundreds of arms, each one covered in countless mouths, and a pair of bull horns rose toward the sky, flashing with a blinding, chilling light. This was an ancient evil, the throat-slitting blood shadow. The throat-slitting blood shadow sniffed greedily at the thick scent of blood in the air. Then, amidst a burst of unbridled laughter, flew toward the west. It could sense that in that direction, there were still a vast number of delicious souls waiting for it to feast upon. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, Ruan Xiaoyu and a group of other Multiverse Network players watched the footage sent over by the authorities with grim expressions. In the video, a massive, mountain-like unknown creature stood recklessly in the center of the city, devouring the lives of an entire metropolis. In the footage, humanity's heavy weaponry had no effect on it. The projectiles lost power and plummeted to the ground before they could even touch its body. The ominous aura it radiated could be felt even through the screen, causing many of the Multiverse Network players present to develop an urge to slit their own throats. This was a video that had been processed by the authorities. Otherwise, the moment they watched this scene, some would inevitably have been unable to resist cutting their own throats. Yumao looked at that massive body and said with an extremely ugly expression, "This is an ancient evil. When the big shot Gao Yang took me on a mission before, we ran into this thing. Its aura is slightly different from the monster in the video, but that foul stench is exactly the same." "How strong is an ancient evil?" Zhang Zhuangqing asked. Yumao spoke quickly. "Very strong. At the very least, with our current strength, there is absolutely no way to deal with it. Even just looking at the video, I still have that urge to slit my throat. If we were to face it head-on, we would probably slit our own throats in an instant." The mental corruption of an ancient evil is that severe. If your strength hasn't reached a certain stage, you don't even have the qualifications to look at it. "Then how did you and the big shot Gao Yang solve that ancient evil last time?" Song Yu asked with some curiosity. Yumao felt a bit embarrassed, but facing everyone's gaze, he bit the bullet and told the truth. "Don't include me in that. It was the big shot Gao Yang who hacked it to death with his sword. I was still a whole city away from the battlefield back then." After saying it, even with his thick skin, he felt his face burning. After all, he had bragged about this incident quite a few times. In his descriptions, he and Gao Yang had fought side by side, slaughtering everything in their path. But now, the truth was out. Gao Yang did the slaughtering, and he was only responsible for being there. Ruan Xiaoyu clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention and said, "Then, let's discuss how to deal with this ancient evil." Everyone turned their eyes back to Yumao, as he was the only one present with relevant experience, facing their gazes. Yumao slumped his shoulders dejectedly and said to them, "Has anyone among you reached the legendary rank? Or can anyone invite a legendary powerhouse to help?" Faced with Yumao's question, everyone present shook their heads. Among them were second-batch Multiverse Network players like Ruan Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhuangqing, third-batch players like Yumao, and even more from the fourth and fifth batches. Although there were many of them, the strongest among them were only at the extraordinary level. They hadn't even reached level 19, let alone the legendary realm. Seeing this, Yumao shrugged and said, "Then that's that. Facing an ancient evil of this legendary level, all we can do is pray that it doesn't come to our country, or pray that the Earth's heavenly Tao senses the danger and contacts the big shot Gao Yang. If we go up there, We're just throwing our lives away. Are we just going to watch it wreak havoc? If we let it continue to develop, I'm afraid the people of India will be wiped out. Once India is gone, we will be the next in line, Yakin said, unable to accept this. Then what do you suggest we do? Go up and die even though we know we can't win? Yu Mao felt helpless. He understood the logic of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. But understanding it didn't mean he could do anything about it. Without sufficient power, all they could do was watch as the disaster unfolded. There was no other way. This was the cruelty of ancient evils. Before your strength reaches a certain threshold, you don't even have the right to look at them. That intense mental corruption would equally erase any existence that attempted to overstep its bounds. I will report your assessment. Facing a situation like this, the authorities need to prepare as early as possible. After Ruan Xiaoyu finished speaking, she turned and hurried away. Chapter 901: A more suitable place for cultivation outside the earth. In the boundless starry sky, a floating city shrouded in a magical shield was constantly jumping through space. With every jump, the floating city could traverse an extremely vast distance. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the midge tower, carefully sensing the spatial fluctuations as the entire floating city performed its jump. Fortunately, this floating city was inscribed with spatial jump formations, which Gao Yang only needed to operate according to the steps to complete. Otherwise, if he had to rely on the floating city to fly, the time required to return to Earth from the interstellar transfer station would likely have to be measured in months. And like now, in a mere day, he was already close to arriving at Earth. As the floating city continued its jumps, a star burning with raging flames suddenly burst into Gao Yang's field of vision. It was the sun, which provided light to countless lives on Earth. Looking at that burning celestial body, a surge of uncontrollable impulse suddenly welled up in Gao Yang's heart. He wanted to try approaching it. He wanted to see if, with his current strength, he could land on the surface of this eternally burning star. Once this thought surfaced in his mind, it could no longer be suppressed. The floating city changed its jump trajectory, heading toward the sun. In just a moment, the floating city had come to a halt at a position extremely close to the sun. Viewed from this angle, his field of vision was completely filled by this massive star. Everywhere he looked was golden yellow, with raging flames burning incessantly. Gao Yang looked at the sun before him through the floating city's defensive shield, and solar battle chi manifested in his eyes, protecting them. In Gao Yang's eyes, that immense heat was like a storm, crashing against the floating city's defenses in wave after wave, causing the floating city's magical shield to show signs of melting. Gao Yang stared at the massive celestial body before him, his heart beating faster and faster. At a certain moment, he suddenly stood up and took a single step, arriving outside the floating city's defensive shield to face the massive star with his physical body. The moment he faced the sun, an indescribable scorching heat rushed toward him. The violent heat brushed across Gao Yang's skin, causing his skin to tighten slightly. Gao Yang stretched out a hand toward the sun in front of him. As his arm straightened, the solar battle chi wrapped around his arm began to thin out, until it finally disappeared completely. In that instant, his arm was fully exposed to the sun's searing heat. Thump thump, thump thump. A strong and powerful heartbeat resounded within Gao Yang's chest. Heavy blood was pumped by his heart to every part of his body, which naturally included his arm. Gao Yang watched his own arm. Under the close-range scorching of the sun, the skin on his arm began to carbonize at a slow but steady pace. But before it could fully carbonize, it was offset by his regenerative ability and restored to its original state. Upon sensing this, Gao Yang moved his mind, and the solar battle chi that had been shrouding his entire body retracted into his body at once. This action left his entire body completely exposed to the sun's heat. Feeling the scorching heat radiating from his skin, Gao Yang couldn't help but grin, revealing a silent yet unbridled smile. Since ancient times, the sun has held an extremely important status in Chinese myths and legends, often symbolizing majesty, nobility, and the untouchable. In modern times, it is also defined as a forbidden zone for life. But now, Gao Yang had shattered all of this. Standing firmly before the star that was the sun, he clenched his fist, then resolutely took a step, walking toward the interior of the star before him. With every step he took, Gao Yang would shoot forward a great distance. Correspondingly, As he got closer to the sun's surface, the temperature became increasingly terrifying. When Gao Yang rushed into it, what met his eyes was a world of pure flame. Apart from the surging, rolling, scorching red flames, there was nothing else. At this position, the rate at which his body's surface carbonized was more than twice as fast as it had been at the beginning. Yet it remained within his tolerance. Therefore, after adapting for only a few seconds, Gao Yang continued to charge toward the sun's surface. Gao Yang rampaged through the world of pure flame, as if he were a creature born within it, swimming wantonly. While inside the sun, Gao Yang could feel endless power from the surroundings surging into his body, providing him with a continuous stream of strength. Under the replenishment of this power, his regeneration hardly required the consumption of his own energy. The power surging into his body was enough to complete the process. In this instant, Gao Yang suddenly realized that the sun body did not just grant him seemingly endless energy. When in such close contact with the sun, his body and battle chi were effectively receiving tempering from the most rigid and masculine energy, thereby constantly strengthening. Furthermore, while situated here, his willpower would also increase in purity at an extremely slow but exceptionally steady rate. In other words, for Gao Yang, the sun would be a more suitable place for cultivation than the floating city. After Gao Yang realized this, the world before his eyes suddenly changed. Beneath the raging flames appeared an endless sea of golden fire, with bubbles of varying sizes churning incessantly in the sea of fire. This was the surface of the sun, because of the scorching high temperature. The surface had long since melted into magma. Gao Yang looked at the sea of magma fire below. Yang Yao appeared in his hand, then continuously enlarged, and he plunged it into the sea of magma fire, finally leaving only a 10-meter square sword-hilt platform half submerged in the magma. Gao Yang landed on the sword-hilt platform. The temperature here was higher than before. He only had to stay here for the skin on his body to carbonize at a rapid speed, only to quickly recover, because the speed of his body's destruction and recovery was so fast. A pale red mist rose around him. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the sword hilt and took a deep breath. Following his movement, two streams of flame were inhaled into his lungs like fire dragons. Feeling the scorching energy exploding within his body, Gao Yang closed his eyes with satisfaction and began to adapt to cultivating inside the sun. 12 hours later, outside the floating city, Gao Yang, radiating infinite heat waves, suddenly appeared. At this moment, Gao Yang's face was bright red, as if a sun were about to detonate within his body. Gao Yang appeared outside the floating city and, without a word, entered it directly. As the magic shield blocked the sun's heat, the energy that had been accumulating within Gao Yang's body nearly to the point of shattering him finally lost its source and began to be rapidly absorbed by his physique. An hour later, Gao Yang's skin tone returned to normal, and the rolling waves of heat vanished. He opened his eyes, and two golden beams, each a meter long, shot out along his line of sight. He blinked again, and the golden light disappeared. Gao Yang clenched his fist slightly, feeling the strength within his body become a fraction more solid. And he felt a sense of emotion in his heart. He had originally only intended to challenge the limits of his flesh and blood, but he never expected that, through a stroke of luck, he would discover the true method of utilizing the sun physique, as well as what could truly be called a top-tier cultivation site for him. Gao Yang estimated that if he cultivated on the surface of the sun, the growth rate of his battle chi and will would be 50% faster than in the floating city. However, he could not cultivate continuously on the sun's surface. The sun's energy was too vast, and his conversion speed could not keep up. If he stayed for too long, the energy accumulating in his body that he could not digest in time would continue to grow, posing a risk of him exploding and dying. Feeling the current saturation level of his body, Gao Yang estimated that if he wanted to cultivate on the sun's surface again, he might need a 5-day buffer period. Only after he had completely absorbed the energy settled within his body through cultivation would he be able to return to the sun's surface. "Miao Gao Yang, you're awake." Milafina's voice interrupted his thoughts. Gao Yang turned his head and saw Milafina curled up in her kit bed, surrounded by solid ice. Clearly, with the floating city so close to the sun, the temperature it endured was terrifyingly high. "Yes, thank you for your hard work. We are leaving now." After saying this, Gao Yang took one last look at the sun before him. then turned to pilot the floating city toward the azure planet. Since there was still plenty of time, he naturally had to return to Earth to take a look. Half an hour later, the floating city pushed through Earth's atmosphere and appeared within the planet. Feeling the familiar scent in the air, Gao Yang could not help but reveal a faint smile. But in an instant, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. He turned his head toward the direction of India, where an extremely evil and chaotic aura was wantonly asserting itself. Its aura had already reached the legendary level. In other words, it was a legendary great ancient evil entity. I have only been away from Earth for a year, and you all have managed to summon an ancient evil entity to Earth. If I hadn't returned, by the time I came back next time, this place would likely have become a homeland dominated by ancient evil entities. A chilling voice squeezed through his teeth. Just then, a grand and mysterious aura descended outside the floating city. Upon sensing this, Gao Yang released the floating city's defenses, allowing that aura to envelop him. Since it was the Earth's heavenly Tao that had descended, there was naturally no need to block it. The Earth's heavenly Tao descended for only 2 seconds before quietly vanishing. Gao Yang looked toward the direction of India, but instead of following the Earth's heavenly Tao's request to immediately go there and eliminate the ancient evil entity, he flew toward China. Soon, as the floating city passed through the sky without any attempt at concealment, the people on the land of China who witnessed this scene instantly erupted into a frenzy. Anyone would react this way upon seeing a small fortress with a diameter of 500 meters flying through the air. Soon, the floating city arrived at Jinghu City and hovered steadily over the city's center. Countless citizens of Jinghu looked up at the scene. Some were terrified, some were excited, but the vast majority had a hint of vigilance in their eyes. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, Ruan Xiaoyu and the others also looked up at the floating city hovering above the city. Unlike the confusion on others' faces, Ruan Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhuangqing exchanged a glance, both seeing hope in each other's eyes. They had seen this floating city a few days ago, and its original owner had been killed by Gao Yang. Now that the floating city had appeared on Earth, the identity of the person controlling it was already obvious. Spatial ripple flashed, and before Ruan Xiaoyu and the others could react, a figure had already appeared before them. Gao Yang, holy crap, big boss. Layman Gao. As Gao Yang appeared, different forms of address instantly rang out in the office. Gao Yang sat down, and his solar battle chi naturally condensed into a wide chair. Tell me, what is going on over in India? The group exchanged glances, and finally, Ruan Xiaoyu spoke up. According to intelligence, that ancient evil entity was summoned by a comprehensive network player from India. As soon as it was summoned, it slaughtered millions of lives in an entire city. The entity has been on Earth for a day and a half, and the number of lives lost to it has already exceeded 10 million. Wherever it has passed, no life has survived. Where is it heading now? Ruan Xiaoyu quickly replied, toward the northwest. Gao Yang nodded, glanced at the comprehensive network players from China before him, and stood up to walk outside. Chapter 902, Yu Mao's Decision. Seeing Gao Yang stand up and walk outside, the group of comprehensive network players hurriedly followed. Yu Mao reacted the fastest, running to Gao Yang's side in 2 or 3 steps. While leading the way for him, he tentatively asked, Big Boss, are you going to go and slaughter that ancient evil entity? Gao Yang glanced at him and shook his head without the slightest hesitation, speaking calmly. That thing hasn't come to provoke me, so I don't have the time to bother with it. Yu Mao's breath hitched, and he couldn't help but say, but it is slaughtering our fellow humans. Gao Yang turned his head to look at him and retorted, is it slaughtering my Chinese people? Yu Mao shook his head reflexively, then suddenly understood what Gao Yang meant. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by a look from Ruan Xiaoyu. He swallowed the words that had reached his lips and kept his head down as he led the way. Ruan Xiaoyu quietly approached Gao Yang's side, looked up at his profile, and said, your home remains exactly as it was. The authorities have protected it very well. Tell me, do you plan to move back to Qiu village, or? Gao Yang did not turn his head, merely saying casually, there is no need. I have already moved my home to the floating city, and I will be living there from now on. As he spoke, he turned to look at Ruan Xiaoyu and added, however, do not worry. Although I reside in the floating city, If any problems arise on this land, you can always contact me. This is my homeland. I will not sit idly by. Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu smiled gently and joked. If the authorities heard you say that, I imagine they would sleep quite soundly tonight. Gao Yang also revealed a faint smile, saying as he walked, if that ancient evil entity does not know its place, I will handle it. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded, feeling an immense sense of stability in her heart. The group walked outside the office building, all casting looks of envy and awe toward Gao Yang and the massive floating city suspended high above their heads. As Multiverse Network players, they were not novices who had just encountered supernatural knowledge. They naturally understood the weight of a floating city and existence they would likely never reach in their entire lives. Very well. If that evil god invades the land of Huaxia, just let me know. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he took a step and vanished before everyone's eyes. Shortly after, the floating city hovering above Jinghu City instantly disappeared from their sight. Once the floating city was gone, Ruan Xiaoyu and the others withdrew their gazes and turned to walk toward the office building behind them. Before they even reached the entrance, Ruan Xiaoyu's phone rang. She pressed the answer button and heard an excited, suppressed inquiry from the other end. As that person returned, Ruan Xiaoyu gave a soft and heard the voice on the other end ask again, does he have any intention of stepping in to resolve the ancient evil entity in Indu? Gao Yang said that as long as that ancient evil entity dares to invade the land of Huaxia, he will take action. Before that, he does not wish to be bothered. After Ruan Xiaoyu finished speaking, the person on the other end was silent for a few seconds. Then, a slightly agitated voice sounded again, that is only right. Huaxia is his homeland. Protecting one's homeland is a matter of duty. As for the homelands of others, there is naturally no need for us to guard them. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded. She could perceive the meaning behind Gao Yang's words, let alone the people on the other end of the line. By the way, Gao Yang will no longer be living in Qiyu village. You should have received the news by now. He will be living in the floating city from here on out. I know. I have already had people register it. No matter where his floating city goes, it will not be subject to any restrictions. After Ruan Xiaoyu hung up, Yu Mao said with great emotion, Sister Yu, have you noticed that the big boss feels a bit different this time? Ruan Xiaoyu was startled. Before she could speak, Zhang Zhuangqing, who was standing nearby, lay practitioner Gao possesses immense strength. By nourishing his spirit with qi, his temperament is naturally extraordinary. Moreover, lay practitioner Gao has already attained the Tao. In the land of Huaxia, he has essentially become an immortal or a saint. Now, his inherent temperament is simply becoming more pronounced. Exactly. It is like an immortal sitting high above the clouds. One can only gaze from afar, not dare to approach. Yu Mao nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with longing. An immortal. As someone born and raised in Huaxia who had received a traditional Huaxia education, there was no one who did not dream of attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal. Not to mention, there was now a living example right before his eyes, which made Yu Mao a passionate youth who had become a Multiverse Network player before even graduating from his senior year of college feel an even greater sense of yearning. Watching the direction in which the floating city had disappeared, Yu Mao's thoughts began to churn. He had already stepped into the supernatural, and his current level had reached 13. But he knew clearly in his heart that with his current strength, he could not compare to Gao Yang at the same stage. The gap was, in fact, immense. If only someone with Gao Yang's level of strength could become a legend, then there was no hope for him if he continued his Multiverse Network adventures in the standard, step-by-step fashion. Recalling the item he had obtained in his last dungeon, Yu Mao, whose heart had been wavering, finally made a decision. He opened his Multiverse Network panel, found Gao Yang's friend icon, and after careful deliberation, sent a message. Inside the floating city, Gao Yang controlled the city to fly above the clouds, hiding in a place invisible to mortals. He was just about to begin his cultivation when he suddenly saw Yu Mao's message. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest rising in his heart. Without hesitation, he replied directly to Yu Mao, "Fly toward the sky above Jinghu City. I will wait for you here." Upon seeing Gao Yang's reply, Yu Mao's forward momentum came to a sudden halt. He turned around and charged out of the office building. Before the others could react, He had already rushed out of the building, his battle ore erupting. Ignoring all official regulations, he shot straight up into the sky. It was not until Yu Mao had already rushed out of the city that Ruan Xiaoyu and the others reacted. However, they said nothing and continued walking into the office building. Yu Mao flew upward with all his might, soon plunging into the thick cloud layer. After flying through the clouds for several minutes, he finally broke through to the other side. In an instant, the warm sunlight shone upon his body. At the edge of his vision, a floating city was quietly hovering there. Yu Mao took out a magic crystal, clutching it in his hand to replenish his energy, and gritted his teeth as he continued to fly toward the floating city. He had only just mastered his flight ability, and reaching this altitude was already nearing his limit. Every meter he flew higher meant facing unknown risks, as he could lose his ability to fly at any moment, fall from the high altitude, and perish. 5 minutes later, covered in ice crystals, Yu Mao stood on the ground of the floating city. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Gao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, and he tugged at the corners of his mouth to reveal a smile. "Big boss, I'm here." Chapter 903, A Day in Heaven, A Year on Earth. Gao Yang looked at Yu Mao, who was covered in ice shards. And the other man, he felt a will as firm as a rock. "It seems you have made your preparations." Yu Mao stepped forward to stand before Gao Yang, a carefree smile appearing on his face. Before this, he had been struggling, torn over whether to walk down a path from which there was no return. But the moment he stepped out of the extraordinary research institute and surged toward the sky, his heart began to harden. And as he drew closer to this floating city, which represented the pinnacle of power for intelligent life, his resolve grew even firmer. He wanted to possess power equal to it. He wanted to hold it in the palm of his hand with his own strength. The smile on Yu Mao's face faded, replaced by a look of gravity as he spoke slowly. "Big boss, could you please help me take a look and see if there are any issues with this inheritance item?" As his voice fell, a sword token no larger than a palm appeared in Yu Mao's hand. He held the token out, offering it toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the sword token in Yu Mao's palm. From this small object, he sensed an extremely sharp will. In a trance, a tall figure appeared before Gao Yang's eyes, with his back to the sun and facing the earth. His massive frame blocked all the light cast by the sun, burying his face in darkness. A golden sword shadow flashed in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes, and the illusion before him vanished without a trace. He looked at Yu Mao and extended his palm. The sword token flew naturally into his hand. Twilight Heart Piercing Token Type. Inheritance Rule Quality. Effect, upon use, automatically becomes a candidate for the Twilight Heart Piercer. After undergoing 3 rounds of inheritance selection, the final victor will become the new Twilight Heart Piercer. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze from the sharp will that had erupted from the token just moments ago. He could judge that this so-called Twilight Heart Piercer was undoubtedly a top-tier inheritance. Perhaps its class strength was no less than his own unique word god. If Yu Mao could successfully pass the trials of this class inheritance, his future would surely be bright. Gao Yang looked at the sword token in his palm, and a brilliant radiance of will slowly overflowed from his hand, enveloping the token. After sensing it carefully, Gao Yang tossed the sword token back to Yu Mao and said, "This is indeed an inheritance item, and there are no traps set within it. However, based on what I have sensed, if you enter the inheritance grounds represented by this token, your probability of survival will be extremely low." Facing Gao Yang's assessment, Yu Mao's expression did not change in the slightest. He simply put the sword token away and gave a carefree laugh. "Big boss, this is already beyond my expectations. To be honest, I initially felt that entering this inheritance ground was a certain death sentence anyway. After all, I nearly died just obtaining this inheritance token. Seeing him like this, Gao Yang naturally understood that he had already prepared himself to face death. To accept this inheritance, there were only two paths for Yu Mao: either live or die. After a moment's pause, Gao Yang looked at Yu Mao and asked, "When do you plan to undergo the inheritance trial?" Yu Mao thought for a moment and said, "It should be quite soon. After I say goodbye to my family, I will likely activate the inheritance token. With your current status and strength, you could also live very well, couldn't you, big boss?" "That's not fair to say. If that ancient evil god hadn't appeared on Earth, I would certainly still be the same as before, enjoying the dividends and status brought by being a player of the comprehensive network. But that's no longer possible, is it? That ancient evil god has appeared on Earth. And what's even more pathetic is that neither I nor anyone else has the slightest possibility of resisting it. Yu Mao offered a bitter smile and continued. It could wipe out everything I have now with a mere flick of its hand. How could anyone feel at ease living like this? Therefore, I must possess sufficient power, just like you, Big Boss. Only then can I enjoy my life with peace of mind. After finishing, Yu Mao couldn't help but laugh. Big Boss, do you think I'm very unambitious? Gao Yang stared at him, and under his incredulous gaze, he slowly shook his head. Judged by actions, not by intent. As long as the result is beneficial, who cares about the process? Having said that, Gao Yang spoke again. For the next half-month, you will stay here, Big Boss. Are you letting me cultivate with you? Yu Mao asked, suddenly excited. Gao Yang shook his head and said, of course not. My path of cultivation is a 10-death no-life path for you. Use the environment of the floating city to cultivate. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me when I am free. Thank you, Big Boss. Although he could not cultivate alongside Gao Yang, being able to cultivate in the floating city for half a month was already extremely precious to Yu Mao. Furthermore, if he had any doubts during his cultivation, he could seek guidance from Gao Yang. These 2 points alone were things that the vast majority of people dreamed of. However, despite this, Yu Mao still felt a strong curiosity about Gao Yang's path of cultivation. He wanted to know why, even if his current strength didn't guarantee a 100% death rate when heading to the inheritance grounds. Walking Gao Yang's path of cultivation was a path of certain death, but he only thought about it, burying the question deep in his heart. Afterward, Yu Mao found a vacant spot, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. And once he started, he was shocked once again. The surroundings were filled with energy so dense it was nearly atomized. He only needed to guide it slightly, and the energy rushed toward his body in a scramble. Compared to the thin energy concentration at the Extraordinary Research Institute, the energy concentration in the floating city was countless times higher. Yu Mao felt that just these 10 minutes of cultivation were worth an entire day of cultivation at the institute. If he were to cultivate in this environment for a day, it would likely be equivalent to a month of cultivation at the institute. Yu Mao was shaken to his core, murmuring to himself in his heart, is this the so-called 1 day in heaven, 1 year on earth? Cultivating in the floating city for half a month is probably worth more than a year of my past bitter training. Gao Yang opened his eyes, glanced at Yu Mao, and then closed them once more to continue his cultivation. Time passed quickly. 2 days in total. For everyone in Huaxia, every minute and every second of these 2 days had been excruciatingly difficult. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, Ruan Xiaoyu and the others watched the surveillance footage with grave expressions. In just 2 days, the slaughter by the ancient evil entity, the throat-slitting blood shadow, had not been contained. Instead, it had become increasingly ferocious. As it continued its massacre, its strength grew at an astonishing rate. In a mere 2 days, half of the population of Indu had already perished at its hands. Although they were all ordinary people without any power, the sheer number of souls still brought it unspeakable benefits. The throat-slitting blood shadow even began to entertain the idea of turning Earth into its own lair. Through devouring the souls of these mortals, it had learned that there were over 6 billion sentient beings on this plane. If it could corrupt and eliminate all of these lives, its strength would inevitably rise to a terrifying level. Perhaps, after devouring extraordinary souls, its power could advance even further, allowing it to grow into one of the most supreme ancient evil entities. Of course, all of this would have to wait until it had completely devoured the lush plain beneath it. Thoughts of corruption and depravity surged endlessly in its consciousness. The throat-slitting blood shadow boredly devoured all the wailing souls above the city below, then turned its gaze toward the east. There lay a prosperous nation called Huaxia, and the number of mortals in this country was no less than that of the Indu nation beneath it. In particular, there were some beings in Huaxia whose strength was not to be underestimated. The blood clouds beneath the throat-slitting blood shadow churned, and its massive body rose into the air, flying toward the east. At the same time, Ruan Xiaoyu's phone emitted a piercing ringtone. She reached out to answer it and heard a slightly tense voice. Notify that person immediately. The ancient evil god is heading east. At its current speed, it will arrive within the southwestern borders of our country in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. I understand. After Ruan Xiaoyu finished speaking, she hung up the phone, opened the integrated network panel, and sent a message to Gao Yang on the floating city. Gao Yang, who was answering cultivation questions for Yu Mao, looked at the message from Ruan Xiaoyu. His voice trailed off, and under Yu Mao's puzzled gaze, the floating city erupted with a powerful surge of magical energy and suddenly vanished from its spot, high above the southwestern border of Huaxia. The floating city appeared abruptly. 1 minute after the floating city appeared, the western sky seemed to be stained with ink as a sea of black clouds swept over. As these black clouds were about to enter the southwestern border of Huaxia, Gao Yang's thoughts shifted slightly, and the floating city, which had been hidden in midair, revealed its form. The sudden appearance of the floating city caused the throat-slitting blood shadow within the black clouds to freeze in its tracks. Its hundreds of eyes, varying in size, stared fixedly at the floating city not far away, and memories buried deep within its consciousness began to resurface. Once, when it was weak, it had been dominated by a floating city and had even become research material for a floating city archmage. Eventually, unable to endure the relentless torture, it had voluntarily extinguished its consciousness and returned to the bottom of the void black abyss. Taking a long time to slowly recover, the throat-slitting blood shadow revealed a sinister grin. If this floating city had come to stop it when it first descended, there might have been a slight chance of forcing its consciousness back into extinction. But now, after devouring nearly 1 billion lives, the throat-slitting blood shadow's strength had skyrocketed, even among legendary evil entities. It was no longer weak. Furthermore, wasn't the greatest characteristic of an evil entity its immortality? For an evil entity, it was always the physical body that was destroyed. After perishing, their consciousness would go dormant and recoalesce over a long period of time. Therefore, the throat-slitting blood shadow did not intend to flee. It was going to devour the floating city before it, and the master who controlled it. Chapter 904. Watch this sword strike carefully. The agitation of the throat-slitting blood shadow's consciousness triggered changes in its body. Its body, already as massive as a mountain, began to expand and deform wantonly. Thick, pink tentacles sprouted from its torso, each topped with a bloody maw filled with sharp teeth. Countless bloody maws emerged from the black clouds and let out a deafening roar toward the floating city hovering there. Devour you. At the edge of the floating city, Yu Mao watched the ancient evil entity below, which appeared to be in a state of madness. He felt an itch in his throat and couldn't help but reach out to scratch his neck. But it would have been better not to scratch. The moment he did, the sensation of itching felt like a volcanic eruption, instantly shattering his reason. A flicker of impatience appeared in Yu Mao's eyes. Battle aura gathered instinctively at his fingertips, and he clawed fiercely at his neck, as if only this could cure the itch that reached straight to his soul. Your will still needs to be tempered. Just as Yu Mao's fingertips were about to touch his neck, Gao Yang's calm voice rang in his ears. Yu Mao was startled, his chaotic consciousness instantly clearing. His fingertips hovered at his neck, and cold sweat poured down. Yu Mao lowered his hand, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his face. Gao Yang didn't mind, simply saying, "If you can see clearly what happens next, it might be of great help to you." After speaking, without waiting for Yu Mao to react, Gao Yang stepped out of the floating city and appeared before the massive black cloud formed by the throat-slitting blood shadow. Once Gao Yang disappeared from his side, Yu Mao shuddered and hurriedly focused his attention on Gao Yang, who stood before the throat-slitting blood shadow below. Gao Yang looked at the hideous and terrifying throat-slitting blood shadow before him, and Yang Yang naturally manifested in his palm. Seeing Gao Yang and the silver-white greatsword in his hand, the throat-slitting blood shadow's vast and chaotic consciousness paused, and then an incredulous voice rang out. "You are not a spellcaster." Gao Yang looked up at the ancient evil entity before him and curled his lips slightly without answering. Golden battle aura began to slowly spread from his body. Seeing this, the desire for slaughter within the throat-slitting blood shadow's consciousness could no longer be contained and erupted instantly. A complex, chaotic mental shockwave burst forth from every bloody maw on its body, completely enveloping Gao Yang. A golden light shimmered across Gao Yang's body. The consciousness assault from the throat-slitting blood shadow landed upon this thin layer of golden light, yet it failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Feeling the intensity of the consciousness assault, Gao Yang shook his head slightly. A very weak consciousness assault. He raised his eyes to look at the throat-slitting blood shadow opposite him, and under its gaze, the Yongyao in his hand was slowly raised. Seeing Gao Yang's movement, the throat-slitting blood shadow emitted a silent mockery, given its physical form. Such purely physical attacks were fundamentally ineffective. However, this did not mean it intended to endure Gao Yang's attack head-on. Rather than being attacked, it preferred to tear life itself to shreds. Countless tentacles with gaping, bloodthirsty mouths lunged at Gao Yang from all directions, while the sky-filling black mist swarmed in, and a complex torrent of consciousness surged toward Gao Yang, threatening to overwhelm him. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if it would be completely torn apart in the next instant. Yu Mao stood at the edge of the floating city, feeling the pressure of the throat-slitting blood shadow. He forcibly suppressed the urge to retreat, gritting his teeth as he stood in place, staring fixedly at Gao Yang, not missing a single movement. This might be the most peak-level battle he would ever witness. If he could absorb even a fraction of nourishment from it, it would be infinitely beneficial for him at his current stage. The next moment, as Gao Yang swung his sword down, Yu Mao's eyes widened to their limit. In that instant, Yu Mao believed that the scene he was witnessing would be something he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw the sky, previously filled with black clouds, suddenly split open. A slash mark with no visible end filled his field of vision, as if the entire firmament had been cleaved apart. Pitch black night light flowed down from the slash, shining directly onto the body of the ancient evil. The throat-slitting blood shadow, the originally bright greatsword, was now covered by a layer of dim, obscure light, like the descending veil of night, instantly illuminating the body of the throat-slitting blood shadow. The next instant, the movements of the throat-slitting blood shadow stopped. The space it occupied, along with its body within that space, was split straight into by this veil of night. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, without a single trace of energy leaking out. Before being struck by this sword, the throat-slitting blood shadow had not cared about the attack of a melee legend. But when Gao Yang swung his sword down, the moment that terrifying sword intent struck its body, it shattered on the spot. Shattered in every sense of the word. The laws of slaughter, the laws of the sun, and the laws of space contained within this sword left its body without the slightest ability to resist. And the extreme killing intent and battle chi contained within the strike caused its body to begin disintegrating. The fundamental cutting force of this sword shattered the core of its physical form and, with momentum undiminished, struck directly at its consciousness. In just an instant, the throat-slitting blood shadow felt its own consciousness and existence begin to collapse under this sword. This was different from the consciousness dormancy that had occurred in the past. Previously, after suffering irresistible damage, its body would be destroyed and its consciousness erased. But its existence would return to the depths of the black abyss, where it would recondense over long ages into the ancient evil known as the throat-slitting blood shadow. But this time, the ancient evil perceived something different from this sword, as a massive amount of true damage erupted within its consciousness. Its consciousness was erased at an extremely high speed. At the same time, the very concept of its existence was shattered along with it. The massive true damage directly destroyed the foundation upon which such evil entities survived. Without even a chance to groan, the consciousness and the concept of existence of the throat-slitting blood shadow were shattered by Gao Yang's sword. Its body stood frozen in midair, rapidly turning into dust, as the massive body of the throat-slitting blood shadow gradually turned to dust. From this moment on, the entire multiverse would forever forget the existence of the ancient evil throat-slitting blood shadow. Having watched the entire sword strike, Yu Mao could not help but let out a muffled groan. He squeezed his eyes shut as two trails of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. The power of that sword was too terrifying. The mere act of witnessing it had caused him significant injury. It was hard to imagine that if he had faced that sword directly, he would likely have been reduced to dust without the slightest resistance. Gao Yang looked at the vanished throat-slitting blood shadow and shook his head with some regret. Although this ancient evil's strength was decent, it was truly not durable enough, failing to withstand even two strikes. This caused his plan to test out a new sword technique to fall through. Erasing the surging thoughts in his mind, Gao Yang took a step and returned to the floating city. He looked at Yu Mao, who was bleeding from his eyes beside him, and was momentarily speechless. Chapter 905. It feels so good to fleece the wealthy. Gao Yang shook his head slightly, maneuvering the floating city to disappear from the many gazes once again. Once the floating city had completely vanished, the people who had observed everything that happened here through various means finally set aside the worries in their hearts. The greatest threat to Earth had been resolved, and their lives had not been affected. That was enough. Thanks to the guardian deity of China, and thanks to the protector of Earth. Although this protector of Earth did not actually protect the entire planet, as long as their own homeland remained unharmed, that was sufficient. What, you ask about India? That is the homeland of the third brother and third sister-in-law. Given the style of the third brother, they had long since jumped outside the three realms and were no longer within the five elements. With ancient evil throat-slitting blood shadow resolved, the heavenly Tao of Earth no longer came to harass Gao Yang, allowing his life to return to its proper track. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. Yu Mao sat cross-legged in a corner of the floating city, absorbing as much energy from the floating city as he possibly could. After 3 days of recuperation, his previously damaged eyes had recovered. However, although the physical damage had healed, the sword strike from that day, which had nearly cleaved the heavens, remained deeply branded in his heart. Over these 3 days, Yu Mao had withered by nearly 30%, because every time he closed his eyes, Gao Yang's heaven-cleaving sword strike would emerge in his mind. That astonishing sword intent and sky-piercing killing aura transformed into a near-tangible impact, constantly bombarding Yu Mao's heart and will, making it impossible for him to sleep and forcing him to consume his own essence and spirit to resist the impact that threatened to extinguish his mind. However, Yu Mao knew very clearly that if he could withstand the lingering sword intent that Gao Yang had left in his mind, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate for him, opening up a vast and boundless future. How is it getting hotter and hotter? Lost in his cultivation, Yu Mao opened his eyes in a daze and habitually looked around. The next instant, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. A blue planet appeared in its entirety within his vision. And at this very moment, this blue planet was continuously shrinking in his eyes. In just a few blinks, it had transformed from a behemoth occupying his entire field of view into the size of a basketball. Yu Mao's body swayed, and he hurriedly stood up to look at Gao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the floating city. And it was this turn of his head that caused his mind to shake violently once more. Because behind Gao Yang, the burning sun was growing larger and larger. Yu Mao swallowed with some difficulty, his voice carrying a tremor he himself could not detect as he said, "Big boss, where are we going?" Gao Yang opened his eyes, glanced at him, and said airily, "The sun." Yu Mao looked at Gao Yang earnestly. Seeing that his expression remained as usual, he suddenly asked, "We will die, right?" That appearance made Gao Yang chuckle, and he said, "For you, yes, but for me, it is merely a part of cultivation." Yu Mao looked past Gao Yang at the scorching star behind him that was continuously expanding, and he did not speak again. Since the big boss is doing this, he must have his own confidence. I just need to do my own part. Holding this thought, Yu Mao returned to his original spot and sat down cross-legged. But as the surrounding environment grew hotter and hotter, Yu Mao was unable to enter a state of cultivation for a long time. Feeling nervous, he simply stopped forcing it and sat there, looking at Gao Yang. Soon, the floating city arrived in front of the sun, and the view was filled with scorching red flames nearing a golden hue. Facing this level of heat, Yu Mao had to lower his head, because if he kept looking, his eyes would be seared through by the sun's intensity. Wait for me here. If you cannot hold on, then go to that wizard tower to take shelter. Gao Yang's voice rang in Yu Mao's ears. Hearing this, Yu Mao endured the blinding light to look at Gao Yang. He saw the silver-white greatsword appear in Gao Yang's hand, and the next instant, his entire person appeared outside the floating city. Swoosh! Gao Yang threw the greatsword in his hand toward the sun. The sword, originally over a meter long, began to expand rapidly, transforming into a terrifying giant sword tens of thousands of meters long in a very short time. Gao Yang's figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared at the end of the hill. charging into the sea of fire that was incinerating the heavens along with the silver-white giant sword. Yu Mao watched helplessly as Gao Yang charged into the sun and disappeared from his field of vision. Swallowing hard with his current strength, it was hard for him to imagine what kind of cultivation required entering the sun. Was that forbidden zone for living beings truly something a flesh and blood body could step into? Yu Mao shook his head, suppressing the shock in his heart, and then headed directly to the wizard tower in the center of the floating city. At this distance, even with the existence of a magic shield, it could not completely block that terrifying high temperature in such an environment. He simply could not cultivate outside. Half a day passed quickly during Yu Mao's cultivation. While cultivating, Yu Mao suddenly felt an extreme heat appear within his perception. That feeling was as if a sun had been suddenly teleported to his side. Yu Mao opened his eyes, about to go out and check, when he heard Milafina's lazy voice. "If you want to turn into a torch, you can go out now." Yu Mao's footsteps paused, and he looked up at the mobile cat bed floating at the top of the wizard tower. A large, fluffy tail hung halfway down from it, emitting a faint golden light. Yu Mao shrank his neck and pulled back the foot he had stepped out. Seeing this, Milafina yawned leisurely and stopped paying attention to the two-legged beast below. A moment later, Gao Yang, having absorbed the remaining true sun fire within his body, stepped into the wizard tower. Seeing him return unscathed, Yu Mao's admiration grew even deeper. Only at this moment did he truly realize that the gap between himself and this man with black hair and black eyes, who looked like an ordinary person, could no longer be described by any words. The other party was a god sitting high above the clouds, while he was merely an ant crawling on the earth, rolling in the mud to scrape for food. Just as Yu Mao was lost in thought, a fruit that was entirely crimson and as crystalline as a gemstone was tossed over by Gao Yang. Yu Mao hurriedly reached out to catch it, feeling the subtle yet dense energy fluctuations of the crimson fruit in his arms. His heart shook once more. Before he could ask, he heard Gao Yang say, "This is a vitality fruit, used to replenish the body's energy." Yu Mao looked at the fruit in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Big boss, the energy fluctuation of this fruit is too strong. Such a precious fruit should be used by you. I can just eat some food." Gao Yang shook his head, pointed to the towering tree outside the window, and said, "See that tree?" Yu Mao nodded. "There are many more fruits like this on that tree. There is more than enough to eat. Don't worry." Yu Mao, in this situation, what else could he say? He could only say that the feeling of sponging off a wealthy benefactor was truly great. Chapter 906. Doomsday Disaster. Legendary Dragon Winter Franeth. The floating city jumped toward Earth again. Yu Mao also walked out of the wizard tower and returned to his original position, starting to eat the vitality fruit gifted by Gao Yang in small bites. Gao Yang sat cross-legged beside Milafina, browsing the battle list of the comprehensive network. The internal meeting of Cover was still nearly 2 months away, and there were more than 20 days until the next battle at the Peak of Gladiators. During this time, Gao Yang prepared to head to a battle he had taken a fancy to earlier. In that battle, there were traces of a large number of legendary dragons, and he prepared to hunt them down to prepare for Delavere's advancement. As Gao Yang's thoughts settled, new text appeared on the comprehensive network panel. Legendary battle, Dragon War location. Dragon God's Gift Continent camping description in the multiverse, regardless of the plane. Dragons are the most supreme bloodline in existence, however. As powerful and noble as dragons are, they still cannot escape the various worldly affairs, such as war, slaughter, and fate. The conflict between metallic dragons and chromatic dragons is no exception. Metallic Dragon King. For Bahamut, for the dignity of dragons, those pathetic reptiles should be banished to the bottomless abyss. Chromatic Dragon King. The dragon god is watching us. Strike those arrogant metallic dragons with the heaviest blow. End time. None to exit the warplane. One must maintain a non-combat state for at least 10 minutes. Campaign rewards. General EXP. Multiverse Network disaster coins. Challenge achievements. Titles. Loot from kills. Yes. What Gao Yang was preparing to participate in was the war between metallic dragons and chromatic dragons. This war has lasted for thousands of years, perhaps even longer, and no one knows when it will reach a true end. Perhaps it will only end when one of the warring parties achieves an irreversible advantage or victory, thereby voluntarily concluding this war that had no beginning and sees no end. Of course, if Tiamat and Bahamut could restrain the dragons that worship them, perhaps this battle would come to an end faster than imagined. Slight thoughts flashed through Gao Yang's mind, only to be discarded by him one by one. How long the war between dragons will last, why they are fighting, and what the ultimate goal is, he does not care about any of these. For him, all he needs to do is step onto the battlefield, slay sufficiently powerful dragons, extract their dragon bloodlines, and provide assistance to Adelavir. As Gao Yang confirmed his intent, a Multiverse Network notification appeared before him. Multiverse Network notification. This campaign carries extremely high risk. There is no time limit for participating in this campaign, and there are no faction restrictions. Please confirm whether you wish to participate in the legendary campaign, Dragon War. As Gao Yang confirmed his intent, a spatial vortex slowly appeared before him. Milafina hurriedly packed up her cat bed, jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder, and asked, "Meow Gao Yang, are we going to enter a new dungeon?" Gao Yang nodded and explained, "This time we are going to participate in the war between dragons, to help that big guy Adelavir advance to the legendary rank." That sounds nice. Though Ovi is indeed a bit weak. Ha ha ha, Milafina spoke. She let out a few unscrupulous laughs. Gao Yang smiled, then took Milafina and stepped into the spatial vortex before him. A strong sense of distortion washed over him. Gao Yang felt as if he had been stuffed into a high-speed washing machine. The world spun violently, and his consciousness felt as if it were being twisted into a spiral like a towel. Even amidst such intense teleportation, Gao Yang maintained the clarity of his consciousness. After experiencing over 3 minutes of teleportation, a glimmer of light finally appeared in his peripheral vision. The next instant, Gao Yang and Milafina passed through this glimmer of light. Multiverse Network notification. You have arrived at the Dragon God's Gift Continent. Because you have mastered the Multiverse Common Language, the multi-language translation system has been deactivated. Multiverse Network notification. There is no clear faction division for participating in the Dragon War. Please participate in the war reasonably according to your own faction and will. Gao Yang closed the Multiverse Network notification, then scooped up Milafina, who had not yet recovered from the after effects of the teleportation, and placed her on his shoulder before looking at the endless glacier covered in ice and snow before him. He released his perception, naturally entering the state of unity of heaven and man. The next moment, a glacier in the distance began to tremble. Amidst the violent tremors, that glacier slowly rose, and to dragon wings made of ice crystals unfolded with a boom. Beneath the wings that blotted out the sky was a dragon body as strong as a mountain. This was clearly an ice-blue dragon. A black eye appeared beside Gao Yang, its pitch-black gaze quickly scanning the body of the dragon that had been startled by Gao Yang's perception. Doom Calamity Legendary Dragon Winter Phranus Life Level Energy Type. Looking at the information detected by the withered eye, Gao Yang nodded slightly. This dragon was the opponent with the highest life level that Gao Yang had ever encountered. A life level of 51 was enough to demonstrate its formidable nature. And the moment the gaze of the withered eye looked at Winter Phranus, this ancient dragon, awakened from its slumber, also turned its massive dragon head, its amber dragon eyes filled with murderous intent locking firmly onto Gao Yang. Damned human. Dragon language. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Winter Phranus's eyes, accompanied by a dragon roar that resounded through the sky. It fiercely flapped its wings and dove toward Gao Yang. In this situation, there was no longer any need for negotiation. Gao Yang gripped the air, and Yang Yao appeared in his hand. Although Milafina was still a bit dizzy, she had already covered Gao Yang with various auxiliary abilities. The next instant, scorching solar battle chi ignited. Gao Yang took a step, and a circle of milky white air waves exploded beneath him. He stirred up a shrill sonic boom and charged toward the Winter Phranus opposite him. The next instant, a body as massive as a mountain and a figure as small as a speck of dust collided violently above the 10,000 glaciers. The dragon claw, wrapped in frost and gleaming with cold light, slammed fiercely toward Gao Yang, only to be blocked by a silver-white greatsword. The moment the blade collided with the dragon claw, Winter Phranus's eyes widened abruptly. It swung its front claw high backward, and the ice covering the claw shattered instantly. Terrifying slashing force surged into its body, causing its mountain-like frame to come to a sudden halt. The transition from extreme motion to extreme stillness made even one as powerful as Winter Freynos feel a slight sense of stifling pressure. Gao Yang curled his lips, revealing a smile. This kind of solid, substantial collision was satisfying, without the slightest pause. He slashed down with his sword again. Clang! The greatsword cleaved into the ice shield that Winter Freynos had hastily condensed in front of it. The violent slash shattered the ice shield instantly, and unstoppable force poured onto its body like a landslide, causing its frame to begin retreating. Chapter 907, Adelavir's Path to Advancement. Boom, boom. The massive dragon body of Winter Freynos was sent reeling backward uncontrollably, the glaciers beneath it shattering like tofu as it collided with them. Yet, even so, nothing could slow its backward flight. Winter Freynos stared in disbelief at the human swinging his sword before it, especially the greatsword held in the man's hand. It was scorching, tyrannical, and unstoppable. Every collision sent waves of excruciating pain through its entire body. It wanted to resist, but the terrifying power transmitted from that greatsword made its body feel as if it had lost its connection to its consciousness. It was completely unable to mount an effective defense or counterattack. Gao Yang swung his sword in rapid succession, each strike stronger than the last. By the fifth strike, the ancient blue dragon before him could no longer hold on. The speed at which it condensed its ice shields could not keep up with Gao Yang's slashes, and the strength of those shields shattered at the slightest touch. Crack! A piercing sound exploded in Winter Freynos' ears. The dragon claw it had raised to block was severed clean off by this strike, and intense pain instantly swept through its body and soul. In that instant, Winter Freynos' dragon eyes widened abruptly. The luster in its massive pupils vanished, replaced by a flicker of confusion. For the opponent to be confused was, naturally, the best possible outcome for Gao Yang. Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Yang swung his sword down in a furious strike once more. A ringing slash soared into the sky, piercing through the heavy, dark clouds and allowing a ray of warm sunlight to pour down. The moment that beam of warm sunlight hit its dragon body, Winter Freynos couldn't help but recall the days when it had just broken out of its shell, growing up strong under the care of its dragon mother. Back then, its favorite thing to do every day was to play and frolic with its siblings outside the rocky cave, enjoying the warm sunlight while waiting for their mother to return from hunting. What a truly beautiful time, etched into my very bones. Winter Freynos sighed in its heart, but the next moment, it jolted awake. This damn thing wasn't a beautiful memory. This was a deathbed flashback. Roar! A violent dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. The materialized sound waves causing the thick snow on the glaciers below to collapse. Winter Freynos tried to block the sword that was nearly upon it, but its strong body and abundant magic power had fallen into a state of total silence. It couldn't do it. It couldn't do anything. It could only watch helplessly as the greatsword drew closer and closer to its field of vision, until it sliced through its dragon scales and dragon bones. Its vision began to spin. Its powerful physique and strength meant that Winter Freynos did not die immediately, and it retained its consciousness clearly for a moment. It realized that it had been decapitated by this human who had suddenly appeared here. As the soul-tearing pain struck, Winter Freynos' consciousness began to dissipate, finally extinguishing completely within that terrifyingly extreme slash. The magic power of the ancient blue dragon, Winter Freynos, was cold and capable of freezing all things. But its dragon blood remained scorching hot. As its head was severed by the sword, dragon blood erupted into the sky like a great river flowing backward from the earth, before falling down in a pattering rain of blood. Amidst the falling blood rain, two dragon roars sounded almost simultaneously. Gao Yang waved his left hand, and Odelavir was summoned. Without a moment's pause, he pointed toward the mountain-like, headless dragon corpse before him. Odelavir naturally understood Gao Yang's intent. That massive dragon corpse, dozens of times larger than its own body, was clearly prepared for its advancement to the legendary rank. It let out two excited dragon roars, then flapped its wings violently, charging toward the massive dragon corpse lying on the mountain range. The neck of the dragon corpse, which was larger than the mountains themselves, was as smooth as a mirror. It hung limply down the mountainside, and crimson dragon blood gushed from the severed end. forming a pool of blood in the glacial valley in the blink of an eye. Delvier dove headfirst into the pool of dragon blood with a piercing whistle. Omni Network prompt. You have killed the Doomsday Calamity, legendary dragon Winterfrenos. You have gained 72.0 legendary XP. You have gained 1 point of legendary reputation. Omni Network prompt. According to your legendary class effect, you have gained an additional 2,800,000 legendary XP. Omni Network prompt. Due to your dragon slaying act, your initial relationship with the chromatic dragons blue dragons has changed to hostile. You will be attacked when encountering other blue dragons. Omni Network prompt. Due to the plane you are currently in, you will be targeted by any chromatic dragon you encounter. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling no surprise at the prompts provided by the Omni Network. This was the land blessed by the dragon god and the home of all dragons. Given his track record, it was only natural that he would be attacked upon encountering other chromatic dragons here. His gaze shifted slightly downward to look at Delvier in the pool of dragon blood in the glacial valley. Delvier's body was completely submerged in the blood. Its two dragon heads eyes tightly shut, with ripples of power surging around its body. However, this level of dragon bloodline was not enough to push Delvier directly to the legendary rank. Seeming to sense his gaze, Delvier suddenly opened its dragon eyes. In its ice blue vertical pupils, besides the majesty unique to dragons, there was an unconcealable determination and anticipation. As a dragon, living like a burden was a massive blow to Delvier, although it didn't communicate much with Gao Yang on a daily basis. Watching Gao Yang make constant progress while it remained stuck in place without the slightest advancement made Delvier feel increasingly depressed, and its thirst for strength grew ever more severe. But now, feeling the scorching dragon blood outside its body, feeling its dragon physique growing stronger as it continuously refined the essence of the dragon blood, and feeling the transformation slowly beginning within its body, Delvier's actions became increasingly efficient. It wanted more dragon blood. It wanted to bathe in even more dragon blood. Its will was clearly perceived by Gao Yang through the master-servant contract. Gao Yang looked at Away, who had already submerged back into the dragon blood pool, nodded slightly, and said softly, "Since that is the case, then I shall lend you a hand." As his words fell, golden sun battle chi erupted from his body with a roar. Almost in an instant, Gao Yang transformed into a newborn sun, casting its scorching radiance across the entire glacier. Gao Yang stood proudly in the firmament, under the illumination of the sun battle chi. The thick, dark clouds were continuously vaporized and dispersed, allowing the star that had been quietly releasing light above this continent to slowly reveal its trace. And when the light released by the star shone upon Gao Yang's body, the sun battle chi on his surface surged once more, doubling in intensity. The majestic aura, mixed with the sun battle chi, spread wildly in all directions, attracting the attention of every dragon within its reach. The next instant, earth-shattering dragon roars erupted from every corner of the glacier. Chapter 908 Epic Title. Enemy of all dragons. The dragons that were slumbering or living here, upon sensing the undisguised aura above the firmament, stepped out one after another from their places of rest and cultivation. The glacier, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, shattered, and dragons of various sizes gradually revealed themselves to Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the void, with Melifena perched on his shoulder, watching the collapsing glacier below with great interest, her eyes gradually becoming arrogant and unbridled. Come, all of you come. Let this Miao see if you have the ability to avenge your companions, Miao." Melifena's arrogant voice rang in Gao Yang's ears, causing him to shake his head helplessly. This little kitten was normal most of the time, but once she entered combat mode, she would instantly switch to trash talk mode, relying on the unique auxiliary ethereal mode of the cat spirit, which allowed her to be immune to the vast majority of attacks. She was always unscrupulous with her taunts. Gao Yang felt that this might be Melifena's unique way of venting. Roar! A deafening dragon roar, accompanied by a sky full of ice shards, shot toward Gao Yang's position. However, before they could even touch the 100-meter radius around him, they were melted by the scorching sun battle chi, turning into azure rainwater that fell toward the glacier below. Gao Yang looked at the attacker. It was a blue dragon only 300 meters long. Sensing its aura and magical fluctuations, It had not yet reached the level of a senior legend. Facing an opponent of this caliber, Gao Yang did not even bother to stand up. A flash of sword light flickered abruptly. The next instant, the charging legendary blue dragon's movements came to a sudden halt. A terrifying bloodline erupted across its slender, powerful neck, nearly severing it entirely. And surging, scorching dragon blood sprayed across the sky. The first legendary blue dragon to fly over wailed as it plummeted toward the glacier below. Gao Yang did not even glance at it. Remaining seated in the firmament, the death of this legendary blue dragon instantly ignited the fury of the other dragons. The next moment, dragon roars erupted everywhere. A massive amount of ice shards and ice needles shot toward Gao Yang, followed closely by dozens of azure cold breaths and rays. Gao Yang let out a soft hum. His sun battle chi surged violently, and the temperature rose once more, causing the surrounding space to show visible distortion. Hiss, hiss. The vast majority of the attacks were vaporized by the sun battle chi. Only a few ice blue rays penetrated the outermost defense of the sun battle chi and continued to shoot toward Gao Yang. However, passing through the sun battle chi had already consumed most of the energy contained within these attacks. The closer they got to Gao Yang, the more scorching and dense the sun battle chi became, causing these attacks to be vaporized at an even faster rate. Realizing that long-range attacks were ineffective against Gao Yang, the surrounding dragons stopped wasting time and instead flapped their wings, accelerating as they charged toward him. As dragons, apart from their innate spellcasting abilities, their incredibly tough bodies and their most iconic, highly lethal dragon breath were also major weapons against enemies. Dozens of dragons rushed to within 1,000 meters of Gao Yang. Blinding light gathered in their massive maws, and then they roared, spewing cone-shaped azure icy dragon breath toward him. In just a few seconds, dozens of dragons of varying strength had completely surrounded Gao Yang, and wave after wave of dragon breath completely submerged him. "Ha! Is this all you have? Did you all not eat today?" An arrogant, laughing voice rang out from the very center of the dragon breath. Hearing that unbridled voice, the surrounding dragons felt anger flash in their eyes. They simultaneously increased the output of their dragon breath, determined to freeze the human within the golden battle chi into an ice sculpture. Facing these attacks that could not even break through his battle chi, Gao Yang looked around. Seeing that a significant number of dragons had gathered, he stood up and gripped the Yongyao sword at his side. After a very brief moment of gathering power, Gao Yang swept his sword horizontally. Catastrophe, sky-splitting slash. A circular slash mark with a diameter of 10,000 meters suddenly appeared. The dozen or so dragons at the same horizontal level as Gao Yang within this range felt their bodies tremble violently. And then, without warning, they were severed at the point of the circular slash mark. Their massive bodies began to plummet toward the glacier below, and shrill, mournful roars echoed through the sky. Having unleashed the slash, Gao Yang did not pause for even a second. His arm turned into a blur, and he slashed with Yongyao repeatedly, sword chi, each 10,000 meters long, shot wildly in all directions with Gao Yang at the center. Wherever it passed, dragon limbs were severed, and blood sprayed continuously. Such a terrifying scene instantly caused the dragons in the distance that had not yet reached the battlefield to pause. Biological instinct made them unwilling to approach such a god of slaughter. Sensing the dozen or so additional life essence crystals, Gao Yang did not stop his movements, continuing to slaughter the approaching dragons. More than 30 legendary blue dragons had died here, and their blood seemed to have a life of its own. Gathering toward the dragon blood pool directly beneath Gao Yang, large bubbles emerged on the surface of the dragon blood pool, only to burst rapidly. Wisps of cold air followed the bursting bubbles, blooming into fleeting ice flowers on the surface of the pool. A series of system notifications refreshed before Gao Yang's eyes. He impatiently blocked them. Looking at the dragons that were no longer advancing, he sat down once more, quietly hovering in the firmament, illuminating all directions. "Is this all you can do? Are you too afraid to continue attacking? You 5-colored dragons are truly not as noble or brave as the metallic dragons. You really are just a bunch of low-blooded reptiles." Melifina hovered above Gao Yang, unscrupulously mocking the blue dragons that had surrounded them but no longer dared to launch an attack. Listening to Melifina's taunts, Gao Yang couldn't help but twitch his brows. He could only say that when it came to mockery, Melifino was absolutely ruthless, stabbing straight into the heart. This kind of mockery, which reached deep into the soul and bloodline, caused the surrounding legendary blue dragons to lose their sanity entirely, prompting them to launch another fearless attack against Gao Yang. Facing this level of assault, Gao Yang rose once more, and with just a few sword strikes, he slaughtered these legendary blue dragons until they dared not approach again. Afterward, no matter how Melifina mocked them, these legendary dragons would no longer advance. They simply stared at Gao Yang from afar, keeping him surrounded in the center. They did not want to let Gao Yang leave, but they did not want to approach and throw their lives away for nothing. It was obvious that they were waiting for the arrival of a dragon powerful enough to kill Gao Yang completely. Only this could explain their behavior. Otherwise, given the nature of chromatic dragons, they would have already run as far away as possible by now. Dragon dignity. In the face of death, survival is usually more important. Such is the nature of chromatic dragons. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the void, and a golden notification from the Omniverse Network appeared before his eyes. Omniverse Network notification. Due to your related actions, you have obtained the epic title, Enemy of Dragons. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly and clicked on the notification with interest to view this newly acquired epic title. To my foster fathers and mothers, wishing you a peaceful and healthy Dragon Boat Festival. To all my foster fathers and mothers, may you have a peaceful and healthy Dragon Boat Festival, and may everything go as you wish. Don't forget to eat Azong's Chapter 909, Aoi's Advancement Enemy of Dragons. Type Epic Title Requirements. Slaughter over 50 adult or older dragons to automatically obtain this title. Title description. Majestic dragon might. Divine creature. Beneath the firmament, there is no dragon that cannot be hunted. Title attributes. When facing related enemies. 1. Resistance to various elemental dragon breaths con 30%. 2. Immunity to any level of dragon might intimidation. PS. A dragon hunter trap. No dragon hunter can refuse the Enemy of Dragons title. Auction it off, and you will have an unexpected harvest. Dragon Secret Master. Legendary Dragon Chef. Enemy of Dragons Hanyashuber. PS. Anyone who holds this title will be the common enemy of all Dragonkin. King of Half Dragonkin. Legendary Dragon-Blooded Warlock Nebo Scarlet Pupil. PS. A bunch of half-breeds. The master hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already yapping. How laughable. Enemy of Dragons, Legendary Dragon Slayer, Dragon Hunter Audiobook. Compared to this newly acquired epic title, Gao Yang was actually more interested in the comments below it. These comments were far more interesting than the epic title itself. Unfortunately, there were not many such comments, only a few sparse lines. If one wanted to see more related comments, they would have to go to the Omniverse Network forums, which contained everything and where one could find anything. Withdrawing his gaze, Gao Yang directly equipped this newly obtained title, even though it didn't have much practical use. After doing all this, Gao Yang continued to sit cross-legged in the void, still recklessly radiating endless light and heat. The number of blue dragons circling the perimeter was gradually increasing, but hindered by the dragon blood lake below on the glacier, which had already expanded more than 10 times in size, and the deterrent of the dragon corpses lying helter-skelter on the ice. No blue dragon dared to launch an attack on Gao Yang. Even though Melifina's mockery was almost enough to be considered heart-piercing, it still had no effect. Gao Yang was not in a hurry. He lowered his gaze, sensing the changes in the dragon blood lake below. As the blood of a large number of legendary blue dragons gathered here, Aoi, located at the bottom of the lake, had crawled down. Its ice blue dragon scales were bristling, and it was frantically swallowing the scorching dragon blood. As the dragon blood was continuously swallowed and refined, a trace of ice blue aura gradually bloomed from Aoi's dragon body. This ice blue aura did not exist for the naked eye to observe. It existed only within perception, like a living flame that grew a circle larger with every breath, and with every expansion of the ice blue aura. Aoi's dragon body would emit a roar like the collision of steel bars. Amidst this roaring sound, its dragon body also showed an imperceptible expansion. Gao Yang frowned slightly. If his perception was not mistaken, although Aoi appeared to have no problems, the aura whose growth rate was gradually accelerating already revealed that Aoi was somewhat overwhelmed. However, in just an instant, Gao Yang understood the crux of the matter. The number of dragons he had slaughtered was too high, and their strength was basically all at the legendary level or above. This caused the dragon blood in this lake to contain energy that was far too potent for Aoi, a transcendent dragon that had not yet advanced. Such abundant energy was somewhat excessive. Although its strength was extremely close to the legendary level, it was, after all, only transcendent. If the quality of this dragon blood lake had not been so high, it could have relied on itself to refine and extract the dragon bloodline from the lake, thereby increasing its own bloodline concentration. But now, although Aoi was doing this, there was a fatal problem. Despite Aoi only wanting to refine the dragon bloodline and not absorb the energy contained within the dragon blood, under the massive difference in energy concentration, the energy in the dragon blood lake was forcibly squeezed into its body, compelling its body to begin swallowing and absorbing this energy. In this situation, although Aoi was trying its best to control itself from swallowing this energy, its body was very honest and could only accept this continuous infusion. This also led to Aoi beginning to gradually lose control over itself. If this continued, there would only be one outcome. Its body would be completely burst apart by this abundant energy. Changing this status quo was not difficult. One could either reduce the energy concentration in the dragon blood lake or directly help Aoi refine and purify its dragon bloodline. As it happened, for Gao Yang, neither the former nor the latter was difficult. Gao Yang's thoughts flickered, and in the next instant, he raised his hand to slash a sword aura toward the dragon blood lake below. The golden sword aura plunged into the dragon blood lake, and wherever it passed, pink mist rose and swirled. In just a moment, the sword aura reached the position where Orville was, and without the slightest hesitation, it surged directly into Orville's body. Orville naturally sensed the sword aura approaching, but it did not make the slightest movement, because it was currently being overwhelmed by the massive energy outside its body. Despite being anxious to the point of desperation, it could only watch helplessly as its own body rushed toward the path of destruction like a runaway locomotive. However, the moment the sword aura entered its body, golden battle aura suddenly ignited on its skin, covering Orville's massive frame entirely within a very short time. At a glance, it looked as if a golden dragon was sleeping at the bottom of the dragon blood lake. The golden solar battle aura burned fiercely on its skin. Orville opened its dragon eyes in disbelief, feeling the continuous heat radiating from outside its body, as well as the energy within its body being constantly incinerated, and hope suddenly ignited in its heart. Not only that, Gao Yang's solar battle aura acted like a barrier, beginning to refine the dragon blood near Orville in the lake, leaving only the purest traces of blood essence for Orville to consume. With Gao Yang's help, Orville's predicament was resolved in just over 10 seconds. It looked up toward the sky, and even though it was blocked by layers of dragon blood, it could still feel that aura as brilliant as the great sun. That was the aura of its master. Orville let out a low roar, feeling the pure dragon bloodline continuously pouring into its body. The dragon blood within it began to gradually boil and roar wildly. Having reached this point, if it still could not seize the opportunity to complete its evolution, then it would have no need to continue following its master. Boom boom. With Gao Yang's help, Orville began to frantically consume the pure dragon bloodline and continuously refine it thoroughly into its body. Following its actions, the concentration of the dragon bloodline within it grew higher and higher, and its body began to change amidst this constantly increasing bloodline concentration. Its body began to expand slowly but firmly. Its bones and flesh became increasingly tough, and its blood vessels became stronger and wider. Orville could not help but let out a roar mixed with pain and excitement. In the memories inherited from its bloodline, this metamorphosis within the body was the beginning of its advancement. At this moment, it could still interrupt the process, but once it entered the next stage, for any dragon, there would only be two paths left: advancing to a legendary rank or failing the breakthrough and perishing. However, Orville clearly would not choose to interrupt. In just 10 minutes, its body expanded from the initial length of over 60 meters to 200 meters. This size was already extremely close to the normal size of a legendary dragon. And the moment Orville's body grew to 200 meters, its frame suddenly trembled violently. It stopped expanding, and instead, amidst this intense trembling, its bristling dragon scales began to shake, The shaking was not significant at first, but as Orville actively intensified the vibration, the dragon scales on its skin began to sway with great amplitude. This shaking lasted for less than a moment before a diamond-shaped, ice-blue dragon scale suddenly detached from Orville's skin, with a wisp of bright red blood trailing from its root. This fallen scale seemed to be the beginning. In the next instant, accompanied by a resolute roar from Orville, the dragon scales on its body began to fall off in large numbers. On roar, dragon scales grow on dragon skin, a relationship similar to human fingers and fingernails. At this moment, actively controlling the shedding of all its scales was, for Orville, like forcibly pulling its fingernails out of its fingers. The level of pain was millions of times greater than the pain of having one's fingers connected to the heart. Even a dragon could not endure this level of excruciating pain without making a sound. Orville's roars grew louder and more tragic, but because of the dragon blood lake, its roars were not heard by the legendary dragons above. The roaring lasted for a full half hour. When the reverse growing scale located in the center of Orville's chest fell off, its roar had become barely audible. Orville struggled to open its mouth and swallow the dragon's reverse scale that had just fallen off. Afterward, it began to vigorously consume the pure dragon bloodline surging into its body. The pure power contained within it transformed into the most abundant nourishment, continuously pushing Orville's advancement. Amidst the ice-blue energy fluctuations, a light blue, almost silver-white, translucent chitinous dragon scale slowly grew out from Orville's tail. This scale seemed to herald Orville's rebirth. Then, with this scale as the center, more and more dragon scales began to grow wildly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Orville endured the bone-piercing, soul-corroding pain, turning its head from time to time to forcibly pull out the uneven scales among the newly grown ones, forcing them to regrow. This was a step that all dragons must experience when crossing from the transcendent to the legendary rank. In the advancement of ordinary dragons, this process often lasts for more than a decade or nearly a century. Because ordinary dragons do not have the abundant energy reserves that Orville currently possesses, they usually undergo metamorphosis while simultaneously accumulating energy. The process of replacing dragon scales is also not as rapid as Orville's, because this also requires a massive amount of energy as support. Without sufficient energy, one can only proceed step by step, accumulating one scale at a time. Soon, Orville's body seemed to have been reborn. The dragon scales had regrown, and the ice-blue, translucent scales completely covered Orville's 200-meter-long body. Set against the backdrop of Gao Yang's golden battle aura, it looked as if it were draped in a layer of golden armor. When the dragon scales had fully grown, Orville's prone body suddenly stood up. It spread its dragon wings wide, brewed for a few breaths with its giant maw, and let out an earth-shattering roar. In the next instant, a massive amount of dragon blood erupted from Orville's bristling scales, dyeing the surrounding area red. The volume of blood loss was so great that it was hard not to suspect that the creature had drained all the blood from its body. Orville's body swayed a few times before it managed to steady itself and avoid collapsing. As the old blood was expelled from its body, Ovi's frame began to rapidly generate new blood. Its massive dragon heart expanded and contracted frantically, and after every contraction, an even greater expansion followed. During this process, the newly formed blood was pumped by the intense beating of the heart, reaching every corner of its body in an incredibly short amount of time. Adruel gasped with difficulty and began to continue absorbing the energy from the dragon blood lake with reckless abandon. After shedding its scales and replacing its blood, the next step was the reshaping of the dragon body. This reshaping of the dragon body could not be equated with the earlier expansion. The previous expansion was merely a common occurrence and not the final step for a dragon to ascend to the legendary rank. The current reshaping, however, was a transformation specifically tailored to the dragon's form. As the dragon blood within its body boiled, the changes began. Ovi's hind legs were extremely powerful. Amidst the boiling blood, its hind limbs did not degenerate. Instead, they became increasingly thick and sturdy. Its dragon claws began to grow, and the gaps between its scales began to be completely filled with a mysterious substance. Its two dragon heads began to change within the translucent, pale chitinous dragon scales. Ovi's dragon horns began to sprout, and with every certain degree of growth, a circular node appeared. At the branching points of these nodes, New dragon horns began to form. In just a short moment, Ovi's previously simple and understated horns vanished, replaced by a pair of ferocious, sharp dragon horns that possessed 3 branches each, with an overall length nearly equal to the size of its entire head. As the growth of the horns concluded, this advancement was declared to be nearing its end. Ovi stood at the bottom of the dragon blood lake, its neck, now several times thicker, arched naturally. Then, a heaven-shaking dragon roar exploded from this place. Rumble! The already turbulent dragon blood lake now seemed like a boiling cauldron. Shockwaves and the sound of the dragon's roar surged into the sky from the trembling waters. The next instant, a massive splash rose from the bottom of the lake and then exploded with a boom. Amidst the exploding blood-colored spray, a black shadow of a 2-headed dragon with spread wings shot out from the lake. It was none other than Audriwil, the 2-headed ice dragon who had successfully advanced to the legendary rank. Audriwil flew beneath Gao Yang, lowered its proud heads, and hoisted Gao Yang up with its back, which had grown several times wider. Only then did Audriwil see the dragon corpses strewn across the glacier below, as well as the legendary dragon in the distance, fleeing desperately toward the horizon. In particular, the corpse of the ancient dragon, nearly 5,000 meters in length, lay quietly upon the glacier, with a glaring, unmistakable sword wound right between its brows. Audriwil's 2 pairs of dragon pupils shrank sharply, looking at that dragon, which was dead beyond any doubt. The joy and complacency brought by its promotion to the legendary rank vanished without a trace. Compared to Gao Yang's terrifying combat prowess, the path it had yet to walk was still very, very long. Chapter 910. Will Theory and Preaching 2 in 1. Gao Yang held Yong Yao, and on the blade burning with golden battle chi. Fresh dragon blood as thick as mercury dripped slowly. Earlier, during Audriwil's advancement, the space above the dragon blood pool had not been peaceful. An ancient blue dragon, under the expectant gazes of numerous legendary blue dragons, had finally arrived fashionably late. Upon meeting, the 2 sides did not hesitate to engage in a direct and primitive exchange. In the end, this ancient blue dragon died under Gao Yang's sword, its flesh and blood turning into nutrients that form the foundation of Audriwil's legendary status. As for the battle itself, for Gao Yang, although ancient dragons possessed immense combat power due to their long lives, they were still not enough to be a threat. Gao Yang was now almost at the very pinnacle of veteran legendary beings, as long as he did not encounter an enemy that countered him perfectly. He was invincible, naturally. This ancient blue dragon had no way to defeat Gao Yang. Gao Yang stepped on Ovi's broad dragon back, feeling the solid sensation beneath his feet, and nodded with satisfaction. After advancing to the legendary rank, Ovi had shown great improvement in every aspect, to say nothing of anything else. This body alone was sufficiently formidable. In future adventures, some low-tier opponents could simply be left to Ovi to handle. Gao Yang stood on Ovi and tapped his feet twice, saying, "Go down and bring those corpses back for the clove fruit tree." Upon hearing this, Ovi's 2 ferocious dragon heads let out a low roar, then flapped its wings, which were large enough to blot out the sky, and dove toward the dragon blood lake below. Aside from the dragon corpses, the energy within the dragon blood lake remained incredibly immense, making it the best supplement for the newly advanced Ovi. Absorbing the energy from the dragon blood lake would not only help Ovi master its own power in the shortest possible time but also raise its potential. After all, it could continuously refine its dragon bloodline, thereby increasing its bloodline concentration. Although this process would yield almost no progress once a certain limit was reached, Ovi's dragon bloodline was still a long way from that threshold. In the floating city, ever since Gao Yang returned from his cultivation in the sun, he had not stepped out of that midge tower again. Yu Mao had no intention of going in either, quietly continuing his own unique cultivation in a corner of the floating city. Although he now had the energy replenished by the vitality fruit given by Gao Yang, the sword strike in his heart had yet to be erased. This resulted in his body continuing to wither despite the energy supplementation from the fruit. In just 2 days, Yu Mao had become skin and bones. However, although his body was reduced to a skeleton, his eyes were becoming increasingly bright, to the point where a condensed and yielding radiance appeared within them. If Gao Yang were here, he would surely notice that Yu Mao had entered the stage of will transformation. If given just a little more time, he would be able to complete the transformation of his will, leading to a massive increase in his willpower. And a massive increase in willpower was extremely useful at any time. Soon, it will be soon. Yu Mao sat cross-legged at the edge of the floating city, watching the thick clouds below, muttering to himself. Over the past few days, aside from his basic cultivation, he had dedicated his entire focus to comprehending the sword strike that Gao Yang had left imprinted upon his soul. As he persisted with this almost suicidal method of comprehension, that sword strike became increasingly blurred within his mind, replaced by a vast amount of combat experience that he was steadily digesting and absorbing. Yu Mao turned his gaunt, skeletal head, picked up the vitality fruit beside him, which was already nearly half-eaten, and took a small, slow, yet firm bite, swallowing it into his belly. As the fruit pulp entered his stomach and he felt the energy slowly diffusing through his body, he closed his eyes once more and began his daily cultivation. In the world of his mind, Yu Mao looked at the slash mark that had once nearly torn his entire mental world apart. His eyes filled with determination. The next instant, his body vanished abruptly, and when he reappeared, he was already directly in front of that slash mark. Watching the strike slowly descend, Yu Mao let out a roar, erupting with every ounce of his essence, energy, and spirit, and swung his combat blade with all his might, unleashing a brilliant blade glow. Crack! Seeing his blade glow extinguished without the slightest hesitation, Yu Mao's eyes held not a shred of disappointment. Instead, they grew even more resolute. He had performed this action countless times, for he had no better way to understand or gain insight into the sword strike Gao Yang had unleashed. Thus, he could only use this most clumsy yet simple method, placing himself beneath the strike and using his own personal experience to feel the power of the sword and the various changes within it. This method was foolish, but there was no doubt that it allowed Yu Mao to experience the power of the strike to the greatest extent possible, though it also carried immense risks, regardless of its form. Gao Yang's attacks all contained a terrifying will. If one's will was not firm enough, the consequence of rashly facing this strike would be having one's consciousness and soul extinguished on the spot, leaving only the physical body to survive. Fortunately, this was a sword strike that Yu Mao had manifested within his own mind, while it still contained Gao Yang's will. There was not much of it. Simply put, it was a hollow shell. But even so, when Yu Mao first conceived of this method and put it into practice, he had nearly had his mind shattered, taking a full several hours to recover from the sword intent that had almost wiped out his body and soul. The sword strike, Disaster Nightfall, did not lose any momentum after shattering Yu Mao's blade glow, passing directly through his conscious form. Yu Mao did not even let out a muffled groan before dissipating within his mental world. 5 minutes later, specks of consciousness converged, and Yu Mao reappeared in his mental world. Compared to the several hours it took at the beginning, being able to reconsolidate his mind in just 5 minutes was a leap of progress by an unknown number of tiers. Yu Mao stood in his mental world and, without the slightest pause, swung his blade once more. A spatial vortex slowly opened in the floating city, and Gao Yang leapt out from it, carrying Milafina. Meow, this adventure was a bit boring. Milafina yawned, jumped off Gao Yang's shoulder, and flew toward the cat nest located at the top of the midge tower. Gao Yang looked at her lazy demeanor, smiled silently, and then walked out of the midge tower, raising his hand to release Aoi, who had finished its advancement. Aoi walked very quietly toward the kello fruit tree, while Gao Yang turned to look at Yu Mao, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. He could feel the willpower radiating from Yu Mao's body. Although it did not amount to much for him, it was already quite outstanding for someone at Yu Mao's level. And the moment Gao Yang looked at Yu Mao's tightly shut eyes snapped open. At the base of his eyes, a sword shadow emerged, only to be shattered by an abruptly appearing blade glow. In that instant, Gao Yang heard a sharp, piercing blade hum. He was stunned for a moment. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. He had not expected Yu Mao to actually comprehend his own blade intent through that sword strike of his. Not bad. At this level, if you go to accept the so-called inheritance, your survival rate should increase by 30%. Yu Mao opened his eyes, an irrepressible smile appearing on his face. However, his face was currently nothing but skin and bone. So when he smiled like this, it didn't feel joyful at all. Instead, he looked like a 1,000-year-old demon who had just spotted its prey. Of course, Gao Yang could feel his joy. However, before Yu Mao could let out a hearty laugh, he saw Gao Yang standing before him. He reined in his smile, stood up, and quickly walked over to Gao Yang, saying, "Big boss, you've come out." Gao Yang had not informed Yu Mao of his departure. So in Yu Mao's impression, Gao Yang had simply been in deep cultivation within the Midge Tower. Gao Yang nodded slightly, looked Yu Mao up and down, and then said, "Very good willpower. If you continue down this path, the rewards should be quite good." Yu Mao felt a jolt of spirit. If it were anyone else, he might not have taken it too hard, but the affirmation from a big boss of Gao Yang's level was not something he could treat lightly. Immediately, his thoughts raced, and he asked tentatively, "Big boss, may I ask, what kind of path is this? What kind of path?" Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "You are accustomed to using a blade, right?" Yu Mao nodded vigorously. He had tried using other weapons like swords or spears in the past, but in the end, the blade suited his tastes better. Gao Yang looked at him and continued to explain, "Just now, while you mastered the blade intent, your willpower also underwent a breakthrough. The higher the quality of your willpower, the greater the amplification for this kind of blade intent or sword intent. You can consider this an extremely powerful means of attack. Use your willpower to amplify your blade. When you strike the body, you also strike the soul. This point should also be quite compatible with the profession you are about to inherit, the Twilight Heart Piercer." Yu Mao's eyes lit up, but then he asked with some confusion, "Blade intent, willpower. But how can one channel their willpower and integrate it into an attack?" Gao Yang looked at him with a strange expression. He had assumed this was a very common thing, but he had not expected Yu Mao to ask such a question. Then, he suddenly realized that the reason his will was attached to his attacks in the beginning was because he had possessed a unique talent from the start: immortal will. It was precisely because of immortal will that he had gradually mastered how to imbue his own attacks with his will, thereby amplifying them. However, while this question might have been difficult for Gao Yang to answer a long time ago, it was no longer a problem for him now. He extended a palm, then curled for fingers, leaving only his index finger pointing straight up in front of him. "Will, it seems ethereal and elusive, but it can be formless, and it can also take form." As Gao Yang's voice fell, Yu Mao saw a brilliant golden light bloom at Gao Yang's fingertip. Under the reflection of this golden light, Gao Yang's extended index finger was coated in a layer of golden armor. Yu Mao's eyes widened as he stared at the golden light blooming on his finger. Yu Mao looked at Gao Yang's finger and asked, "Big brother, is this the radiance of will?" Gao Yang did not respond. He merely moved his mind. In the next instant, the brilliance overflowing from his fingertips suddenly retracted, rapidly condensing into a golden sword light. This light sword is condensed from pure will. If your will is strong enough, you can do as I have done and rely on your will to condense such a tangible attack. In the realm of will, I call this will manifestation. As Gao Yang spoke slowly, the golden sword light at his fingertip began to flicker incessantly. Will manifestation is not simple. Therefore, before this, what you need to try is to guide your own will, attaching your will, emotions, and state to every swing of your blade as much as possible. Over time, you will naturally feel your will begin to respond to your body. This can be considered taking the first step, which I call will body forging. Yu Mao's expression was extremely serious as he listened carefully to Gao Yang's explanation. If your will begins to respond to your body, then the next step is to actively stimulate your own will while swinging your blade. Try your best to mobilize your will, letting it extend toward the weapon in your hand, thereby achieving the goal of amplifying your weapon techniques. This realm is what you can call will projection. After listening carefully, Yu Mao said, "Ha, big brother, I know this. Does it require achieving the unity of man and blade first?" Gao Yang nodded and said, "Of course. Whether it is the unity of man and blade or the unity of man and sword, the ultimate effect is to make the weapon a part of your body. But if we look at its essence, it is the extension of one's own will onto the blade. Using will to achieve a unified drive over both the blade and the body is naturally what is known as the unity of man and blade." "I understand, big brother. I will definitely achieve it." Yu Mao nodded very firmly. Gao Yang looked at him and then said with a hint of nostalgia, Do you have a habit of meditating? Meditating? Yu Mao was stunned, then said, isn't that what mages like Sister Xiaoyu practice? Or the training that those martial monks do? Do players like us also need to meditate? After Yu Mao finished speaking, he suddenly realized. Those martial monks have incredibly powerful wills, so that was the effect of meditation. Gao Yang looked at Yu Mao, and seeing him look over, he said, that's right. Meditation not only increases your will but also allows you to establish a connection with the weapon in your hand. Of course, this requires that you do not place your entire focus on the realm of will during meditation. Instead, you must set aside a portion of your focus and place it on the weapon in your hand. If conditions permit, it is best to find a weapon that is strong enough and can accompany you for a long time. Because, in essence, this is already close to the sword cultivators in our Chinese myths and legends. Sword cultivators only cultivate themselves and the sword in their hands. And there has always been the saying, as long as the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword perishes, the person perishes. But in reality, this is because if the sword used for meditation is destroyed, the sword cultivator can no longer channel their will through the sword to amplify their attacks. This leads to a significant drop in the sword cultivator's combat power, which in turn leads to them being killed by enemies. Over time, that widely circulated saying came to be. After listening carefully, Yu Mao said earnestly, Big brother, I have remembered it. Once the training here is over, I will go and forge a blade that is strong enough. Gao Yang waved his hand casually. Being able to listen was enough. As for how he did it or whether he did it at all, that was not his concern. Chapter 911 Gennard Big brother. Then, I will take my leave now. At the edge of the floating city, Yu Mao, his flesh and blood now full and robust, stood there and looked back at Gao Yang, speaking softly. Having gone through a full half-month of bitter training, he had gone from his initial confusion to his current firmness. His body had even undergone a cycle of being full, then withered, and then full again, while his mental will had likewise undergone a transformation akin to a baptism. Gao Yang stood with his hands behind his back and nodded slightly toward Yu Mao. Meditation requires persistent practice. If you give it up, you will never be able to walk this path again. In the end, Gao Yang did not let Yu Mao find a meditation method on his own. Instead, he took the meditation method he had once practiced and added his own understanding, along with the concepts of the eternal and dying meditation method he was currently practicing, to create a brand new meditation method that was extremely well suited for this path. Creating a meditation method might sound like a fantasy to others, but for someone like Gao Yang, who had practiced for a long time in Ausmage the origin of meditation methods and had read extensively on many such methods, combining his own experience and understanding to create a low-profile version of the meditation method he practiced himself was not difficult at all. The eternal and dying meditation method could not be practiced by Yu Mao. That meditation method was perfectly suited to Gao Yang. Even if Gao Yang taught it to Yu Mao, Yu Mao would never be able to get started, and forcing him to learn it would only be a waste of time. Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely persist on this path. Thank you. Yu Mao turned around, cupped his hands, and bowed 90 degrees to Gao Yang with great solemnity. Yu Mao knew clearly that there was not much of a friendship between him and Gao Yang, and this act of imparting knowledge by Gao Yang was almost equivalent to forcibly pulling him from a very ordinary extraordinary path onto a path that led to the heavens. As long as he firmly continues along this path, his future achievements will certainly not be low. Such kindness could be described as nothing less than a rebirth. However, Yu Mao knew even better in his heart that Gao Yang did not care about such things. What felt like a rebirth to him was perhaps, for Gao Yang, merely a whim, a casual act of convenience. But just because Gao Yang did not care did not mean that he could treat this matter lightly. If it were not for the fact that he knew Gao Yang had no intention of taking him as a disciple, Yu Mao would not be bowing now, but rather performing the full kowtow ceremony of a student to a master. Gao Yang nodded, looked toward the empty sky behind him, and said casually. Yu Mao straightened his body, an extraordinary willpower erupting from within him. He took one deep look at Gao Yang and Melifina standing in front of the Midge Tower, then turned and resolutely leaped off the floating city, falling rapidly toward the earth below. After Yu Mao jumped off the floating city, Melifina yawned, looked at Gao Yang with some curiosity, and asked, "Gao Yang, why didn't you take him as your disciple?" Over the past few days, Yu Mao had expressed his desire to become Gao Yang's disciple more than once. But Gao Yang had refused every time, and Milafina had seen it all. Gao Yang had spent quite a lot of effort to create this meditation technique. Gao Yang looked at her strangely and asked in return, "Why should I take him as a disciple? If you aren't going to take him as a disciple, then why did you put in so much effort?" Milafina was a bit confused. Gao Yang smiled and explained in a gentle voice, "Sometimes, one does not necessarily have to have a motive, just like this time. Yu Mao was able to risk his life to fly to the floating city, so I was willing to give him a chance. And for me, this opportunity was merely something I bestowed upon him with a wave of my hand. It cost me nothing and consumed nothing. But for Yu Mao, this is the reward for the brave. Do you understand now?" Milafina tilted her little head, her large eyes clear and bottomless. Upon hearing this, she nodded mechanically and said, "Oh, so that is how it is? I understand completely now." Gao Yang glanced at her but did not expose her, instead turning and walking toward the Midge Tower. After this small interlude, his cultivation had to continue. He had plenty of things to do. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the pinnacle of gladiators. The legendary death match continues in the magnificent, golden-hued giant arena. The Golden Wing Jin will continue to introduce the two gladiators of this battle to the millions of spectators present with his highly enthusiastic and infectious voice. In the waiting room on our left is the peak gladiator from the Earth plane, Gao Yang. In his past battles, two peak gladiators have already died by his blade, and one of those peak gladiators was ranked far higher than he is himself. He is the heavenly calamity, Gao Yang. Following Jin Wu's introduction, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience at the pinnacle of gladiators, loud enough to blow the roof off. Gao Yang sat quietly in the waiting room. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the fanatical faces in the opposite stands and the colorful slips of paper waving frantically in their hands. Those were the spectators who had bet their life savings on him. Yes, these spectators had all bought tickets on his victory. Of course, among these spectators, there were also some who sat calmly in their seats. They did not favor Gao Yang, but were instead looking at his opponent for the day. As for the opponent that the heavenly calamity Gao Yang must face, he is also a peak gladiator who has defeated two other peak gladiators, ranked 425th. He comes from the Oak plane of the Candelas Crystal Wall system. The peak gladiator. Gannard, please give your loudest cheers for these two gladiators. As Jin Wu's voice faded, a storm of fanaticism swept through the pinnacle of gladiators. Amidst the cheers of millions, two beams of light fell straight into the cage battlefield in the center. Gao Yang automatically blocked out the fanatical cheering of the audience and looked at his opponent for this battle. Opposite him stood a massive human, about 3 meters tall, with grayish-white skin and knotted muscles that carried the texture of rock. In his hand, he gripped a long spear that was a good bit longer than his own height. The shaft was nearly as thick as a bowl, and the blade shimmered with a cold light, looking extremely intimidating. While Gao Yang observed his opponent, Gannard was also carefully observing Gao Yang. Ever since the Pinnacle of Gladiators tournament began, he had spent almost every moment immersed in it, either fighting or watching the battles of other gladiators. And as for the battles of this human male before him, Gannard had watched them as well, and had even studied them repeatedly. But the more he studied, the more Gannard realized that in the previous battles, Gao Yang had not used his full strength. Even causing him to suffer an injury had been an extremely difficult task for his opponents. This was a truly despairing realization, but for Gannard, regardless of how powerful Gao Yang appeared, he had to use the war spear in his hand to completely defeat him. He had to become the king of this pinnacle of gladiators. He had to see the god of war. Only then would he and his homeland have a chance to escape their current predicament and be reborn. Chapter 912. The battle begins in the cage battlefield. Gannard shifted his war spear to his left hand and struck his chest heavily with his right fist. A dull thud reached Gao Yang's ears. "Oak plane, Gannard." Seeing this, Gao Yang folded his hands in front of his chest, left palm forward and right fist behind, and bowed slightly, saying, "Earth, Gao Yang." After speaking, Gao Yang lowered his hands and looked seriously at Gannard opposite him. From his perspective, The spine of the silent, grayish-white figure was not as straight as the war spear in his hand, but rather leaned slightly forward, his shoulders tense, as if he were carrying an unimaginable weight. This gave him an air of unwavering determination, and strands of willpower radiated from him, spreading into the surroundings. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had encountered such an opponent. If his guess was correct, this Ganard might be a player of the Savior of Light version of the comprehensive network, which meant that his birth was the result of his plane's dominance. This also meant that the opponent's plane seemed to be in the midst of a crisis. However, these thoughts merely flashed through Gao Yang's mind. In such a dire situation, for someone as powerful as Ganard to emerge, it stood to reason that the other party must already possess the ability to resolve the crisis in his homeland. Gao Yang did not wish to engage in excessive conversation with Ganard across from him. He only wanted to end this battle and wait for the next one to begin, ideally facing Yun Shengshan directly. But just because he did not want to converse did not mean that Ganard across from him felt the same. Gao Yang, I have watched your battles. Ganard's voice reached Gao Yang's ears, causing him to raise an eyebrow slightly. Seeing Gao Yang raise his brow, Ganard continued, in your previous battles, you did not seem to be fully satisfied. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang looked at Ganard with a bit more scrutiny. To be able to discern the details of his previous fights meant this person's strength was already quite extraordinary. He stared into the other man's eyes and spoke slowly. So, what is it you want to say? If I win, I will not kill you, Ganard said slowly. Before Gao Yang could speak, he continued, in exchange, if you win, how about you spare my life as well? Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such an opponent at the peak of gladiators. Previous opponents had all possessed absolute confidence in themselves, which was a trait of the strong. If one lacked confidence in oneself, how could one have made it this far? Previous opponents would never have uttered words that sounded like calculating defeat before victory was even decided before a fight had begun. It was easy to plant a seed of inferiority in one's own heart, which could lead to a series of disadvantageous thoughts during the battle. Of course, there was another possibility, that one possessed absolute confidence in their own strength while clearly recognizing the opponent's power. In a situation where the outcome was uncertain, making such an agreement was also possible, and Ganard's words made Gao Yang even more certain that the other party's version was definitely the Savior of Light. The other party's request was merely to ensure his own survival. He was not afraid of death, but rather needed to keep his life to do something more important. After a few moments of silence, Gao Yang simply said, in that case, you might as well just concede. I will agree to it. Unexpectedly, Ganard shook his head firmly, his tone as resolute as grinding stone. I will not concede, and my homeland does not allow me to do such a thing as conceding. I cannot see through your strength, but I also have absolute confidence in myself, and I need to see the God of War to request his help. Therefore, I must fight you. If I win, I move forward. If I lose, I ask that you spare my life. Then, holding such thoughts, can you still give it your all? Facing Gao Yang's question, Ganard replied without hesitation. I can resurrect 4 times, until my 4th resurrection. I will fight you with all my might. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, not expecting Ganard to reveal such secret information so directly. However, in just an instant, Gao Yang smiled. If that is the case, then come. Ganard did not speak. He had already felt Gao Yang's will. Clang! Suddenly, he kicked the end of his war spear, and violent power erupted from his body. The nearly 5-meter-long spear was swung by him, and wherever the spear passed, the space itself distorted slightly, which was enough to show the astonishing weight of this weapon. And the moment Ganard moved, the surrounding environment changed instantly. The audience disappeared, replaced by a desolate desert where twisted stone pillars of varying heights shot into the sky. Ganard swung the war spear in his hand, and the violent power erupted like a volcano. In just a split second, he appeared before Gao Yang, the war spear in his hand sweeping horizontally toward Gao Yang's head from right to left. Brilliant, almost pure white battle ore erupted from the spear blade, the blinding radiance making it almost impossible for Gao Yang to look directly at it. And after Ganard left, the stone pillar he had been standing on shattered instantly, falling toward the abyss of stone pillars below with a deafening roar. Facing this strike that could be described as heaven collapsing and earth shattering, Gao Yang curled his lips into a smile. The next instant, Yang Yao appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with his sword without mercy against the incoming spear. Clang! The war spear collided with the sword blade, and a violent shockwave spread in a cone shape from the right side of Gao Yang's body, breaking through layers of air waves and obliterating a massive, endless radial cone-shaped area of the stone pillar forest to his right, as the immense force surged into his body. Feeling the firm will and terrifying power contained in that spear strike, Gao Yang understood why Gannon could say such things. Seeing Gao Yang take his strike without changing his expression, Gannon let out a low growl, retracted his spear slightly, and then thrust it out violently. The speed of this thrust was astonishingly fast. The distance between him and Gao Yang was a full 10 meters. But by the time he completed the thrusting motion, the tip of the spear had already reached Gao Yang's heart. It was almost a hair's breadth away from piercing Gao Yang's heart directly, but that hair's breadth of distance felt like an impassable chasm. Layers upon layers of space shattered continuously in front of Gao Yang's chest. But that thin, hair-like distance prevented Gannon's spear tip from advancing even a fraction further. Gannon lowered his gaze, having missed the strike. He retracted the spear again and, like a viper flicking its tongue, jabbed toward Gao Yang's head. The speed of his change in tactics exceeded Gao Yang's speed of thought. Sword light flickered, and the spear tip pierced through Gao Yang's afterimage. As Gao Yang appeared 100 meters away, the greatsword in his hand had already slashed down fiercely toward Gannon. Chapter 913 Fierce Battle Clang. Sparks flew as the greatsword struck the shaft of the war spear. Gannon twisted the shaft, and Gao Yang immediately felt an irresistible, massive force transmitted from the sword. Gannon followed through with a horizontal sweep, the spear tip creating a piercing whistle as layers of sound waves turned into high-frequency vibrating air blades. Sweeping toward Gao Yang's head, Gao Yang leaned back slightly, holding Yang Yao vertically to block in front of him. As the spear blade grazed the edge of his sword and flashed past his eyes, the blade of Qi flew out, severing all the stone pillars within a 1,000-meter radius behind Gao Yang. His spear thrust missed once again, yet Gannon showed no emotional fluctuation. He dragged his war spear back, the shaft sliding against his palm like a nimble serpent, and with a strange, brutal precision, the spear had hooked toward Gao Yang's forehead. Gao Yang let out a low grunt, his power erupting as he slashed out with his sword. A brilliant radiance of will flashed across his eyes and vanished. The empowerment of his will made his sword edge unstoppable. Tyrant body slash. The overwhelming force of the incoming blow caught Gannon off guard, forcing his war spear to fly high into the air, while he himself stepped through the void, retreating repeatedly. After backing away 6 or 7 steps, Gannon finally came to a halt, standing firm on a stone pillar thousands of meters high, and looked toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang stood on a stone pillar as well, looking at Gannon opposite him. The previous exchange could only be considered a warm-up for both of them, however. Through this brief warm-up, Gao Yang had already judged that Gannon, who held the war spear before him, was the same type of existence as himself. If he himself was a sword cultivator, then the Gannon before him was a spear cultivator. He was deeply devoted to the spear, his spear techniques tempered through countless trials, and combined with his extremely high physical attributes, the combat power he could unleash was truly exaggerated. This discovery made Gao Yang's heart begin to beat faster. He never underestimated any opponent, but if everyone he encountered was as powerful as Gannon, then life would surely be much more exciting. Separated by no more than 20 meters, Gao Yang and Gannon locked eyes. Both were located 1,000 meters in the air, and the gale blowing through the stone forest played a harsh, violent overture of war. Gao Yang, let us fight to our heart's content. In the howling wind, a spark of brilliance ignited in Gannon's gray-brown eyes, which were as deep as a stagnant pool, and his war spear erupted with a spear glow that reached the heavens. Come! Gao Yang revealed a faint smile. He was in an excellent state. As the words fell, the two remained standing in place, not moving an inch. The gale howled, rolling up layers of air waves. The moment Gao Yang finished speaking, Gannon had already locked eyes with him, and with that single glance, he dragged Gao Yang into a battlefield of mind and will. On the gray-white rocky earth, Gannon stood holding his spear, while Gao Yang stood indifferently, holding his golden sword of will. The next instant, Ganon thrust his spear forward. The sharp spear glow instantly tore through the void, stabbing toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang slashed down with his sword. The radiance of his will became as if it were tangible, and while severing the spear glow, it continued toward Ganon opposite him without losing momentum. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy who proactively dragged him into a battlefield of will, which showed just how confident Ganon was in his own mental fortitude. Fortunately, Gao Yang was equally confident in his own will. There is no concept of time in the world of the mind. To the spectators in the arena, the moment Gao Yang finished saying come, they saw Ganon grunt as if struck by a heavy blow, taking a large step backward. In that very instant, Gao Yang had already stepped forward. The stone pillar beneath him shattered with a boom, and the terrifying power allowed him to appear before Ganon in an instant, raising his sword to hack down with full force. Since he already understood the path Ganon walked, Gao Yang knew clearly that the previous method of using sword techniques to drive sword chi had minimal effect on Ganon. In a battle against Ganon, only the collision of spear and sword was the most direct and effective. Calamity. Super heavy slash. The moment Ganon grunted, he held his war spear horizontally above his head. He knew clearly that since he had fallen into a disadvantage in the clash of wills, he had already lost the initiative in the real battle. If he could not withstand Gao Yang's attack now, the battle would end in a very short time. Clang, a harsh, explosive sound rang out. The bowl-thick spear shaft bent downward under the immense force, and the material of unknown origin warped, striking heavily against Ganon's shoulder. With this single strike, Ganon was deeply embedded into the stone pillar beneath him, disappearing from Gao Yang's field of vision, leaving only a human-shaped crater on the surface of the pillar top. There was no joy on Gao Yang's face. Although this strike was extremely heavy, Ganon's techniques for dispersing force were highly sophisticated. By allowing himself to be driven into the stone pillar, he not only dispersed a great deal of the impact but also concealed his figure. Gaining a moment to catch his breath, rumble, spear light erupted, and the 1,000-meter stone pillars in its path rapidly disintegrated. Gao Yang stepped back, and the spear tip, flashing with a cold glint, grazed past him. Ganon's figure was like a dragon, following the spear. Calamity, thunderbolt. A blinding streak of thunder sword chi reflected in Ganon's eyes, leaving nothing else in his vision but this piercing light. Ganon held the spear with one hand and twisted it, sweeping it out horizontally. The moment before it collided with the thunder sword chi, his other hand also gripped the shaft. This single movement caused the momentum of the sweeping spear to surge violently. With a whoosh, the spear blade swept away the thunder. Amidst the scattering sparks of lightning, the spear tip grazed past Gao Yang's chest, leaving a deep wound that spanned his torso. Through the cut, one could see his bright red organs beating violently, protected by his ribs. The sharp spear intent entered his body, only to be ground away by Gao Yang's will in an instant. He ignored the wound on his body, stepped forward once more, and slashed again. This level of injury was almost nothing to Gao Yang. Ganon's brows twitched for a moment, facing Gao Yang's slash. He was unwilling to take it head-on, because in the previous few exchanges, he had already learned that the weight carried by Gao Yang's slashes was something he could not block. With a thought, his body retreated to the side and back, his war spear as flexible as a snake, constantly vibrating against the blade of the greatsword Gao Yang was swinging down. This spear move grasped the essence of the spear, fears the shaking. The staff fears the point, amidst the violent vibrations. Although Gao Yang's hand holding the sword remained as steady as Mount Tai, a slight deviation still occurred. The sword chi grazed past him, carving a bottomless trench into the stone forest behind Ganon. With the sword strike missing, neither Gao Yang nor Ganon paused in the slightest, attacking again. Ganon exerted force through his arm and shook it violently. The war spear in his hand vibrated like water ripples, the tip swaying left and right like a nimble serpent. The next instant, the spear tip vanished from Gao Yang's perception. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed, a dense radiance of will erupting from his gaze. The moment he swung his sword, a majestic golden light burst forth from the blade. Natural disaster, realm of no darkness. If he could not see his opponent's attacks, then he would ensure his opponent could not see his either. The golden light expanded instantly. In that moment, whether it was his vision or his perception, Garnard was completely flooded by the endless golden brilliance. Amidst this blinding light, sharp sword chi came whizzing through the air. Facing the sword chi lunging from all directions, Garnard's body suddenly turned ethereal, his battle spear turning intangible along with him. A golden line slashed across Garnard's body, yet it caused him no harm whatsoever. At the same time, the spear tip, dancing like a wild spirit snake, pierced through Gao Yang's head. However, due to Garnard's ethereal state, this strike failed to injure Gao Yang. At the stage Gao Yang and his opponent had reached, the outcome of a battle was decided in a split second. Thus, unless necessary, no one would reveal any flaws in their defense. Garnard's ethereal state ended, and Gao Yang swung his sword once more. Violent sword chi and spear radiance intertwined, frantically destroying everything within the range of their clash. Even though the spectators at the peak of gladiators possessed an immersive perspective, the speed displayed by Gao Yang and his opponent was so terrifying that the vast majority of viewers who had not reached the legendary rank could not even track the trajectories of their strikes. In just a few short seconds, Gao Yang and Garnard clashed over 100 times. Gao Yang had attempted 8 times to break Garnard's stance and slay him with a single strike, but unfortunately, none succeeded. Likewise, Garnard had attempted 6 times to pierce Gao Yang with his spear blade, but each time, Gao Yang managed to evade. Within the stone forest, 2 figures, one golden and one gray, intertwined like lightning. Everywhere they passed, the world was turned upside down, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, man-made disaster, heart-piercer. Gao Yang thrust his sword at Garnard just as he finished his ethereal state. Instantly, streaks of sword chi appeared abruptly around Garnard, accompanied by Gao Yang's thrust. These suddenly manifested blades surged toward Garnard with the ferocity of 10,000 swords returning to their origin. I can't dodge this. Garnard's heart jolted. Sensing the sharpness within this strike, he decisively unleashed his power. The battle spear in his hand suddenly spun into a circle, and the space within that circle twisted rapidly, transforming into a vortex. The incoming golden sword chi was sucked one after another into this spear blade vortex. After neutralizing Gao Yang's strike, Garnard shook his spear, shattering all the sword chi absorbed into the vortex. He then gripped the spear with both hands, a heavy, rock-like radiance emerging in his gray-white eyes. He thrust his spear through space, stabbing toward Gao Yang. As the spear thrust out, a boundless sea of blood appeared behind Garnard. Within the blood sea, layers upon layers of skeletons let out resentful roars, whipping up 10,000-foot waves that crashed toward Gao Yang. This bloody aura made the hairs on the back of Gao Yang's neck stand on end. Facing this strike, he had no path of retreat, for retreat was to die. The sound of the battle spear tearing through space was even more piercing than the howling gale. Natural disaster, shattered domain, caw. The space in front of Gao Yang seemed to freeze, emitting crisp cracking sounds. The once ethereal and intangible space was now forcibly compressed into a steel plate. The battle spear, which had been piercing through space, slowed down abruptly upon entering the area affected by natural disaster, shattered domain, and spiderweb-like cracks began to spread from the spear tip. Noticing this, Garnard immediately retracted his spear, but unfortunately, it was this very moment that Gao Yang seized as an opening. Natural disaster. Star piercer. With a soft kai sound, a pitch-black sword mark spread rapidly toward Garnard. Everywhere it passed, space twisted, and then, like liquid, it began to ripple. Although Garnard had retracted his spear to block in advance, this strike still broke through his defense. The pitch-black sword chi grazed the spear handle and plunged into his chest. A burning sensation surfaced in Garnard's perception. His vision went black, and his consciousness was instantly swallowed. Voila! Garnard opened his eyes again to see Gao Yang standing 100 meters away with his sword in hand. Garnard wiped his chest with an expressionless face, and the gruesome wound vanished instantly. Having one of his resurrection chances wiped out by a single sword strike did not cause the slightest emotional fluctuation in him. On the contrary, his will became even more tenacious. Garnard was already accustomed to situations several times more desperate than this. This level of pressure was not difficult for him to accept. As the faint halo covering Garnard's body dissipated, the blood within him began to boil, and his rock-like will began to turn slowly, swift. Garnard let out a thunderous roar, and the battle spear in his hand thrust forward. The cone-shaped spear radiance grazed the top of Gao Yang's head in an instant, and a drop of blood slid down his forehead. Gao Yang's eyes remained calm, even though he had been a hair's breadth away from having his skull pierced. Chapter 914, Garnard's Request. Let's continue the fight. Gao Yang, Garnard roared, his voice sounding like boulders tumbling down, causing the void to rumble. At the same time, he leaped from the stone pillar. In less than a second, he had soared into the firmament. Then, he flipped his body in midair and dove toward Gao Yang on the ground, head first, at high speed. On a 1,000-meter stone pillar, Gao Yang felt a heavy pressure descending upon him. Looking up, it was as if a massive star, bathed in fire, was falling from the sky. It seemed far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already above his head. If Gao Yang had only felt a heavy weight on his shoulders before, now a truly tangible pressure was crushing down on him. It was the feeling of space, compressed into a bow shape, pressing onto his shoulders. Facing such a strike, dodging was almost impossible. Gao Yang tried to raise his arms, but wherever his arms passed, space emitted crackling bursts. This snail-like speed of movement was of no use in the current battle. Gao Yang only had time to cover his entire body with battle chi before the flaming star descended. After a brief silence, a massive roar erupted, and the shockwave mixed with flames spread frantically in all directions without restraint. If one were to look down at the Earth from a macro perspective, they would discover that the stone forest area where Gao Yang was located had been transformed into a supermassive crater. The area surrounding the deep pit consisted of gentle slopes, with dense, intricate gullies spreading out to the far distance. A vast number of stone pillars lay scattered across the ground in a radial pattern, shattered into countless fragments. Gao Yang stood at the bottom of the crater, his greatsword held above his head in a defensive stance, while streaks of bloody lacerations appeared across his body. It had to be said that this strike from Garnard was sufficiently powerful and sufficiently ruthless. However, the unfortunate point was that although the momentum was grand, the power was too dispersed. Had it been condensed several times over, it might have been enough to slay Gao Yang in a single blow, directly triggering his fate speed. A savage grin appeared on Gao Yang's face. He clenched his left fist, and a brilliant sword of wool manifested directly in his hand. Natural disaster, star piercer. A golden sword trail shot into the sky. Facing this lethal move, Garnard had no choice but to dodge. Taking advantage of the opening while Garnard evaded, Gao Yang appeared before him, and Yang Yao swung down toward Garnard's neck once more. This strike was exceptionally vicious. Goosebumps rose on the skin of Garnard's neck, as he clearly sensed the bone-chilling killing intent. The war spear vibrated. Garnard let go of the spear with one hand, raised his arm to strike the shaft with all his might, and simultaneously bent his waist and lowered his head, with a screeching sound. The blade grazed the edge of the spear, knocking the weapon away. Garnard reached out, caught the end of the flying war spear, and his left hand followed up to grip the middle of the shaft. Following that, he twisted his waist and flipped his body. The war spear struck out like a viper flicking its tongue, suddenly thrusting toward Gao Yang's head. It was a stunning returning horse spear technique. Gao Yang tilted his head slightly, letting the spear blade slice across his cheek, while he swung his greatsword forward with all his strength. Garnard felt intense pain throughout his body. The recoil of the spear shaft struck his chest and abdomen, causing him to lose his balance entirely and crash heavily into the shattered earth, kicking up a sky full of debris. Bone-chilling coldness flooded his senses once again. Garnard slammed his palm into the ground, and the already fractured earth was instantly detonated. A massive amount of dust and rubble exploded outward, engulfing him within it. Amidst the billowing dust, a point of cold light suddenly thrust out, heading straight for Gao Yang's chest and abdomen. The speed of this strike was astonishing, even with Gao Yang's reaction time. He was still a beat too slow. Fuchi. As the spear blade entered his body, Gao Yang did not even frown. He turned and swung his sword backward. Garnard had appeared behind Gao Yang at some unknown moment. He gripped his war spear and danced it into a blur, with countless spearheads enveloping Gao Yang's body. Clang, clang, clang. A continuous series of explosions erupted within the dust. Garnard had gone completely mad, unleashing various exquisite spear techniques. attacking frantically with the determination to slay Gao Yang right here. Spear and sword clashed. After hundreds of exchanges, the flesh on the arm Gao Yang used to hold his sword was covered in lacerations. Conversely, Garnard, because his weapon was a long spear, did not suffer much of the shock. Natural disaster, world destroy. Gao Yang's expression was calm as he delivered a straightforward vertical slash toward Garnard. An arc of sword energy slashed toward Garnard. At first, Garnard did not pay it much mind, but when he saw the space crack behind the sword energy that refused to heal for a long time, alarm bells rang in his heart. Dawn. Garnard let out a low shout. With a rhythmic pull and thrust of his war spear, he slammed it into the world destroyer sword energy Gao Yang had unleashed. As the spear thrust out, a dazzling light erupted from the blade. In an instant, everything within several hundred meters of the two combatants melted away in silence. The arc of sword energy slashed into the dazzling light, tearing through it layer by layer, and struck firmly toward Garnard. Clang! The spear blade swept horizontally, shattering the sword energy while gathering the dazzling light fragments to thrust at Gao Yang. Puchi! The moment the long spear thrust out, the spear radiance composed of light had already pierced through Gao Yang's chest. With his chest run through, Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest. He countered with a human calamity, Heart Eater. Dense, murderous sword energy erupted from within Garnard's body, piercing his torso until it looked like a sieve. Yet, Garnard acted as if he felt nothing, thrusting his war spear toward Gao Yang's head. Another flash of spear radiance. Gao Yang jerked his head to the side, and the spear blade grazed his neck, nearly severing half of it. The flesh at the wound regenerated at an incredible speed. Gao Yang did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and swung his sword down once more. The sword energy flashed and vanished. A 3-meter-wide lightning orb instantly enveloped Garnard, and destructive sword energy erupted within it. After that strike, Gao Yang did not pause for even a second. A golden sword shadow shot from his eyes, sinking directly into the center of Garnard's brow. Hit by the natural disaster, will sword. Even with Garnard's indomitable willpower, he experienced a momentary lapse in focus. Natural disaster, spatial torrent. He swung his sword 3 times in succession. The 3 strikes instantly split into hundreds, then thousands, engulfing the entire space where Garnard stood within the range of the slashes in a violent display. Clang, clang, clang. Strike after strike landed on the spear blade or shaft. In his dazed state, Garnard actually relied on his body's instincts to parry Gao Yang's attacks, but the strikes were far too dense. Garnard was dazed for only a brief moment, and by the time he regained his senses, he realized his second resurrection had already been used. And Gao Yang's greatsword, now glowing a scorching red, had pierced directly through his heart. Garnard still wanted to raise his spear to fight, but when his gaze fell upon his weapon, his movement stalled. The once indestructible war spear now had a curled blade, and the shaft was covered in nicks from the strikes, as if it would snap on the spot if it endured one more blow. This discovery filled Garnard with a sense of despondency. He had lost. He had lost so thoroughly there was nothing left to say. He hadn't even managed to inflict a fatal wound on Gao Yang, while he himself had already resurrected twice. And even the weapon that had accompanied him for so long was nearing destruction in this battle. To continue fighting would be nothing more than futility. Garnard lowered his war spear, looked at Gao Yang, who was within arm's reach, and said calmly, "I have lost." Gao Yang sheathed his sword cleanly and decisively. Standing opposite Garnard, he replied, "I accept it." Garnard once again clenched his right fist and struck his chest, bowing solemnly toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang accepted the gesture with composure. Garnard straightened his back. Yet in Gao Yang's eyes, it seemed as though his posture leaned forward even more heavily than before. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and said casually, "Goodbye." With that, he turned and walked toward the golden pillar of light descending behind him. The battle had ended, and Garnard had conceded. As the victor of this match, he was naturally entitled to return to the waiting room. Just then, as Garnard watched Gao Yang's retreating figure, the hesitation in his eyes turned into resolve. He blurted out, "Lord Gao Yang, could I ask you for a favor?" Gao Yang stopped in his tracks, turning his head to look at Garnard with a strange glint in his eyes. Perhaps sensing Gao Yang's gaze, Garnard continued, "It is not a free favor. I will pay you for your services. My service fees are very high. Gao Yang's voice rang out. Gannard paused for a moment before saying, I possess information regarding to legendary attribute fruits, each capable of increasing one's legendary physique and legendary strength by 1 point respectively. Is this payment sufficient? Gao Yang shook his head slightly and replied, whether it is sufficient or not depends on what your request is. Seeing this, Gannard took the initiative to send a friend request to Gao Yang. Lord Gao Yang, let us at each other as friends. I will discuss the details with you further. Once you have heard me out, if you feel it is not suitable, then we shall act as if nothing ever happened. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment before accepting Gannard's friend request. Gannard let out a sigh of relief. Gao Yang had defeated him, meaning his journey at the pinnacle of gladiators had come to an end. From another perspective, Gao Yang was the most powerful legendary professional he had been able to come into contact with thus far, and able to reach the god of war for assistance. Inviting such a powerful legendary figure was his final option. Gao Yang glanced at his friend list, turned around, and continued walking back, saying as he went, the Multiverse Trading Center, the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. I will wait for you there. Gannard nodded vigorously. Only when Gao Yang disappeared from the cage battlefield did he slowly exhale the stagnant air trapped in his chest. The light and shadows shifted, and Gannard returned to the cage battlefield, where the previously vanished audience reappeared before his eyes. However, this time, he was not facing enthusiastic spectators, but rather angry gamblers waving slips of paper in their hands, their mouths filled with foul language. Gannard's expression remained unchanged as he turned and walked into the golden pillar of light behind him. Compared to the survival of his home plane, the insults of these people were not even worth mentioning. Everything he did now was for the sake of saving his homeland. Beyond that, he had no other desires. A moment later, Gannard arrived at the Multiverse Trading Center, standing before the towering skyscraper of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. A gnome attendant saw Gannard and stepped forward to greet him, bowing slightly as he asked, Are you Gannard? I am, Gannard replied, sizing up the gnome attendant before nodding in confirmation. Having received Gannard's affirmative answer, the gnome attendant immediately said, Lord Gao Yang is already waiting for you. Please follow me. With that, he took the lead, guiding Gannard as they walked slowly into the Chamber of Commerce building. Beep, beep, beep. President, Lord Gao Yang, Mr. Gannard has arrived. The gnome attendant's voice sounded from outside the door. Gao Yang and Giuliano exchanged a glance. The latter smiled, stood up, and took his leave. Lord Gao Yang, I have matters to attend to, so I will not disturb you and your friend. After speaking, Giuliano pushed open the door, nodded to Gannard in greeting, and then left the private meeting room with the gnome attendant. Gannard walked into the meeting room and sat down opposite Gao Yang. Gao Yang spoke first to tell me, what exactly is this request, and how will the payment be handled? Gannard paused for a moment, then looked at Gao Yang and said, My homeland is called the Oak Plain. It was once an incredibly beautiful world, but unfortunately, 100 years ago, it ceased to be so. A true form of an evil god descended upon my home. It began to recklessly suck the life out of everything in the plain, and all living beings are gradually perishing under this consumption. At this point, Gannard carefully glanced at Gao Yang before continuing, Lord Gao Yang, my request is to invite you to join me in driving this evil god out of my homeland. After hearing Gannard's request, Gao Yang finally understood why Gannard carried such a heavy air about him. To have emerged from a plane being drained by an evil god and to have achieved the legendary rank, such perseverance and luck were far beyond that of an ordinary person. Yet, even so, Gannard remained helpless regarding the situation in his homeland. In terms of status, an evil god has a certain gap compared to a true deity, but for mortals, this gap remains an insurmountable chasm. This gap is difficult to bridge through sheer numbers, without special means. An ordinary legendary professional can only watch helplessly in the face of an evil god's consumption. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and looked at Gannard, saying, An evil god, that is an extremely difficult entity to deal with. Upon hearing this, Gannard felt no disappointment. Instead, a glimmer of hope emerged. Gao Yang had said extremely difficult to deal with rather than impossible to deal with, which meant that Gao Yang possessed a way to handle an evil god. Tell me about the payment. As far as I know, what you mentioned earlier was only information regarding to legendary attribute fruits. Is that correct? Gannard did not deny it. Facing Gao Yang's gaze, he said honestly, yes, I possess information on those 2 legendary attribute fruits. Those 2 fruits have not yet fully ripened, and they are guarded by 2 legendary level magical beasts. Because my homeland needed me, and because the fruits were not yet ripe, I did not take action to kill those 2 beasts, leaving them to continue guarding the fruits. If the time comes, I will personally slay those 2 beasts and deliver the legendary attribute fruits into your hands myself. How much longer until those 2 fruits are fully ripe? Gao Yang looked at Gannard, asking the question on his mind. If there were still 8 or 10 years left, then for him, accepting Gannard's commission would not be a matter of immediate necessity. If it were only 3 or 5 months, then making the trip would not be out of the question. After all, he possessed relatively rich experience when it came to battling evil gods, and he had even personally slain 2 true deities with his own hands. With Yang Yao present, there was no need to worry about being unable to harm an evil god. As long as one could inflict damage upon an evil god, it meant that victory was achievable. Gannard replied quickly, there are less than 2 natural months left. Lord Gao Yang, you can rest assured. 2 months, how? Gao Yang lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then asked again, if even with your strength you cannot resolve it, I imagine that evil god is not weak. How much do you know about this evil god? Chapter 915, Unique Specialty, Soul Resonance. Gannard looked at Gao Yang and said meticulously, the Church of Gloom calls that evil god the Lord of Gloom. The Church of Gloom is a sect formed by those who worship that evil god. In reality, the evil god does not care about this so-called Church of Gloom at all. He simply clings to the surface of the plane, greedily sucking away the plane's energy. But if the believers of the Church of Gloom please him, he is not stingy about bestowing blessings. The Lord of Gloom, is it? Gao Yang repeated after hearing this. That is correct, the Lord of Gloom. The believers of the Church of Gloom experience a significant increase in strength at night under the illumination of the moon. So I judge that the authority involved with this Lord of Gloom is related to darkness and moonlight. Darkness and moonlight. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, a vague idea already forming in his mind. He looked at Gannard opposite him and asked again, have you tried to engage that Lord of Gloom in battle? I have tried. More than once. But you surely know the result. My full force attacks could only cause minor injuries to the Lord of Gloom. I was completely unable to deplete his origin. Gannard said with some helplessness. Gao Yang nodded, indicating he understood. If one could not damage an evil god's origin, it was effectively the same as causing no harm at all. However, the fact that this evil god could be injured by Gannard, regardless of the price paid, already indicated the lower limit of his strength. Following that, Gao Yang inquired in detail about the situation of Gannard's home plane. Upon confirming that Gannard was indeed the strongest individual in the Yao plane, he stopped asking further questions. He looked at Gannard and said slowly, I accept this matter. Gannard's heart skipped a beat. He looked sharply at Gao Yang, and his cold expression showed a hint of loosening. Lord Gao Yang, shall we set off now? Gao Yang glanced at him with disdain, shook his head, and said, I need some time to prepare. Do you expect me to go to your home plane with nothing, just to stare at that evil god? Gannard's facial muscles twitched a few times. Realizing he had been too impatient, he sat back down and said earnestly, it is I who was too excited. Then, Lord Gao Yang, when do you think it would be appropriate to set off? Please do not misunderstand. It is just that in my home, people are dying directly or indirectly at the hands of the evil god every single moment. So, I want to drive that evil god out of my home as soon as possible. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, pondered for a few seconds, and said, wait for my notification. I will set off in half a month at the latest. Hearing Gao Yang's reply, Gannard felt a sense of relief in his heart. Half a month was a time frame he could accept. If Gao Yang had insisted on waiting until the legendary attribute fruit matured, that would have been too long. With his mind preoccupied, Gannard stood up after receiving the answer and said to Gao Yang, Lord Gao Yang, then, I will not disturb you further. I will send you the coordinates of my home later. Gao Yang nodded. Seeing this, Gannard's body dissipated right before his eyes. Clearly having returned to his home plane, after Gannard left, Gao Yang also stood up, exchanged greetings with Giuliano, and then withdrew his consciousness. As his consciousness returned to his body, Gao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, slowly opened his eyes. Trading an evil god for 2 legendary attribute points was not a bad deal for Gao Yang, especially after hearing that the evil god's range of authority was related to darkness and moonlight. He felt even more confident. It seems I must return to Oberon as soon as possible. Thinking this, Gao Yang stood up and walked out of the Mage Tower. He had just reached the training grounds and had not yet sat down when a Multiverse Network notification appeared before his eyes. Gao Yang glanced at it casually, his body paused, and then joy appeared on his face. Multiverse Network notification, unique specialty. Soul resonance has been successfully condensed. Accompanying the condensation of the unique specialty soul resonance, a buzzing sound suddenly emerged in Gao Yang's ears. The buzzing sound drifted further and further away, and in this instant, all things in the world were rapidly moving away from him. A sense of weightlessness appeared in Gao Yang's perception. He opened his eyes and found that he had arrived under a pitch-black night sky. It was a very strange feeling. Although everything before his eyes was pitch black, he could accurately distinguish that he was under a dark night sky. Suddenly, on the equally dark ground, a point of light caught Gao Yang's attention. It was a small tree with pure white roots and leaves emitting a hazy halo. A white flower bud hung on a branch, weighing it down heavily. The moment he saw that flower bud, Gao Yang naturally understood what it was. It was the unique specialty he was about to obtain, soul resonance. The flower bud trembled slightly, and wisps of soul fluctuations were transmitted out. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment, then reached out his hand. A faint golden light spread from his fingertips and quickly connected to the stem of the flower bud. Seemingly sensing Gao Yang's willpower, the pure white flower bud began to tremble, and wisps of willpower were rapidly absorbed by it. As it continuously absorbed Gao Yang's willpower, golden patterns appeared on both the pure white stem and the interior of the flower bud. Supported by the golden willpower, the white flower bud trembled more and more violently, and the tightly closed petals began to separate from one another. Gao Yang simply maintained the action of channeling his willpower, watching that flower bud continuously bloom. At the very moment the last petal bloomed, golden and white light intertwined and erupted from the flower, with specks of starlight circling around it, shimmering before Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang looked at the flower before him, a trace of wonder appearing in his eyes. The blooming process was extremely brief, perhaps lasting only a few seconds. Petals began to wither one by one, and soon the fully blossomed flower of the soul vanished, replaced by a fruit the size of a longan. Shimmering with intertwined gold and white, Gao Yang stepped forward, plucked the fruit, and placed it into his mouth. The texture was warm and smooth, carrying a delicate fragrance that made his soul tremble. As he swallowed the soul fruit, a new Multiverse Network notification appeared. Multiverse Network notification. You have obtained the unique feat, soul resonance. The soul fruit entered his body and rapidly transformed into a warm current that surged into Gao Yang's will and soul. In an instant, Gao Yang's soul and his greatsword of will began to grow. When that warm current finally dissipated, Gao Yang couldn't help but let out a burp, even experiencing the illusion that he had overeaten. It was an illusion caused by his body reacting to the rapid and massive growth of his soul and will. Through the memories of Hugo Qingyan, Gao Yang knew that this was a soul amplification granted to anyone who obtained the unique feat of soul resonance. He sat cross-legged and waited for a moment, gradually adapting to his soul and will after their explosive growth. Thanks to his long-term meditation, although the total volume of his will had increased significantly, it remained well within his control. After confirming that his body was fine, Gao Yang opened the Multiverse Network panel and looked at the newly acquired unique feat. Soul Resonance Unique Feat 1. Soul. The soul and will achieve perfect unity. Soul power and willpower can be converted into each other. When encountering checks related to the soul or will, the check will be based on the sum of the owner's soul and will attributes. 2. Resonance. Your control over soul and will is increased by 35%. And your abilities related to soul and will are amplified by 35%. 3. Soul Nourishment. Upon obtaining this unique feat, You will receive a one-time increase in your total soul capacity based on the degree to which the soul bud was nurtured. Looking at the 3 effects of soul resonance, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth lifted involuntarily. Aside from the first and second effects, the third effect alone was already precious enough. The third effect might not be a particularly powerful boost for those whose soul and will powers were not strong to begin with, but for an existence like Gao Yang, it was a massive leap forward. He clearly remembered that when he was feeding the soul bud, it had only been forced to bloom after it had eaten until it could eat no more. This meant that the increase in his total soul capacity had absolutely reached the growth cap of this unique feat. While this was only a one-time boost for Gao Yang, the greater benefits still lay in the first and second effects. Whether it was soul or resonance, the amplification for him was extremely significant. In Gao Yang's understanding, the correct interpretation of the soul effect should be heart and spirit, meaning the soul and the will. The effect was exactly as described. After mastering the unique feat of soul resonance, he could achieve mutual conversion between soul power and will power. Soul power could be added to his will, and the reverse was equally possible. This effectively raised the upper limits of his soul and will power to a degree that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. This was not only reflected in attack and defense methods related to the soul and will, but it was equally effective when undergoing checks. If the soul effect was not yet obvious enough, then the resonance effect was straightforward. A 35% increase in both control and power was, for Gao Yang, an epic level enhancement. Of course, in terms of control, Gao Yang did not lack it due to his meditation, but he would never turn down an increase in the power of his soul and will. After all, willpower was one of Gao Yang's most important means of attack and defense. A 35% increase in willpower was almost equivalent to an overall combat power increase of more than 20%. This was the terrifying effect of a unique feat. There was no such thing as a useless unique feat, only those that were not compatible. More importantly, the unique feat's soul resonance also linked with immortal will. Because of the growth of his soul and will, the effects of immortal will were also enhanced. Immortal will unique feat. Click to view details. The effects of immortal will have been comprehensively improved. With its current effects combined with the amplification from soul resonance, Gao Yang was now basically immune to all control effects related to the soul and will. Furthermore, his tyrant body / could now almost be permanently maintained. This point was very helpful for Gao Yang's combat. Closing the Multiverse Network panel, Gao Yang slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and then began his daily meditation practice. Chapter 916 Conversation with the Goddess Mo. Gao Yang, are we going back to the immortal wasteland again? Inside the Midge Tower, Melifina lay on the edge of her cat bed, looking down at Gao Yang, speaking with a hint of excitement. Clearly, Melifina was very happy about being able to return to the immortal wasteland. Gao Yang nodded and explained, "Yes, there are some things I need to take care of back in the immortal wasteland, which is why I came to ask if you wanted to go back together." "Of course I want to go back together. I haven't seen Lisa for a month already." Melifina immediately stated her position. While she spoke of missing Lisa, in reality, what Melifina missed more were the various delicious dried fish Lisa prepared for her, as well as the highly professional grooming services in the immortal city. Taking care of her fur usually took a lot of effort, although she enjoyed the process of having her fur groomed. Doing the same thing too many times inevitably led to some weariness. Therefore, Melifina decided that professional matters should be left to the professionals. Since Melifina agreed to return together, Gao Yang said no more. He beckoned to her, turned around, and walked outside. Seeing this, Melifina leaped out of her cat bed, stowed it away midair, and landed lightly on Gao Yang's shoulder with an extremely elegant movement. Melifina rubbed against Gao Yang's cheek and asked, "Meow, Gao Yang, are we leaving now?" "We are leaving now. Once we reach Eberron, if the negotiations go well, we will have to head to the next plane," Gao Yang replied, stroking her fluffy little head. "Go into the next plane? What for?" Gao Yang lowered his hand and joked, "To save the world, of course, Meow." Melifina tilted her head and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang laughed heartily, offered no further explanation, and stepped out of the Midge Tower. Shortly after, the floating city erupted with a slight ripple of magical power and quickly vanished from the sky above Earth. Because the fat-headed Kun was still in a deep slumber, Gao Yang did not wake him to have him swallow the floating city. Instead, he piloted the floating city himself, heading toward the interstellar transit station, Edifice. After only a day and a half, the interstellar transit station, as massive as an asteroid, appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Upon seeing the floating city arrive, a small spacecraft quickly flew out from the transit station and sped toward the location of the floating city. As a symbol of power and status, anyone who saw the floating city would instinctively show it the respect it was due, and the interstellar transit station was no exception. After a brief explanation of his intentions, the staff on the spacecraft led the way, guiding Gao Yang to park the floating city on an incredibly vast plaza. Gao Yang jumped down from the floating city with Melifina and walked directly toward the nearest transit line. As for the floating city, it hovered there quietly, wrapped in a deep blue magical shield that filled every entity that noticed it with apprehension. In particular, two diamond golems stood on the surface of the floating city. No one would be bold enough to harbor designs on a floating city, even if its master was not currently on board. Gao Yang was well aware of this. Without his control as the master, any creature approaching the floating city would be met with merciless strikes. So, he left with peace of mind. The teleportation process remained uncomfortable, but fortunately, only one jump was required. By evening, the teleportation ray in the side hall of the Immortal Temple began to glow. When the light faded, Gao Yang and Melifina stepped out. Before they had even walked out of the hall, Lisa appeared at the entrance, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Lisa's eyes were fixed firmly on Gao Yang, and a beautiful, radiant smile bloomed on her face. "Why are you back so suddenly? You didn't even give me a heads up," Gao Yang said softly. "It was a sudden matter, so I was in a bit of a rush." Hearing this, the smile on Lisa's face faded, and she asked with concern, "Is it serious? Do you need me to come along?" Gao Yang walked to her side, naturally wrapped his arm around her waist, and said casually, "Don't worry. It's a good thing." "Meow, Lisa, when are we going for another grooming session?" Melifina jumped from Gao Yang's shoulder to Lisa's, asking affectionately. Lisa smiled and replied, "Tomorrow afternoon. We'll go together. I've prepared several new flavors of dried fish and snacks for you. Do you want to try them?" Melifina immediately perked up, jumped off Lisa's shoulder impatiently, and flew toward the kitchen, familiar with the route. Gao Yang and Lisa exchanged a look, smiled at each other, and walked toward the bedchamber. Late at night, Lisa, her face flushed, lay on Gao Yang's chest. Looking at his face with alluring, watery eyes, she asked softly, "Since you returned in such a hurry this time, what exactly is the matter?" Gao Yang gently stroked Lisa's smooth back, staring at the dim ceiling, and said slowly, "I need to contact the two goddesses. There is something they will both be interested in that I need to tell them." After speaking, he looked down at Lisa and asked, "You should have told the goddesses about the Eberron Supreme Council long ago, right?" Lisa nodded gently. "I told them a long time ago. This matter is even more important than that. They will not refuse." Gao Yang paused, looked at Lisa, and continued, "I will secure more grace for you, and I will also secure more blessings for the entire Immortal Church. The current Immortal Church has too few legendary tier combatants." Lisa listened silently and nodded obediently. For the current Lisa, Gao Yang was the top priority. Even the entire Immortal Church, or even her faith in the goddesses, was not enough to shake Gao Yang's position in her heart. In the dead of night, Lisa had once asked herself if her faith in the goddesses had ever wavered, and if she had to choose between the goddesses and Gao Yang on a scale, what would she do? The answer she arrived at made Lisa clearly realize the weight of Gao Yang in her heart. She knew perfectly well that compared to the goddesses far away in the Divine Kingdom, the master of the strong body pressed against her was her greatest reliance in this life. Beyond that, everything else was vanity, let alone contacting the goddesses. Even if she were asked to completely abandon the immortal wasteland and the Immortal Church right now, Lisa would not hesitate much. The next day, at dusk, as the sun and moon alternated, Gao Yang stood in the Immortal Temple before two massive statues of the goddesses that nearly touched the ceiling. Lisa, dressed in her bishop's robes and holding her quasi-artifact staff, stood in the center beneath the two statues. the heavy immortal doctrine hovering in front of her out of thin air. As Lisa chanted the doctrine, a low, hoarse, yet firm voice began to echo through the temple. When Lisa's chanting reached its peak, a majestic and grand aura descended with a boom. Feeling that majestic, sacred, and inviolable aura, Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest. Compared to how he felt during the first divine descent, the current Gao Yang was able to face the descent of the two deities' wills without batting an eye. Having personally slain gods with his own hands, the descent of the wills of merely two deities was not enough to cause even a ripple in his emotions. He looked up at the stone statues of the two goddesses. The statues, which had originally been devoid of any life, began to take on a vivid quality in their stone features as the divine wills descended. Gao Yang could feel the gazes of the statues fixed upon him, one filled with scrutiny, the other with praise. The one scrutinizing was naturally the goddess of elves and moonlight, while the praise came from Lilith, the spider goddess. Feeling the gazes of the two goddesses, Gao Yang raised his head and met their eyes without a hint of fear. At the same time, wisps of red aura began to slowly diffuse from him as the center. Among them was the lingering aura of the gods he had once slain. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Gao Yang, both the spider goddess and the goddess of elves and moonlight felt their stone statues tremble slightly, and even their aura of sacred majesty receded by a few degrees. A charming, husky, and gender-neutral voice echoed through the sanctuary, devoid of any emotion characteristic of a living being. Lurston, what is it? Gao Yang turned his head slightly to look at the goddess of elves and moonlight and spoke calmly. Lisa is my woman. His meaning was simple. Lisa was his woman, and therefore she should enjoy a status equal to his own. As a god slayer, he was in some sense not inferior to a deity, and thus, even a god needed to show the corresponding respect. At the same time, this was an important link for the subsequent conversation to proceed. If he could not even achieve this, then there was no need for this elf goddess to know about the benefits hidden within. The great hall fell into an eerie silence. Just then, the statue of the spider goddess spoke. She first glanced at Gao Yang before turning her head to look at the elf goddess, who was her equal, and said, Moonlight, Lisa is my most important emissary. In a sense, she represents me. The goddess of elves and moonlight, having been rebuffed by both a man and a god, fell silent. The spider goddess smiled silently, then looked at Gao Yang and asked, Gao Yang, you contacted us both at the same time. Is there something you wish to say? As she spoke, the spider goddess stared at Gao Yang's face, a trace of regret surfacing in her heart. Long ago, she had bestowed a holy emblem upon Gao Yang, hoping that he would offer his faith to her. Regrettably, Gao Yang had not done so. Gao Yang was unaware of the spider goddess's internal thoughts. He looked up at the stone statues of the two deities and said, Have the two goddesses heard of the Lord of Gloom? That is an evil god whose true form has appeared in the material plane and is constantly draining the world. An evil god. Its true form has appeared in the material plane. A trace of fluctuation finally appeared in the spider goddess's voice, and even the silent goddess of elves and moonlight could not help but cast her gaze over. She looked at Gao Yang and retorted, So, what does this have to do with us? Could it be that this evil god has appeared in the immortal wasteland? Gao Yang shook his head slowly and continued, I wish to invite the two goddesses to hunt this evil god with me. An evil god? The question from the goddess of elves and moonlight already indicated her attitude. Gao Yang stopped speaking, merely meeting the elf goddess's gaze with a calm expression. Being stared at by Gao Yang with such an indifferent gaze, the elf goddess raised an eyebrow, feeling that her majesty had been offended. However, at the thought of the massive amount of faith currently being contributed by the immortal wasteland, as well as Gao Yang's record of slaying gods, she forcibly suppressed the thoughts surging in her mind and fell silent once more. The spider goddess felt secretly pleased. But in this situation facing a mortal, she still had to give the other party the face they were due. Gao Yang, an evil god does not seem worth this much effort from you. Is there something special about this evil god? Gao Yang mentioned casually. The authority of the Lord of Gloom involves darkness and moonlight. If the two goddesses are unwilling, then I shall resolve it myself. Having said that, Gao Yang turned to leave. It was merely an evil god. He was fully capable of resolving it alone. What he was doing now was nothing more than outsourcing this evil god to these two goddesses. On one hand, it would save him some trouble, and on the other, it was naturally to secure more divine gifts for the immortal church. Such gifts were useless to him, but for those in the immortal wasteland like Sophia and Grey Kui who had yet to break through to the legendary rank. The effects were indeed significant. Gao Yang had not taken 2 steps when a slightly urgent voice came from behind him. Wait, chapter 917. Each taking what they need. Gao Yang turned around and saw a phantom figure shrouded in black light stepping down from the stone statue. In the short distance of 2 steps, she shrank from the height of the statue, which was over 20 meters, to only about 3 meters, and her illusory body quickly solidified. The spider goddess stepped down from the statue and came before Gao Yang, looking directly into his eyes, and spoke again. You said the authority that evil god involves is darkness and moonlight. That is the information I have received. Gao Yang looked up slightly at the spider goddess before him. In her manifested state of will, the spider goddess's figure was no different from a human's, but her height of 3 meters, combined with her illicit body proportions, made her look extremely imposing and carried a hint of eroticism. Even Gao Yang, who did not crave female beauty, could not help but feel a flash of admiration in his heart. The spider goddess before him was a perfect femme fatale capable of inciting the primal desires of life, not a whit inferior to the goddess of pleasure. Unfortunately, such a beauty was not something an ordinary person could enjoy. In fact, for an ordinary person, even seeing this side of the spider goddess was almost a pipe dream. The true form of an evil god is not easy to deal with. The spider goddess leaned down slightly, moving close to Gao Yang's ear, her magnetic voice entering his ears. Do you have the confidence to slay it? What came into view was a dazzling expanse of white, smooth skin. Between 2 snow-white peaks lay a bottomless valley. Faced with such scenery, Gao Yang did not shy away from admiring it for several moments before turning his head slightly to look at the spider goddess's face, which was inches away, and said with a faint smile, even for gods of weak divine power, to have already died by my sword. After saying this, Yang Yao appeared in Gao Yang's palm at some unknown moment, and a trace of lethal sword intent slowly emerged. The spider goddess subconsciously raised her body, a hint of imperceptible wariness flashing in the depths of her eyes. From the sword in Gao Yang's hand, she sensed an aura that was almost identical to her own. It was the aura of a god, a divine artifact, or something else. A question surfaced in the spider goddess's consciousness. Even with her vast knowledge, she had never imagined that such a thing as an alien god could exist. Or rather, in the current multiverse, only Muradin, the god of the dwarves, knew of the existence of Yang Yao, this alien god, because this was a miracle that could not be replicated, completed only through the combined efforts of 4 dwarven grandmaster blacksmiths and Gao Yang, the wielder of the sword. Even if they were to repeat the process, the 4 dwarven grandmaster blacksmiths had no confidence that they could forge such a divine artifact again. Yang Yao flashed and vanished. Gao Yang took 2 steps back, allowing the spider goddess and the stone statue of the elf goddess further away to appear fully in his field of vision. Alright, now that we have reached this point, are the 2 goddesses interested in the authority stolen by that evil god? A hazy moonlight emerged, and the elf goddess, dressed in moon-white gauze, stepped out from her stone statue. She walked to the side of the spider goddess, and the gaze she directed at Gao Yang no longer held a shred of indifference. Instead, she looked at him as one would look at an equal. She lowered her head slightly to look at Gao Yang and said without reservation, "Of course we are interested. So, what do we need to pay?" Gao Yang pointed at Lisa and said, "Naturally, it is to make your immortal church even stronger. The current immortal church only has Lisa as a legend. Don't the 2 goddesses feel that this number is insufficient to better spread your glory? Oh, given the size of the immortal wasteland, 1 legend should be enough, right?" A faint smile appeared on the elf goddess's delicate and beautiful face. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He was already growing impatient with this elf goddess's argumentative personality. He looked at the spider goddess and said calmly, "It won't be enough very soon." A smile also appeared on the spider goddess's face. She naturally understood the meaning behind Gao Yang's words long ago, and at the same time, she held absolute confidence in his ability to accomplish that task. In fact, When Lisa had passed this news to her, she had already begun to strengthen the power of the Dro. Now, whether it was Sophia or Greykui, their strength had already reached the limit of the transcendent. They only needed 1 or 2 more blessings to attempt a breakthrough to the legend rank. Moreover, for her, there was an even greater benefit. The faith in the territories conquered later could be enjoyed by her alone. In other words, with this opportunity, she could take the chance to readjust the distribution ratio of faith between her and the elves. Previously it was 6-4, later it might be 8-2, or even 9-1. No matter the case, it was extremely beneficial for the spider goddess. Thinking of this, the spider goddess's gaze toward Gao Yang became increasingly gentle and satisfied. She felt even more gratified by Lisa's earlier decision to bind Gao Yang to the Dro faction. The elf goddess watched the spider goddess's reaction and immediately realized that she was hiding something from her. But she did not ask right now because she knew that even if she asked, the other party would not say. To know the secrets within, she would need to obtain them through the elves who worshipped her. Gao Yang stood with his hands behind his back and said to the spider goddess, "Within the next year, increase the number of legends in the Immortal Church to 5. This is my requirement." "Of course, that is no problem, Gao Yang. You really know how to look out for us." The spider goddess narrowed her peach blossom eyes, which shimmered with a pink luster, and said with a smile, "The greatest beneficiaries of the Immortal Church's increased strength were still the 2 of them, the goddesses. It was just that increasing the strength of the believers now would require consuming a bit more of their divine power. However, the current investment was for a greater return later. So she naturally had no reason to refuse." Gao Yang looked at the elf goddess, who also did not hesitate, nodding as she said, "No problem. I will complete what I need to do according to the established ratio." Her meaning was simple. The ratio of Dro to elf faith was 6-4. So she only needed to complete the promotion of 2 legends, while the remaining 3 could be left to the spider goddess. The smile on the spider goddess's face grew even wider. She had long anticipated the elf goddess's choice. For her, this news was still good news. It might seem like the elf goddess was paying less now, but in the near future, she would regret today's decision immensely. "Then it is settled. When I slay that evil god, you two just need to take back the authority of darkness and moonlight that the other party stole." "Darkness belongs to me," the spider goddess said. "I am the moonlight." The elf and moonlight goddess spoke in unison. Gao Yang looked up at the 2 goddesses before him and said straightforwardly, "Give me the tokens, and there will be results very soon." Chapter 918, Oak Plain. Dark seawater lapped against the beach. In the mud, which emitted a foul, rotting stench. Kinks and seashells were greedily breathing in the air that carried a cold, gloomy scent. A large foot suddenly stomped down on a blue-black shelled crab the size of a palm. The latter waved its to close frantically, its remaining legs struggling continuously, churning the surrounding beach into a pool of sludge as a fishy, foul odor wafted up. The large foot was covered in dense wounds, some new and some old, showing that the owner of this foot did not have an easy life. This was a nameless harbor on the Oak Plain, and also the most remote corner of the Oak Plains continent. Only in such a place were there no followers of the cult of gloom, who acted like lunatics, coming to preach. A half-grown boy grabbed the shelled crab, which had already buried most of its body in the mud, and skillfully tossed it into the bamboo basket hanging at his waist. Afterward, without the slightest pause, he continued to search for new food. The boy's movements were very fast. After staying on the beach for less than 10 minutes, the bamboo basket at his waist was already filled with various kinds of seafood. Although there was still plenty of seafood on the beach, the young boy felt no attachment to it. He turned and dashed toward the dense forest not far away, as if something terrible would happen if he lingered on the shore any longer. Just as the boy rushed into the forest, a massive hole suddenly tore open in the gloomy sky. Warm sunlight poured through the opening, illuminating the dark sea and causing the boy, who was about to vanish into the woods, to stop in his tracks. He turned around instinctively, looking back at the dark sea behind him. A beam of sunlight, like a sharp sword, pierced through the thick clouds and struck the surface of the water. The orange yellow light caused the boy, who had not seen the sun in years, to squint involuntarily. This level of sunlight only appeared for a few hours each month when the Church of Gloom revealed its divine miracles. Confusion filled the boy's eyes. He stared blankly at the warm light, his feet moving unconsciously toward where the sun shone. Splash. The waves washed over his feet. The salty seawater touched his and healed delicate wounds, causing the boy to snap back to reality instantly. He stopped moving, refusing to go any further. He stood at the boundary between the dense forest and the beach, watching the sunlight shining on the sand before him. He was not sure if this was a trap set by the Church of Gloom. He dared not gamble, for if he lost, he would no longer be himself. Being able to feel the warmth of the sun while standing here was already enough. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. Through a gap in the tree branches, he looked up at the hole in the sky. His eyes filled with a terror so intense it was almost suffocating. A city, flying in the sky. Realizing what he was seeing, the boy's body trembled, no longer caring about the warmth within his reach. He turned and carefully retreated into the dense forest behind him. Gao Yang stood on the floating city, looking down at the continent and the ocean below. He was all too familiar with the cold, gloomy feeling that permeated this world. At the same time, he could faintly sense a feeling of sorrow. Gao Yang had felt this emotion before. It was the plain consciousness of this world, a sense of grief and helplessness born from being unable to resist as an evil god sucked and devoured the plane's energy for so long. Under the influence of this emotion, the creatures of this plane would involuntarily become pessimistic and desperate, even causing the suicide rate to rise slightly. Neo, it seems this world is indeed in a dire situation. Melifina crouched on Gao Yang's shoulder, craning her neck to look down. Indeed, that is why we are here. Gao Yang reached out a finger to scratch her chin, this time to be safe. He had spent a full 10 days driving the floating city directly to the Oak Plain, all to ensure nothing went wrong. He wanted to kill the evil god. He wanted the legendary attribute fruits. And the authority of the evil god was something he absolutely had to hold in his hands. Withdrawing his gaze, Gao Yang shifted his focus. The massive floating city suddenly erupted with a surge of magical fluctuations and sped toward the continent. Gannon had made it very clear. The living beings of the Oak Plain had already dwindled by a full 80%. The remaining rock people were all huddled in the northwest corner of the continent, relying on the Odo mountain range to resist the invasion of the Church of Gloom. In fact, if it were not for the desperate resistance of Ganon and the 2 remaining legendary rock people, the Odo mountain range would have been breached by the Church of Gloom long ago. Of course, the focus of the Church of Gloom was not actually on these remaining rock people, but on constantly performing bloody sacrifices and creating new followers to please the Lord of Gloom. As the floating city charged into the continent, Gao Yang looked down at everything below with cold eyes. The vast land had lost its former vitality. Abandoned buildings could be seen everywhere, telling the story of the civilization's past prosperity. However, the white bones scattered in the corners of the buildings silently articulated the damage brought by the evil god. After flying for half a day, a continuous mountain range appeared on the land. The thousands of meters high mountain walls, rising at a 90-degree angle like sheer cliffs, acted as the thickest of city walls, shielding the last of the Oak Plains humans from the frenzied Church of Gloom. At the summit of the mountain, Ganon sat cross-legged on a giant rock, his war spear planted vertically beside him. When he saw the approaching floating city, a trace of shock and envy appeared in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He stood up, grasped his war spear, and soared into the sky. Outside the floating city, Ganon forced a smile and said, "Lord Gao Yang, thank you for your hard work on the journey." The corner of Gao Yang's eye twitched slightly. Looking at the smile forced out by the usually stern Ganon, he sighed softly. If not for the sake of saving his homeland, he would never have done this. There is no need for that, Ganon. Since I have given you my word, I will do what must be done. Gao Yang waved his hand, and the magic shield vanished. He looked at Ganon and asked, "What should we do next? Where is that evil god?" Ganon landed in front of Gao Yang, returning to his stern expression. According to past experience, the Lord of Gloom usually descends when the Church of Gloom holds grand sacrifices, or appears when it senses a massive loss of life. Therefore, as long as we strike together and slaughter a large number of the Church's followers, the Lord of Gloom will reveal himself. A very reasonable approach. Gao Yang nodded and then said, "Then let us set off." Does the Church of Gloom not have more than a dozen legendaries? Ganad was stunned, not quite understanding Gao Yang's meaning. Thinking that Gao Yang wanted to avoid those legendaries, he said, "Yes, those legendaries are usually in the core cathedral of the Church of Gloom. We only need to avoid that place." Gao Yang paused and corrected him. "That is exactly where we are going. The deaths of those legendaries will be more likely to draw the attention of the Lord of Gloom. But there are too many of those legendaries. Although 3 of them are weaker than me, they could hold me off if they join forces," Ganad warned hurriedly. "Rest assured, leave them to me." Gao Yang waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Ganad added, "Then please wait a moment, Lord Gao Yang. I will go and call my other 2 legendary companions. An extra person means an extra chance of victory." Gao Yang glanced at him, understood what Ganad meant, and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ganad leaped from the floating city and sped toward the mountain range below. A moment later, 2 rockmen similar in size to Ganad flew alongside him toward the floating city. After landing on the floating city, they bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Lord Gao Yang." Gao Yang looked at Ganad and said, "No problem, then let's set off. You lead the way." Ganad identified the direction and pointed toward the center of the continent. Subsequently, the floating city erupted with a surge of magical fluctuations and sped toward the center of the continent. Chapter 919. The Lord of Gloom 2-in-1. Standing on the floating city, Ganad and the other 2 legendary rockmen looked at the territory of the Church of Gloom flashing past beneath them with complex expressions. If only we had a floating city like this, perhaps the Lord of Gloom would have been driven out of our homeland long ago. One of the legendary rockmen sighed. There was a massive scar across his cheek, which made him look somewhat ferocious. Who can say otherwise? It is a pity that the cost of building a floating city is too high, and we are not spellcasters. The other legendary rockman took up the conversation, then looked at Ganad and transmitted his voice telepathically. "Lord Ganad, how did you manage to persuade such a powerful legendary spellcaster like Lord Gao Yang to come to our homeland?" Ganard's eyes flickered, and he replied directly, "Lord Gao Yang is not a spellcaster. This floating city is merely a trophy he obtained not long ago. As for how I persuaded Lord Gao Yang, you need not concern yourselves with that. After driving the Lord of Gloom out of our plane, there will be many things that require you to preside over and handle." Having said this, he paused before continuing, "Therefore, you must survive the great battle that will break out later." The 2 legendary rockmen standing behind him nodded silently upon hearing this. The speed of the floating city was immense, so fast that the believers of the Church of Gloom on the ground only had time to notice it before it vanished from sight, leaving them unable to take any action. Under the extreme speed of the floating city, Gao Yang and his party charged all the way to the holy court of the Church of Gloom with a near violent momentum. With the arrival of the floating city, pillars of black light shot up from the city below, instantly transforming into a dark canopy that blocked the path of the floating city. Seeing the dark canopy blocking their way, Ganad and his 2 companions clearly showed a hint of caution. "Lord Gao Yang, we will do our utmost to hold back 8 of them later." Ganad held his war spear, and an aura as heavy as a mountain emanated from his body. The 2 legendary rockmen behind Ganad also drew their weapons, their expressions resolute, clearly prepared for a fight to the death. "Meow, are you all under some kind of misunderstanding?" Melafina stood on Gao Yang's shoulder and, seeing the 3 of them acting as if they were facing a great enemy, said arrogantly, "It's just a dozen or so legends. They can be dealt with easily, right Gao Yang?" Gao Yang smiled helplessly, and the eternal radiance automatically appeared in his hand as he said, "Since you've said so, if I can't cut them down in one strike, wouldn't that make our queen lose face?" As he spoke, he took a step off the floating city with Melafina. Seeing this, Ganad and the others hurriedly moved to follow them, but a thick magical shield stood before the 3 of them, blocking their path, and they could only stand at the edge of the floating city, watching Gao Yang walk toward the legends of the Church of Gloom. Melafina's entire body bloomed with golden light, facing the dark canopy pressing down from the front. She was not in the least bit panicked, but instead let out an arrogant laugh. "Ha! Gao Yang is going for it." Gao Yang nodded gently, and then he felt his battle chi and strength begin to grow rapidly under Melafina's auxiliary ability. Gao Yang took a step forward, and it was as if he were shedding his skin. One body remained in place, and then he took another step, and another body was pulled out. After 3 steps, 3 identical Gao Yangs appeared before everyone's eyes. Gannard looked at the 3 identical Gao Yangs, and he couldn't help but gasp. Feeling no more resentment for having conceded defeat earlier, the 3 Gao Yangs simultaneously raised the eternal radiance in their hands and, without a word, swung their swords down. Calamity, spatial frenzy. As the 3 swords swung down simultaneously, even though there were only 3 strikes, at that very moment, the space where the strikes landed seemed like a 1,000-layer cake being pulled apart from both sides. One identical strike after another detached from the original 3, transforming into a torrential flow of sword chi that slashed toward the dark canopy opposite. You seek death. A roar of anger resounded through the heavens from within the dark canopy. Subsequently, the dark canopy surged, and giant black fists that blotted out the sky and sun slammed toward Gao Yang. Wherever the giant fists passed, space twisted, and the momentum was astonishing. On the floating city, Gannard and his companions looked at the giant fists blotting out the sky and were horrified. They had never seen the legends of the Church of Gloom join forces to unleash an attack of this magnitude before. If the Church of Gloom had used such methods in previous battles, they likely would not have been able to hold on. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Facing the surging torrent of sword chi, the giant black fists did not provide even a shred of resistance before being completely severed by the incoming strikes. Immediately afterward, countless streams of sword chi crashed into the dark canopy, and for a time, the sharp sound of sword humming echoed through the clouds. When the sword humming subsided, the dark canopy had been slashed into pieces, and Gannard and his companions saw broken bodies falling powerlessly from the tattered canopy. With the keen eyesight of Gannard and the others, they could clearly see the faces of those broken bodies. 1, 23, 14. Lord Gannard, it seems the legends of the Church of Gloom have been completely wiped out. One of the legendary rockmen's voices trembled. He found it truly hard to believe that the legends of the Church of Gloom, who had almost completely exterminated their rockmen, had been wiped out in a single strike just like that. Is this the strength of that lord? Another legendary rockman had a brilliant gleam erupt in his eyes. Looking fanatically at Gao Yang's back ahead, Gannard was equally astonished, and at the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of his own overestimation of his abilities. He had previously foolishly believed that he could fight Gao Yang to a draw. Now it seemed that everything was merely his own conceit. In reality, although Gao Yang did not use his full strength during his battle with Gannard, it was not by a margin that exceeded too much. As for being able to perform like this now, the most critical factor was Milafina's assistance. If one were to say that without Milafina's assistance, Gao Yang's combat power was 100, then after receiving her aid, his combat power soared to at least 160 or 70. It might seem like an increase of less than double, but what if Gannard's combat power was only 70? This meant that with Milafina's assistance, Gao Yang's combat power was more than double that of Gannard. Well done. Milafina flew in front of Gao Yang and excitedly extended her small cat paw. Seeing this, Gao Yang extended his left hand to bump against hers, saying with a slight smile, "It is all thanks to the assistance of our queen." Milafina, who was in high spirits, immediately held her head high and puffed out her chest, saying proudly, "That goes without saying." After saying this, she looked at Gao Yang, coughed, and added, "However, your performance was also quite good, Gao Yang." Gao Yang chuckled. Then the smile on his face faded, and he expanded his perception. A few seconds later, he raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. All the legends have been killed, yet that evil god hasn't made the slightest move. Could it be that I haven't killed enough? As his voice fell, Gao Yang took another step forward. Battle chi as scorching as the sun, and the 9 heavens wild thunder erupted from his body, instantly transforming into a purgatory of thunder and fire, enveloping the entire city below. Subsequently, a sword tip breathed in thunder and fire broke through the purgatory, slowly falling toward the city below. Looking at the purgatory of thunder and fire that seemed to have no end, and the sword tip that was as large as 1/10 of the city, Gannard and the others felt their thoughts nearly freeze. They looked at each other, and all saw incomprehension in the eyes of the others. It was as if they were saying, "We are all legends. Why is this person so outrageous?" The great sword of thunder and fire fell from the purgatory, crashing into the city below and sinking deep into the earth. The next instant, a shockwave of violent thunder and fire sword energy swept out in a ring in all directions, erasing everything in its path. After one strike, the entire city was wiped out. As for the dark believers and the various altars used for blood sacrifices within, they were all destroyed. Gannard and the others were once again shocked by Gao Yang's methods. To be honest, if they were in Gao Yang's position, even if they possessed the ability to destroy everything below, they probably would not have been as decisive as him. And as the legends and the holy court of the dark sect were destroyed by Gao Yang, a black moon suddenly broke through the layers of clouds and appeared in the sky above Gao Yang's head. Immediately following, a dark light as thick as water erupted from the black moon, and wherever it passed, everything was pulled into the night. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the black moon hanging high in the firmament. In the center of the black moon, a figure appeared clearly in his sight. It was a humanoid entity, but it possessed four highly irregular arms. A pale exoskeleton covered the surface of its body, making it appear both pale and cruel. Omni Network prompt warning. Due to your related actions, you have been observed by the trickster of dark theft, the Dark Moon Demon God, the Lord of Darkness. Omni Network prompt warning. The trickster of dark theft, the Dark Moon Demon God, the Lord of Darkness has descended. Omni Network prompt extremely harsh environment alert. Due to the influence of the Lord of Darkness's abilities, the surrounding environment has changed. All life within this area will be regarded as enemies by him and will suffer a continuous fear check with a 30 penalty to sanity checks. Related spell effects requiring sanity checks are considered to have obtained initial harsh check conditions. Omni Network prompt. The domain power of the Lord of Darkness causes your comprehensive attributes to temporarily decrease by 20%. Your movement speed to increase by 100%, and your reaction ability to decrease significantly. You need to undergo a physique check every second. If the check fails, your speed increases by 10%. Omni Network prompt. The God Slayer title is in effect. Your resistance to related divine arts come 1. Omni Network prompt. Detected exotic divine power rules. Eternal Radiance Divine Might Hunting is in effect. You have exempted the domain power of the Lord of Darkness. You have gained the hunting divinity buff. The initial damage you deal to other gods cannot be weakened. As the dark light bloomed, a series of Omni Network prompts appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at the prompts with some surprise. This was the first time he had encountered a domain that could increase an opponent's speed. Moreover, it was a direct doubling of speed. However, the next instant, Gao Yang understood the reason for this domain effect of the Lord of Darkness. He saw that the falling black moon radiance remained condensed in space, like sharp thorns, moving chaotically through this area. In such an environment, even moving required caution. If one were accelerated while their reaction ability was greatly reduced, it would be almost impossible to avoid these thorns of the black moon. Needless to say, being pierced by these thorns would be extremely painful. However, these had no effect on Gao Yang. The scorching sun battle chi burned on his body's surface, and the nearby black moon thorns were melted before they could even get close. He looked up at the Lord of Darkness within the black moon, and the 7 pitch black eyeballs densely packed on the entity's head were also staring at Gao Yang at the same time. As their gazes met, Gao Yang only felt circles of dark moons emerging in his field of vision. That hazy moonlight felt like the gentlest embrace, making one unable to help but want to immerse themselves in it and never wake up again. From the perspective of Gannett and the others, the moment Gao Yang looked up, the Lord of Gloom had already vanished from the black moon. Instead, it appeared silently behind Gao Yang, its hand gripping a series of black moon spikes to form a massive, oversized spear. Immediately after the spear was formed, it thrust down toward Gao Yang's head. A subtle ripple appeared in space. Just as the spear was about to pierce the back of Gao Yang's head, he tilted his skull, effortlessly dodging the strike. A trace of confusion flickered in the eyes of the Lord of Gloom, but it quickly turned into astonishment. While evading the attack, Gao Yang had already twisted his body and swung his sword down in one fluid motion. An arm protruded from the abdomen of the Lord of Gloom. its palm cradling a dark moon. Strands of black silk emanated from this moon, causing the surrounding space to slightly collapse and distort. It pushed the dark moon toward the descending Yao, intending to use it to block the sword's edge. However, the falling Yao did not waver in the slightest. It cut through all the converging black silk threads like a hot knife through butter and struck the dark moon directly. The space behind the Lord of Gloom vibrated violently. Amidst this intense tremor, numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the dark moon in its hand, followed by a crisp crack as it suddenly shattered like a phantom. The moment Yao shattered the dark moon, it swung again toward the neck of the Lord of Gloom. Under the infusion of the rules of destruction and slaughter, a hissing, dark red sword aura bloomed at the tip of Yao. The pupils of the Lord of Gloom constricted. Its body seemed to reverse through time, suddenly reappearing 100 meters above Gao Yang. It looked down at Gao Yang, who had swung at empty air, and suddenly spoke, "Blasphemer, why do you stand against me?" Gao Yang straightened his body, revealing a savage grin. He did not answer, instead unleashing a heavy slash through the air toward the Lord of Gloom. He had never disdained to engage in verbal sparring with his enemies. Compared to trading insults, he preferred to see his enemies decapitated. When that time came, he might offer a response to their wide-eyed, lifeless heads. Chapter 920. Devouring and Dismembering. Seeing that Gao Yang remained silent and continued to strike relentlessly, murderous intent surged and erupted from the consciousness of the Lord of Gloom. A withered, massive hand growing from the back of its neck was raised high. The space within its loosely gripped palm twisted rapidly, and the radiance of the dark moon quickly gathered into a sphere. Holding the black orb, it felt as if it held the lifeblood of this world. The black orb bloomed with dark light, and a ring of pitch-black shockwaves instantly collided with Gao Yang's charging body. With a soft sound, a massive, overwhelming gravity slammed down onto Gao Yang's body. The sudden, terrifying gravity caused Gao Yang's forward momentum to stutter before he could adapt. A black moon spike had already pierced through his chest. As the spike entered his body, Gao Yang felt as if his pain receptors had been amplified countless times. Intense agony instantly swept through his entire body. His heart contracted uncontrollably, and his veins bulged. This intense pain undoubtedly amplified his hesitation once more. By the time Gao Yang reacted, he was already lying deep within the shattered earth, buried by rubble. "Niao Gao Yang, are you all right?" Melifina's voice rang in his ears. Gao Yang was about to reply, but his expression suddenly changed. Without a moment's hesitation, lightning flickered, and he vanished from the spot with Melifina. Thud! The very next instant after Gao Yang left, a violent gravitational shockwave slammed into the area. Debris flew everywhere, and the earth was instantly disintegrated by the gravity. If Gao Yang had remained in place, his body would surely have been crushed by this force. Arcs of electricity flickered as Gao Yang appeared in midair. He looked up at the Lord of Gloom beneath the dark moon, his eyes calm. The abilities of the Lord of Gloom did not involve the will or soul. The previous judgment was a purely violent assault on his senses. Even though Gao Yang believed his tolerance for pain was extremely high, the excruciating agony caused by the black moon spike, which exceeded the human threshold, had still acted as a forced control effect for an instant. In their brief exchange, the ability system displayed by the Lord of Gloom was not complex, merely gravity, darkness, and moonlight. Yet, the performance of these three systems in actual combat was astonishing. This was the first time Gao Yang had encountered an existence where three systems were fused and mastered so thoroughly. Its difficulty was far beyond that of the evil god, the Lord of Pale, whom he had encountered previously. Of course, Gao Yang did not believe he would lose. He stepped onto a black moon spike, his intense radiance of will forcibly anchoring the spike beneath his feet as the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. "Blasphemer, do you wish to continue?" The Lord of Gloom looked down at Gao Yang from on high. The dark moon behind it had projected endless darkness, making its strange, deformed body appear even more towering. A heavy pressure accompanied the moonlight, weighing down on Gao Yang's shoulders. Facing the questioning of the Lord of Gloom, Gao Yang's response was a pitch-black sword mark that soared into the sky. "Calamity. Star-piercer. So do divine language. Arrogant." The Lord of Gloom roared. The pitch-black moon behind its had erupted with rings of black shockwaves, causing the surrounding space to tremble crazily. The pitch-black sword mark instantly pierced through the black shockwaves intended to surround the Lord of Gloom. Slicing past its side, a black gash appeared on its flank, the wound glowing a golden red and hissing. While the surrounding flesh began to melt rapidly, the Lord of Gloom let out a low growl. The hand growing from its chest aimed at the wound, and with extreme decisiveness, it prepared to slice off the piece of flesh connected to the injury. At that very moment, a searing, agonizing pain unlike anything it had ever felt swept through its consciousness. Clear pain and sluggishness appeared in the eyes of the Lord of Gloom. By the time it shook off the burning agony that felt as if it were igniting its consciousness and soul, Gao Yang had already appeared before it. A blinding, sun-like golden radiance bloomed from the greatsword in his hands. Calamity, realm of no darkness. Gao Yang let out a low shout. His radiance of will flowed like water, pouring into this single strike, accompanied by his physical strength and reaction speed. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted, as if a sun had been born right there. The dense and overbearing radiance dispelled every trace of darkness within sight, even swallowing the dark moon that hung high in the firmament. Following a massive, resonant hum, an endless stream of golden sword energy condensed into one, forming a tangible, colossal golden sword that slashed down toward the Lord of Gloom. The Lord of Gloom felt its entire body stinging intensely under the golden light, and its form even began to show signs of melting. Covering its melting face with one hand, it twisted the three arms on the right side of its torso into a single, thick limb, grabbed the dark moon behind its head, and ferociously smashed it forward. After a deafening sound that echoed across half of the outplane, the space where Gao Yang and the Lord of Gloom stood shattered like glass struck by a giant hammer, turning into translucent debris that dissolved and healed in rapid succession. A violent shockwave swept out, causing even the floating city in the distance to tremble violently. The three individuals standing at the edge of the floating city, including Gannett, were forced to retreat several steps against their will. Is this a battle between two gods? A legendary powerhouse of the Rockman race asked, his voice trembling as he forcibly steadied his footing. Gannett wore a complex expression, his heart racing with excitement, for he knew that his homeland, the Oak Plain, was saved. Drip, drip. Pitch-black liquid, like melting wax, dripped down the body of the Lord of Gloom. It kept one hand over its face, its scarlet eyes staring fixedly at Gao Yang, not far away through the gaps between its fingers. The power revealed in that last sword strike had made it feel an indescribable threat. It was a feeling akin to the sun rising and the moon being forced to retreat and hide. It was an absolute collision between authorities. And in such a collision, the authority it wielded was completely countered by the mortal before it. Ridiculous. The Lord of Gloom let out a low roar, and the dark moon that had been forced to fade reappeared in the sky, casting an even denser radiance down upon the mottled space. Bathed in the light of the dark moon, the melting of the Lord of Gloom's body slowed, and then, as if time were flowing backward, it began to heal rapidly. Seeing this, Gao Yang lowered his eyelids. After taking a deep breath, a golden sword aura pierced out from the tip of the eternal radiant sword. Human calamity, swallow returns. The sword aura appeared, and in the next instant, it ignored all obstacles, manifesting directly before the Lord of Gloom. The next moment, the golden sun bloomed once again in front of the Lord of Gloom. Mortal. The Lord of Gloom bellowed, its entire body transforming into the light of the dark moon as it shot toward the dark moon hidden in the sky. For it, such a battle was completely unnecessary. If it won, it could not gain even a shred of benefit, and if it lost, it would lose everything. Moreover, the mortal before it possessed immense combat power and was a perfect counter to its nature. Therefore, when faced with Gao Yang's second, nearly relentless natural disaster, world without darkness, the Lord of Gloom chose to flee the battlefield. As an evil god, it was never known for its direct combat prowess. Compared to the ability to devour planes and destroy worlds, evil gods were not famous for head-on fighting. Blinding golden light exploded before its eyes, and wisps of tassel-like shadows were stripped from the body of the Lord of Gloom. Feeling all of this, the Lord of Gloom roared internally. Yet, it had no intention of turning back to continue the fight. As long as it could escape the battlefield, it could simply find a corner to hide in, and the mortal before it would never be able to find it. 100 or 1,000 years later, When the mortal behind it had turned to dust, it would still be an existence standing at the pinnacle of the multiverse. Gao Yang did not know the Lord of Gloom's intentions. And even if he did, he would only sneer. Trying to use a war of attrition to outlast him was perhaps a bit too naive. His natural lifespan, after 2 upgrades following his ascension to legend and the massive nourishment from the aberration core, had undergone a qualitative change. When he first broke through to the legendary rank, his lifespan was just over 3,000 years, but now, his lifespan had tripled, nearing 10,000 years. Furthermore, Gao Yang was certain of one thing. As his strength continued to grow and as he continued to practice the 9 profound art and the eternal undying meditation, he would gradually reach a state of immortality. By that time, lifespan would have no meaning to him. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was to survive. A flash of killing intent crossed Gao Yang's eyes. Before the swallow returns could even take effect, he slashed out another human calamity. Swallow returns. His body, following the sword of will, appeared once again before the Lord of Gloom, blocking its path to the dark moon. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck down with another natural disaster. World without darkness. Blasphemer. Looking at Gao Yang, who had suddenly appeared before it, madness surged in the eyes of the Lord of Gloom. Its consciousness churned, realizing that if it could not shake off this blasphemer, then its subsequent plan to hide would surely fail. A sound like the surging of ocean tides erupted from its body. Its original height of several dozen meters expanded abruptly, growing to 1,000 meters in just an instant. The chest and abdomen of the Lord of Gloom opened, and a dark moon with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters suddenly burst forth from within. The surging radiance of the dark moon swept out like a giant wave, crashing against Gao Yang's body. Yet it could not shake him in the slightest. The moment the dark moon appeared, it carried an indescribable, terrifying momentum and unparalleled, crushing weight as it bore down on Gao Yang. Wherever the dark moon passed, space rapidly twisted and collapsed, finally exploding into debris. Facing this cataclysm, Gao Yang remained completely unmoved. The great sword he swung not trembling in the slightest. The blinding golden light and the all-consuming gloom collided with a roar. The world fell silent for a moment, followed immediately by a heart-shaking explosion. Before the blast could reach him, Gao Yang's body seemed to rewind, flickering twice until he had already left the center of the explosion. As for the Lord of Gloom, it was swallowed whole by the violent detonation. After a full 5 seconds, a gigantic figure charged out from the explosion. Its body, originally nearly 1,000 meters tall, was now less than half its size. Thick, black liquid poured down incessantly, and large patches of dark, necrotic flesh sloughed off. The Lord of Gloom, having charged out of the explosion, felt the searing, intense pain burning through its body and consciousness, and its flight speed increased by a notch. Suddenly, its gaze sharpened as it looked up at the sky. Unknown to it, a bright, clear moon had appeared in the pitch-black sky. Its own dark moon seemed as dim as a mere star beside this radiant orb. At the same time, darkness as thick as ink surged forth, silently and soundlessly enveloping the Lord of Gloom. Without a doubt, this was Gao Yang activating the tokens of the 2 goddesses, causing the spider goddess and the elf goddess to descend with their wills. After descending, the moment they perceived the state of the battlefield, they made the most correct choice, to forcibly restrain the Lord of Gloom in place. A scarlet light flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. The next instant, braving the violent shockwaves, he appeared above the Lord of Gloom. A dark red scroll, surging with heaven-piercing killing intent, emerged from his chest and wrapped around the Yang Yao sword at lightning speed. Simultaneously, as Gao Yang's intent flickered, the black and white sword chi pillar at the Arctic Xuanwu position on the immortal execution sword map shook violently. It transformed into a black and white sword chi that covered the heavens and earth, instantly crossing space and time to merge into Yang Yao. The originally crimson gold Yang Yao greatsword was instantly covered by the intertwined colors of yin and yang. Immortal execution sword, annihilation. Gao Yang let out a low shout, and Yang Yao slashed down. As the annihilation sword strike descended, the world suddenly turned gray and white. A cold, deathly silence instantly descended upon the consciousness of the Lord of Gloom, shrouding it entirely. A flickering sword light filled the vision of the Lord of Gloom. In that instant, The Lord of Gloom's thoughts of resisting or fleeing vanished completely with the appearance of that flickering sword light. With a soft sound, a sword mark appeared across the center of the Lord of Gloom's body. Immediately following, the killing sword chi, surging with heaven-piercing intent, swept through its body. Crack! Amidst the crisp sound of a consciousness shattering, the Lord of Gloom's consciousness jolted awake, sensing its consciousness beginning to fragment with no possibility of healing. Intense unwillingness surged within the Lord of Gloom's mind. It did not understand. It was a god. So why was it being slain by a mortal? Naturally, it would never know, and Gao Yang would not explain to it the terrifying nature of true damage. As the consciousness of the Lord of Gloom began to shatter, the authority it had stolen also began to loosen. It was at this moment that the descended spider goddess and elf goddess made their move. Thick darkness covered the body of the Lord of Gloom, and the bright moon above the firmament began to devour the dark moon. The darkness belongs to me. I am the bright moon. Dissatisfied thoughts surfaced in Gao Yang's perception, and then the darkness and the moonlight above the firmament quickly faded away. In this short span of time, the spider goddess and elf goddess had completed the inheritance of the authority. As for why it was so fast, it was naturally because they already held such authority. The authority plundered from the Lord of Gloom was merely an increase in the share of the authority they already possessed. Since both were of the same origin, there was naturally no difficulty. This is also the most cruel aspect of the divine system. Authority is everything to a god. The more complete the authority held, the stronger the god's divine power, divine office, and divinity will be, and the stronger their power manifestation will be. This is also the origin of the divine power system: weak divine power, intermediate divine power, greater divine power, and the main god who controls the pantheon. Chapter 921, Spark of Divinity. Of course, in the classification of the divine power system, the concepts of authority held by the main god of a pantheon are the most primitive and broad. For example, the authority of war can be further divided into sub-authorities such as combat, conquest, strategy, assassination, and so on. These sub-authorities constitute the existence of divine offices. However, because these sub-offices have limitations and the efficiency of obtaining faith is not as powerful as the original authority, this forms the basis for the existence of greater, intermediate, and weak divine powers. In short, if the classification of the divine power system were compared to a corporate group, the main god of the pantheon stands at the very top of the entire group. Any god under the main god, on receiving faith, must pay a portion of the benefits, that is, faith, to the parent company. What the spider goddess and the elf goddess did was equivalent to annexing a small, illegally open company of the same type, with identical facilities, equipment, and even management systems. Such an annexation appeared extremely rapid. When the consciousness of the two goddesses departed, the dark clouds that had shrouded this place for years began to disperse rapidly, revealing the warm star that had been obscured for nearly 100 years above the firmament. Under the light, on the scarred earth, the rock people who had been struggling to survive emerged from their hiding corners. They raised their heads one after another, looking up at the star that had reappeared, tears falling silently. As the Lord of Gloom and the two goddesses departed, a large number of notifications scrolled across Gao Yang's vision. Comprehensive network prompt. You have slain the trickster of stolen darkness. Dark Moon Demon God Lord of Gloom. Comprehensive network prompt. You have slain the trickster of stolen darkness. Dark Moon Demon God Lord of Gloom. You have gained 100,000 legendary XP. And you have gained 1 point of legendary reputation. Comprehensive network prompt. According to your legendary class effect, you have gained an additional 4 million legendary XP. Comprehensive network prompt. Your act of slaying a god as a mortal will be widely spread throughout Aok and surrounding plains. Comprehensive network prompt. You have gained an additional 2 points of legendary reputation. And as your legendary deeds spread, it will slowly increase hereafter. Comprehensive network prompt. You have successfully redeemed a plane eroded by an evil god Aok plane. Your reputation in the Aok plane will be fixed at revered. Comprehensive network prompt. The Divine Slaying Divine Office has been successfully activated. This hunt is complete. You have obtained Life Origin Crystal *5, Spark of Divinity *1. Gao Yang looked at the prompts appearing before him, automatically ignoring the initial series of notifications and focusing his gaze on the final one. After Yang Yao successfully advanced into an alien deity, it automatically possessed the hunting divine rank. With every hunt Gao Yang completed, the hunting divine rank allowed him to plunder a portion of traits from the target. Prior to this, among the traits Gao Yang had plundered, the most common were crystals of life essence and fragments of will. Abilities and attributes had basically never appeared, and as for a spark of divinity, he had not seen one even once. Yet this time, after slaying the Lord of Gloom, he had actually plundered a spark of divinity. This forced Gao Yang to speculate whether a spark of divinity could only be obtained by slaying a deity. And what was a spark of divinity? It was one of the essential foundations for becoming a god, and also a crucial factor for deities to increase their rank. In the multiverse, according to the common secret knowledge regarding deities, one must condense a spark of divinity to ascend to godhood. The more abundant the spark of divinity, the deeper the foundation after a successful ascension. Of course, the spark of divinity was only one part of it. For a deity, the choice of divine rank, the amount of divine power, and the source of faith were all extremely important components. A flash of light flickered, and a glowing orb emitting a faint fluorescence appeared in Gao Yang's hand. Melifana involuntarily leaped down from Gao Yang's shoulder and stood on his arm, her little head almost burying itself into the spark of divinity in Gao Yang's palm. Gao Yang reached out and pinched the scruff of Melifana's neck, pulling her slightly away. After being distanced from the spark of divinity, Melifana's rationality quickly returned. She turned to look at Gao Yang, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she said, "Niao Gao Yang, what is this? Why do I feel such a craving for it?" Gao Yang held her with his left hand while gripping the spark of divinity in his right palm. And upon hearing this, he explained, "This is a spark of divinity, an existence that only deities can possess. For all mortal things, this item possesses an indescribable attraction. Just like fish are naturally born craving water, humans are naturally born needing air, and perverts are naturally born needing lewd pictures." Neo, why are perverts naturally born needing lewd pictures, and what is that? Melifana found the point of interest and asked curiously. Gao Yang coughed lightly and said, "That was just a metaphor to make it easier to understand. You only need to understand the relationship between fish and water." Neo, I understand. So what is the function of this spark of divinity? And why would I crave it? Melifana nodded her little head, then asked with some confusion. The spark of divinity is naturally the foundation for becoming a god. Gao Yang tossed the orb of light in his hand and explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Melifana's two ears immediately perked up, and she asked with great anticipation, "Does this mean that if I absorb this spark of divinity, I can become the great goddess of cat sprites?" Theoretically, there is such a possibility, but Melifana, that is only theoretically. Gao Yang paused for a moment and continued to explain to her, "Wanting to become a deity is not that easy. I once witnessed an existence who successfully ascended to godhood from a mortal state. That person could be called stunningly brilliant. They plotted for nearly 100 years as a mortal, and even used an entire continent as a formation, smelting all their power together to finally succeed. Therefore, ascending to godhood is not something you can complete just by having a hot head and fusing with a spark of divinity. If your accumulation is insufficient and you force an ascension, you will only be assimilated by the divinity, subsequently losing your sense of self and becoming nothing more than a puppet driven by the authority of your divine rank." Meow meow meow. After hearing Gao Yang's explanation, Melifana's previously perked up ears immediately folded into airplane ears. The body held in Gao Yang's hand struggled as she used all four limbs to firmly hug his arm, using all her strength to stay as far away as possible from the spark of divinity in his right hand. Seeing her so frightened, Gao Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." As he spoke, he pressed the spark of divinity in his hand onto the blade of the Yang Yao sword. The fluorescent spark of divinity collided with the cold blade, but it did not stir up the slightest ripple. It was completely absorbed by Yang Yao. As an alien deity, Yang Yao could naturally absorb this pure spark of divinity without loss, and furthermore, after absorbing the spark of divinity, it could also improve itself. Gao Yang put away Yang Yao and turned to look at the three individuals, Ganad and his companions, who were slowly approaching. Their faces were filled with excitement and shame. The excitement was because their homeland was finally saved, and the shame was because the battle had ended too quickly, and they had not played any role at all. Chapter 922, Hukui's Breakthrough. Just as the three of them were about to speak, they heard Gao Yang's voice ring out, "Ganid, remember to fulfill what you promised me." Ganid nodded vigorously at once and replied earnestly, "Please rest assured, Lord Gao Yang. When the time comes, I will definitely deliver those two fruits into your hands." After Ganid finished speaking, he looked at Gao Yang with eyes full of determination. He knew in his heart that this was the only way he could currently repay Gao Yang for saving his homeland. Additionally, thank you, Lord Gao Yang, and this Lady Cat Sprite, for saving the Oak Plain. As Ganid's voice faded, the two Rockland legends behind him spoke in unison. Gao Yang waved his hand without speaking, but Milifena coughed lightly, jumped from Gao Yang's arm back onto his shoulder, and said with a faint air of indifference, "It was just a small matter. This Mio only needed to make a slight move to get it done." Seeing this, the three of them nodded repeatedly, and the other two Rockmen even heaped praise upon her, complimenting Milifena until her large tail was almost wagging like a windshield wiper. A moment later, Gao Yang really couldn't listen anymore. He waved his hand and said, "The time is about right. Since the matter has been resolved, I will take my leave now." Upon hearing this, Milifena coughed lightly, still feeling unfulfilled, and her arrogant expression returned to normal. "Lord Gao Yang, why not stay for another day so that we may properly host you and Lady Milifena?" One of the Rockland legends attempted to persuade them to stay. Gao Yang shook his head and refused. "There is no need. Although the evil god has been slain, there are still a great many things in this plane waiting for you to handle. I will not delay you any further. If there is time in the future, we shall speak again then." Ganard and his two companions remained silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the trio, Gao Yang took Milifena and flew into the floating city, which then rapidly vanished from their sight. "Hello, Gao Yang. The feeling of saving the world is really quite nice." On the floating city, Milifena lay in her mobile cat bed, smacking her lips in reminiscence as she spoke. Gao Yang glanced at her, knowing full well that what she enjoyed was the process of showing off before others after saving the world. However, this was understandable. Having saved the world, enjoying a few compliments from the local inhabitants was only natural. Seeing that Gao Yang did not respond, Milifena controlled her cat bed to fly in front of him, her large eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation as she asked, "Gao Yang, when are we going to save the world again?" A black line appeared on Gao Yang's forehead. He looked at Milifena, plucked her out of her cat bed, and gave her little head a light tap before saying, "Stop thinking about saving the world. It is not that easy to save a world. Isn't it comfortable enough to just lie in the sun and eat dried fish? Leave the business of saving the world to the professionals." "The professionals?" Milifena covered her head with her cat paws, looking curious as she asked, "Who are the professionals? Can I join them?" Gao Yang looked somewhat speechless at this cat elf who was so deeply immersed in the joy of showing off. He eventually replied, "The Plain Guardian Association. They are the most professional people in the entire multiverse when it comes to saving worlds. However, joining them is not simple, and it seems that not many people choose to join the Plain Guardian Association specifically." "Why?" Milifena asked. Gao Yang sighed softly and said, "Naturally. It is because most members of the Plain Guardian Association are people who have lost their homelands. Their planes were destroyed, which is why they became the extreme guardians of all planes. The situation with the Oak Plain this time was exactly like that. If the Oak Plain had truly been destroyed at the hands of the Lord of Gloom, Ganard would likely have taken the other two legends and joined the Plain Guardian Association without hesitation. Fine then, I will just stick to sunbathing. After saying this, Milifena looked at Gao Yang with anticipation. Gao Yang looked up at the pitch-black starry sky, then pointed his fingertip, causing scorching solar battle chi to rapidly gather into a light orb the size of a soybean. He flicked his finger, and the orb flew above Milifena's head, casting warm sunlight down upon her. Milifena let out a pleased meow, quickly set up her dedicated beach chair and snacks like drinks and dried fish, and then lay back on the chair to enjoy the sun. Gao Yang shook his head and walked toward the training grounds to begin his cultivation. Days spent traveling through the astral realm were incredibly dull. There was nothing to do besides cultivation. 10 days later, Gao Yang piloted the floating city directly back to the Eberron world. This trip to the plane and back had taken him nearly a month. Calculating the time, the internal conference of the Corvair continent was about to be held. Rather than returning to Earth and then teleporting to Eberron, Gao Yang chose to come directly to Eberron. This way, he would have more time to spare. When Gao Yang returned to the Immortal City, a fluctuating aura immediately caught his attention. He stood at the edge of the floating city, looking down at the direction of the Immortal Sanctuary. In a corner of the sanctuary, a sturdy figure sat cross-legged on the ground, with violent fluctuations of battle chi surging around him. It's Huokui. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to encounter Huokui attempting to break through to the legendary rank just as he returned to the Immortal Wasteland. Feeling the violent battle chi fluctuations, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze. Huokui's accumulation was not weak. After honing himself for so many years and receiving the goddess's favor multiple times, his breakthrough to the legendary rank was not abrupt. His gaze shifted to the Immortal Sanctuary. At the top of the sanctuary, Lisa, dressed in bishop's robes and holding a staff, stood there with a stern expression, seemingly acting as a guardian for Huokui during his breakthrough. Seeing this, Gao Yang immediately controlled the floating city to fly above the Immortal Sanctuary. As your magic fluctuations spread out, completely enveloping the entire sanctuary, the moment Lisa, standing atop the sanctuary, saw the floating city, the frost on her face vanished, and she felt a wave of relief in her heart. As the floating city appeared openly above the Immortal City, it immediately caused astonishment among the various residents. However, this had no impact on the Immortal Church. Under the deterrence of the floating city, the battle chi fluctuations on Huokui grew even more magnificent and intense. After a loud sound, Huokui suddenly shot into the sky, his legendary rank battle chi radiating without restraint, asserting his presence. However, within a mere instant, Huokui knelt on one knee toward the floating city. His eyes filled with fervor as he shouted, "This subordinate thanks you, my lord. Well done, keep working hard." As Gao Yang's voice faded, the floating city vanished from everyone's sight. Chapter 923. A friend visits 2 and 1 in the Immortal Sanctuary. In Gao Yang's private cultivation area, Lisa sat beside him and said softly, "The Corvair internal conference is about to be held. We can set off in the near future." Gao Yang nodded. This was precisely why he had returned to Eberron. Once this matter was resolved, the status of the Immortal Church in Eberron would be elevated once more, and its subsequent development would no longer require his attention. By then, he would be able to focus on the things he had yet to complete. The location for this conference is Korth. Do you think everything will go smoothly? Although she had absolute confidence in Gao Yang's strength, Lisa could not help but worry when she thought of the opponents the Immortal Wasteland had to face. Hearing this, Gao Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything will go smoothly." Time flew by, and 3 days passed. On the Corvair continent, the major factions began to set off one after another, heading toward Korth. For the factions surviving on the Corvair continent, the Continental Conference held every 50 years serves as an excellent opportunity to establish their rankings. During this conference, factions large and small do their utmost to display their strength. This is not only to flex their muscles before other powers, but also serves as a form of deterrence. Even if one has no intention of aggression, one must still guard against being invaded. Of course, the vast majority of these factions are merely participants, the ones who truly step onto the stage to engage in real life or death combat are the most elite among them, including the rising star that is the Immortal Wasteland. On this day, the light of a teleportation circle at the Eberron Plain Teleportation Center faded, and a group of people stepped out from within. "So this is Eberron. It is my first time coming here." A hearty voice, completely unrestrained, rang out through the teleportation hall. The sound, like a muffled peal of thunder, aggressively drilled into the ears of the passersby, causing quite a few to frown as they looked toward the man who had spoken. However, upon sensing the masked, legendary-level battle aura radiating from the man, their furrowed brows instantly smoothed out, and the impatience in their hearts transformed into awe. To be able to hear the voice of a legendary powerhouse is, after all, a privilege for most people. House hummed. Winking at Captain Ange Bailey and the other team members, Ange Bailey, holding his staff, felt a bit helpless but did not stop him. In his view, House had done nothing wrong. Ange Bailey walked toward the exit of the Grand Hall first, saying as he moved, "All right. Do not draw too much attention. Go and inquire about where the Immortal Wasteland is located. We are going to pay a visit to Vice Captain Gao." "Understood," two mercenary captains replied, then quickly broke away from the team to go and gather information. A moment later, Ange Bailey and his luxurious lineup of 9 legendary powerhouses arrived before a teleportation circle. This circle led to the transit hub of the Corvair continent. Ange Bailey examined the teleportation circle, and after confirming there were no issues, he was the first to step onto it. Seeing their captain move, House and the other mercenary captains followed closely behind, stepping onto the circle. In the training grounds, Gao Yang looked at Hu Kui, who had appeared at the edge of the arena at some unknown time, and asked casually, "What is it?" Hu Kui lowered his head slightly, even though he had already broken through to the legendary rank. His worship and respect for Gao Yang had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, because of his breakthrough, it had become even more fanatical. "My lord, 9 legendary powerhouses have arrived at the Immortal City. They have come specifically to visit you. His Excellency the Bishop sent me to report this to you. 9 legendary powerhouses. Do you know their names?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and looked at Hu Kui. "Their leader is named Ange Bailey, a legendary spellcaster. The other legendary powerhouses all feel very strong to this subordinate." Hu Kui replied truthfully, his eyes filled with vigilance. He had not expected that shortly after breaking through to the legendary rank, he would encounter so many legendary figures, and each one of them possessed strength sufficient to crush him, or even kill him in a short amount of time. "Captain Bailey, is it? I understand." A faint smile appeared on the corner of Gao Yang's mouth. He had not expected that Ange Bailey and the others, who had been drifting through the Blood War battlefields, would arrive in the Eberron world so soon. As his voice fell, he had already vanished from the training grounds. A moment later, Gao Yang brought Melifina to the Immortal Temple, without needing guidance. The energy fluctuations naturally generated by the gathering of so many legendary figures pointed the way for Gao Yang. He walked into the Grand Hall and saw Lisa sitting in the main seat, smiling as she conversed with Captain Ange Bailey. The aroma of grease and the scent of wine mingled, drifting through the reception hall. The arrival of Gao Yang and Melifina immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Ange Bailey looked at the approaching Gao Yang, a sincere smile appearing on his face. He was about to speak when he heard House's hearty laughter. "Ha, Vice Captain Gao, Ms. Melifina, long time no see. I have missed you both dearly." Gao Yang tilted his head, while Melifina simply covered her ears with her paws, complaining to House with some dissatisfaction. "Captain House, can you keep your voice down? This meow's ears are almost going deaf." House gave a slightly embarrassed chuckle and explained, "I was just a bit excited, that's all." While they were speaking, Gao Yang had already walked up to House, and the two simultaneously clenched their fists and bumped them together, with a muffled thud. House winced and said, "Vice Captain Gao, how have you become even stronger? If I don't get stronger as quickly as possible, how can I be a vice captain?" Gao Yang said with a smile, then greeted the other mercenary captains one by one before sitting down beside Lisa. "Captain Bailey, it has been a long time." Ange Bailey smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand, responding with a smile. "Vice Captain Gao, how have you been lately?" "Not bad at all." Gao Yang took the wine glass handed to him by Lisa, clinked it lightly against Ange Bailey's, drank it in one gulp, and then asked, "What is the situation with the Blood War now? Are you and your team planning to take a break for a while?" At the mention of the Blood War, Ange Bailey frowned slightly, set down his glass, and sighed. "In these past few years, the demons and devils have gone mad. The intensity of the war has risen by more than one level. The Blood War is too dangerous now. After discussing it with my team members, we decided to pause for a while and convert the wealth we have accumulated into strength. We will observe the situation afterward. If the intensity of the war drops to an acceptable level, we will continue to step onto the Blood War battlefield. They had originally met in the Blood War and had built their relationship through a series of life and death struggles. So Angel Bailey did not hide anything from Gao Yang, informing him of their future plans and the current state of the Blood War. After listening, Gao Yang nodded and said, "In that case, you should take a good rest for a while. In that kind of high-pressure environment, even a legendary powerhouse cannot persist year after year." Angel Bailey nodded in strong agreement, then looked at Gao Yang and asked straightforwardly, "Vice Commander Gao, we are not familiar with the Eberron world, but we know it is an extremely important prime material plane. You should have channels to exchange for all kinds of cultivation supplies, right? My team members and I need to liquidate the assets we have on hand." Gao Yang nodded and said, "That is certainly no problem. The Gnomish and Dwarven merchant guilds have established a presence in the Eberron world. The guildmaster of the Eberron branch has a very good relationship with me. I will contact him, and once he arrives here, you can conduct your trades directly. The reputation of the Gnomish and Dwarven merchant guilds is indeed trustworthy. If I can interface directly with the guildmaster, it would save a lot of time. I just don't know if that guildmaster will be able to meet my requirements." Angel Bailey frowned. Speaking with a sense of anxiety, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is Commander Bailey looking to purchase some rare treasures? Or are you planning to proceed with that matter?" The matter Gao Yang referred to was, naturally, the floating city that Angel Bailey and his team were planning to construct. The greatest goal for Angel Bailey, who had nurtured teammates like House from the extraordinary level all the way to the legendary level and led them to establish a mercenary group to fight continuously in the Blood War, was to build a floating city. With Angel Bailey's mastery of magic, building a floating city was not difficult, but the biggest problem in constructing one had never been technical. It was a matter of resources. In Gao Yang's understanding, there was nothing else that could make Angel Bailey wear such an expression other than the floating city. Angel Bailey nodded. After years of life and death struggles in the Blood War, they had basically saved up enough resources to build a floating city. But some treasures were difficult to purchase even with money. For example, a planar core, or the animated core of an adamantine golem. Seeing Angel Bailey's expression, Gao Yang smiled and said, "Let's eat first. After we finish, I will take you to see something good. As for your purchasing needs, there is basically no need to worry. Master Matthew will not refuse such a large business deal." Upon hearing this, although Angel Bailey was curious about the surprise Gao Yang mentioned, he still patiently began to enjoy the food in front of him. After the wine had been served 3 times and the meal was finished, Gao Yang was the first to stand up and walk out of the Great Hall, with Angel Bailey and the others quickly rising to follow. Clearly, after the dinner, their curiosity about the surprise Gao Yang had mentioned had grown even more intense. Lisa also knew where Gao Yang was taking them. Seeing Gao Yang being mysterious, she did not say much, simply accompanying him with a smile on her lips. The group of more than 10 legendary figures marched imposingly toward the back of the immortal sanctuary, soon disappearing into the dense forest. After advancing through the forest for more than 10 minutes, the eyes of Angel Bailey and his companions suddenly widened to their limits, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. In the middle of the dense forest, a vast and level space appeared. Within this space, a semicircular floating city hovered quietly in midair, slowly revealing itself to everyone's field of vision. A floating city. House's eyes bulged as he stared in disbelief at the mysterious and noble structure before him, which radiated dense magical fluctuations. It wasn't just him. Even someone as composed as Angel Bailey fell into a daze the moment he saw the floating city, his heart unable to stop pounding. After several seconds, Angel Bailey turned his head abruptly, his gaze burning as he looked at Gao Yang and asked hurriedly, "Vice Commander Gao, what is this floating city?" Gao Yang shrugged and said casually, Or booty. Hearing Gao Yang's answer, not only was Angel Bailey stunned, but the others were also plunged into a state of bewilderment. If a floating city had become more booty, didn't that mean Gao Yang had killed the owner of this floating city? However, under normal circumstances, even if a floating city archmage were outmatched, they shouldn't be caught, let alone have their floating city's defenses breached and be killed. Thinking of this, the way Angel Bailey and the others looked at Gao Yang changed slightly. Gao Yang naturally understood their thoughts. But he did not offer much explanation, simply asking, "Do you want to go up and take a look?" "Of course." House was the first to respond, and the others nodded one after another. Although the ultimate goal they had been striving for was now placed right before their eyes so easily. The opportunity to tour a floating city for free did not come often. Furthermore, knowing a little more about a floating city would give them more familiarity when they eventually built their own. This held significant guiding value for the future construction of their own floating city. As Gao Yang released the floating city's defenses, the group stepped onto its surface, looking at the rectangular azure bricks beneath their feet, which were polished and crafted entirely from monocrystals, and feeling the dense energy fluctuations. Everyone felt a sense of unreality. In the time that followed, Angel Bailey completely transformed into a cleaning robot. Carefully studying the architecture of the floating city inch by inch, he didn't even let the corners or crevices go. In his own words, "The more I see now, the more resources I can squeeze out when I build my own floating city later." Gao Yang did not stop him. To him, the floating city was merely a mobile home that could be used for transportation and lodging. As for its other functions, he was a warrior who knew nothing of magic and could not use them at all. Hiding it away offered him no benefits. So it was better to display it generously for Angel Bailey to see. If it weren't for the fact that having this mobile home was more convenient than not having one, and the concern that Angel Bailey and the others might not be able to afford it, Gao Yang could have sold the floating city to them entirely. Of course, Angel Bailey might not necessarily purchase this ready-made floating city. For a legendary spellcaster, the floating city that truly fits them is the one they build with their own hands. Just like Gao Yang's eternal radiance, it must be perfectly compatible with oneself to unleash its greatest power. It took a full 3 days for Angel Bailey to thoroughly master every detail of the floating city. Standing on the ground, he looked at Gao Yang with burning eyes and asked with irrepressible excitement, "Vice Commander Gao, when will that Chairman Matthew arrive? I feel like I am already capable of perfectly constructing a floating city." Chapter 924. The Scholar of Kallenberg Perfectly Construct. Gao Yang was sitting cross-legged on the meditation blue jade. Hearing this, he looked up at Angel Bailey and asked casually, "Has the plane core issue been resolved?" Angel Bailey's expression stiffened, and his excitement quickly dissipated. He walked over to Gao Yang's side, sat down casually, and then shrugged, saying, "Unfortunately, this is not something that can be easily solved. Even though I now possess the power to destroy a plane, but one cannot truly destroy a plane that nurtures countless living beings just to build a floating city. Even if I were to harden my heart, the subsequent pursuit by the Plane Guardian Association is no joke either. Just go find those planes that are about to wither or even have no life surviving on them." Gao Yang tilted his head, looking at Angel Bailey, and said as if it were a matter of course, "There are so many planes in the multiverse, the possibility of us finding such a plane on our own is minuscule. We don't even have the ability to traverse the astral sea at will. We can only travel between planes through established teleportation arrays." Angel Bailey shook his head with a bitter smile and continued, "To find such planes in the multiverse, one must possess the ability to travel between planes autonomously. And for a mortal like me, the simplest method is to own a floating city. Only with a floating city can one travel between planes independently and find planes that are about to wither to obtain their cores. But without a core, one cannot build a floating city." After finishing, Angel Bailey sighed softly again. Gao Yang naturally understood what he meant. For Angel Bailey, the logic here had formed an insolvable closed loop. Just as absurd as a fresh graduate on Earth needing work experience to find a job, or a gamer needing a Black Dragon set to raid the Black Dragon King. However, this situation was not insolvable. Gao Yang looked at the plane core remaining in his inventory, less than 1,000, and said casually, "Let's see if the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce can solve your problem first. If they can, there will be no difficulty in building the floating city. If not, isn't there already a floating city right here?" He did not mention that he possessed extra plane cores. Resources of this level were treasures produced only after destroying a plane. They were extremely precious resources regardless of when or where they were. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was naturally better for fewer people to know. Angel Bailey nodded vigorously, looked at Gao Yang, and thanked him earnestly. Vice Commander Gao, thank you very much. Gao Yang waved his hand and said, why be so polite? If it weren't for you all back then, I might have already died in the blood war. After speaking, Gao Yang paused for a moment and continued, tomorrow, Lisa and I are heading to Kallenberg to attend the internal meeting of the Corvair continent. This meeting is very important. So, I need to pilot the floating city. Commander Bailey, do you intend to stay in the city to rest? Or would you like to come along and take a look at the world of Eberron? Upon hearing this, Angel Bailey chose the latter directly. For them, while staying in the immortal city to rest would offer many more entertainment options. For beings who had reached their level of strength, these were merely external things. What truly attracted them was the improvement of their strength. Cultivating within the floating city was extremely beneficial to their progress. Then let's go together. Gao Yang was not surprised by Angel Bailey's choice. Since he had brought it up, he had naturally already planned to travel with Angel Bailey and the others. The next morning, Angel Bailey led House and the other mercenary commanders to Gao Yang's place of secluded cultivation. A moment later, everyone boarded the floating city. The massive floating city erupted with dense magical fluctuations and flew toward the firmament. Kallenberg is located on the left side of the central part of the Corvair continent, covering an area only twice the size of the immortal wasteland, but a place capable of nurturing what could be called the strongest force on the Corvair continent could hardly be ordinary. Although its area is not large, the richness of its various resources can be called a miracle, especially the most famous cultivation resource magic crystals. In this land, more than 10 large-scale magic crystal mines have already been discovered. Some say that beneath Kallenberg lies a magic vein that supports the Corvair continent, while others say that nearly 100 more magic crystal mines are buried deep underground. But no matter how many rumors and gossip there were about Kallenberg, when one encountered the mage towers and libraries visible everywhere in Kallenberg, it was like ice meeting a furnace. No matter how hard or biting it was, it would still turn into a pool of clear water in a very short time and disappear without a trace. Throughout the entire world of Eberron, countless people have coveted the land of Kallenberg, but as time flows, Kallenberg still stands here. This point alone is enough to explain the situation. At this moment, because the internal meeting of Corvair was about to be held, Kallenberg had gathered dozens of times more tourists than usual. Especially in the center of Kallenberg, the city of wisdom, the crowds were surging, and all kinds of intelligent life could be seen everywhere. Outside the city of wisdom, a shuttle-shaped spacecraft, where technology and magic were perfectly integrated, sped over. At first glance, it was still on the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it had already flown over the city of wisdom. On the armored hull of this silver-white spacecraft, there was a clear emblem of many towers standing tall. In the city of wisdom, some people stopped in their tracks, looked up at the sky, and whispered in surprise, "The city of many towers. Why did they arrive so early this time?" As someone started the conversation, low discussions immediately began to rise. Indeed, who would say otherwise? There are still 3 days until the meeting begins. In the past, the 5 superpowers with permanent seats would all arrive on the final day. Why has the city of spires arrived so early this time? Could there be some unexpected turn of events? I have heard that a dark horse with immense strength has emerged in this internal meeting. Perhaps the city of spires arrived so early precisely because of that dark horse. What kind of dark horse could possibly be worth such attention from the city of spires? That would naturally be the immortal wasteland, the place co-governed by the Drow and the Elves. My second aunt's neighbor's cousin is a continental merchant, and when he returned last time, I heard some shocking news from him. What news? The leader of the immortal wasteland is known as the Feather King. He once went to the Great Trading Federation all by himself and went on a killing spree. The reason is unknown, but the terrifying part is that the Feather King alone nearly wiped out all the legends of the Great Trading Federation. Hiss! This Lord Feather King's methods are truly that ruthless. Who would say otherwise? I heard that the Great Trading Federation is not even participating in this internal meeting. Otherwise, I think the number of merchants in the City of Wisdom would be double what it is now. It is better to have fewer merchants. Those black-hearted merchants from the Great Trading Federation all deserve to be sent to the guillotine. Stop talking. The mages from the City of Spires are about to come out. Following this deliberately lowered voice, the crowd that had gathered in one spot scattered like birds and beasts. The hatch of the Shane airship opened, and a sturdy man stepped out, looking toward the man standing in midair opposite him. This person wore a moon-white robe and gold-rimmed glasses. His entire being was suffused with a gentle, jade-like temperament, a quality nurtured by the immersion in knowledge, and the most distinct characteristic of a scholar from Kallenberg, Shane Hyde. The man who stepped out of the cabin said earnestly. The Kallenberg scholar standing outside the airship nodded slightly in greeting, then said, "School of Wisdom Burnmore. Please follow me." After a brief exchange, Burnmore led Hyde and Shane's airship to descend into the City of Wisdom. As a power with a permanent seat, the City of Spires, Shane naturally enjoyed the unique treatment it was entitled to. "Mr. Hyde, I heard that Shane has decided to fully support the Immortal Wasteland. Was this a collective decision made by Shane?" Burnmore walked side by side with Hyde and asked casually. Hyde's eyes sharpened. In his mind, he could not help but recall what the Archmage had previously announced in front of all the legends of Shane. Without the slightest hesitation, Hyde nodded immediately and said, "The Immortal Wasteland and our Shane have the most loyal cooperative relationship. Furthermore, the strength of the Immortal Wasteland is already sufficient to earn a rotating seat." Burnmore glanced at Hyde with a hint of surprise, as if he had not expected his attitude to be so firm. However, it was only a moment of surprise before he returned to his previous indifferent demeanor. He nodded slightly and then said, "The Shadow Empire will not let the Immortal Wasteland do as it pleases, and the original 5 powers with rotating seats will not give up either. Kallenberg does not care about these things, but according to the rules established previously, it is fine if your Shane does not take action this time, but you must not interfere in the competition for these seats." Hyde nodded silently. Although he did not understand why the Archmage had changed his mind halfway through and turned to support the Immortal Wasteland, he did not need to understand. He only needed to wholeheartedly execute the Archmage's decision. Thinking of this, Hyde looked at Burnmore and asked, "Have the people from the Immortal Wasteland arrived?" Burnmore shook his head and said casually, "I have not yet seen the people from the Immortal Wasteland arrive in the City of Wisdom, but I imagine it should be within these next 2 days. After a brief exchange, Burnmore led Hyde and the airship to land and said slowly, "The internal meeting is about to begin. If you have any needs during these 3 days, Mr. Hyde, feel free to bring them up. Kallenberg will do its best to accommodate you." Hyde nodded. He was already very familiar with this sort of thing. After Burnmore left, Hyde quickly opened the airship, and Oaklando led a group of Shane's legends out from the cabin. Oaklando looked at Hyde and asked, "Have the Feather King and the others arrived?" The Kallenberg scholar said they have not yet arrived, but it should be soon. Hyde replied truthfully, "Keep an eye out for news. If the people from the Immortal Wasteland arrive, send them an invitation immediately." After Oaklando finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the sight of Hyde and the others. Chapter 925. Seeing Matthew again. So this is Kallenberg. It really does feel different from other places. At the edge of the floating city, House leaned against the railing, looking down into the distance, and sighed with emotion. Gao Yang and Lisa stood side by side, also looking at the land of Kallenberg below. The soil, which was black with a hint of blue, was very mysterious. "I heard that the underground of Kallenberg is full of magic crystal veins. It would be great if we could own a piece of land in Kallenberg," Lisa said, hugging Gao Yang's arm with a hint of longing. Gao Yang shook his head with a smile. This was not a good wish to have. As the floating city arrived, pedestrians along the way stopped in their tracks, all looking up at the floating city flying in the sky with awe-filled eyes. And very quickly, the news that a mysterious power was piloting a floating city to Kallenberg reached the City of Wisdom faster than the floating city itself. By the time Gao Yang and the others arrived at the City of Wisdom in the floating city, they were surprised to find a large number of pedestrians appearing on the city walls and rooftops of the City of Wisdom, looking toward their direction from afar. It seems that Kallenberg's information channels are very well informed. Ange Bailey came to a spot not far from Gao Yang, looked down at the scene below, and said with a smile. Gao Yang chuckled and said, "If it were an ordinary power, they naturally would not pay such close attention. But since we arrived in a floating city, bearing this kind of attention is only to be expected." After Gao Yang finished speaking, He looked toward Hu Kui, who was standing to the side. The latter immediately stepped out of the floating city and headed toward the scholar flying out from the City of Wisdom. When Hu Kui met with the scholar from the City of Wisdom, he spoke up immediately. Immortal Wasteland, Hu Kui, may I ask how to address the Great Scholar? Great Scholar was a specific title in Kallenberg, reserved exclusively for scholars who had reached the legendary realm. By sending a Great Scholar to welcome them, Kallenberg had shown the floating city the respect it deserved. School of Wisdom, Edwin. Welcome guests from afar. Edwin's gaze was sincere, and his tone of voice made Hu Kui feel as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. Guests from the immortal wasteland, please follow me. The City of Wisdom has already prepared a place for you to rest. Hu Kui nodded earnestly and then said, My lord is still waiting for me on the floating city. I will return to report first and will proceed with Great Scholar Edwin shortly. A flicker of movement crossed Edwin's eyes, but he said nothing. Just then, a figure, no less robust than Hu Kui, slowly flew from the walls of the City of Wisdom toward the floating city. Hu Kui focused his gaze and saw that it was President Matthew of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, he did not step forward to block him. When President Matthew flew close to the floating city, he discovered that the magic shield outside the city was slowly opening, and the smile on his face deepened. He stepped into the floating city with a smile, offering a string of praises that were both flamboyant and incredibly genuine. Before finally arriving in front of Gao Yang, he nodded in greeting and said, Lord Gao Yang, it has been a long time. I figured you would definitely come to the City of Wisdom, so I took the liberty of setting our meeting place here. I hope you do not mind. Gao Yang returned the smile. He had a very good impression of President Matthew. This goblin, who was so robust that he hardly looked like a goblin at all, possessed the same pleasant quality as President Giuliano. Perhaps this was one of the traits that all high-level executives of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce were required to possess. Of course not. Meeting in the City of Wisdom actually saves us some time, Gao Yang said with a smile, then introduced Matthew. This is Captain Angie Belly, my comrade in arms through life and death. This transaction was also initiated by him. Captain Belly, it is an honor to meet you. President Matthew walked up to Angie Belly and took the initiative to reach out his hand. Angie Belly looked at the robust goblin, who was even a head taller than him, shook his hand, and said, President Matthew, Vice Captain Gao has mentioned you to me and my team many times. I believe that with your channels, this transaction will go very smoothly. Matthew laughed heartily, his gaze burning as he looked at Angie Belly, and immediately said, Rest assured, whatever Captain Belly needs, I will do my utmost to satisfy. The way he spoke with such certainty, he might as well have been thumping his chest. After speaking, the look Matthew gave Gao Yang also carried a hint of gratitude. This was the benefit of cultivating a network. If he had not managed his relationship with Gao Yang and the Immortal Church well, this big business deal today would never have fallen into his lap. In fact, if Gao Yang had just spoken to Giuliano would have definitely teleported from his branch to the Eberron world at the first opportunity. As for why it was a big deal, with Matthew's keen eye, he could naturally see that the 8 people standing behind Gao Yang and Angie Belly were also legendary professionals. A legendary team composed of 9 legends had a scale far greater than most factions, especially since Angie Belly and the others were Gao Yang's comrades in arms through life and death. This point alone was enough to demonstrate their formidable strength. Under these circumstances, to say they were not wealthy would be a pure insult to them. Just as Matthew was preparing to discuss the specific direction of the transaction with Angie Belly, he suddenly saw Angie Belly's gaze fall behind him. He immediately stopped speaking and turned to look in the direction of Angie Belly's gaze. Oh, is this Mr. Hyde from Shane? President Matthew was somewhat surprised, then looked at Gao Yang. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang realized the visitor was from Shane and already had a guess in his heart. However, he did not turn the visitor away. Instead, he opened the defenses of the floating city, allowing Hyde to enter. Hyde looked at Gao Yang, who was at the center of the group, nodded respectfully, and then said, Your Majesty the Feather King, the Archmage heard that you have arrived and would like to invite you for a chat at your convenience. I wonder what your thoughts are. Gao Yang looked at Hyde, pondered for a few seconds, and said, "No problem. Let's make it tomorrow afternoon. I will await the Archmage's arrival at my residence. Your Majesty the Feather King is too kind. I will convey your will to the Archmage." After Hyde finished speaking, he nodded again, and then quickly flew off the floating city. Feeling the magical fluctuations coming from behind him, Hyde's heart was stirred. That was a floating city, the top-tier magical equipment that every spellcaster dreamed of. He seemed to understand why the Archmage had changed his attitude toward the Immortal Wasteland. The Immortal Wasteland had quietly produced a floating city for the entire Corvair, or even Eberron. This was extremely important information, but it seemed that apart from the Minshane, who had learned of it in advance, other factions were still completely unaware of it. Thinking of this, a sense of superiority welled up in Hyde's heart. Chapter 926. Auckland's Conditions and the Conclusion of the Deal. The appearance of the floating city caused a huge sensation in the City of Wisdom, and consequently, the Immortal Wasteland once again entered the vision of the vast majority of intelligent beings living on the Corvair continent. On this day, the most discussed topic among the residents of the City of Wisdom was the floating city and the Immortal Wasteland that controlled it. In the process, the long-forgotten battle records related to the Immortal Wasteland were once again dug out from the dust of history and widely circulated once more. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze from the Zhongwang panel and looked at the Shane Archmage, Auckland, who was sitting opposite him. From the moment he arrived at the City of Wisdom yesterday until this afternoon, less than a day had passed. Yet his legendary reputation had already increased by 3 points. It was clear what a shock the appearance of the floating city had brought to the inhabitants of the Corvair continent. "Your Excellency Feather King, this gloom flower tea is truly unique in its flavor," Oclando remarked with admiration after finishing the pale, ink-colored tea in his cup. Gao Yang's brows twitched slightly as he said, "Your Excellency Archmage, my stance should have been very clear last time." Having been rejected by Gao Yang once again, Oclando's expression did not change in the slightest. He continued on his own. "Your Excellency Feather King must have misunderstood. I have already sensed your will. My visit this time is to discuss a different business matter with you." Gao Yang looked at Oclando without saying a word. Seeing this, Oclando immediately continued. "I mentioned before that I have a channel that could allow your Excellency Feather King to increase your legendary attributes by 5 points. I wonder if your Excellency still remembers that." Gao Yang nodded slightly. Such important information as 5 points of legendary attributes was something he naturally kept in mind. Seeing this, Oclando revealed a faint smile and said, "I would like to trade these 5 points of legendary attributes with your Excellency Feather King." "Of course. The object of the trade is not the floating city." Gao Yang took a deep breath. Although he knew in his heart that the trade Oclando spoke of would certainly not be simple, 5 points of legendary attributes were something he could not ignore. He spoke slowly. "Your Excellency Archmage, please speak your mind directly. Your Excellency Feather King, you have destroyed planes before, haven't you?" Oclando looked at Gao Yang with deep, searching eyes. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he nodded with unusual calmness. To this day, he still felt no guilt or regret for the planes he had destroyed. Whether it was Duke Mephitos' demi-plane or the later, terminally Hess plane, the former was an enemy, and the latter was an act of mercy to liberate the plane. For Gao Yang, his actions were justified by his own conscience. "Then, does your Excellency Feather King possess any plane cores? If you do, would you be willing to part with one?" Oclando looked at Gao Yang, his gaze burning as he spoke. "A plane core with 200 of energy in exchange for 1 point of legendary attribute. How about that?" Gao Yang looked at Oclando across from him, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. Even Oclando, who had long known relevant information about Gao Yang, could not help but feel a bit nervous. He was afraid that Gao Yang would refuse. He did not want to see Gao Yang refuse. After locking eyes with Oclando for a few seconds, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and said softly, "Plane cores are far too rare and precious. Although I was fortunate enough to obtain one in the past, who would keep such a thing in their possession without using it? Furthermore, they are merely legendary attributes. With my strength and the floating city, I have plenty of time to acquire them. 5 points of legendary attributes are not something I absolutely must have at this moment." I am afraid I must disappoint you, Your Excellency Archmage. I cannot complete this trade either. As his voice fell, Gao Yang prepared to stand up. Just then, Oklando's voice rang in his ears. Your Excellency Feather King, what if I could provide you with a method to obtain a specialty comparable to that of a god? Gao Yang's movements paused. He then sat back in his original position without a change in expression and asked with slight curiosity, what is a specialty comparable to a god? Oklando took a deep breath before opening his eyes to look at Gao Yang and saying, according to the terminology of you Multiverse Network players, it should be called a unique specialty. Gao Yang lowered his eyelids. Upon learning that the so-called god-level specialty was a unique specialty, the doubts in his heart were resolved. He relaxed his posture again and said, I have heard of unique specialties, but how can they be comparable to gods? Oklando smiled and said, the power of a unique specialty lies in its uniqueness. Even gods are not unique. The same divine domain can be shared by several gods. But a unique specialty is only ever allowed to be possessed by one existence. Moreover, the rank of a unique specialty is extremely high. From what I understand, the vast majority of specialties do not have a higher priority than a unique specialty. Furthermore, a unique specialty has growth potential. It becomes stronger as the owner's strength increases. It can even be comparable to a god in its own specific aspect. After Oklando finished speaking, he looked expectantly at Gao Yang, waiting for his reaction. But to his disappointment, after hearing his explanation, Gao Yang's expression remained completely unchanged, as if what he had said held not even a shred of attraction for Gao Yang. Oklando was silent for a moment. Seeing that Gao Yang remained unmoved, he finally realized that his so-called bargaining chip was not applicable to the person before him. Helpless, he gave a bitter smile and was about to bid farewell. Your Excellency Archmage, tell me the information you have about that unique specialty. Gao Yang's voice sounded like music to Oklando's ears. In that instant, Oklando confirmed that Gao Yang definitely possessed a plane core. It was a world I once traveled to. The name of that world is lost to history, but the people living there called their world the Forgotten Realm. In that world, I met a human elder of great wisdom named Panger, whose lifespan far exceeded that of the inhabitants of the Forgotten Realm. It was through the prophet Panger that I learned of the existence of divine specialties. That prophet Panger once guided me, telling me that at the bottom of the boundless ocean in the far east of the Forgotten Realms continent, there lives an undying giant turtle carrying a divine peak. This undying giant turtle is 10,000 meters tall. Its 4 legs like pillars of heaven, and every step it takes causes violent tremors in the magic of the world. Prophet Panger said that if one could make this undying giant turtle stop its pace, one could ascend the divine mountain on its back and pluck the fruit of the divine specialty that has been gestating for endless ages at the summit. Gao Yang looked at Oklando with a slightly strange expression. Could such an absurd thing really be believed? Seeming to read the meaning in Gao Yang's gaze, Oklando quickly explained, I know Your Excellency Feather King might not believe it, but I have seen that undying giant turtle with my own eyes, and I have tried to make it stop its pace. But when the magic I was most proud of landed on its body, only to be extinguished without a sound, I understood that the footsteps of this undying giant turtle were not something I could obstruct. Are there no legendary powerhouses in that world? No existence of gods? Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, picked up the teacup on the table with a calm expression, and asked, quite the contrary. The Forgotten Realm is home to many legendary powerhouses, and there are even numerous religious activities involving gods. In other words, gods do exist in that world. Oklando shook his head and continued, but gods will not venture to the Sea of Oblivion in the far east of the continent. It is rumored that if a god reaches the Sea of Oblivion, their divine power will gradually dissipate, and even their divine spark could be swallowed by the Sea of Oblivion. Therefore, only mortals who have not yet ascended to godhood can reach the Sea of Oblivion. And since before I left the Forgotten Realm, no mortal has ever made that undying giant turtle stop its pace. The creature continues to wander the Sea of Oblivion, never pausing in the slightest. There is a long-standing legend in the Forgotten Realm. The mortal who can make the undying giant turtle stop its pace possesses the qualifications to ascend to godhood. So, this is all the information you have regarding the unique specialty. Gao Yang set down his teacup, his tone tinged with disappointment. If it is only this kind of ethereal information, I am afraid it cannot be used as a bargaining chip for our trade. I know that Your Excellency King Feather may not believe me, but I possess a pass to the Forgotten Realm. Only by possessing this pass can one reach the Forgotten Realm. As Orlando spoke, his fingers moved, and a rectangular token that looked like both gold and wood appeared in his hand. Orlando pushed the token in his hand toward Gao Yang, his firm gaze hiding a trace of imperceptible pleading. Gao Yang sensed this faint trace of pleading and sighed inwardly. With Orlando's strength, if he had been just a little luckier, he could have found a plain core long ago. Of course, if he were willing to abandon everything and let go of his inner persistence, he could still obtain a plain core. But he had not done so. Thinking of this, Gao Yang picked up the token on the table and said, Master Mage, why must you be so obsessed with a floating city? Orlando retorted, as a Master Mage, to not even possess a single floating city. Is that not ridiculous? Gao Yang was startled, then immediately understood his mindset. Obsession indeed. He sighed softly in his heart, then said, I do not have many plain cores. 200 for one legendary attribute point is far too much. Let us make it 100 of energy for one legendary attribute point. If you are willing, Master Mage, then the deal is struck. 100. Orlando muttered to himself, then nodded heavily. 1 OG it is. Thank you, Your Excellency King Feather. As he spoke, Orlando rubbed the ring on the index finger of his right hand, and a blank piece of parchment appeared in his hand, which he began to write on rapidly. Soon, a contract was formed under his hand. Orlando pushed the parchment contract toward Gao Yang and said softly, Your Excellency King Feather, this is the contract. Please take a look. Gao Yang took the contract, glanced at it, and confirmed there were no issues before signing his name on it. He signed the words King Feather, rather than his real name. This had no impact, because in the Eberron world, he was King Feather. This concept had already been acknowledged by numerous intelligent beings. Orlando took the contract and solemnly signed his own name on the other side. A faint power of the contract bloomed, and the otherwise ordinary parchment suddenly erupted with a divine aura. This signified that the gaze of the god of justice and contracts had turned toward this place, and it also meant that this contract had been notarized. Orlando rolled up the contract, placed it in front of Gao Yang, and asked tentatively, Your Excellency King Feather, after the internal meeting concludes, I will take you to the channel I know of to obtain the legendary attributes. How does that sound? That is acceptable. Gao Yang nodded. Chapter 927. The meeting begins. After receiving the answer he wanted, Orlando left. Gao Yang sat alone in the room, closing his eyes in contemplation. For this transaction, he needed to pay 500 units of plain core, and in return, he would receive 5 legendary attribute points and information about what might be a unique specialty. If one added the 1 point of strength and 1 point of agility from Gannard, that would be a total of 7 legendary attribute points. Thinking of this, Gao Yang opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. 7 legendary attribute points would allow his strength to take a major step forward among legends. Though he did not know in what way the 5 legendary attribute points promised by Orlando would be fulfilled, a flash of light passed, and a transparent crystal appeared in his hand. It was the plain core. As soon as the plain core appeared, it was shrouded in a brilliant radiance of will, preventing its aura from leaking out in the slightest. Gao Yang looked at the plain core in his hand. After continuous consumption and trading, he now only had 130 G of plain cores left. If he subtracted the 500 he was about to trade to Orlando, only 8 G would remain. Among that, he also intended to reserve some for Ange Bailey, even if the reservation was not large. What remained in his own hands would likely be no more than 500. These 500 of plain cores needed to serve as raw material for plain core solution, and he also needed to keep some in reserve. Thinking about it this way, it was barely enough. A flash of sword light passed, and the plain core in Gao Yang's hand was divided into 2 pieces, 1 large and 1 small. The smaller piece was exactly 5 OG, prepared for Orlando, the master mage of Shane. Putting this separated plain core into a jade box, Gao Yang clapped his hands, stood up, and walked outside. As the date for the internal meeting of Corvair drew closer, the flow of people in the City of Wisdom became increasingly surging. Gao Yang did not even need to look with his eyes to feel the turbulent energy fluctuations within the city. A touch of golden light appeared in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. He stood under the eaves and looked up at the sky not far away. The once peaceful sky, in his field of vision, had taken on a completely different appearance. Azure magic gathered at the southeast corner of the City of Wisdom, where Shane and her group were located. Dense shadows clustered in the northwest, marking the assassins of the Shadow Empire. Golden dragon patterns, mottled crimson, and nearly transparent white gathered in various parts of the City of Wisdom, becoming the backdrop that supported everything. After standing for a moment, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to walk toward the room on the other side. The City of Wisdom was currently like a pot of oil about to boil, and they, the immortal wasteland, were the ladle of cold water that would ignite it. It was already foreseeable that the internal meeting to be held the day after tomorrow would not go smoothly. When the morning light shone upon the tops of the mage towers and libraries of the City of Wisdom, the city, which had been silent throughout the night, instantly awakened. Blood surged wildly through veins. Voices bloomed continuously from throats. And the people who had arrived here began to converge toward the center of the City of Wisdom. That was the location where this internal meeting would be held. At the center of the City of Wisdom stood a building shaped like an open, thick book. Besides being the largest library of the School of Wisdom, it was also the most precious treasure of the School of Wisdom, named Starry Sky, implying that the knowledge contained within was as vast as the stars in the sky. Its function had long been known to the world. When Gao Yang piloted the floating city, bringing Lisa, Hu Kui, and Ange Bailey and the others who had come to observe the ceremony to the Starry Sky Library, the place was already packed with people. Gao Yang stood at the edge of the floating city, seeing for the first time the controllers of the most elite forces on this continent. Among them were humans, elves, orcs, and goblins. They were all intelligent races living on this land. And when the floating city suspended in the air slowly descended, these faction leaders all looked up at him. Aside from a very few who remained indifferent, the remaining gazes were dominated by hostility and anger. Countless gazes converged upon him, turning into a tangible weight that pressed down on Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang's expression remained calm as he controlled the floating city to descend slowly, finally landing in a corner of the Starry Sky Library. After the arrival of the floating city, the Starry Sky Library suddenly erupted with a dense white light. The white light transformed into a barrier that continuously contracted from the edges of the library building, eventually condensing into a white sphere that appeared at the very center. Immediately afterward, this white sphere, over 100 meters in diameter, flew toward the sky and finally stopped above everyone's heads. This is the Starry Sky Arena, and it is also the place where the scholars of Kallenberg used to fight, Master Matthew said, pointing at the white sphere to explain to everyone beside Gao Yang. Don't let the size of the Starry Sky Arena fool you. It is only 100 meters wide, but the combat space inside exceeds 10,000 meters. Moreover, it is sturdy enough to withstand dozens of legendary powerhouses fighting at full strength. It is the most peak treasure of the School of Wisdom. When the Starry Sky Arena rose into the air, a great scholar of the School of Wisdom, dressed in milky white robes with a peaceful expression, slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. He walked into the air step by step and finally arrived at the top of the Starry Sky Arena to stand still. And the moment he stood there, his figure was suddenly reflected on the surface of the white sphere, visible to everyone below. Guests who have come from afar, I am Yu Yan, a great scholar of the School of Wisdom. I am the host of this internal meeting of KHORVIRE. As everyone knows, there are 5 months left until the supreme meeting of the Eberron world is held. Before that, the ultimate purpose of this meeting is to determine who can represent the Corvair continent at the supreme meeting, excluding Kallenberg, Cheyenne, the Shadowlands, the Kingdom Alliance, and Aowen. The remaining 5 seats will be competed for among all of you. Great Scholar Yu Yan's voice was unhurried, yet firm and powerful. The participants from last time were Dagon, Vorin Tama, Drome, and the Great Trade Federation. This time, they will serve as the defending champions, waiting for your challenges. As Great Scholar Yu Yan read the name of each faction, a pillar of light shot into the sky, revealing the location of that faction to everyone. In just a few seconds, 5 pillars of light were lined up, positioned exactly opposite the immortal wasteland, directly facing Gao Yang and his group. Matthew watched this scene and whispered in Gao Yang's ear, "This internal meeting is indeed ill-intentioned. Your Excellency Gao Yang, you must be prepared. They have likely united to kick you and the immortal wasteland off the table." His voice was not loud, but few people present were weak. Upon hearing this, Ange Bailey and the others had their initial mindset of merely observing the ceremony change instantly. Their eyes all revealed a sharp killing intent, and House even showed a ferocious grin. The fiery red greatsword behind his back already gripped in his hand. Chapter 928. Direct War. As soon as Matthew finished speaking, he almost fell into a state of suffocation. He looked with horror at House and the other mercenary leaders who were unleashing their auras without restraint. His heart filled with shock. This level of bloodthirsty aura could only be possessed by those who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Naturally, Matthew did not know that these legendary figures who were chatting and laughing with him were all individuals who had spent years in the blood war battlefields. Compared to other legends, House and the others who had returned from the blood war were most proficient in fighting and self-preservation. Although our strength is somewhat lacking compared to Deputy Commander Gao. Deputy Commander Gao's business is our business. The fiery red greatsword let out a crisp clang, and sharp sword radiance erupted from the tip of the blade. After House finished speaking, the others nodded in unison. Great Scholar Yu Yan glanced toward the floating city, but no emotion was revealed in the depths of his eyes. After just one glance, he withdrew his gaze and continued to announce, "The internal meeting is related to the quotas for the Supreme Meeting, so all factions aspiring to participate must put forth their full effort. Therefore, this meeting will continue to follow the previous rules. Two factions will engage in one-on-one combat until one side has no one left to fight or admits defeat." As Yu Yan finished speaking, the numerous factions within the Starry Library nodded one after another, clearly in agreement with these rules. Then, which faction would like to be the first to initiate a challenge? Yu Yan's gaze swept across the entire venue before resting in the direction of the immortal wasteland. For this internal meeting, all the factions within the top 10 seats, with the exception of Cheyenne and the Great Trade Federation which had been crippled by Gao Yang, had reached a consensus. They intended to stifle the immortal wasteland, this unruly, emerging power. Only by doing so could their authority be demonstrated, and only then could these entities standing at the pinnacle of the core of Air Continent manifest their own majesty. Ange Bailey walked to Gao Yang's side and asked, "Leader Gao Yang, what is the goal of the immortal wasteland?" "Naturally, it is to obtain a seat at the meeting. And the higher the seat, the better," Gao Yang said straightforwardly. "Then, would Leader Gao Yang mind if we stretched our limbs a bit? This period of rest has left our muscles feeling a bit rusty," Ange Bailey said with a smile. Gao Yang understood their meaning. They simply wanted to help him but were worried about bruising his ego. However, it was clear that Ange Bailey's concerns were unnecessary. Gao Yang looked at Ange Bailey with a smile and said, "Leader Bailey, given our friendship, there is no need to be so subtle. With you taking action, it will naturally save me quite a bit of effort." If Ange Bailey and the others had not come, then according to Gao Yang's original plan, he would have simply fought one faction after another, taking them on one by one. With his strength, he was fully capable of doing so. However, since Ange Bailey had already brought it up, and Gao Yang was not a pedantic person, he certainly would not choose to torture himself if he could have it easier. Gao Yang looked up and met Yu Yan's gaze. After sensing the suppressed dissatisfaction in the other man's eyes, he suddenly revealed a smile. The next instant, the floating city trembled slightly, and a violent, deep blue surge of magical power soared into the sky, attracting the attention of everyone present. Amidst many shocked gazes, a cold and firm voice emanated from the floating city. "Since everyone is being so modest, let us of the immortal wasteland go first." Yu Yan nodded slightly. The legendary Feather King was indeed a genius character with such sharp, overwhelming spirit. He just wondered if his personality could withstand this pressure. With thoughts churning in his mind, Yu Yan said, "Feather King, the immortal wasteland is an emerging power and does not possess the qualifications to directly challenge the seats of the previous session. If you wish to challenge for a seat, you can only start by challenging the last of the 5 reserve seats. Do you wish to challenge the 5th reserve seat?" The land of red fire, Seeing this, Gao Yang nodded slightly, his voice calm yet unquestionable as he said, "I challenge." Yu Yan turned his head to look in another direction, the location where the land of red fire was situated. "Lord of Red Fire, do you accept the challenge from the immortal wasteland? If you refuse, it will be deemed an automatic forfeit, and the immortal wasteland will be declared the winner." The Lord of Red Fire was a tall, middle-aged human with a head of fiery red hair that looked like flames. Upon hearing Yu Yan's inquiry, his dark red eyes immediately bloomed with a scorching light. He stood up without hesitation, looked toward the floating city where the immortal wasteland was located, and with a flash of greed in his eyes, shouted, "The land of red fire accepts the challenge from the immortal wasteland. Listen well, Feather King of the immortal wasteland. This battle is a fight to the death. The land of red fire will not hold back in the slightest. If you are afraid of dying here, you had better crawl back now. Ha ha." After the Lord of Red Fire finished speaking, a burst of loud laughter erupted from behind him. The factions on the Corvair continent had naturally heard of the immortal wasteland, which had risen in the last few decades. This emerging power had only seen two legends appear in recent years: the Feather King and the Temple Bishop. But the Temple Bishop had never taken action and followed the path of a divine system professional, so his combat power was basically negligible. If one were to truly discuss combat power, the entire immortal wasteland only had the Feather King as a legendary level combatant. Although the Feather King was very strong, and even the founder of the first Eberron Superhuman Deathmatch tournament, and the ultimate winner of two such tournaments, in the eyes of the Lord of Red Fire, no matter how strong the opponent was, there was still a limit. The land of Red Fire had a total of 7 legendary powerhouses, all of whom had been famous for a long time. In a wheel battle scenario, even if the first few were defeated, the Feather King, having no time to catch his breath, would certainly reach his limit before they did. When that time came, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to step in and defeat a nearly exhausted Feather King? Once the Feather King was dead, that floating city would be his. As the Lord of Red Fire thought this, a legendary powerhouse from behind him walked past him and rushed into the Starry Arena. In an instant, the figure of this legendary powerhouse from the land of Red Fire was projected onto the surface of the sphere that was the Starry Arena. In the image, the man stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips, as he looked in the direction of the immortal wasteland and said, "Feather King of the immortal wasteland, come up and fight me." On the floating city, everyone looked at the man's confident expression and began to laugh. House even slung his greatsword onto his back, stepped forward, and said, "This guy clearly doesn't look very strong. So how can he be so confident? Forget it. Whatever the situation is, I'm going first." Gao Yang and Ange Bailey did not stop him, instead letting House rush out of the floating city. With a flash of fire, House had already entered the Starry Arena, standing opposite the legendary powerhouse of the land of Red Fire. "So you are the Feather King of the immortal wasteland. Remember my name. Molten Fist Bakek. The beginning of your nightmare." As Bakek spoke, he clenched his fists, and violent, scorching flame battle chi surged from them, making him look like a god of war made of fire, appearing extremely intimidating. House laughed heartily, and the fiery red greatsword on his back was drawn with a clang, his voice like thunder penetrating into Bakek's ears. "You don't even know what the Feather King of the immortal wasteland looks like, yet you dare to spout such nonsense here. You really make me laugh to death." Bakek glared at House, his voice low but filled with rage. "Male, sword wielder, hulking physique. Tell me, Your Excellency King of Feathers, are you so worried about failure that you are deliberately refusing to admit your true identity? My name is House. As for you, you aren't even qualified to meet the King of Feathers." House swung his greatsword casually, the biting pressure of the blade forming a gale that made Bakek's clothes snap violently in the wind. Upon hearing this, Bakek was stunned for a moment. His first thought was, when did the immortal wasteland produce another legend? But as he felt the incoming pressure of the blade, his mind went blank. He looked at House opposite him with a grave expression. From that hulking frame, he felt a heavy, crushing weight. The violent sword pressure manifested into a tangible force, pressing down on Bakek's heart and causing the flames on his body to burn even more wildly. He let out a low roar and charged toward House. "Enough talk. Let's fight." House said nothing more. and a blood-red battle or erupted from his body. Under the gaze of the numerous spectators, Hao's and Bakek's figures merely flickered before they collided in the center of the battlefield with a thunderous boom. The crimson battle sword struck the metal gauntlets. The violent power surged from Hao's body without reservation, making his strike increasingly terrifying. The moment they made contact, Bakek's expression turned ghastly. Feeling the destructive force surging through the sword, his heart sank rapidly. The combat power of the person before him was definitely above his own. But that was not the main point. The point was the bloodthirsty aura emanating from the man's body. It was so thick that even at close range, it filled him with a sense of impending doom. Hao's looked down at Bakek through his sword, his arm muscles bulging as he pressed the blade down once more. Bakek's body sank lower and lower. Suddenly, he let out a wild roar, and flames erupted from his fists. The crimson battle sword lifted slightly. Just as Bakek thought he had gained a moment to breathe, the sword descended toward his head with even greater ferocity. Bakek reacted extremely quickly, but at such close range, he only had time to cross his arms in front of him. Flames clung to his arms, attempting to bolster his defense. Clang! After a metallic explosion, Bakek's arms hung limply, and jagged white bone fragments protruded from his elbows. Terror flooded his eyes. Hao's, as if he hadn't noticed, simply swung his sword down again. Wait, I Soren. Feeling the approach of death, Bakek let out a terrified scream, but the only response he received was the descending crimson battle sword. Squelch! The sword passed through him from head to base without any resistance. Hao's curled his lip in dissatisfaction. He hadn't even warmed up yet. Chapter 929. An unstoppable force path. Hao spat into the air with disdain. This legend from the land of red fire was pitifully weak. By comparison, the legends he fought in the Blood Wars were much more exciting. Not only were there those who could trade blows with him, but there were even more who could beat him until he cried for his parents. In contrast to Hao's dissatisfaction and the calm of those on the floating city, the other factions were not feeling so well. Who could have imagined that a legend from the land of red fire would fail to withstand even 3 strikes from this great swordsman of the immortal wasteland, being hacked into 2 halves and killed beyond any hope of recovery? The gap between the two was so vast that many began to doubt whether that legend from the land of red fire was truly a legend at all, or merely a transcendent powerhouse in disguise. However, Hao's did not care about what these people were thinking. He swung his battle sword, glared with tiger-like eyes toward the direction of the land of red fire, and sneered, "Who's next?" Under Hao's glare, the Lord of Red Fire felt a surge of inexplicable panic. Although Bakek's strength was inferior to his own, if they were to truly fight, he would never be able to kill Bakek within 3 moves. But this legendary swordsman named Hao's had executed Bakek on the spot in 3 strikes. This level of strength was definitely above his own. The Lord of Red Fire was absolutely certain that if he were to face Hao's in the Starry Dao discussion arena, his fate would likely be no better than Bakek's. He would at most last a little longer. The Lord of Red Fire looked up at the floating city hovering in midair. Due to the angle, he could not see the scene inside, and of course, because of the magical barrier, he couldn't see it even if he wanted to. Yet, this only made the immortal wasteland seem increasingly mysterious in the eyes of the Lord of Red Fire. Regarding this emerging faction, he suddenly realized why the scholars of Kallenberg had wanted them to target this new power. Suddenly, the Lord of Red Fire felt a cold, chilling gaze like that of a venomous snake hiding in the shadows, locked onto its prey. He was the prey. The Lord of Red Fire did not turn his head. He didn't even change his breathing rhythm. Only a single drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Even without turning, he could guess that the owner of that gaze was the legendary shadow assassin of the Shadow Empire. Facing Hao's challenge and the chilling gaze that made him feel as if he were being pricked by needles, the Lord of Red Fire struggled internally, his expression shifting constantly. Finally, he looked up at Hao's in the Starry Dao discussion arena, swallowed hard to ease the dryness in his throat, and said, "Your Excellency, Hao's possesses peerless combat power. The land of Red Fire is no match. I, the Lord of Red Fire, on behalf of the land of Red Fire, acknowledge that the immortal wasteland possesses the qualifications to participate in this meeting." As his voice fell, more threatening gazes landed on the Lord of Red Fire. Feeling the weight of those stares, his already lowered head sank even further. But the Lord of Red Fire did not regret it. If he offended these factions, the worst that could happen was abandoning the power he had worked so hard to build, or even leaving the continent of Corvair to make a living on one of the other 3 continents. It wasn't a problem. With their strength as legends, they could live well anywhere. On the contrary, if he were to continue fighting the immortal wasteland to the end, he feared that all the legends of the Land of Red Fire, including himself, would die under that crimson battle sword. Compared to the preciousness of life, dignity and status are merely external things. In the face of a threat to life and death, there is not the slightest hesitation in casting them aside. Yu Yan froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. Looking toward the direction of the immortal wasteland, he said, "In that case, the Land of Red Fire voluntarily concedes. The immortal wasteland has obtained the qualification for the 5th reserve seat. Next, will the immortal wasteland continue to issue challenges?" Yu Yan's words sounded like an inquiry, but the underlying threat was quite obvious. However, Gao Yang did not care about such soft, useless threats. He simply looked at Yu Yan and nodded casually. Seeing this, Yu Yan immediately announced that the challenge would continue. The next opponent for the immortal wasteland was Okalanti, which held the 4th reserve seat. Upon hearing Yu Yan's inquiry, the leader of Okalanti showed a hint of difficulty on their face. They wanted to concede directly, but feared being liquidated by the 5 major powers, including the Kalan fortress. Afterward, after much deliberation, they could only resign themselves to their fate and send out a legendary warrior to fight against Hao's. The result had no suspense. After only 7 or 8 exchanges, Hao's beheaded this legendary powerhouse from Okalanti with a single sword. After Okalanti conceded, Yu Yan looked at Gao Yang and asked, "Continue, continue, continue." Ange Bailey lowered his staff, looking at the tribal warrior holding a primitive war spear who had fallen 1,000 meters away. His demeanor relaxed and effortless. After half a day of fighting, the immortal wasteland had been advancing like a hot knife through butter. The 5 major powers in the reserve seats had not been able to achieve any effect. After hastily leaving behind 5 legendary corpses, they allowed the immortal wasteland to advance to the 1st reserve seat, gaining the qualification to challenge the bottom of the rotating seats. The bottom of the rotating seats was held by Drum, a massive power formed by half-orcs. These half-orcs were incomparable to the 5 powers of the reserve seats in terms of both combat power and fighting spirit. Although they did not pose any obstacles to Ange Bailey's legendary squad, they did indeed consume some of their time and energy. But that was all. Ange Bailey and the others were legendary powerhouses who had survived after spending many years in the Blood War. The amount of combat experience they had gained from fighting peers was not something that these legends, who had lived in luxury on the Corvair continent for many years, could compare to. Therefore, although it was a bit tricky, it did not stop the immortal wasteland's forward momentum, until the last primitive warrior of this thorn tribe, excluding the chieftain, fell before Ange Bailey. The battle came to an end. The immortal wasteland had now reached the 7th position of the rotating seats. In front of the immortal wasteland, only the warlord faction Dagon, which worshipped the god of strength and war, remained. After resolving Dagon, the immortal wasteland would obtain the qualification to charge toward the fixed seats. By now, the performance of the immortal wasteland had been recognized by the vast majority of the powers present, who acknowledged that the immortal wasteland possessed the strength to qualify for a fixed seat. Yu Yan was now expressionless. He looked at Gao Yang and asked again, "Will the immortal wasteland continue?" Ange Bailey turned to look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded slightly at him. So Ange Bailey shrugged and said with a smile, "Master Scholar, let us continue. Let me see the power of the goblins of Dagon." Yu Yan looked at Ange Bailey silently, then said, "Then as you wish." As his voice fell, a goblin over 4 meters tall, with skin so green it looked black, suddenly rushed onto the Starry Dao discussion arena. Chapter 930, Compromise Wa. The dark green goblin held a thick mace stained with dark red blood in both hands, and let out a wild, powerful roar at Ange Bailey. There was no wisdom in that roar, only the venting of his own endless strength. The roar turned into a gale that rushed toward him, only to be blocked by a flickering magical shield. Ange Bailey squinted his eyes as he looked at the tall goblin 100 meters away. Compared to the shrewd and cunning nature of ordinary goblins, These goblins of Dagon who worshipped the god of strength and war were more inclined toward orcs, equally rough and equally barbaric. However, this had no effect on Ange Bailey, just like his magic. Whether it was benevolent or evil, barbaric or refined, as long as they stood on the opposite side of him, they could not escape the destruction of his magic. The battle began. The legendary level goblin warrior of Dagon shattered the air amidst wild roars, his massive body turning into a dark green bolt of lightning as he crushed toward Ange Bailey. Facing this impact, which felt like a collapsing mountain, Ange Bailey's expression did not change in the slightest. He simply snapped his fingers lightly, and the light of magic bloomed upon him. The next moment, the direction of the speeding goblin warrior suddenly veered, and he crashed toward an empty space. He slammed his mace into the ground, causing the earth to instantly crack and shatter. Borrowing the massive recoil force, he barely managed to stop, turned around, and slashed toward Ange Bailey again. There were no words, only a deafening roar, followed by a tidal wave of dark red and black battle aura. Seeming to realize that getting close to Ange Bailey was not easy, the goblin warrior chose to use his battle aura to condense attacks for long-range harassment first, waiting for an opportunity to close in. The violent battle aura enveloped the air, turning into streams of energy that shrouded Ange Bailey. Every stream of energy that fell was capable of destroying a mountain peak. But when these energy streams flew within 10 meters of Ange Bailey, they were directly deflected and repelled. Not a single attack could break through this range to affect Ange Bailey. Ange Bailey shook his head. Such a battle was truly a bit boring. This goblin legend had legendary level strength, but his combat experience and techniques remained at the level of a plain native. Compared to the enemies in the Blood War, the gap was truly quite obvious. The goblin warrior in the distance did not realize this, so he continued to roar and attack Ange Bailey with high spirits. Ange Bailey gathered magic at his fingertips, after completing the spell model construction in an incredibly short amount of time. A pitch-black ray shot out from his fingertips, vanishing into a spatial bubble that had abruptly opened before him. The next instant, a spatial bubble appeared before the goblin warrior. Before he could even realize what had happened, the pitch-black ray pierced through the spatial bubble and struck the goblin warrior's chest. With a soft hiss, the pitch-black ray sank entirely into the flesh of the goblin warrior's chest. A flicker of human-like confusion crossed the goblin warrior's face. He looked down, only to see his sturdy chest beginning to wither, as if a monster that devoured flesh and essence was hidden beneath his skin, greedily sucking away everything he possessed. He wanted to grip the weapon in his hand to smash the head of the bug opposite him, because according to his past experience, as long as he smashed the head of the bug opposite him, all of this would come to an end. But the mace that he could usually swing with ease now felt like a massive mountain, exceptionally heavy. Even though he used all his strength, he could not pick it up again. Wah! An angry roar squeezed out from his throat, but it provided no help. He still could not lift his former weapon. He looked up in anger at Ange Bailey, only to be met by a scorching white fireball the size of a wash basin. The sound of an explosion rang out. The goblin warrior's head and half of his upper body were melted away. His mangled corpse was thrown back by the impact, and it took several seconds before it fell heavily onto the floor. Ange Bailey's expression remained calm, his composed demeanor suggesting that he had not just killed a legend, but had merely crushed a bug in passing. Outside the Starry Arena, in a corner of the Starry Library, the great marshal of the Dagon goblins stood up abruptly, intense killing intent visible in his eyes. But when his gaze met Ange Bailey's calm eyes, the anger in his heart instantly turned into bubbles and vanished without a trace. A moment later, feeling the urging gazes falling from above, the great marshal's deep voice echoed through the library. With the god of war as my witness, Dagon acknowledges the power of the immortal wasteland. They possess sufficient strength to compete for their rightful place. The great marshal's voice was steady, showing no signs of his inner turmoil. But the spectators present already understood his meaning. Dagon had conceded. At this very moment, the sounds of gasping for air echoing from every corner of the library successfully contributed a bit to the global warming of the Eberron world. With Dagon out of the way, the immortal wasteland reached the first position of the floating seats. One more step forward, and it would be a fixed seat. Would it continue? Would they allow it to continue? Countless burning gazes were cast toward the great scholars of Cranberg, as if waiting for their next move, with Yuyan being the center of focus, facing the countless gazes. Yuyan stood up, and the next instant, he appeared at the pinnacle of the starry Arena. He lowered his gaze to meet Gao Yang, who was standing on the floating city. His lips did not move, but his voice was transmitted into Gao Yang's mind through their eye contact. Immortal Feather King, let's end it here. Hearing this, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. He also did not speak, but his voice was transmitted through the vibration of his will. Oh, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to completely strangle the immortal wasteland? Now that you haven't succeeded, are you willing to stop? Where will you put your pride? In the exchange of consciousness, Yuyan's voice disappeared. But Gao Yang was not in a hurry, simply watching Yuyan quietly. A moment later, Yuyan's voice sounded again. Your performance has already proven yourselves. The immortal wasteland already has enough strength to stand side by side with us. To continue further would be of no benefit to either the immortal wasteland or the other factions. If we continue, the immortal wasteland's ranking will only rise further. How could that be of no benefit to the immortal wasteland? It would only be of no benefit to you. Gao Yang chuckled, his black pupils devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Then what about afterwards? Can the immortal wasteland withstand the targeting of all the factions? A trace of fluctuation appeared in Yuyan's voice, and a sense of threat emerged with it. You can try and see whether you destroy the immortal wasteland first, or I kill all of you high-ranking figures first. Facing Yuyan's threat, Gao Yang was not angry. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Since they had already resorted to threats, it meant they had no better options than threats. Yuyan's voice surged, and his momentum rose accordingly. You are just one person. Do you think those legends will go crazy with you? They are not beings of Eberron, strictly speaking. They don't even have the qualifications to participate in this conference. We allowed them to participate out of respect for them. Gao Yang laughed and said, A team of legends, do you dare not respect them? Yuyan's tone choked, and his gaze toward Gao Yang became increasingly hostile. Before he could continue, he heard Gao Yang say, Of course, I don't care whether you respect them or not. As far as I am concerned, if I want to, I can kill you all before you destroy the immortal wasteland. Great scholar, do you want to try and see whether your actions are faster, or if I kill faster? Yuyan took a deep breath, and his tone softened. As long as you stop challenging, we will agree to any conditions you propose. Oh, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and said, That's not impossible. In that case, for this supreme conference, the immortal wasteland must have the first priority in selection. Impossible. Yuyan's voice became intense again. Do you mean that if you want to choose Cranberg, we have to hand it over to you? Is that not allowed? Then let's continue. Gao Yang said indifferently. Since negotiation was useless, he would use the sword in his hand to fight for the right to speak. This was something he had never feared. Wait, I need to discuss this with the others. Yuyan's voice sounded, and then the space of consciousness fell into silence once more. A moment later, Yuyan's voice sounded again, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Wait, you cannot touch the current territories of Kallenberg, the Shadow Empire, and the City of Spires. Aside from those, you may choose any other location on the continent of Corvair, and you shall have the first priority in selection. How about that? Clearly, compared to other factions with inferior intelligence networks, Kallenberg and the Shadow Empire held Gao Yang's combat prowess in high regard. Of course, the most important point was that they had enjoyed peace for so long. The lifestyle and power of those in high positions had long since made them instinctively loathe conflict, and even more so, death. Therefore, facing the sharp-edged immortal wasteland, their choice was to assimilate it. Gao Yang looked at Yuyan and asked with a half-smile, Then what about the issue of the seats? How should the Owen Empire and the Kingdom Alliance be handled? Yuyan snorted inwardly. But since the decision had already been made, there was no turning back. He spoke directly. Not this time. When the next meeting is convened, the immortal wasteland will automatically advance to a permanent seat. How about that? If that is not acceptable, then let us fight. After Yuyan finished speaking, he fell silent, merely watching Gao Yang with a firm gaze. Gao Yang met his eyes for a few seconds. Under Yuyan's scrutiny, He nodded slowly and said, "Deal." Upon hearing Gao Yang's response, even with Yu Yan's self-restraint and erudition, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. Only then did he realize just how heavy the pressure brought by the immortal wasteland had been. However, he quickly composed his emotions and gave a light cough. Hearing Yu Yan's cough, the audience present immediately turned their gaze toward him, waiting for what he had to say next. The exchange in the consciousness space seemed to last a long time, but in reality, it was only an instant in the physical world. In the eyes of the audience, Yu Yan had merely glanced at the floating city before taking action. Yu Yan looked toward the floating city and asked in a loud voice, "The immortal wasteland has been promoted to the first position of the rotating seats. Now, does the immortal wasteland choose to continue challenging the permanent seats, or will it terminate the challenge?" The audience present held their breath, looking toward the floating city, waiting for the decision of the person upon it. To them, although their own strength was like that of ants compared to the 5 major factions holding permanent seats, that did not mean they did not want to see a faction challenge them. Challenging authority and emerging victorious, this result would resonate with and evoke a sense of immersion in the vast majority of people. This was a common trait of sentient beings. Under the gaze of the numerous spectators, a young voice slowly drifted down from the floating city hanging high in the sky. "We have already displayed sufficient strength. Let the challenge end here." Upon hearing Gao Yang's voice, the heart that Yu Yan had been holding finally settled back into his chest, while the expectant audience let out a sigh of mixed emotions, feeling quite regretful that they would not see a faction challenge the 5 major powers. Bailey shrugged, snapped his fingers, and walked with great flair into the portal before him. Returning to the floating city. Chapter 931, Celebration and Leasing. After Bailey returned, Gao Yang smiled at Bailey, House, and the others, saying, "You have all worked hard. Tonight, we drink until we drop. Hey, it's just a small matter." The brothers were just a bit bored and wanted to stretch their limbs. "If you really had to step in, Commander Gao, all these people combined wouldn't be enough for you to kill." House waved his hand, then changed the subject, saying with a hint of resentment, "Drinking until we drop sounds great, Commander Gao. You don't know, ever since you left, the boss wouldn't let me touch a single drop of alcohol during the Blood War. I haven't been drunk in a long time. Now that I think about it, it was much happier when I was with you." "Bullshit. You dare say you didn't sneak drinks behind my back?" Bailey glared at House, who laughed awkwardly. "During the Blood War, keeping a clear head is essential. After all, one careless mistake could lead to disaster. You should know that, House," Gao Yang said with a smile. House rubbed his nose and did not refute him. "However, this is not the Blood War, and I have collected quite a bit of fine wine. Commander Gao really understands me." House burst into laughter. The subsequent battles had nothing to do with those on the floating city. Although the challenges were still ongoing, the group on the floating city had already begun their evening banquet. Gao Yang took out elemental fruit wine and life spirits from his inventory, along with ice moon cold toad snacks, and of course, some dragon meat and clove fruit, the former for grilling, and the latter to cleanse the palate. As for the fire used for grilling, a legendary mage's spells were not only for combat, they were also quite handy for daily life. Under the gradually darkening sky, 5 fire elemental spirits each held a large piece of dragon meat, roasting the tough and firm flesh with their own flames. Nearby, the stout and short Commander Andrew had donned a yellowed chef's hat, strolling leisurely among the 5 fire elemental spirits like an executive chef in full control of the situation. Gao Yang felt that if Andrew hadn't become an adventurer, he could have been an excellent chef in the mortal world, at least the kind that earns 500 a day. To tomorrow, under the dragon-patterned night sky, several large glass mugs clinked together. Richly scented liquors of various colors splashed about, and the fragrance of the wine, whether mellow or fresh, quickly permeated the air under the heat of the campfire. Melafina gulped down the elemental fruit wine from her special mug. After letting out a hiccup, she stood up on her chair, swaying, and spoke with a hint of drunkenness. "Meal, let me say a few words." As Melafina spoke, the others slowly stopped what they were doing, all smiling as they looked at this slightly tipsy cat elf. "Everyone tell me, are you happy today, Niao?" "Happy, of course. Different voices responded to Melifina, which made the smile on her face widen even further. She looked at everyone with hazy eyes and suddenly began to cry. Woo, it's just good that everyone is here. This cat was really worried that you would die in the blood war. Commander Katrina reached out and pulled Melifina into her arms. Her ample bosom made Melifina instinctively nuzzle against her, finding a comfortable angle to lean into her embrace. Thank you for your concern, Melifina. We have always been very careful. Katerina smiled as she stroked Melifina's little head, causing the girl to squint her eyes and let out a happy purr. Soon, Melifina fell asleep in Katerina's arms. As for the others, they continued to eat meat and drink heavily. Though Ange Bailey kept the noise down so as not to disturb Melifina's sleep, Gao Yang sat side by side with Ange Bailey, each holding a large glass of life spirits. Compared to the mellow taste of elemental fruit wine, life spirits had a bit more of a spicy kick, which suited the male palate better and made it easier to get drunk. Honestly, sometimes I consider whether I should find a place or return to my hometown to settle down. Ange Bailey looked up at the conspicuous golden dragon emblem in the night sky and said with a touch of emotion, after earning so much wealth in the blood war, one has to find a place to spend it, right? Are we supposed to be like dragons, acting as misers, waiting for heroes to come knocking and snatch away all the wealth we worked so hard to accumulate? Gao Yang laughed and clinked his glass with him, making a small joke. Of course not. Ange Bailey drank the spirits in his glass, sighed heavily, and said, President Matthew promised to pull strings for us to find a plane core. But I know the hope of that is very slim. Without a plane core, a floating city cannot be fully constructed. A floating city without a plane core is nothing more than an empty shell piled up with countless resources. It can only show off its power within a single plane and cannot even travel across planes. There is no need to worry about that, Captain Bailey. Gao Yang clinked his glass with him and said with a smile. Ange Bailey thought Gao Yang was just trying to comfort him, so he laughed along and said, That is true. The Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce can span countless planes across the entire multiverse. Their power is far beyond our imagination. A mere plane core should not be a problem for a branch president of the Chamber of Commerce. If President Matthew were here, he would definitely shake his head like a rattle and deny it 3 times over. For the Chamber of Commerce as a whole, a plane core naturally means nothing. But for a branch president, a plane core is still a rare resource that is difficult to access. In the vast majority of cases, a branch president does not have the authority to decide on the use or trade of a plane core. Gao Yang recalled Giuliano's reaction when he first encountered a plane core and laughed heartily. If President Matthew heard you say that, he would definitely thank you. Ange Bailey laughed along as well. After a while, he asked abruptly, Gao Yang, do you think that if one destroys a plane, they can get the plane core with 100% certainty? The smile on Gao Yang's face faded. He turned to look at the earnest-looking Ange Bailey and sighed inwardly. It seemed that Ange Bailey had also developed the idea of destroying a plane to obtain a plane core. At this moment, he once again understood the temptation a floating city held for a spellcaster. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yang said, I can only say the probability is not low, but the risks involved are also extremely high. I know. The Plane Guardian Association, those powerful legends who have gone to extremes to protect planes. Ange Bailey nodded, clearly. He understood the consequences of actively destroying a plane. Being able to traverse the multiverse and dedicate oneself to protecting planes is in itself worthy of admiration. But what makes it difficult for most plane destroyers is that even if they destroy an evil plane, they will still be hunted and pursued by the Plane Guardian Association. Of course, it cannot be denied that it is precisely because of the extreme protective actions of the Plane Guardian Association that the number and speed of non-natural destruction of planes across the entire multiverse have dropped significantly. That is correct. But the Plane Guardians are worthy of admiration, and they are not incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Gao Yang nodded, then thought for a moment, and took an object out of his inventory. Ange Bailey looked at the transparent crystal emitting a faint light in Gao Yang's hand. And after just one glance, he could no longer look away. His body began to tremble slightly, and his magic power began to fluctuate along with it. He looked at the transparent crystal in Gao Yang's hand and asked tremblingly, Is this a plane core? Faint golden light wrapped around the plane core, Gao Yang tossed it in his hand casually and nodded. That is right. A plane core with 308 of energy. 38G, Ange Bailey repeated, his eyes burning as he stared at the plane core in Gao Yang's hand. Although a plane core with 308 of energy units was a bit small, it would have no problem supporting a floating city for over a decade. And if one were frugal, it could last for 20 or 30 years. If he had this plane core, his floating city project could be put on the schedule. And once the floating city was built, he could travel directly through the multiverse. Ange Bailey did not believe that he wouldn't be able to find a plane on the verge of destruction before the floating city's energy ran out, as long as he found such a plane and obtained its plane core when it was destroyed. His floating city would never be troubled by a lack of a plane core again. With his thoughts swirling, Ange Bailey looked at Gao Yang with a mix of hope and anxiety and asked uncertainly, "Then, Captain Gao, this plane core?" He really wanted to ask if this plane core was intended to be sold to him, but he was worried that Gao Yang would shake his head and deny his assumption. So, he had to use this hesitant tone to say something ambiguous. To his surprise, Gao Yang tossed the plane core in his hand directly toward him and said, "I am lending it to you for the time being." Ange Bailey swore that the moment Gao Yang made that tossing motion, it was the coolest and most charming throw he had ever seen in his life, bar none. He scrambled to catch the plane core, but whether it was because he was too excited or because he had drunk too much life spirits, his brain reaction was a bit sluggish. In any case, the plane core successfully fell into the large glass he was holding, soaking in the unfinished spirits. Angel Bailey hurriedly took out the plane core and gently wiped it with the expensive magic robe he was wearing. Only after wiping away the spilled wine did he let out a long sigh of relief. "Commander Gao, the plane core is so precious. How could you just toss it out so casually? What if it had broken?" After saying this, Angel Bailey gripped the plane core tightly in his hand and looked at Gao Yang to confirm. "Is this really for me?" Gao Yang glanced at him, shook his head, and said, "It is not for you, Commander Bailey. It is a loan. I am lending it to you to use. It must be returned in the future. Not only must it be returned, but it must be returned double. Is that clear?" Angel Bailey gripped the plane core tightly, nodding vigorously as if he were holding onto his future. He said, "Rest assured, Commander Gao, in the future, I will not only return it, I will return it to you to fold." Gao Yang waved his hand and raised the wine glass in his hand. The crisp sound of glass clinking echoed in the night sky, only to be drowned out by the roaring crowd below. The internal meeting was still ongoing, and unlike in the past, this session was extremely intense and bloody. As for the reason, it was naturally because the methods of the Immortal Wasteland were too ruthless, to the extent that, apart from the newly promoted Immortal Wasteland and Dagon, who had surrendered in time, the other three factions had more than half of their legendary powerhouses slaughtered. Their state of ruin could not even be described as merely suffering broken bones and tendons. Precisely because of this, the 5 major factions in the reserve seats, and even more second-rate factions, saw an opportunity to climb higher. So they began to fight desperately for the final 3 floating seats. The battle lasted until the early morning of the 3rd day, when a legendary powerhouse, covered in wounds, tremblingly pulled his battle sword from his opponent's chest. This struggle for the spots finally came to an end. 2 factions from the reserve seats, plus 1 faction that had previously been at the tail end of the first-rate powers and possessed only for legendary powerhouses, successfully secured the final 3 spots. With this, the Eberron internal meeting was declared over. The new top 10 factions had been selected, and in half a year, they would head to the seat of Eberron, the largest island in the endless sea at the center of the 4 continents, to participate in the highest meeting of this world. Chapter 930 to gaining insight. Of course, all of this did not have much to do with Gao Yang and the Immortal Wasteland. After the simple celebration ended, Gao Yang piloted the floating city back the very next day, accompanied by that spaceship from Cheyenne. Yes, it had been difficult for Orlandor to reach a deal with Gao Yang. If the meeting hadn't been so important, he probably wouldn't have even wanted to attend it, preferring to take Gao Yang directly to complete the transaction. Now that the Immortal Wasteland was leaving, how could he possibly stay here? As long as he obtained the plane core, the The framework he had already built could finally complete its final step and officially become a floating city. Once he controlled a floating city, the rest would be smooth sailing for Orlandor. He could pilot the floating city to conduct cross-plane activities and search for more plane cores. In this way, the floating city for his son, Casimir, would be secured. Inside the spaceship, Orlandor looked at the behemoth flying in front of him with burning eyes, a raging fire burning in his heart. When that time came, the Orlandor family would become a magical dynasty famous throughout all of Eberron and even the entire multiverse. Calm down, calm down. Orlandor kept repeating in his heart. He had endured such a long wait. He could handle a little more time. Is it okay for them to follow behind us on the floating city? Lisa turned her head to look at the Shane spaceship trailing behind them and asked Gao Yang. It is fine. I completed a transaction with Archmage Shane, and it seems the other party wants to complete the deal quickly. Hearing Gao Yang's explanation, Lisa nodded, set her mind at ease, and stopped paying attention to the spaceship behind them. The return journey was uneventful. When the floating city returned to the Immortal City, Angel Bailey couldn't wait to take his team off the floating city, because Matthew, who had left the City of Wisdom early, had already sent a message. The plane core was temporarily out of stock, but the first batch of resources for building the floating city was about to arrive at the Immortal City. Angel Bailey, who had already secured the plane core, naturally couldn't wait. He wanted to lead his team to build their future home. Besides Angel Bailey being impatient, Orlandor, who had been trailing behind the floating city, was also impatient. When the floating city slowly came to a steady stop, he flew out from his spaceship and flew directly in front of Gao Yang. Lord Feather King, do you have time now to complete our transaction? Orlandor asked tentatively. To prevent Gao Yang from feeling annoyed, he even specifically explained, we may need to travel through 3 to 4 planes, so it will take some time. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow but didn't ask anything. Instead, he looked at Lisa and Melifina beside him and said, I will be leaving for a while. During this time, Angel Bailey and his people will also be staying here. Although she didn't know where Gao Yang was going or what he was going to do, Lisa nodded silently and said gently, You, don't worry about us. That is right. That is right. With this queen here, there will be no problems. Melifina also lifted her little head and said in a high-spirited manner. Gao Yang smiled and looked at Angel Bailey and the others in the distance, saying, Commander Bailey, I have something to attend to and will be away for a while. I trouble you to look after the immortal wasteland. Angel Bailey nodded seriously without speaking. Seeing this, Gao Yang turned to look at Orlandor and nodded, saying, No problem. Let us go now. Orlandor took several deep breaths and led Gao Yang as they flew out of the Immortal City. After flying away from the Immortal City, Orlandor said, Lord Feather King, next we will need to spend about 3 days to reach a plane where we can harvest the first point of legendary attributes. Gao Yang shrugged, not raising any objections. Compared to raising objections, he was more curious about what the channel for obtaining legendary attributes that Orlandor spoke of was like. Seeing that Gao Yang did not speak, Auckland felt a sense of relief. He then led Gao Yang straight toward the nearest teleportation array. In an unknown plane, inside a spacious stone structure, a teleportation array began to glow with a faint light. Once the light dissipated, Gao Yang and Auckland stepped out from within. Sensing the reasonably decent concentration of energy in the air, Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. Though he glanced at Auckland beside him, Wait a moment, Lord Feather King. I need to contact an old friend of mine. After saying this, Auckland took a communicator from his storage ring and began to input information. A few minutes later, he looked at Gao Yang with an excited expression and said, We arrived just in time. My old friend is still living in seclusion on this plane. Come with me. Lord Feather King. Gao Yang became increasingly curious about how exactly the legendary attributes Auckland spoke of were obtained. After half a day, Auckland brought Gao Yang to a vast grassland, where stone palaces were scattered in an orderly fashion across the plains. The tallest palace, built from massive white stones, stood at the very edge of their field of vision. Before they could even set off, a reindeer radiating a white glow walked up to them, its large black eyes exceptionally intelligent. The reindeer nodded at the two of them, then turned and strolled toward the white palace. Auckland signaled for Gao Yang to follow. explaining, "An old friend of mine lives in seclusion here. He is a very powerful earth druid." As he spoke, Auckland's eyes dimmed slightly. Gao Yang glanced at him but walked toward the White Palace in silence. Soon, the two men and the deer arrived in front of the White Palace. Before they could even step inside, a burst of aged yet resonant laughter echoed from within. "Auckland, you actually found the time to come back and see me." Accompanying the sound, a sturdy old man with white hair and a white beard walked out of the palace. He wore a colorful wreath on his head, which made him look quite kind and benevolent. "Old man, what? Is it impossible for me to come and see you?" Auckland said with a smile. The two of them, one young and one old, appeared unexpectedly harmonious. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Auckland got straight to the point regarding his purpose. The old druid followed Auckland's gaze to look at Gao Yang, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Although I had thought about this day coming for a long time, now that it is here, I do not feel any regret. It seems I am truly old, and my obsession with the pursuit of power is no longer as strong." After speaking, he turned and walked toward the palace behind him, saying, "Come in with me." Auckland looked at Gao Yang, signaling for him to follow. Once inside the palace, Gao Yang saw the druid already sitting cross-legged on a straw mat in the center of the hall, gesturing for Gao Yang to sit opposite him. After Gao Yang sat down, the old druid said with a smile, "The process of stripping attributes comes at a great cost. Even the strongest legendary figure can only support it once, and it must be done voluntarily. The stripped attribute has a very short duration. You must absorb it immediately, or it will dissipate into the air." Gao Yang looked at the other men in surprise, finding it hard to believe what he had just heard. He had considered that Auckland might bring him to harvest legendary attribute fruits, or perhaps use other methods to help him acquire legendary attributes. But he truly had not expected the method to be so simple and brutal. So simple and brutal that it involved stripping attributes directly from a legendary professional. This was truly an eye-opener. After the initial shock, Gao Yang nodded to indicate he understood. This transaction was between Gao Yang and Auckland, and the two had already completed their deal. As for whether there was any transaction between the druid and Auckland, that was not something Gao Yang concerned himself with. Seeing Gao Yang nod, the old druid said no more. A faint yellow magical fluctuation bloomed from his body. Immediately after, the magical fluctuation began to intensify, eventually boiling over completely. Amidst this boiling magic, the old druid's expression gradually became pale and twisted, and veins bulged on his forehead, making him look exceptionally ferocious. This process did not last long. When the magic reached its boiling point, it suddenly plummeted, dropping from the peak to the valley in an instant. The old druid's face turned deathly pale. He clutched his chest with one hand and gave a violent tug, pulling a white orb of light from within his chest. He looked at the orb in his hand with reluctance before pushing it toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang watched the orb pushed over by the druid and reached out to grasp it. As his skin touched the orb, the white light seemed to have found its home again. It rapidly permeated his skin and flesh, sinking into his body. Once the white orb entered Gao Yang's body, it was quickly absorbed. Violent power tore through his muscles and blood vessels, beginning to crudely reshape his muscles and bones. The pain of this process was far greater than the pain brought about by increasing attributes with attribute points. Gao Yang's skin turned bright red in a short time, and waves of intense heat radiated from his body. A full quarter of an hour passed before the crimson color slowly faded. Strength come 1. Looking at the system prompt that appeared before his eyes, a trace of joy surfaced in Gao Yang's heart. Although the process was somewhat painful, the attribute gained was solid and came with no side effects. The old druid, having been stripped of his attribute, looked exceptionally exhausted. Auckland took out 2 potions and poured them into his mouth without a word, which finally helped his spirit recover a little. "Old man, I will come to see you again in a while." Auckland placed a storage ring into the old druid's palm and then spoke. The old druid merely nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Seeing this, Auckland led Gao Yang out of the palace and, under the watchful eyes of the numerous reindeer, quickly departed from the area. In the time that followed, Gao Yang traveled with Auckland between many planes, watching as Auckland interacted with one aged legendary powerhouse after another. followed by the process of stripping legendary attributes. It took a full 15 days for Auckland to complete his transaction with Gao Yang. On a mountain peak, Gao Yang and Auckland stood face to face, with an old dwarf whose beard was more than half white standing beside them. Following the same procedure as before, Auckland left behind a storage ring and then bid farewell to Gao Yang before departing. During the flight, Auckland looked at Gao Yang and said, "Your Excellency, King of Feathers, I have fulfilled the requirement for 5 points of legendary attributes." Gao Yang did not waste words. He took the plane core he had prepared long ago from his inventory, tossed it to Auckland, and said, "A 500 energy uni-plane core. Check it." Auckland caught the plane core and let out a heavy breath. After a careful inspection, he stored the plane core in his storage ring. He looked at Gao Yang with a smile and said earnestly, "Thank you, Your Excellency, King of Feathers. From now on, Shane will be the most steadfast ally of the immortal wasteland." Gao Yang had long grown tired of such platitudes. Upon hearing this, he merely waved his hand and said casually, "It is merely a case of each getting what they need. There is no need for such formalities, Archmage." Although this trip had cost him some time, the harvest was extremely bountiful. In the process, he had gained a total of 5 legendary attributes, 1 point each in strength, constitution, and agility, along with 1 point each in legendary intelligence and legendary perception. However, because Gao Yang's intelligence and perception had not yet reached the legendary rank, these 2 points did not take effect. He would have to wait until those 2 attributes reached the legendary level before they could provide their corresponding benefits. Even so, the harvest was enough to make him extremely satisfied. Chapter 933 Subsequent Planning Baron. Plane Transit Center. Auckland looked at Gao Yang and said, "Your Excellency, King of Feathers, I shall return to Shane first. When I have time in the future, I will come to visit you again." Gao Yang nodded slightly. Auckland had already obtained the plane core and returned to Eberron. Naturally, he had to go and build his own floating city. He had no reason to stop him. After Auckland left, Gao Yang went to the Immortal Church's branch at the Plane Activity Center and stepped onto the teleportation ray to return to Immortal City. When Gao Yang returned to the floating city, he saw Ange Bailey and the others working in full swing, with the stacking of standard magic bricks. The prototype of a conical base had already emerged. Comparing the size of the base, Gao Yang judged that the floating city Ange Bailey and his team were building was somewhat larger than his current one, with a diameter of about 600 meters. After all, Ange Bailey was not alone. He had nearly 10 legendary teammates. Members like House and Katrina would likely reside in the floating city in the future as well. Seeing Gao Yang return, they greeted him enthusiastically. Afterward, Gao Yang boarded the floating city and saw Milafina taking an afternoon nap. Not wanting to wake her, Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the training arena and began to contemplate his upcoming arrangements. The transaction with Auckland was complete, and the boost of 3 legendary attributes was extremely significant. The Eberron Supreme Conference was still about half a year away, and during this time, the Peak of Gladiators would continue. Some time ago, Gao Yang had fought another Peak Gladiator. The Peak of Gladiators had now reached the 4th round, meaning there were fewer than 70 legendary combatants left, and Yun Shengshan had not been eliminated. The battle the two had agreed upon was not far off. Perhaps his next opponent would be Yun Shengshan. Gao Yang had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Being able to engage in a life and death struggle with a god-slaying legendary would be of great benefit to him. Of course, before that, he had to improve his strength as much as possible. After all, Yun Shengshan was a long-renowned legendary powerhouse. When facing such an opponent, no amount of preparation was too much. I hope Gannard can bring the 2 legendary attribute fruits before I fight Senior Shengshan, Gao Yang thought to himself, then continued to ponder. The Peak of Gladiators and the Supreme Conference would end at roughly the same time. Once these 2 matters were concluded, Gao Yang would need to proceed with the next steps of his long-prepared plan. For example, the place Auckland mentioned called the Realm of Oblivion, and the unique talent carried on the back of that immortal giant turtle. For example, traveling to the primordial world to seek the qualifications for further cultivation of the 9 arcane art. Or, for instance, finding a habitable plane for the sacred gold world. Of course, In the process of searching for a habitable plane, the search for traces of the evil gods would also need to be carried out simultaneously. Gao Yang had never forgotten the commission he had accepted from Santos. And there was also the Soul Master Saigu, who had lost his physical body and remained at the Multiverse Trading Center. Finding a body for him was something that also needed to be resolved at the appropriate time. Of course, the most important point remained the Pantheon. The more information he gathered about the Pantheon, the more Gao Yang understood the irreconcilable conflict between them. As a player under the unspeakable version, the existence of his unique talent made it inevitable that he would become prey for the Pantheon. As it happened, Gao Yang was never the type to turn the other cheek. If the opportunity arose, he would not mind pulling out the Pantheon, this malignant tumor, by the roots. Besides that, Gao Yang had not forgotten that at the bottom of the continent beneath his feet, there was an existence that had once tricked him. As soon as this thought surfaced in his mind, he extinguished it immediately. In Eberron, for the sake of safety, it was better not to think of that existence. After briefly sorting through his plans for the future, a slight sound reached Gao Yang's ears. Gao Yang opened his eyes and saw Lisa walking over slowly. Shane's airship has already departed. In terms of cooperation, both the scale and the depth have been greatly improved. Lisa came behind Gao Yang and reached out to gently press his temples, soothing his fatigue. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the softness of her fingertips, and said softly, "This is a good thing. We will be able to maintain this kind of cooperation with Shane for a long time to come. There is no need to worry about any complications arising from this. Compared to these insignificant existences, Archmage Shane has already obtained the treasure he has dreamed of." "Is it a floating city?" Lisa asked softly. Gao Yang nodded slightly and said, "It is merely a plain core, though of course, it is not much different from a floating city. As for Orlando, Shane has long since gathered all the ordinary resources he needed." "Does this mean that in the future, Shane will also possess a floating city?" Lisa was somewhat surprised, her tone rising slightly. Gao Yang did not open his eyes, merely saying casually, "This is nothing to be surprised about. In fact, the only thing worth being surprised by is that Shane has not had a floating city appear until now." Lisa nodded, having also grasped the logic behind it. For a city of magic as wealthy as Shane, with the combination of vast riches and strength, the birth of a floating city should be an inevitability. Moreover, it is foreseeable that in the future, once the first floating city appears above Shane, more will follow. Gao Yang looked up at the sky and continued, "Prepare yourselves during this period. When the Supreme Council begins, we will be able to secure the first priority resource allocation rights for Corvair. The promises of the goddesses must also be fulfilled as soon as possible. Otherwise, faith will become cheap." If this were said within any other church, these words alone from Gao Yang would be enough to constitute the grave sin of blasphemy. But in the immortal wasteland, Lisa did not feel much about it. For her, her former faith was for the sake of survival, while her current faith is simply to live better, nothing more. "I will keep an eye on it." In fact, Sophia is already preparing to attempt a breakthrough to the legendary rank. Lisa's voice echoed in Gao Yang's ear. Gao Yang nodded, patted her hand, and said, "Once the immortal wasteland stabilizes, I will go to complete what I must. I might not be able to return here for a very long time. Rest assured, I am doing quite well staying in Eberron. There will be no danger. I am not the same innkeeper I once was." Lisa tilted her head, looking at Gao Yang and winking playfully. Gao Yang nodded, signaling for her to attend to her own affairs. Chapter 934. Sword Saint Compass Extinguishing Sword. Time passed day by day, but the legends regarding the immortal wasteland once again turned into a violent hurricane that swept across the entire continent of Corvair, even intensifying and beginning to spread beyond its borders. Of course, these things did not have much to do with Gao Yang. Situated in the immortal city at the center of the storm, he seemed as if he were an outsider, practicing day by day according to his routine. Soon, half a month slipped away quietly. On this day, Gao Yang sat on his exclusive, white seat at the peak of gladiators, watching the two individuals standing in opposition within the cage battlefield. In half a month, this fourth round of combat had only just passed the halfway point. For legendary professionals of this caliber, The battles had become increasingly spectacular and unpredictable. During this time, Gao Yang would come to take a look at the battles held at the peak of gladiators every day. There was no other reason than to confirm whether Yun Shengshan had stepped onto the battlefield. After not seeing Yun Shengshan, he began to watch the battles of these peak gladiators. The two peak gladiators standing in the cage battlefield at this moment were both terrifying existences ranked in the top 100. Just by standing there, the aura they emitted was enough to affect the surrounding environment. Gao Yang estimated that the peak gladiators in the top 100 must have already stepped into the realm of peak legendary, that is, powerful professionals whose main attributes exceeded 40 points and who had mastered multiple ability systems. Existences of this level, whether in terms of destructive power or survivability, would be terrifyingly strong. The rich combat experience accumulated before reaching this stage would make them the most difficult opponents to deal with. The two peak gladiators stood facing each other. Gao Yang's attention was mostly focused on the peak gladiator on the left. The opponent's weapon was a greatsword, and he wore no armor, only simple cloth garments. What caught Gao Yang's attention was that this person possessed two pairs of arms, each hand gripping a greatsword that shimmered with a cold glint. He stood there quietly, but the sharp aura had already sliced black cracks into the space around him. Clearly, this peak gladiator was most likely a sword saint, and a four-armed sword saint at that, who had mastered multi-weapon proficiency. The name of this four-armed sword saint was cultists. Suddenly, Gao Yang remembered something. He opened his skill panel and found the comments section at the very bottom of the skill flowing motion. Afterward, he revealed a faint smile. The four-armed sword saint standing in the cage battlefield at this moment, Gao Yang had perhaps heard of his reputation long ago. He was none other than the four-armed sword saint, the space cutter, the battlefield hurricane, cultists. The once weak version of himself now possessed the qualifications to clash head-on with an existence who had made a name for himself across the multiverse. Of course, it was only the qualifications. Gao Yang knew very well that he could not yet defeat this four-armed sword saint. The opponent had already crossed the stage of peak legendary and had become a true immortal legendary. Once strength reaches this level, even the gods would grant corresponding respect. Even gods with weak divine power would generally not harbor the thought of becoming his enemy. The facts proved this to be true. When the golden-winged man Jinwu announced the start of the battle, cultists' opponent in the cage battlefield moved instantly. Countless spells manifested out of thin air, completely shrouding the four-armed figure opposite him. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze locked onto cultists. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Under his watch, cultists moved. His forearms each held a long sword, and with an elegant, non-interfering motion, they swept past his sides. The movements appeared extremely slow, but the whizzing sword light and the fractured space proved that cultists' sword speed had reached the absolute limit. Clang, 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 the sword light flickered, shattering all incoming magic within a 3-meter radius, not even allowing a single wisp of mana to escape. Cultists seemed to exist in another dimension. It was so quiet that it felt less like a battle and more like a teaching session. The moment the torrent of magic ceased, cultists abruptly vanished. Gao Yang felt a jolt in his heart. The opponent's speed was truly too fast. He hadn't even caught a trace of movement before seeing the opponent's greatsword resting on his rival's shoulder. I concede. Many thanks, Lord cultists. Cultists remained silent, simply sheathing his sword and turning to leave. The battle in the cage arena had ended, but in Gao Yang's mind, this battle had only just begun. The movements of cultists' sword strikes played out in his mind, broken down frame by frame, but the more he analyzed them, the more Gao Yang felt the gap between himself and cultists, a gap rooted in the most fundamental attribute values. Cultists' attack speed was far too fast, and his sword techniques were exceptionally refined. The sword chi and blade marks connected to one another, carving out an insurmountable domain 3 meters around his body. Within 3 meters was his world, beyond 3 meters was the world of others. In his world, he was the absolute master. This was not something that could be achieved by a solidified domain. This was the power of a legendary rule. Sword light flashed in Gao Yang's eyes, and inspiration collided within his mind. Gao Yang closed his eyes, letting various inspirations regarding the Tao of the sword surge within him. Gradually, a sword technique began to take shape. And the moment this strike formed, boundless sword chi soared into the sky. Gao Yang opened his eyes to see boundless sword chi erupting from the sword combat compass. The entire compass trembling violently from the sheer volume of energy. He looked at the boiling sword combat compass before him, smiled suddenly, and then his consciousness rapidly submerged into it. It was the same sky. The same phantom image formed entirely of sword light, and the same sword chi so sharp it was difficult to look at directly. But facing this ninth sword combat phantom, Gao Yang simply swung his sword with a casual flick of his wrist. With that one strike, the sword light split into thousands, only to condense back into one in an instant, transforming into a broad-edged beam of light that slashed toward the phantom. Within this sword chi, images of all things being slaughtered by the blade seemed to emerge continuously. One strike unleashed, all things perish. This sword is even greater than the Juxian sword. Let us call it human calamity slaughter. Gao Yang spoke softly, and the sword light had already passed through the phantom. The sword chi shattered, and with it, the entire sword combat space began to collapse. Gao Yang's consciousness returned, and he saw dense cracks appearing on the frantically spinning sword combat compass before him. Then, the compass shattered, and a beam of sword light surged into Gao Yang's body. Omni Network notification. 9th sword combat successful. The sword annihilation effect has been activated. The sword cultivation effect has been granted to the wielder of sword annihilation. Omni Network notification. Character's comprehension speed for the Tao of the sword come 900%. Sword technique cultivation speed come 900%. Sword technique development speed come 900%. Father's Day. Taking a day off. To all my foster fathers and mothers, today is Father's Day. Please allow Sesame to take a day off. I will update tomorrow chapter 935. I'll V2 for a new Tao of the sword. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the meditation blue jade, looking at the shattered remains of the sword combat compass before him. This treasure was the first true wonder he had ever obtained, and its effects were incredibly powerful. If not for the sword combat compass, perhaps Gao Yang would not have embarked on his current path of the sword. Or rather, his talent would not have been sufficient to support him in reaching the heights he had attained today. It was precisely the appearance of the sword combat compass that laid a solid foundation for Gao Yang's future path. Building upon that, the unique expertise, catastrophe sword Tao and the emergence of idealistic thinking allowed Gao Yang to sprint along this path at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. Right up to this day, what the four-armed sword Saint Longclauds displayed was not just the suppression of attributes, but a demonstration of having penetrated the rules. This display undoubtedly pointed out a potential path forward for Gao Yang. In fact, after seeing Longclauds strike, he had realized a sword technique of his own, the strike human calamity. Slaughter was the strongest sword technique Gao Yang had produced thus far, born from the combination of his sword Tao achievements and the rules of slaughter. Its power might be weaker than the Juxian sword style bolstered by the Juxian sword domain, but it still possessed the spirit of one strike unleashed. All things are slaughtered. Furthermore, relying on his current talent for the sword, Gao Yang clearly knew that this strike was not the end, but merely the beginning. Slaughter was only the start of the combination between his comprehended sword Tao and the rules of slaughter. After slaughter, there would be more slaughter-based sword techniques, and these would become an important component of Gao Yang's arsenal against enemies in the future. Under Gao Yang's gaze, the fragments of the sword combat compass began to dissipate bit by bit, turning into fine golden light dust that vanished between heaven and earth. From this day forward, this wonder that could make any sword cultivator ecstatic would cease to exist. In the years to come, wonders similar to the sword combat compass might be born, but there would never be a second one exactly like it. It was a wonder, a miraculous object of heaven and earth. How could they ever be the same? With the sword combat compass completely gone, Gao Yang summoned the Omni Network interface. After this period of battle, his accumulation was sufficient, and he could continue to level up. His legendary experience, after this period of slaughter, had already broken through the 100 million mark, reaching as high as 173 million. He had only ever seen that many zeros behind a number in Sichuan province. Rising from LV3 to LV4 required 60 million legendary experience points. The experience he had reserved was enough for him to level up twice in succession. Before upgrading, Gao Yang glanced at his other wonder, the nourishing aberration core. After the previous 3 upgrades, his current aberration probability had reached 12%. For him, this probability was still within a safe range. However, Gao Yang dared not be the least bit careless. Whether one's will was firm or not was the key to resisting aberration. A lax will would inevitably lead to lapses, and those lapses would provide an outlet for the boundless, pent-up life force within his body. Omni Network prompt 60,000. 0 legendary XP successfully frozen. Retrieving level cap for the character's current region. Omni Network prompt retrieval complete. The character's current region meets the relevant qualifying conditions. Proceeding with legendary class level up. Omni Network important prompt. Legendary class unique where God class level increased to 24. Omni Network prompt. You have received a legendary class baptism. Your life essence, attack bonus, willpower, and relevant base resistances have received a significant permanent increase. Omni Network prompt. Detected character life level increase. Wonder nourishing aberration core activated. This legendary life baptism's life essence increase is boosted by Kong to 100%. Omni Network prompt. You have gained 1 legendary class skill point. Omni Network prompt. You have gained 1 legendary attribute point. The Omni Network prompts refreshed continuously before his eyes. Watching them appear, Gao Yang took a deep breath, and a brilliant radiance of willpower covered his entire body like water. In the next instant, the massive life force surged within his body like a waking cosmic beast, seemingly intent on breaking through the shackles of his flesh to breathe freely, the energy drifting between heaven and earth. However, every time it surged and attempted to break through, it was intercepted by the golden radiance of willpower on Gao Yang's skin. Even as the massive life force rampaged, Gao Yang's body remained as motionless as a boulder. Soon, as Gao Yang's will continued to suppress it, the wildly surging life force began to gradually weaken, eventually merging completely into his body. Omni Network prompt, life essence increase successful. Aberration resistance successful. Physical aberration probability 1%. Current physical aberration probability. Withdrawing his gaze, Gao Yang looked at the 1 legendary attribute point he had gained from this level up. Without much hesitation, he added it directly to strength. The legendary attribute point transformed into a brilliant orb of light, carrying power beyond Gao Yang's comprehension as it surged into his body. The next moment, his body began to greedily and rapidly absorb this power, as if it had been starving for tens of thousands of years. Once this power was absorbed by Gao Yang's body, violent changes followed. Gao Yang let out a muffled groan. His brows locked in a frown, his teeth grinding together with a clicking sound. The increase of power was never something achieved overnight. What the Omni Network did was simply to unleash in a very short time the power that would normally require countless days and nights of bitter cultivation, thereby achieving the goal of increasing attributes in a short period. However, the pain experienced during this process would leave a shadow in the hearts of the vast majority of Omni Network players. Furthermore, the higher the attributes, the more intense the pain suffered during each increase, which led some legendary players with less firm wills to hesitate or simply not be in a hurry to upgrade when they had attribute points. After a while, the intense pain surging through his body finally subsided. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and crimson light shot out from them, traveling dozens of meters before dissipating into the air. He stood up, gripped Yongyao, and began to swing his sword. With one strike, a gale of wind shot out, slamming into the magical defenses of the floating city and stirring up large ripples. Gao Yang's expression was calm. He simply swung his sword again. With the second strike, the power and life force that had surged due to the level up began to obey his will. A highly condensed sword aura was unleashed, traveling dozens of meters before collapsing and dissipating. Gao Yang swung his sword again. This time, the sword aura clung to the blade of Yongyao, though it was only 10 meters in size. As he continued to swing, his body was also rapidly adapting to and mastering the surging life force and power. In just 5 minutes, after over 100 swings, Gao Yang casually inserted Yongyao into the space beside him. By this point, his body could no longer perceive any leakage of blood energy or power. All his power and blood energy were perfectly under his control. Gao Yang exhaled slowly, and the power surging within him fell silent once more. He looked at House, who had appeared outside the floating city and was watching inside with concern, and shook his head with a smile to indicate he was fine. Seeing this, House nodded at Gao Yang before rushing back toward the base of the floating city being constructed below. Because they already possessed a plane core, Ange Bailey and the many other team members no longer had their previous troubles. Under Ange Bailey's leadership and command, they were working enthusiastically to build this future home of theirs. The energy that 9 legendary powerhouses could erupt with while striving for a single goal was truly exaggerated. Judging by the current progress, in at most half a year, this floating city would be built from scratch. Of course, this was naturally due to the fact that they had his existing floating city as a reference. Without this ready-made floating city as a reference to avoid some highly probable mistakes, the construction speed of Ange Bailey's floating city could not have been this fast. Withdrawing his gaze, Gao Yang sat cross-legged again and began to cultivate, having just leveled up. He did not intend to level up again immediately. He was now only one step away from unlocking the peak nourishment of the nourishing aberration core. Once he reached level 25, every subsequent level up would be a choice with no turning back. Time passed day by day during his cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, another month and a half had gone by. During this period, apart from his daily cultivation, Gao Yang was constantly researching sword moves for the Killing Sword Dao, a brand new sword path. But even with the talent enhancement brought about by the shattering of Yong Yao and the sword Dao Luo compass, this process could still not be considered smooth. The sword was inherently a tool of slaughter, and Gao Yang's sword path fully conformed to the rules of slaughter. But this did not mean that the rules of slaughter were the sword path itself. The sword Dao was merely a part of the law of slaughter, a manifestation of it. But the law of slaughter itself is not the sword Dao. For Gao Yang, it is not actually difficult to manifest the power of the law of slaughter through the sword Dao. The true difficulty lies in creating a slaughter-based sword technique that is sufficiently powerful. Over the past month and a half, he has created quite a few slaughter-based sword techniques. But in terms of sheer power, none of them can compare to human calamity, slaughter, which activates the sword Dao of slaughter. Gao Yang understands in his heart that in this situation, he must either deepen his comprehension of the laws, further his exploration of the sword Dao, or engage in battle with even stronger opponents, absorbing the nutrients he needs to advance through constant combat. He opens his Multiverse Network panel and looks at the activities listed in the Multiverse activity log, murmuring to himself, soon, it will be soon, on the activity interface. What is displayed are the individual countdowns for the final 15 matches. More than half a month ago, Gao Yang participated in another duel at the Peak of Gladiators and defeated his opponent, thereby advancing to the 5th round. This is also the final round of the second stage of the Peak of Gladiators, as several legends chose to forfeit further competition after the previous round due to severe injuries. And in the 5th round of the competition, Gao Yang finally encountered the opponent he had been looking forward to all along, Yunsheng Xin. At present, there is less than 5 days left until the countdown for his battle with Yunsheng, and their fight is the 7th match of the 5th round. Gao Yang believes that the battle with Yunsheng will provide him with the nutrients he currently desperately needs. To this end, he even went so far as to watch the battle Yunsheng fought in the 4th round. It can only be said that he is worthy of being Yunsheng, worthy of being a legendary powerhouse who has been famous for a long time, and even more worthy of the titles he possesses, Legendary Destroyer and King of Slaughter. The dominance he displayed is enough to shock the world. Wherever his warblade passed, even space itself could not withstand his slashes. You Gannet is here. Just then, Lisa's voice rang in Gao Yang's ears. He looked up and saw Lisa standing at the edge of the martial arts arena. Not far behind her, the stern and humorless Gannet was standing quietly, his body as straight as a spear. Seeing Gao Yang look over, Gannet took 2 steps forward and said, Lord Gao Yang, I have brought what you requested. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Ganet's arrival was perfectly timed. After speaking, Gannet took 2 fruits the size of apples, one red and one cyan, from his inventory and spread them out in his palm. Under the sunlight, the 2 fruits shimmered brilliantly. Are these the legendary attribute fruits? Gao Yang stood up and approached, looking at the 2 fruits in Ganet's hand, and asked curiously, Ganid nodded silently and said, "That is correct. 2 legendary attribute fruits. More than half a month ago, I traveled to the place where they grow, slew the guardian magical beast, and guarded them for 10 days until they were completely ripe. Afterward, I rushed to Oberon to deliver them into your hands." Hearing this, Gao Yang took the 2 fruits from Ganid's palm, looked up at him, and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Ganid pursed his lips and continued earnestly, "Not at all. If it weren't for your helping hand, my homeland would likely still be in the midst of fire and water. The fruits have been delivered, so I will not disturb you further, my lord. If you have any needs in the future, you may command me at any time." Gao Yang nodded slightly and watched as Ganid departed. Chapter 936, Pre-Battle Preparations. After Ganid left, Gao Yang tossed the 2 fruits in his hand and returned to sit on the meditation blue jade. Ganid's arrival was undoubtedly excellent news. These 2 legendary attribute fruits would allow him to further increase his strength before the battle began. Moreover, with these 2 attribute fruits, the legendary skill point he obtained when leveling up would finally have a place to be used. Gao Yang picked up the fruit that shone like a ruby. This was the legendary strength fruit. Looking through its transparent surface, one could see thick, semi-solid juice inside. Just a single glance seemed to convey the power contained within this fruit. Taking a bite, a spicy heat rushed straight to his crown from his mouth. Even with Gao Yang's reinforced physique, he could still feel that fiery intensity. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. Ever since he reached the legendary level, he had rarely eaten food with such an aggressive flavor. Whether it was the cold tone meal or the dragon barbecue, while delicious, they could not provide him with such fiery stimulation as this legendary strength fruit. Gao Yang squinted his eyes, eating the fruit in his hand bite by bite. After a few bites, the legendary strength fruit was entirely swallowed into his stomach. Gao Yang let out a satisfied burp, and a wisp of flame spewed from his mouth. As the fruit went down, Gao Yang's stomach began to digest this newly arrived food, accompanied by the rumbling sound of his stomach churning. Strands of spicy, scorching energy radiated from his stomach and spread rapidly throughout his entire body. "Hiss! How? This legendary strength fruit really packs a punch," Gao Yang muttered to himself with a hint of satisfaction. After speaking, Gao Yang waited quietly, waiting for the intense pain to strike. After a moment, he opened his eyes in surprise and clenched his fist in disbelief. The expected pain did not arrive. It felt as if he had truly just eaten a chili pepper. Could it be a fake fruit, however? When Gao Yang saw the Multiverse Network notification appear before him, his doubts were completely dispelled. The Multiverse Network notification clearly gave him the prompt that his legendary strength had indeed increased by 1 point, now reaching 34 points. With 34 points of strength, combined with his numerous specialties, skills, and equipment, the performance he could unleash could already be described as world-destroying. Looking at the Constitution fruit in his hand, Gao Yang thought for a moment and put it into his inventory. The energy of the legendary strength fruit was too abundant for his body. It was already a bit much. He would consume it once his body had finished digesting the current one. Summoning the Multiverse Network panel, Gao Yang looked at his skill library. As a unique hidden class, the Soul God of War possesses a skill library that, in addition to the basic legendary skills and specialties of melee classes, also contains several unique skills and specialties. During this period, Gao Yang had already reviewed them many times, so he quickly found what he was looking for. Tyranny of the God of War. Tyranny of the God of War type, legendary class specialty requirement. Soul God of War level 20 or higher, strength 34 or above. A specialty description. Only the power of ultimate tyranny can make the realms tremble. Specialty effect. A Soul God of War possessing this legendary specialty gains a 1.25x multiplier to their base strength performance. Conceptual. It is a specialty that is simple, crude, and unadorned, yet its effect is also simple and crude to the extreme. To explain this legendary class specialty in the simplest terms, it directly amplifies his strength by 1.25 times. An attack that originally exerted 100 tons of force can now, without any other conditions changing, be directly amplified to the level of 125 tons. Furthermore, because of the conceptual suffix, This amplification takes effect in any scenario. What is tyranny? This is tyranny. Multiverse Network prompt. Are you sure you want to unlock the legendary class specialty, Tyranny of the God of War? Please note, this action requires consuming one legendary class skill selection opportunity. Looking at the Multiverse Network prompt before him, Gao Yang did not hesitate for long and confirmed it with his consciousness. The next instant, as Gao Yang confirmed with his mind, a new Multiverse Network prompt refreshed. Multiverse Network prompt, legendary class specialty, Tyranny of the God of War has been added to your personal panel. Following the appearance of the Multiverse Network prompt, Gao Yang's body did not undergo any changes. He clenched his fist slightly, yet he could clearly perceive the space around his hand distorting with the movement, as if it were silk being bunched up. With a base strength of 34 points, an additional 25% increase, the amplified portion alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the vast majority of living beings. Not to mention the terrifying performance of reaching 42.5 points of strength after the boost. After learning the legendary class specialty Tyranny of the God of War, Gao Yang's base strength performance had already broken through the realm of a veteran legend and stepped into the realm of a peak legend. Of course, in terms of true attributes, he had not yet reached the peak legend level. He had only reached that realm in terms of performance. Therefore, if calculated based on his existing attributes, he was still a veteran legend. Gao Yang slightly relaxed his hand, releasing the space he had been gripping. An outward pulling force emerged, and Gao Yang took the opportunity to stand up and walk toward the bedroom. For some time now, he had been using meditation to replace sleep. Although it was not apparent in his normal state, he knew in his heart that while meditation could replace sleep, his spirit and mind would still accumulate a trace of fatigue after long periods without rest. This was why Gao Yang would have a good sleep every once in a while. It was through the unique sleep of the human race that these accumulated fatigues could be cleared away. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Gao Yang rose from his bed. Having slept soundly all night, he felt refreshed, and the fatigue that had been buried deep in his mind had been swept away. He walked to the dining room and saw that Lisa had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. "You're awake. Come and sit down to eat." Lisa smiled softly, wearing an apron. She looked very much like a devoted wife. The warm sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a silver glow upon her long silver hair. Gao Yang stood where he was, silently admiring the scene. After a few breaths, he walked to the table and sat down. Perhaps because Gao Yang had previously told Lisa that he could not stay for too long. During the time he remained in the Immortal City, the time she spent with him had clearly increased. Sometimes, she would do nothing at all, just sit quietly to the side, basking in the sun and chatting with Melifina, glancing at Gao Yang from time to time, which was enough to satisfy her. Recently, especially after the combat rankings of the Peak of Gladiators were released, she had stayed even longer. Soon after Gao Yang had eaten his fill, he returned to the center of the martial arts arena, drew Yongyao, and began to practice his SW, RDSMA and SHIP. An hour later, Gao Yang stopped swinging his sword and sat down cross-legged once more. A cyan fruit appeared in the center of his palm. Looking at this legendary physique fruit that resembled a green gemstone, Gao Yang only paused for a moment before popping it into his mouth. It actually tastes like watermelon. The texture of the physique fruit was different from the strength fruit, but it was equally delicious, and eating it gave him a feeling that made his soul tremble. Soon, the entire fruit was consumed by Gao Yang, and the improvements brought by the physique fruit began to manifest. Compared to the intense pain during the strength increase, the improvement in physique was somewhat gentler, but that was only relatively speaking. In reality, one only had to look at the distorted air around Gao Yang to know just how exaggerated his body temperature was at that moment. For a full half hour, the improvements brought by the physique fruit gradually came to an end. Gao Yang exhaled slowly, and a pale red, scorching stream of air sprayed from his mouth. The improvement in physique brought a more solid sense of vitality. After resting for a moment, Gao Yang stood up again and began to practice his swordsmanship. The sword path of slaughter was only just a beginning. He still had a long way to go. As legendary battles progress into the later stages, beyond basic attributes and specialty skills, What is compared is the comprehension and application of rules. For the rules of slaughter and for Gao Yang, the best application was to integrate them into his swordsmanship. The four-armed sword saint had already unveiled a corner of his future path for him, and all he had to do now was to keep moving forward. Of course, in the process of practicing swordsmanship, he also took the opportunity to adapt to his surging attributes. Lisa, you're a bit nervous. In the spectator stands of the Peak of Gladiators, on a wide seat, Lisa sat upright, looking at the cage battlefield below. Milafino was floating on her shoulder. Tilting her head to look at her, Lisa gripped her hands tightly. Hearing this, she gave a forced smile, nodded, and said, "A little. I'm a bit worried about you." Milafino heard this, extended her cat paw to pat her shoulder, and comforted her. "Haha, don't worry. Gao Yang's vitality is incredibly tenacious. I feel like he's even more tenacious than the oldest cabaret king from my hometown. Even if he can't win, he won't die." As for what a cabaret was, it was naturally one of the essential staple foods for cat spirits. Lisa couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. If Gao Yang knew he was being compared to a cabaret, he would surely be very helpless, and might even give Milafino a flick on the forehead. However, thanks to Milafina's distraction, the worry in her heart had indeed dissipated quite a bit. At this moment, her gaze toward the cage battlefield was no longer overly tense. Inside the cage battlefield, Gao Yang looked at Yun Shengshan, who was slowly walking out from the golden light opposite him, and revealed a smile from the bottom of his heart. Under the watchful eyes of millions of spectators, the two walked slowly to the center of the cage battlefield. The next moment, two large hands gripped each other tightly. Yun Shengshan held Gao Yang's right hand, battle intent surging in his eyes, and said with a smile, "Gao Yang, I have looked forward to this day for a long time." Gao Yang returned the smile and said earnestly, "Senior Shengshan, I have also fought for a long time for this battle. Come to think of it, it is quite marvelous that I can meet you on the battlefield at the pinnacle of gladiators and have a fight. Haha, I hope you won't let me down." Yun Shengshan withdrew his hand and extended a fist to strike Gao Yang's chest. Amidst a dull boom, Gao Yang's body did not move an inch. At the same time, he said, "Rest assured, Senior, I will not let you down. As for you, Senior, please do not hold back." Chapter 937, Yun Shengshan. At the pinnacle of gladiators, the millions of spectators watched the two people chatting and laughing in the cage battlefield, the curiosity in their eyes almost turning into something tangible. Unfortunately, it was not yet time for the official start of the fight, so they could only watch from afar and could not hear the conversation between Gao Yang and Yun Shengshan clearly. However, looking at the smiles on their faces, they could roughly guess that the relationship between the two was quite good. No one urged them. Everyone waited patiently for the conversation between Gao Yang and Yun Shengshan to end. Even Jinwu, the golden-winged person standing at the top of the firmament and a retainer of the god of war, was in no hurry to announce the start of the battle. This was because either of the two in the cage battlefield below possessed terrifying strength that would make even gods take notice. Setting aside the divine power and divinity unique to gods, most gods at the legendary stage would likely not be stronger than these two. Jinwu looked up slightly toward the dome. The place where he stood was the very top of the pinnacle of gladiators, but in places beyond the reach of mortal eyes, those great existences had already descended here. As an event dominated by gods of powerful divine power, the pinnacle of gladiators had swept across the entire multiverse. As gods in the multiverse, eternal and immortal existences, how could they not be interested in this? Just like the battle about to unfold today, whether it was Yun Shengshan or Gao Yang, among the many colorful gazes cast down from above the firmament, the most brilliant and conspicuous one was naturally the Godslayer title they both shared. This meant that the two mortals currently in the battlefield who had reached the legendary stage had once slain existences equal to those gods. Gao Yang withdrew his hand and looked toward the dome of the pinnacle of gladiators. At the same time, Yun Shengshan made the same movement. In that instant, Jinwu descended rapidly from the dome like a cannonball, maintaining a bowing posture. The actions of the three immediately attracted the attention of the vast majority of the audience, and so they looked up at the dome one after another. They saw that the circular dome, interwoven with blood red and gold, was already shrouded in a golden-red holy light. Within this golden-red light, a tall, sacred, and difficult to look at existence gradually manifested in everyone's perception. Golden, ornate battle armor covered bulging muscles, and a golden sacred spear was held in a solid, powerful hand. Beneath this existence that was difficult to look at, there was a majestic war horse with pure white fur, 8 legs, and 2 wings. He just stood there quietly, as if he were the center of the world. Everything fluctuated endlessly with his will, and everything came into being or perished with his movements. He originated from the most primal instinct among all living things. He was the embodiment of war. He was absolute power. He was the god of war. Descending here before the start of the battle, welcome, my lord. Jinwu knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against his chest, his fanatical voice resounding throughout the entire pinnacle of gladiators. The next moment, the millions of spectators at the pinnacle of gladiators all stood up, placed their right hands on their chests, and bowed slightly toward the god of war beneath the dome to show their respect. Gao Yang looked up at the god of war, brilliant golden light swirling in his eyes. Opposite him, Yun Shangshan's movements were the same as his, except that what flickered in his eyes was a blue light, a deep azure so profound it could swallow the soul. The appearance of the god of war undoubtedly pushed the audience's anticipation for this battle to its peak. The god of war sat on his war horse, overlooking the two in the cage battlefield. The next instant, the spear in his hand bloomed with blinding sacred radiance, and a divine light fell from the firmament, crashing onto the cage battlefield. Amidst the violent roar, the cage battlefield suddenly expanded, and the surrounding environment began to change. The divine body of the god of war also disappeared from the audience's field of vision. In their view, there remained only a rapidly enlarging giant planet and the peak gladiators standing on the tops of 2 mountains. Thick dark clouds gathered rapidly above the planet, and dazzling thunder dragons roamed wantonly within the sea of clouds. The world was shrouded in a dim curtain, with wild winds racing and dragons and tigers roaring. Suddenly, a burst of blood-red light erupted, and a pair of deep blue eyes emerged from within the blood light, with a ferocious and vicious scarlet thick-backed battle saber in hand. The blood aura on Yun Shangshan's body became increasingly violent. He held the battle saber, stood on the mountain peak, and looked at Gao Yang in the distance, with the reinforcement of his battle aura. His voice suppressed all the wind roars and thunder rumbles above the firmament. Gao Yang, this blade is named World Slayer. It is a quasi-divine artifact that has accompanied me in battle for a long time, meaning to slaughter all things in the world. I will not hold back at all in this battle. You must be careful. Boom crack. Purple lightning illuminated the world. Amidst a flash of intense light, Gao Yang gripped his hand, slowly drawing a greatsword with a silver base and golden patterns from the void. Golden battle aura, as brilliant as the great sun, erupted from his body. His pair of equally dazzling golden eyes looked toward Yun Shangshan, his voice filled with fighting spirit, roaring like thunder. Senior Shangshan, this sword is named Eternal Radiance. It has accompanied me since I was weak, and it shares a connection with my heart. You must be careful as well. In the spectator stands, Lisa held Melifina tightly in her arms, her grip so strong that it nearly suffocated the girl. However, Melifina did not react at all. At this moment, her mind was completely immersed in the aura between Gao Yang and Yun Shangshan, and she was so nervous that she had forgotten to breathe. The millions of spectators present were almost identical in their reactions. The reason was simple. The aura displayed by the two was far too bloody and ferocious. Merely watching them caused phantom images of slaughter to flicker before their eyes. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, Gao Yang and Yun Shangshan collided fiercely. Blade and sword tore at each other, and two battle auras of different colors clashed madly. The surging shockwave swept outward, and the violent force of the impact caused several mountain peaks within a 10,000-meter radius of the two to begin collapsing in a ring. Blade and sword struck, sparks flying everywhere, across the clashing weapons. Gao Yang locked his gaze tightly onto Yun Shangshan's face, unable to hide the shock in his heart. This was the first time his tyrant body slash had been met head-on and fully blocked. This meant that the violent force would have surged into Yun Shangshan's body instantly, yet he had withstood it steadily. This single strike alone gave Gao Yang a rough understanding of the strength of Yun Shangshan's physique. The next moment, with the collapsing mountains as a backdrop, a high-frequency, ear-piercing screeching sound echoed between heaven and earth. To streams of light, one gold and one red, collided continuously, separating only to strike again. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, and terrifying sword chi and blade light splattered everywhere, tearing apart everything in their path with ease. After another collision, Gao Yang and Yun Shengshan vanished from their spots simultaneously. When they reappeared, they were less than a few meters apart, and Eternal Radiance and World Slayer crashed into each other. Heavenly disaster, super heavy slash, slaughter, raging waves, a dull, booming roar exploded. The moment Eternal Radiance and World Slayer clashed, the space within a radius of several 100,000 meters became covered in cracks, like tempered glass shattered by a giant hammer. A slight double vision appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Before he could recover, a strong, bloody scent rushed toward him. The sky-high killing intent transformed into a tangible blade light, and the intense threat of death caused Gao Yang's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. Without a moment to think or choose, brilliant golden light erupted from his body. His materialized will propelled his form, and he unleashed a tyrant body slash while flying backward, clang, the moment the serrated crimson war blade was swung by Eternal Radiance. It struck the sword's edge with ferocity. The instant the blade and sword made contact, a terrifying, volcanic force of impact surged into Gao Yang's body. A needle-like, stinging pain pierced through Gao Yang's entire body. In that instant, he clearly perceived that half of his body had gone numb, losing all sensation. This meant that after unleashing this strike, his numb body would be absolutely unable to evade Yun Shengshan's next attack. But even though Gao Yang's body was numb, his movements did not change in the slightest. He continued to slash down toward Yun Shengshan along the original trajectory. A trace of surprise flashed in the depths of Yun Shengshan's eyes. An irresistible, massive force surged along the blade into his body, not only forcibly scattering the next strike he had prepared but also sending his body flying backward uncontrollably. As he flew backward, Yun Shengshan could only watch helplessly as Gao Yang transformed into a meteor, smashing into the broken mountain range filled with rubble. The world fell silent, with only the continuous roar of collapsing mountains remaining. Gao Yang rushed out from a rubble-filled crater hundreds of meters deep and looked up at Yun Shengshan, who stood proudly in midair. A blinding bolt of pale lightning streaked across the black clouds behind him, and the blue-purple light shone behind him, making it impossible for the spectators from Gao Yang's perspective to see his face or expression. Only the deep, demonic eyes were revealed to everyone's view, and a sense of facing an ultimate villain rose in the hearts of the audience. Consequently, the spectators from Gao Yang's perspective turned their gazes toward him as he stood upon the rubble. Compared to Yun Shengshan, who was covered in blood, possessed deep blue eyes, and radiated the aura of a major villainous boss, Gao Yang, currently glowing with golden battle aura, looked more like a hero challenging a demon king. So much so that some spectators couldn't help but secretly cheer for Gao Yang in their hearts. Go, big brother. Use all your strength to defeat that blood-soaked demon king. As their gazes met, Gao Yang curled his lips, revealing a satisfied smile. He shook his shoulders, and a bloody aura slowly emerged within his urgently golden battle aura. In a mere instant, the once righteous and glorious golden aura was covered by a dark, bloody, and sinister aura. At the same time, the spectators from Yun Shengshan's perspective were shocked to find that an illusory, boundless sea of blood had suddenly unfolded behind Gao Yang. White bones and remains churned in the blood. Endless vengeful spirits wove through the sea, and their shrill wails sounded like demonic chants piercing the ears. In that instant, countless spectators trembled, their eyes filled with an unshakable fear as they looked at Gao Yang. In that moment, how could the watching audience not understand? This battle was no fight between a hero and a demon king. It was clearly two peerless demon kings slaughtering each other. Continue. As Gao Yang's voice fell, he had already surged forward to within a few meters of Yun Shengshan, and Eternal Radiance slashed down toward him with a piercing, mournful wail. Wherever the blade passed, pitch-black spatial rifts lingered, refusing to fade. Clang! The sword struck the thick back of the World Slayer blade and was caught by its serrations. The same irresistible, massive force surged along his arm. Yun Shengshan frowned, instantly pulling his blade back and slashing down at the nearby Gao Yang with a ferocious posture. Amidst the flying sparks, Gao Yang unleashed another strike, equally impossibly fast. Clang, a massive force struck, pinning Yun Shangshan's body firmly in mid-air. In contrast, Gao Yang's body was forced backward uncontrollably. With every step he took, the space beneath his feet shattered instantly. After retreating 3 steps, a thunderous explosion erupted from within Gao Yang's body. He stomped down, causing a ring of translucent spatial shockwaves to burst forth beneath him. Utilizing this recoil force, he lunged forward and swung his sword once more. Clang! At the third collision between blade and sword, the space surrounding them shattered violently. Irregular shards of space flew in every direction. Gao Yang felt a wave of crimson blood cloud his vision. The power of this strike was overwhelming, and since neither of them had retreated even an inch, they were forced to endure the full brunt of the impact themselves. Clang! At the fourth clash, the 2 afterimages were sent flying backward, leaving 2 distinct spatial rifts in their wake. Drip, drip. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of Gao Yang's eye. He steadied himself on the partially collapsed mountainside and looked toward Yun Shangshan, who stood not far away. Chapter 938, Full Firepower. A thunderclap roared across the sky, and a brilliant purple bolt of lightning tore through the dim heavens, striking the 2 figures locked in a standoff. Gao Yang looked up at Yun Shangshan. The scorching battle aura evaporated the blood on his face, turning it into a crimson mist that merged into the aura surrounding his body. Yun Shangshan also looked down at Gao Yang. His scarlet battle aura danced like wild dragons and snakes, painting a chaotic scene behind him. For a fleeting moment, they locked eyes. Without a word, they both vanished from their spots simultaneously. Natural disaster, cone rain. A cone-shaped sword aura flashed and vanished, instantly piercing through space to strike at Yun Shangshan. Yun Shangshan flicked his finger, effortlessly batting away the sword aura Gao Yang had unleashed. The next instant, without any visible movement, Yun Shangshan's body abruptly appeared right in front of Gao Yang, as if the concept of physical distance no longer applied to him. The moment Yun Shangshan appeared, his killing intent enveloped Gao Yang. His scarlet war blade carved a line of blood through the air, slashing directly toward his head. The pressure of death bore down on him. Gao Yang's gaze remained locked onto Yun Shangshan. Not a single subtle movement from his opponent could escape his eyes. If he failed to block this strike, he would certainly be forced to endure a barrage of subsequent attacks. Gao Yang expanded his senses. The surrounding space had been compressed into a steel-like plate by the opponent's killing intent, pinning him in place and leaving him no choice but to take the blow head-on. This was Yun Shangshan, a man whose casual strikes left one with no path of retreat. Human calamity, falling star. The space around Gao Yang shattered inch by inch. Amidst this fractured space, the greatsword Yun Yang moved forward slowly but firmly. Clang! A deafening, ear-splitting metallic roar erupted. Gao Yang's body shuddered violently, and he was sent flying backward at a speed even greater than when he had arrived. As for Yun Shangshan, he merely took a light, effortless step back to neutralize the entire impact. Natural disaster. Intense sword. A golden sword shadow shot out at high speed from the direction Gao Yang had been sent flying. Yun Shangshan was forced to raise his blade to parry, shattering the golden shadow with a single strike. Once Gao Yang stabilized his form, a flash of lightning streaked by, and he charged forward once again. Before he even arrived, the scorching golden battle aura had already been unleashed, coating the blade of Yong Yao. Natural disaster. Flame dragon emerging from the sea. Amidst a high-pitched dragon roar, a 10,000-meter-long golden dragon was unleashed by Gao Yang, claws and fangs bared as it lunged toward Yun Shangshan. Facing an attack of this magnitude, Yun Shangshan did not show the slightest carelessness. He swung his blade, and a 10,000-foot-long blade aura sliced the sword aura dragon into several pieces. The dragon of sword aura let out a mournful cry before its massive body exploded violently, the raging battle aura drowning everything in the vicinity. Within the scattering solar battle aura, Gao Yang dragged a trail of afterimages wherever he passed. The solar battle aura was drawn into Yong Yao like swallows returning to their nests. By the time he appeared before Yun Shangshan, Yong Yao had transformed into a pure, crimson gold greatsword. Natural disaster, star piercer. With a soft hiss, Yong Yao slashed upward from below. A pitch-black sword scar shot into the sky, followed closely by the scorching, violent solar battle aura. The moment it was unleashed, The space around them began to fluctuate violently, like boiling water. Clang. Just as the sword aura was about to strike Yan Shengshen, his blade, Lushi, suddenly appeared in its path. The thick blade blocked the incoming sword aura by a hair's breadth and intercepted the great sword Yang Yao that followed. Gao Yang did not seize his sword momentum. Having gained the advantage with this strike, he leaped upward the next instant, raising his sword to strike down from above. His battle aura boiled intensely, and the violent power surged through his body without restraint. The exhilarating sensation forced an involuntary roar from his throat, natural disaster of nightfall. As he slashed down, the space above Gao Yang's head shattered with a boom. Pitch black night light descended, shining directly onto Yan Shengshen's body. Yan Shengshen's eyes were blinded for a split second. The absolute darkness not only obscured his vision, but also cut off his senses. In that very moment, the blade of Yang Yao was covered in a layer of dim, murky light, like the deepest night, descending to shroud Yan Sheng's eye and dot with a metallic clang. A line of blood lit up in the darkness. The moment this blood line appeared, it tore through the night with unstoppable force. A ferocious, savage war blade shattered the darkness and collided violently with the descending great sword. Yan Shengshen exhaled sharply, blood energy surging within his body. His sturdy frame did not budge an inch, as he forcibly withstood Gao Yang's heavy-handed strike. Even so, his body was still pierced by the force. Falling into a state of brief paralysis, Gao Yang held Yang Yao high above his head with one hand. His left hand splayed wide. A massive amount of battle aura erupted from his palm, forcibly infecting the surrounding space and causing it to solidify completely, pinning Yan Shengshen firmly in place. His fighting spirit boiled in his chest, and his will roared in his mind. Gao Yang suddenly clenched his left hand while swinging his sword down. Human calamity. Heaven opener. A thunderclap echoed through the sky, and the blinding lightning instantly submerged Yan Shengshen's body. Yan Yao descended in an instant, and a pitch-black sword scar appeared across the dome of the sky. Wherever it passed, the space emitted an unbearable cracking sound, spreading continuously downward as if the entire world were being cleaved into by this single strike. This sword was named Heaven-Splitting. In reality, it was the product of combining endless killing intent with power that had broken through all limits. It was a strike from Gao Yang that was even heavier than disaster, overweight slash and human calamity meteor. It had remained unperfected until now. But in this battle against Yan Shengshen, the boiling fighting spirit and willpower allowed Gao Yang to finally complete this sword. The heaven-splitting sword scar appeared extremely slow, yet it was fast to the extreme. Almost the moment Yang Yao descended, it had already reached the space directly above Yan Shengshen's head. Suddenly, everything in the surroundings entered a state of stagnation. A surging tide of blade light bloomed from Yan Shengshen like a tsunami, and time and space were frozen infinitely in that instant. Gao Yang's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Yan Shengshen in disbelief. He saw him lift his war blade with agonizing slowness. All of his scarlet battle aura surged into Lushi, making the blade's edge drip with a crimson hue. Immediately after, he slashed upward with a furious roar. Clang! The war blade and the great sword clashed. The stagnant space seemed as if a switch had been flipped, suddenly returning to its original state. Under the horrified gaze of millions of spectators, a heaven-shaking blade beam shot into the sky, piercing through Gao Yang's body before slashing toward the heavens. In a split second, the clouds and thunder across the sky were blasted apart by this strike, and it continued to slash toward the outer reaches of the firmament without losing any momentum. If any spectators were looking down from outside the planet at that moment, they would have seen a scarlet line of blood shoot out from the planet, slicing the thick atmosphere wide open. That was the result of this strike from Yan Shengshen. This strike revealed the ultimate power of penetration. At the same time, Yan Shengshen, who had unleashed this strike, also bore the full brunt of Gao Yang's heaven-splitting blow. Even though he had blocked Yang Yao with Lushi, he could not block the killing intent and power contained within the sword. With a boom, a spatial shockwave erupted where Yan Shengshen stood, and his body vanished from the spot instantly. At the same time, the earth below shattered violently. Yan Shengshen was like a cannonball, instantly slamming deep into the earth. The violent impact created a circular crater spanning dozens of kilometers. Rumble. The earth trembled, with the circular crater as the center. Layers of the surface were flipped outward like surging ocean waves. Gao Yang did not pursue. Instead, he grabbed his chest with one hand, his fingers digging deep into his flesh, which prevented his body, now severed in two, from falling apart. Thump thump, thump thump, his heart, stronger than that of a star, beat frantically. Fresh red blood was pumped by the heart to every part of his body. His formidable self-healing ability went completely berserk at this moment, desperately erasing the blade intent from his body. Strands of flesh grew rapidly within Gao Yang's wounds, connecting to the other side of his body at an incredible speed. Following that, a massive amount of flesh filaments exerted force simultaneously, forcibly binding Gao Yang's severed body back together. All of this was completed in the blink of an eye, at a speed that left the vast majority of the audience dumbfounded. They had originally thought the battle would end with Gao Yang being cut in two. But who would have thought that Gao Yang was simply not human? After sustaining such an injury, he had actually fully healed his body in less than a second. This recovery ability is a bit heaven-defying, isn't it? How? Well done, Gao Yang. Kill Yun Shengshan. I went all in, a gambler roared frantically. This feeling of extreme highs and lows completely ignited their already unstable emotions. By the time Gao Yang had barely healed the wounds on his body, Yun Shengshan, who had been blasted deep into the earth, also regained his composure and rushed out from underground. Yun Shengshan shook his head after taking Gao Yang's sword strike head-on. His vision was slightly blurred with double images. A scar stretching from his left shoulder to his right waist appeared before the eyes of the audience. As blood dripped, the wound began to heal rapidly. He looked up at the sky, while Gao Yang looked down at the earth. This scene was almost identical to the one just moments ago, except that it was Gao Yang standing on the ground and Yun Shengshan in midair. After one round of exchanges, it ended with the two of them swapping positions. The two locked eyes. A few seconds later, a single raindrop the size of a bean intruded into the space where their gazes met. In that instant, Gao Yang and Yun Shengshan disappeared simultaneously. The greatsword and the war blade collided with a roar. The raindrop at the point of impact was instantly shattered by the violent power. A terrifying circular zone of shattered space appeared, and Gao Yang and Yun Shengshan were sent flying backward. However, in just an instant, the two adjusted their forms, simultaneously shattering the space behind them, and collided once again. Boom boom. The spectators could no longer see the figures of the two. They could only see one zone of shattered space after another appearing, turning into giant maws that devoured everything they touched. In the continuous exchanges of slashes, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Gao Yang's mouth. Cracks in his flesh covered his entire body, repeatedly healing only to be torn open again by new collisions. But this did not affect him in the slightest. Instead, it made his gaze even sharper. After another clash, the two bounced apart again. Gao Yang took a deep breath. His battle aura erupted, and he vanished from the spot instantly. Human calamity, annihilation, slaughter of all living things. In the series of clashes, the accumulation of momentum had reached its peak. The two used their respective killing moves simultaneously, wanting to land a heavy blow on the other. The greatsword and the warblade collided once more. The dim and bright sword light reflected in Yun Shengshan's eyes. Conversely, large wounds were suddenly torn across Gao Yang's body, each one deep enough to expose bone. Gao Yang roared. Brilliant golden light bloomed, wrapping his body within the radiance of his willpower. Willpower and power combined tightly, causing Yang Yao to emit a crisp sword hum. Immediately after, he slashed out with his sword again in a fury. Although Yun Shengshan was in a daze, his body seemed to sense Gao Yang's attack, and he naturally raised his blade to block. Clang, 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 clang. Yang Yao slashed down in a furious, continuous barrage, each strike more powerful than the last. As formidable as Yun Shengshan was, he had already broken free from the sword intent of annihilation by the time Gao Yang unleashed his third strike. However, the momentum of the sword was already set, and he was powerless to escape Gao Yang's onslaught. He could only grip his warblade tightly, remaining unnaturally calm as he parried every one of Gao Yang's strikes. His long-standing combat intuition told him that such a relentless sequence of attacks could not last long. As long as he maintained his defense, he would eventually find an opening. But the reality defied Yun Shengshan's expectations. Gao Yang appeared like a madman, sending him flying thousands of meters back with every strike. Yet, Before he could even recover from the impact, the next sword strike would descend, just like that. One retreating and one advancing. The two flew across the sky for tens of thousands of meters. Yet Yun Shangshan still failed to catch a single flaw in Gao Yang's continuous assault. Sensing the increasingly terrifying power surging from the war blade, Yun Shangshan knew he could not continue like this. If he allowed Gao Yang to keep pressing the advantage, he feared he might truly be crushed to death by the opponent's sword. After being sent flying once more, Yun Shangshan suddenly let out a furious roar and slammed his left fist into his own chest. With a loud thud, a dense mist of blood erupted from his body. Immediately, this blood mist twisted and elongated, transforming into a war blade identical to Lu Shi, which he swung down directly at Gao Yang's head. Clang! Gao Yang swung his sword, shattering the crimson blade. But in that very instant, a terrifying pressure bore down upon him. Even though Yun Shangshan had been 1,000 meters away just a moment ago, he was now within arm's reach, and the crimson war blade in his hand descended ruthlessly. Before the blade even landed, Gao Yang's senses roared in warning. A prickling sensation surfaced in his perception, making him realize that this strike was impossible to dodge. He had to take it head-on. If he couldn't block it, he would die. Gao Yang held his breath and focused, raising his sword to parry the moment the war blade descended. Clang! A sensation of numbness, channeled through his sword-wielding right arm, rapidly eroded most of his body. Furthermore, the terrifying impact of the strike suppressed Gao Yang's battle aura and even his willpower in that instant. The glow of willpower and battle aura on his skin dimmed slightly. Gao Yang's body was sent flying backward uncontrollably, as blood sprayed into the air. The crimson war blade bit into him again like a vicious beast. Clang! Gao Yang raised his sword to block again. The violent force of the impact caused a large mist of blood to erupt from his back, exposing his ghastly white bones. Clang! As the third blade descended, the thick, bloody aura transformed into thousands of fine needles that pierced into Gao Yang's body. In an instant, an indescribable, excruciating pain swept through his senses, nearly shattering his sanity. If Yong Yao had not been upgraded to a divine artifact, it likely would have shattered into pieces from these 3 strikes alone, and he certainly would not have been able to withstand Yun Shangshan's subsequent attacks. The situation seemed to have reversed in an instant. Previously, it was Gao Yang chasing Yun Shangshan, but now, it was Yun Shangshan hunting down Gao Yang. The battle between the two appeared to be nothing more than a simple exchange of blade and sword strikes, but the space surrounding them, ravaged by the shockwaves, told the spectators that every seemingly plain strike possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, wherever their battle passed, the space and earth shattered repeatedly. Soil and air mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish the boundary between the sky and the ground. Clang! The fourth blade was still blocked by Yong Yao, but a crisp cracking sound emanated from Gao Yang's arm. White bone shards pierced out from his elbow. His right arm was broken, and his entire right side had fallen into a state of numbness. Gao Yang looked ahead. The Lu Shi war blade, descending with furious force, carried a terrifying pressure that threatened to tear the heavens and crack the earth, causing the space around him to groan and creak. Gao Yang roared fiercely, his willpower surging wildly and instantly sweeping through his entire body. In that moment, he decisively activated the active effect of his immortal will. A brilliant radiance of willpower engulfed him, forcibly restoring his control over his body. Immediately after, he spread his left hand, and his dense battle aura, mixed with his willpower, forcibly pushed the surrounding space outward by an inch. The next instant, Gao Yang's body vanished. The moment he disappeared, the crimson war blade slashed diagonally, cutting his afterimage in two. A blade aura passed through the space and struck the distant earth, tearing a terrifying fissure dozens of kilometers long. With a flash of lightning, Gao Yang appeared amidst a pile of rubble. As soon as he landed, his legs went limp uncontrollably. Had he not propped himself up with Yong Yao in time, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. Gao Yang leaned on his sword with his right hand and gripped his right elbow with his left. With a teeth-gritting crunch, he forced the protruding bone shards back into place. He took a deep breath, a searing, stinging pain radiating from his chest. Before he could even catch his breath, a crimson blade beam descended from above. Lightning flashed again, and Gao Yang vanished from his spot once more. His body flickered 3 times in succession, dodging 3 strikes. After this brief respite, his terrifying regenerative ability had already healed most of the injuries on his body. The blade beam struck again. Gao Yang stood his ground, watching the incoming attack. A sharp glint blooming in his eyes, he swung his sword, and the blade beam was forcibly cleaved apart, leaving a bottomless, terrifying scar on the ground beside him. HMM. Yun Shengshan let out a soft sound of surprise. He ceased his movements and looked down at Gao Yang from above. The sword strike Gao Yang had just unleashed was truly beyond his expectations. Despite the lack of excessive power or fluctuations in battle aura, it had precisely located the weak point in his blade beam and used that momentum to deflect it. In all the battles Yun Shengshan had experienced, those capable of such a feat could be counted on one hand. Under Yun Shengshan's gaze, the blood-colored aura around Gao Yang's body began to change. Wisps of sky blue energy began to bloom from within him. Chapter 939, Ultra Instinct. Activate. Watching the sky blue, flocculent energy field slowly blooming around Gao Yang. A hint of anticipation appeared in Yun Shengshan's eyes. Although the battle so far had been extremely exhilarating for him, it had not yet reached his limit, and this current change in Gao Yang naturally stirred a sense of expectation within his heart. One might ask, given that Gao Yang was in such a poor state, how was he still able to deflect the blade aura of Yun Shengshan with his sword? The answer lies in an ability he had mastered, Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Your combat intuition is increased by 50%. For every 10 seconds of continuous combat, your combat intuition increases by an additional 5%. The battle between Gao Yang and Yun Shengshan had already lasted for quite some time, and throughout the continuous fighting, Gao Yang's combat intuition had been steadily rising. Just moments ago, his combat intuition had officially reached the 100% threshold. This vastly enhanced combat intuition allowed Gao Yang to effortlessly find the flaws in Yun Shengshan's attacks and shatter them with ease. And now, he was demonstrating another effect of Ultra Instinct. He took a slow, steady breath, then shifted his focus. The essence, energy, and spirit he had been accumulating for so long erupted in that instant. A sky blue, flocculent energy field expanded, instantly engulfing the blood-colored aura. The majestic sky blue energy swept in all directions, and in a heartbeat, Gao Yang entered the state of Ultra Instinct. Gao Yang opened his palms, quietly experiencing the state of Ultra Instinct. Come to think of it, this was the first time he had activated the Ultra Instinct state since acquiring it. Previous battles had often ended so quickly that his combat intuition could not even accumulate to 100%, let alone trigger the state itself. Now, with the activation of Ultra Instinct, Gao Yang could feel a sense of joy and freedom welling up from within his heart. His control over his body, which was already absolute, had broken through to a new level. In this state, he could even feel the twitching of every single muscle fiber within his frame. In just a moment, Gao Yang understood why the Ultra Instinct state could enhance his overall combat power. The Ultra Instinct state did not directly increase his attributes in a literal sense, rather, it enhanced his degree of control over himself, or perhaps, it allowed for a deeper mastery of his own being. By strengthening this control, he could mobilize the most minute forces within his body, thereby unleashing greater power. As the battle continued, the Ultra Instinct state would allow him to delve deeper into his own control, thereby continuously elevating his combat prowess. Gao Yang slowly clenched his single hand. As he did so, the surrounding space wrinkled visibly, easily grasped within his grip. Yun Shengshan's pupils contracted slightly. He could naturally see that Gao Yang had achieved this through pure strength alone. This display of power was not much different from his own. Gao Yang's black hair danced without wind. He raised his head, his eyes glowing with golden light, and looked at Yun Shengshan, smiling as he spoke. Senior Shengshan, sorry to keep you waiting. Yun Shengshan grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth, and said, you kept me waiting for so long, so you had better not disappoint me. Hearing this, Gao Yang laughed and replied, I believe I shall be able to satisfy you, Senior. Yun Shengshan nodded, raised his hideous blade, the world slaughtering, toward Gao Yang, and tilted his head slightly. Then, I shall get serious now. Be careful not to die. Gao Yang did not speak, his aura surging once more. Seeing this, Yun Shengshan also fell silent, taking a deep breath. Following his movement, the blood-colored battle aura on his body slowly receded. When the last wisp of blood-colored aura was drawn into his body, a faint black mist emerged from within him. As the black battle aura appeared, a heart-palpitating aura of destruction rippled outward. Gao Yang slowly ascended. Looking at the destructive black mist radiating from Yun Shengshen's body, he suddenly asked, "Is this the power of destruction you mentioned earlier? The power capable of slaying gods?" Yun Shengshen grinned and nodded. "That is correct. The power of destruction and existence of a higher order than ordinary power, and the very foundation upon which I rely to slay gods. Do you not also possess a corresponding ability, you say?" Gao Yang recalled the powers he possessed and nodded. "Let me witness the power of this destruction. Of course, you shall see it. But do not die." Yun Shengshen spoke again. As his voice fell, the black mist on his body began to intensify, as if black flames were slowly burning upon his frame. A cold, gloomy sense of death rushed toward him. Gao Yang looked at Yun Shengshen in the sky, the heavy pressure manifesting into a physical weight upon his shoulders. "Here I come." As Yun Shengshen's voice faded, his body suddenly vanished from where he stood, and in the next instant, he appeared right in front of Gao Yang. The hideous battle blade slashed down in a rage. Gao Yang raised his sword to block as a reflex. Clang! A massive force struck him, and Gao Yang almost lost his grip on the hilt, had his combat intuition not been significantly enhanced. Increasing his control over his body, his sword, Yang Yao, would surely have been knocked from his hand. But that was not the main point. The point was that as the blade and sword collided, Gao Yang could feel a destructive force directly invading his body, a force that was actively igniting his life force. A searing, intense pain registered in his senses. Gao Yang's eye twitched, and after dodging another slash from Yun Shengshen by leaning back, he appeared 100 meters away. Feeling the burning sensation within his body gradually subside, Gao Yang felt a secret sense of relief. If his life force had not been far beyond that of an ordinary legendary being due to the nourishment of the aberration core, he would likely have been burned to death after failing to withstand even a few of Yun Shengshen's life force igniting strikes. However, this destructive burning sensation was somewhat similar to his own solar battle aura. He wondered what kind of expression Yun Shengshen would have once he endured his own attack. A gust of wind struck. The hideous battle blade did not give Gao Yang much time to think. He raised his sword to slash forward, and a pitch-black sword scar struck the battle blade. Another loud crash echoed. Gao Yang's body leaned back slightly, and the destructive burning sensation surfaced in his perception once more. Yet, he did not retreat a single step. His seemingly endless battle aura began to boil in accordance with his will, bathed in his solar battle aura. He slashed his sword toward Yun Shengshen in a fury. Catastrophe, star shatter. A golden red sword beam was unleashed by Gao Yang, taking the shape of a crescent moon as it streaked toward Yun Shengshen. As it flew, it rapidly expanded and elongated, reaching a size of 100 meters by the time it arrived before him, facing an attack that could almost erase him from existence. Yun Shengshen did not dodge or evade. He simply swung his blade downward. The intensely condensed blade aura sliced through the star-shattering sword beam, cutting it directly in half and causing it to dissipate into a vast expanse of sword chi. Whoosh! Amidst the sound of tearing wind, Gao Yang had already lunged to the front of Yun Shengshen, thrusting his blade, Yang Yao, toward his chest. As Yang Yao descended, the sword chi dissipating in the surrounding space seemed to be commanded. They instantly shifted direction, converging from all sides to strike at Yun Shengshen. Such a turn of events did not cause even the slightest change in Yun Shengshen's expression. Facing such a dense barrage of attacks, he flicked his battle blade, and a ring of black flame blade aura manifested to protect him. The moment the black flame blade aura took form, it expanded rapidly, consuming and extinguishing the sword chi wherever it passed. With the attack proving ineffective, Gao Yang's eyes remained calm as Yang Yao followed up, clashing against the edge of the Lushi blade. Clang! A crisp metallic collision rang out, and a sharp shockwave pierced through their bodies, carving a deep trench into the earth below. Slaughter the world. Yun Shengshen pulled his battle blade back. Amidst a shower of sparks, with a sudden roar, a black streak of light was unleashed, enveloping Gao Yang within it. This strike was incredibly fast, so fast that by the time Gao Yang reacted, It had already reached him. Calamity, instant slash. As the blade aura descended, Gao Yang remained unhurried and swung his sword down. As Yang Yao slashed out, countless sword marks suddenly appeared in the space before him. The space in front of him was instantly shattered into fragments of varying sizes, and along with it, the blade aura streak unleashed by Yun Shengshen was also pulverized. Watching the space shattered by Gao Yang, Yun Shengshen's eyes lit up. In their previous combat, he had discovered that Gao Yang's comprehension of spatial laws was remarkably profound. Once various sword techniques were integrated with spatial laws, both their lethality and defensive capabilities became formidable, just like now. The conventional defense against the strike he had unleashed would not have been very effective, or rather, if one were to use a conventional defense to withstand this blow, there would be only one outcome. Both man and horse would be shattered. Yet, Gao Yang seemed to have perceived the mystery within this strike, shattering the space before him with a single sword stroke to forcibly drag the attack into destruction along with it. How could Yun Shengshen not be surprised by such skillful manipulation of space? One must know that Gao Yang was not even 100 years old, compared to an old-school legend like himself who had been famous for hundreds of years. The time Gao Yang had spent as a legend was not even enough to count him as an infant. Yet, for someone who had ascended to the legendary rank so recently, his comprehension of spatial laws was truly profound. Though these thoughts flashed through his mind, they did not affect Yun Shengshen's movements in the slightest. Dense black flames burned upon his battle blade. He vanished from his spot instantly, leaving a straight black line in the eyes of the numerous spectators, scorching a pitch-black tunnel through space as he lunged toward Gao Yang. The moment Yun Shengshen moved, Gao Yang acted as well. He struck his own chest heavily with his left fist, and a violent shockwave exploded outward. Along with it erupted the scorching solar battle chi and the 9 capitals wild thunder. In an instant, a radius of over 100,000 meters was enveloped by the rigid and masculine solar battle chi and the 9 capitals wild thunder. Battle chi and thunder constantly collided, and rolling thunder and fire filled the heavens and earth, creating a destructive aura that made one's scalp tingle. Gao Yang stood proudly at the very center of this purgatory of thunder and fire, like a monarch controlling the heavens. Looking down at the rapidly approaching Yun Shengshen, the next instant, thunder and fire converged upon Yang Yao. He thrust his sword straight out, and a streak of thunder and fire, condensed to the extreme, shot out directly toward Yun Shengshen. Almost at the moment Gao Yang thrust out the thunderous streak, Yun Shengshen's free left hand gathered a massive amount of black flames. The terrifying black flames condensed into an energy sphere over 10 meters in diameter, only to be violently compressed to the size of a watermelon in a mere heartbeat. The next instant, a pitch-black ray erupted from the dark energy sphere, Destruction Death Ray. The thunderous sword chi and the Destruction Death Ray collided. At the point of impact, an energy sphere dozens of meters wide formed, and after a few seconds of stalemate, it exploded with a roar. A blinding flash erupted. Gao Yang's vision brightened, followed by endless darkness, while a continuous series of roars echoed in his ears. His eyes were briefly blinded by the intense light, but it had no effect on him. Within the purgatory of thunder and fire, everything was within his perception. In Gao Yang's perception, the black line transformed by Yun Shengshen forcefully pierced through the energy sphere created by the explosion and continued to streak toward his position. Gao Yang crouched slightly, swinging Yang Yao so the blade faced behind him. Following his movement, the purgatory of thunder and fire that covered over 100,000 meters rapidly collapsed toward the center of Yang Yao. With thunder and fire plasma clinging to the greatsword, Yang Yao emitted a crisp sword hum, and a purple gold sword aura erupted from its tip. Gao Yang lowered his stance, and the space beneath his feet exploded with a boom. Rolling thunder and fire detonated continuously, the violent power propelling Gao Yang to move faster and faster, accompanied by a roar. He transformed into a sky-blue comet, dragging an endless purple-gold tassel behind him as he crashed toward Yun Shengshen. Calamity, heavenly abyss falling meteor. The purple-gold sword aura struck down, colliding violently with Yun Shengshen's battle blade. The violent energy exploded, shattering the pouring rain into a fine mist. The purple-gold greatsword pressed down, slicing past the blade edge, knocking the battle blade aside, and plunging into Yun Shengshen's chest with unabated momentum. With just one strike, Yun Shengshen was cut in two. and the terrifying sword chi continued to erode and destroy his body from the wound. Having been cut into by Gao Yang, Yun Shengshan finally revealed a trace of surprise, but the next instant, under the gaze of countless eyes, Yun Shengshan's severed body quietly shattered. A moment later, time began to flow backward at the location of the shattered body. In an instant, Yun Shengshan appeared behind Gao Yang, completely unharmed. The sword strike had bypassed the time he occupied and struck empty air. A very good strike, Yun Shengshan commented. The next moment, he held his blade with both hands, and the blade or soared into the sky. Annihilation of all things. The pitch-black blade or stood between heaven and earth. Crashing down with an unstoppable momentum, Gao Yang turned and slashed out with his sword. The purple gold sword aura, its power not yet dissipated, surged upward, colliding with the blade or Yun Shengshan had unleashed right in front of him. The two distinct slashes, one black and one purple gold, intertwined in a cross shape. At the moment of impact, there was no sound, only a brief silence. Following that, with the point of impact as the center, layers of shockwaves rippled outward, wherever they passed. Space shattered inch by inch, and Earth was torn up layer by layer, surging all the way toward the horizon. Millions of spectators watched in stunned silence as 1/10 of the planet was nearly destroyed by this single strike. Then, through the sky filling smoke and mist, they locked onto the positions of Gao Yang and Yun Shengshan. Yun Shengshan remained in his posture of a downward cleaving strike, frozen in place without taking a single step back. Gao Yang, on the other hand, was over 100 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield, lying amidst a pile of rubble. His eternal glory greatsword slanted and embedded into a massive boulder. With one move, the difference in strength was clear. Space shattered, and Yun Shengshan stepped out from the fractured void, looking at Gao Yang lying in the rubble. Gao Yang's eyes suddenly snapped open, and dark red light erupted from them. Under the gaze of the numerous spectators, a dark red sword diagram slowly unfolded before him, and a heaven-shaking killing intent soared into the sky. Immortal Execution Sword Domain. Just as Gao Yang unfolded the Immortal Execution Sword Domain, Yun Shengshan waved his hand, and his hearty voice descended from the sky. Brother Gao Yang, stop, let's not fight anymore. Gao Yang was taken aback, and then the Immortal Execution Sword Domain instantly retracted and dissipated. He rose from the rubble and looked at Yun Shengshan, saying, Senior Shengshan, we are stopping just like that. Yun Shengshan waved his hand and said, stop calling me senior. I call you brother. So if you don't mind, call me elder brother. This battle has been very satisfying. If we keep going, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. And I suspect brother Gao Yang feels the same way, right? Gao Yang revealed a smile, nodded slightly, and said, since brother Shengshan has said so, then let's stop. To be honest, if we were to continue, we would really have to risk our lives. As he spoke, he glanced at his remaining health, which was less than 30%, even though his recovery ability was terrifyingly powerful. Under the burning of Yun Shengshan's destructive black flames, he still had less than 30% of his vitality left. Moreover, up to this point in the battle, the effect of his unique specialty, Blade of Breaking Limits from the Disaster Sword Dao, had stacked to a terrifying degree. With his 32 points of constitution, he was almost unable to withstand this endless enhancement. If the fight continued, Gao Yang would likely have to activate his over-limit physique and the Immortal Execution Sword Domain to fight for his life. By then, even Gao Yang wasn't sure if he would be able to stop in time. Upon hearing Gao Yang's words, Yun Shengshan laughed heartily, descended from the sky, and stood before him. With a flip of his palm, a verdant fruit appeared in his hand. Brother, this is a fruit of life. It has excellent effects on healing injuries and recovering battle energy. Gao Yang took the fruit but did not consume it immediately. Instead, he took out a glass vial and handed it to Yun Shengshan. Yun Shengshan looked at the test tube in his hand with curiosity. The pale golden solution felt very warm, yet also very dangerous to him. He looked up at Gao Yang and asked, what is this? A type of recovery item. The raw materials are very precious, and it can almost instantly replenish one's energy, though it does have certain requirements for physical strength and digestive capacity. Under the gaze of the many spectators, Gao Yang did not reveal the name of the plain core solution, choosing instead to describe its function. Hearing this, Yun Shengshan did not hesitate and tilted his head back to drink the plain core solution. Feeling the almost violent, pure energy blooming within his body, his eyes widened suddenly. A few seconds later, the energy was fully absorbed. Yun Shengshan stored the empty test tube in his inventory and looked at Gao Yang with great excitement. "Brother, this stuff is terrifyingly effective." Gao Yang smiled and said, "After this is over, I will mail some more to you, brother." Yun Shengshan nodded with great satisfaction and said, "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony, brother." After saying this, he waved his hand at Gao Yang, turned to look at the sky, and said directly, "I concede, I'm leaving." Gao Yang opened his mouth to speak, but the words didn't come out, for both him and Yun Shengshan, neither would likely participate in the rest of the Peak of Gladiators after this battle, so winning or losing had no meaning for them. Whether Gao Yang conceded or Yun Shengshan conceded, there was actually no difference. It was just that Yun Shengshan owed Gao Yang a favor for the plain core solution, which was why he conceded before Gao Yang could. Calling it a concession was really just a way to leave the cage battlefield. Gao Yang shook his head, drank the plain core solution in his hand, and turned to walk into the Golden Pillar of Light. Chapter 940, Floating City. Golden Township. Gao Yang and Yun Shengshan disappeared from the cage battlefield, but the aftershocks of their battle spread rapidly, even beginning to intensify, showing signs of forming a monstrous wave that would sweep across the entire integrated network. In the multiverse, Gao Yang's reputation began to spread. Many powerful figures of significant status had already learned through various channels that an emerging legendary powerhouse was on the rise. As for Gao Yang, after the battle, he had returned to the immortal wasteland to continue his own cultivation. In the training arena, Gao Yang stopped his practice and slowly opened his eyes. 2 full months had passed since his battle with Yun Shengshan. During these 2 months, he had repeatedly reviewed the fight, doing his utmost to absorb the nutrients from the battle and turn them into the foundation for his own progress. Only today had he finally fully digested the gains from that encounter. He looked up at the golden dragon patterns in the night sky and slowly stood up. The days of secluded cultivation were over. Now, he possessed enough strength to deal with the various unknowns of the multiverse. It was time to set off. Gao Yang walked to the edge of the floating city, looking at the structure that was already more than halfway complete. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Ange Bailey, House, and the others, their floating city was progressing rapidly. It would likely not be long before construction was finished. Recently, Ange Bailey and his team had been full of energy every day, constantly adding bricks and mortar to the construction of their floating city. After watching for a short while, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, turned his head toward the direction of the immortal sanctuary, and sighed slightly. He knew in his heart that once he left this time, he would not return here for a very long time. As for Lisa, he had already provided her with sufficient and secure guarantees, ensuring that there would be no issues with her life or cultivation in the future. But this was a helpless necessity. Gao Yang dared not stop his footsteps. At the very least, he could not stop until he resolved the 2 lethal crises of the Pantheon and the Underworld Dragon. Otherwise, when the Pantheon or the Underworld Dragon decided to strike, even though he now seemed to have stepped into the realm of peak legends, he would still be crushed with ease. Although Gao Yang had almost no impression of the high-ranking members of the Pantheon, it was precisely because of this that he knew with absolute certainty that there must exist one or several beings within the Pantheon that surpassed the limits of his imagination, which was why he had been forced to forcibly seal away and completely forget his memories regarding them. And once an entity of that level found Gao Yang, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster for him, especially after the Peak of Gladiators. Gao Yang's reputation began to spread throughout the multiverse. Although his legendary reputation had increased by a full 200 points during this time, such an excessively high reputation also exposed him to some dark gazes. This meant that if anyone wanted to track his whereabouts, it would be far simpler and easier than ever before. Therefore, whether for his own sake or for the sake of others connected to him, Gao Yang could not stay in Eberron for long. I must continue to move forward. With a soft sigh, Gao Yang turned and walked toward the direction of the Kolu tree. Late at night, Lisa lay on Gao Yang's chest, quietly listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat. A moment later, the flush on her face faded significantly. She looked up at Gao Yang and whispered, "Magus Shane's floating city has been erected. Our caravan sent intelligence today, reporting that they saw a floating city slowly rising from the base of Cheyenne." Gao Yang was not surprised by this news. Given the strength of Auckland and its prestige throughout Eberron, this floating city should have been revealed to the world long ago. Being able to hold back for several months before appearing could even be considered a sign of their calm and cautious nature. He patted Lisa's smooth back and said, "This is a good thing. Remember to send a congratulatory gift. The completion of a floating city is something worth celebrating." Lisa nodded gently. She naturally knew how to handle such matters and had already done so. She was simply in the habit of telling Gao Yang some of the intelligence gathered on the Eberron continent. She raised her head, extended a finger to gently tap Gao Yang's protruding Adam's apple, and unconsciously licked her lips as she said, "Speaking of which, Captain Bailey and the others' floating city will be finished soon, right? You should be able to see that Ange Bailey and his team's floating city will be completed in at most half a month." Gao Yang let Lisa do as she pleased, simply smiling as he continued, "I wonder if they will hold a celebration once the floating city is finished." Upon hearing this, Lisa immediately spoke with a hint of wanting credit. "Rest assured, I have already made arrangements. If they want to celebrate, there will be no issues at all." Gao Yang smiled and nodded, then looked at her and said, "In that case, perhaps for this Supreme Conference, our immortal wasteland will deploy to floating cities. I imagine that should be enough to demonstrate the power of the immortal wasteland." Lisa cast a charming glance at Gao Yang, her eyes swirling with emotion as she whispered, "Sophia and Grey Kui have both broken through to the legendary rank. Among the deputy commanders of the Magic Spider Knights and the Dro Royal Guards, one of each is already preparing to break through to the legendary rank. Perhaps they will succeed before the conference. By then, even with only one floating city, the power of our 6 legends will not be inferior." Gao Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ange Bailey and the others won't refuse." Lisa reached out and slowly drew circles on Gao Yang's solid chest, her voice sounding a bit dejected. "After the Supreme Conference ends, when do you plan to leave?" "It should be very soon. There are some things I need to resolve, otherwise I cannot be at ease," Gao Yang said softly. Hearing this, Lisa lowered her head to look at her smooth, flat abdomen. So much time had passed, yet there was still no movement in her belly. Although she had long known that the probability of offspring after reaching the legendary rank was extremely low, after several years of such frequency, there was still not the slightest movement, not even a single sign. The difficulty of this still exceeded her estimations. Gao Yang understood Lisa's thoughts, but as for offspring, while he did not resist the idea, he was not particularly eager either, choosing to adopt an attitude of letting nature take its course. If Lisa could conceive, then she would give birth to his first child in this life. If there was still no movement, then it was simply fate. He patted Lisa's back, signaling her to relax and not be so demanding of herself. The actions of Ange Bailey and the others were even faster than Gao Yang had anticipated. Just 10 days later, their floating city, named Golden Township, was officially completed. Gao Yang stood in midair, accompanied by mercenary group leaders like House and KT or INA. At this very moment, their faces were all filled with a hint of obvious tension, their gazes fixed intently on the midge tower in the center of the newly completed floating city. Ange Bailey was currently at the base of this midge tower, inside an absolutely safe and sealed space, preparing to carry out the final step. He took a deep breath and, with great solemnity, took out a shimmering silver, palm-sized metal box from his storage ring. This metal box appeared unremarkable, but in reality, it was crafted entirely from mithril, possessing exceptional energy containment and insulation properties. Ange Bailey slowly reached out and opened the mithril box, and a ray of light bloomed from within. It was the plane core. After taking a deep breath, Ange Bailey reached out to grasp the plane core and slowly placed it into the pre-reserved slot. As the plane core returned to its position, the entire secret chamber suddenly lit up with a brilliant, blinding pure white light. Ange Bailey watched this scene without blinking. Rich magic power surged through the space, and the plane core began to radiate light. Following this, magical formations that had been inscribed long ago began to manifest, and magical ley lines lit up one by one, densely covering the entire chamber. Ange Bailey directed all of this, carefully manipulating the integration of the magic power with the plane core. Accompanied by a barely audible soft sound, the magic power in the chamber was suddenly absorbed entirely by the plane core, only to be instantly expelled by it a millisecond later. A peculiar ripple spread instantly throughout the entire floating city, and the magic power shook violently. Ange Bailey was stunned for a moment, then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. House and the others stood in midair, watching the floating city that stood quietly on the ground. Suddenly, the floating city trembled slightly. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, the previously quiet floating city began to vibrate. Subtle sounds rippled outward, then grew louder and louder, until finally, amidst a continuous roar, it suddenly rose from the ground and hovered steadily in midair, maintaining the same altitude as Gao Yang's floating city. Haha, it's flying, it's actually flying. We succeeded, we did it. Excited and enthusiastic laughter erupted. Numerous mercenary group leaders high-fived each other in celebration, and the boisterous House even hammered his fists against Gao Yang's shoulders, producing deafening thuds. While pounding Gao Yang's shoulder, House shouted, "Gao Yang, do you see that? The Golden Township is flying. That is our eternal Golden Township. It's flying." Gao Yang looked at House with some helplessness. The man didn't know his own strength in his excitement. Fortunately, it was him. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to withstand the blows of such a legendary berserker. The floating city came to a hover, and Ange Bailey's figure appeared abruptly outside the midge tower. Seeing this, House and the others flew toward the floating city. Once their feet touched the ground, another round of cheers erupted. "Congratulations, everyone!" Gao Yang and Lisa stood on the brand new ground, looking at the cheering crowd ahead and offering their heartfelt congratulations. "Haha, Commander Gao. Tonight we won't stop until we're drunk." House draped his arm over Paris's shoulder and shouted toward Gao Yang. The smile on Ange Bailey's face did not fade. He came to Gao Yang and said very seriously, "Commander Gao, let's have a celebration tonight." Gao Yang naturally wouldn't be a killjoy, so he nodded and said, "Of course, no problem. It just so happens that after the celebration, we will set off for the seat of Eberron the day after tomorrow to attend the Supreme Council." "No problem. We will go together then and back you up." House waved his large hand and laughed, as if he were the one in charge of this floating city. Ange Bailey smiled and said, "If you don't mind, let us accompany you on the journey." "What's the problem with that? I couldn't ask for more." Gao Yang nodded with a smile. "Then it's settled. It's time to prepare the celebratory banquet." Katrina stepped forward to Paces and said with a smile, Chapter 941. A gifted magic crystal mine. After a bout of unbridled celebration, everything returned to normal. The floating city, Golden Township, landed back on the ground. Compared to the wealthy Gao Yang, for the floating city of Golden Township, the plane core was something to be conserved whenever possible. Although maintaining the suspension of the floating city consumed almost nothing for the plane core, it was clear that Ange Bailey had developed a case of low battery anxiety. 3 days later, the two floating cities slowly ascended into the sky and, under the gaze of many in the immortal city, disappeared into the horizon. In the immortal city, the vast majority of people wore expressions of shock. They only know that the Feather King of the immortal wasteland had one floating city. But when did another one appear? At the same time, they all knew that the departure of the two floating cities meant that all the high-end combat power of the immortal wasteland had left with them. Yet, no one harbored even a shred of malice. The deterrent power of the immortal wasteland was now no less than that of top-tier forces like Kallenberg. In most cases, traveling is dull and boring, but for the many legends on the Golden Township, this rule clearly did not apply. At this very moment, House and the others were looking left and right inside the floating city, feeling that the more they looked, the more they liked it, and they couldn't get enough of it. The 10-day journey passed quickly amidst their tireless exploration. When the seed of Eberron appeared at the end of the horizon, House and the others had finally moved past their initial novelty and began to adapt to life in the floating city. Gao Yang and Lisa stood side by side, with Hukui, Sophia, and 2 other vice commanders who had just advanced to the legendary rank standing behind them, is at the seat of Eberron, the place where the Supreme Council is held. Lisa looked curiously at the island, which resembled a small continent gradually appearing in her field of vision, and spoke with a hint of curiosity. Gao Yang also looked at the massive island in the distance. In his perception, there were many extremely powerful auras on that island. If the map is correct, that should be it. Lisa hugged Gao Yang's arm, looked up at him, and asked, how do you think this Supreme Council will be held? We'll know when we get there. Gao Yang patted her hand and said casually, in the center of the island of the seat of Eberron was a massive city, which was also the only city on the entire island. The only purpose for this city's existence was to bear all the consumption during the Eberron Supreme Council, which was held every 50 years. This huge city was evenly divided into 4 equal parts by 2 roads, 1 vertical and 1 horizontal, and these 4 parts represented the 4 continents of Eberron. At this moment, in the center of the southern district, 5 massive floating cities hovered over the central plaza, their dense magical fluctuations causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Orlando walked side by side with Gao Yang and Angel Bailey, a reserved smile on his face. Your Excellency Feather King, Mr. Angel Bailey. I didn't expect you both to arrive today as well. If we had arrived any later, I fear the meeting would have already commenced. Gao Yang shrugged, offering a small joke. For a guest as generous as Orlando, he naturally accorded him great respect. Hearing this, Orlando laughed heartily, then continued as they walked. Your Excellency Feather King, we, along with Cheyenne, Kallenberg, and the Shadow Empire, have reached a consensus regarding the Supreme Meeting. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity rising in his heart. Oh, tell me about it. Orlando glanced at Gao Yang, then asked, I wonder if Your Excellency Feather King has any preferred choices, you say? Gao Yang pondered for a moment and nodded. After the internal meeting concluded, he and Lisa had already roughly selected several regions based on the current map and distribution of power on the Corvair continent. Among them were areas completely disconnected from the Immortal Wasteland, as well as areas not far from the Immortal Wasteland that could be fully incorporated under the rule of the Immortal Church. Then, Your Excellency Feather King, does your selection include territory on the other 3 continents? Seeing him nod, Orlando asked again. Gao Yang did not answer immediately, instead asking in return, is there a difference? The difference is significant. If Your Excellency Feather King has your sights set on territory on the other 3 continents, then during this meeting, we must participate in the struggle against those other continents, and it will inevitably be decided through battle. Furthermore, this is not a battle between 2 factions, but a total war and reshuffling between 2 continents. Orlando paused for a moment before continuing. If one continent emerges victorious, the 10 factions within it will, in order, choose their preferred territories from both continents as their future base for development. The losers, however, can only accept whatever remains. After hearing Orlando's explanation, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, so, what is the consensus you have reached? Orlando spoke straightforwardly. If Your Excellency Feather King's choices do not extend beyond the Corvair continent, Kallenberg is willing to gift you a magic crystal mine as a token of appreciation. Angel Bailey walked quietly to the side, his heart trembling at these words, and the look he cast toward Gao Yang was filled with a touch of envy. A magic crystal mine. It was no exaggeration to say that owning one had been the dream of him, his master, and his master's master since they were children. Gao Yang felt no internal fluctuation, merely saying, that is not cheap. May I ask why? Because the current landscape of the 4 continents is basically fixed, and many factions have tacitly maintained the status quo. Orlando spoke as if it were a matter of course. Stability is an important factor for the survival of a faction. No one wants to stay in one place for only 50 years before being forced to move again. I imagine that even for the Immortal Wasteland, you would not want to relocate, would you, Feather King? Gao Yang nodded slightly. That was true, given the choice. Not having to relocate was naturally the best option. Orlando continued, therefore, if this time, the target chosen by Your Excellency Feather King does not exceed the Corvair continent, this supreme meeting will proceed as usual, without any battles between continents. Once the internal meetings of each continent are held, the division of power will be considered complete. In other words, whichever piece of land you have your eyes on, you will be able to occupy it directly upon returning to Corvair. Gao Yang realized. That certainly saves trouble. Why didn't I hear you mention this before? Orlando coughed twice and said, that was just because I was a bit anxious at the time. So, I didn't get a chance to explain it to you. So that was it. Gao Yang waved his hand slightly and said, do not worry, Archmage. The immortal wasteland does not have such grand ambitions. We do not wish to move away from the Corvair continent. We simply wish to acquire more faith for the Lord we serve. Upon hearing this, Orlando felt a weight lift from his heart and smiled. In that case, Your Excellency Feather King, you may select your specific territory once you return to your residence later. When you return to Corvair, the land you have chosen will become a place where the immortal doctrine is spread. Very good. Gao Yang nodded with great satisfaction. In this way, a lot of time would be saved. In his discussions with Lisa, the current area of the immortal wasteland accounted for less than 1% of the Corvair continent. Therefore, their plan was to expand outward from the immortal wasteland until they occupied about 8 to 13% of the Corvair continent's area. Coincidentally, within this region, there was no overlap with the areas ruled by Kallenberg, Cheyenne, or the Shadow Empire. It was foreseeable that once Gao Yang made his choice, other factions within this range would face a new decision: either merge into the immortal wasteland, or have their leaders leave this area and head elsewhere to start over. As for the sentient beings living on this land, including those who had previously joined other factions, they, in a sense, lacked the ability and means to relocate. Therefore, they would simply serve as the population resource for the immortal wasteland, providing the power of faith. Even if some factions had strong cohesion and wanted to move their entire group elsewhere, this would not be permitted. As mentioned before, the purpose of the Supreme Meeting was to distribute resources and faith, and the source of faith was the population. If other factions were to move away and take the population, this important source of faith, with them, wouldn't that mean they had risked their lives in the meeting for nothing? Orlando seemed to have thought of something and added, by the way, Lord Feather King, since there will be no conflict in this meeting, according to past rules, the meeting will be held in the form of an auction. This allows the 4 continents to exchange what they have for what they need while strengthening their connections. Gao Yang nodded upon hearing this and said, then I shall look forward to it. Seeing that he had made things clear with Gao Yang and obtained the answer he wanted, Orlando did not continue to shamelessly tag along and quickly took his leave. After Orlando departed, Ange Bailey remarked with a sigh, Commander Gao, a magic crystal mine, just like that, obtained so easily. Gao Yang said casually, Commander Bailey, it is not as if you have never been to Kalen Castle. A magic crystal mine is nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Kalen Castle. Furthermore, a magic crystal mine is not easy to excavate, and what the actual yield will be remains an unknown. Even so, Ange Bailey still felt a sense of wistfulness. He looked at Gao Yang with great envy and said, Commander Gao, if you were a spellcaster, you would absolutely not say such things. For a spellcaster, the greatest utility of a magic crystal mine is the abundant magical environment it provides. In such an environment, whether one is cultivating or conducting experiments, it is extremely convenient. Owning a magic crystal mine is the dream of many spellcasters. The level of desire for one is only slightly lower than that for a floating city. Gao Yang waved his hand with a smile and looked at Ange Bailey, saying, let us not talk about this. Is Commander Bailey interested in participating in the upcoming auction? Ange Bailey thought for a moment and nodded. Although he and his team members had invested most of their wealth into the construction of the floating city, having struggled and crawled through the blood-soaked battles for so long, they still had some hidden treasures tucked away. These precious items were usually difficult to dispose of, but at this auction, which could be considered the top-tier event of the entire continent, he might just be able to sell them off. Seeing this, Gao Yang said, then is settled. Let us rest for now. The meeting will be held the day after tomorrow. Chapter 940. To the conclusion of the meeting and setting off again. The location for the Eberron Supreme Meeting was situated at the very center of the city, at the intersection of the 4 regions of East, West, South, and North, atop a floating city. This floating city did not belong to any single faction but was instead controlled in rotation by the top-ranked faction from each of the 4 continents. At the same time, the faction controlling the floating city was also the host of that year's Supreme Meeting. And this time, the faction controlling the floating city came from the continent of Zendrik, the Elven Kingdom of Parniers. This was a pure elven nation, completely different from the situations in the Immortal Wasteland or even Sharn. Being able to control this floating city directly reflected the immense strength of the Elven Kingdom of Parniers. When Gao Yang and his group boarded the floating city, they were immediately met with many gazes. For the other 3 continents, the Corvair continent had the most new faces attending the meeting this time. At the same time, the leaders of the factions from these continents had all heard, to varying degrees, about the fierce battle records of the Immortal Wasteland. Looking at them now, the gazes held more curiosity than scrutiny. After all, since the Immortal Wasteland was able to stand here, there was no need to question their strength. Gao Yang and his group sat down in the area designated for the Corvair continent and waited quietly for the meeting to begin. In a sense, this supreme meeting of the entire Eberron world was not fundamentally different from a banquet organized by a rural baron. When the star above Eberron moved to the spire of the Mage Tower, a female elf with a gorgeous appearance and noble temperament slowly stood up. This was the Elven Empress of Parniers, a royal elf of the most noble bloodline. Following the Elven Empress's movement, the floating city slowly raised a magic barrier, enveloping everyone inside. "Good day, everyone." The Elven Empress parted her thin lips slightly, and her melodious, soft voice reached the ears of everyone present, causing the somewhat noisy scene to instantly fall silent. The Elven Empress swept her gaze across the entire venue, a smile appearing on her flawless face, and she spoke slowly. "Let this Eberron Supreme meeting begin now." As her voice fell, everyone remained silent, simply watching her quietly. The Elven Empress continued, "For this Supreme meeting, all continents will maintain their original status. As per custom, the auction will be held in 1/4 of an hour. If any of you have rare items you wish to sell, you may all come up to the stage." Orlando sat side by side with Gao Yang, and upon hearing this, his voice resonated in Gao Yang's mind. The auction is divided by continent. The first to begin is the Zendrik continent, where the Elven Kingdom is located. Within the continent, it also follows the order of strength ranking from top to bottom. It is very simple. Gao Yang listened silently, merely nodding his chin slightly to indicate his response. 1/4 of an hour passed quickly, and a remarkably handsome male elf walked to the center of the crowd. A giant egg, green all over and as tall as a person, appeared before him. This is a nature guardian spirit. After reaching adulthood, it has a very high probability of becoming a legendary creature. Hatching is simple. I will accept magic crystals or quasi-artifact staves for trade. House let out a soft sigh, somewhat surprised by the high quality of this auction. The male elf's introduction consisted of only 1 sentence, and after finishing, he did not speak again. Subsequently, someone stood up and locked eyes with him, and the communication took place in silence. Soon, when the 4th person stood up, the male elf bowed slightly toward the Elven Empress and spoke very respectfully. "Your Majesty the Empress, please bear witness to this transaction." This sentence meant that the deal had been concluded. As for the bid made by that legendary human, apart from the seller, no one else knew what it was. This actually surprised Gao Yang a little. There had been no situation of price gouging or fierce bidding at this auction. After the male elf's transaction ended, the 2nd elf stood up and came to the center of the crowd, beginning to introduce the item they wished to trade. Just like that, the auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. And soon it was the turn of the Corvair continent. "Commander Gao, do you have anything you want to auction?" Angel Bailey watched the scholar from Karnath take the stage and asked casually. Gao Yang shook his head. He had plenty of good items in his inventory, but none were suitable for sale. Furthermore, he had no specific need for any particular type of treasure. To him, steady and methodical cultivation was the fastest and most reliable path to greatness. Angel Bailey nodded. After a while, he rose and took the stage. The auction lasted for an entire day before it finally concluded. For the vast majority of the attendees, the event was highly satisfactory. After the meeting, a grand scholar approached Gao Yang. took out a parchment contract with a calm demeanor, and said, "Your Excellency, King of Feathers, this is the mining deed for the magic crystal mine." Gao Yang reached out to take it, handed it to Lisa beside him without much thought, and then turned back to respond with a smile, "Thank you, Grand Scholar. Think nothing of it. In the future, Corvair will still need your cooperation, Your Excellency, to maintain stability." The Grand Scholar's attitude was gentle, and he spoke at a measured pace. After a brief exchange, he turned and left. Gao Yang watched him walk away, nodded to Auclando in greeting, and then led his group to depart as well. With the supreme meeting concluded, the island would return to tranquility in a very short time. 10 days later, Gao Yang and his group returned to the immortal wasteland. After a night of rest, Angel Bailey, along with House and other mercenary group leaders, boarded Gao Yang's floating city. House's gaze met Gao Yang's first, and he immediately spoke up, "Leader Gao, we have come to bid you farewell." Angel Bailey continued, "Leader Gao, our rest period this time has been quite long. Now that the Golden Township has been built, these people are not the type to sit idle. Coincidentally, I also need to go and search for a new plane core. That is why we have come together to say goodbye." Gao Yang stood up, revealing a gentle smile. "There is no banquet in the world that does not come to an end. The fact that you, Leader Bailey, and your group could stay in the immortal wasteland for so long has already helped me a great deal. Be very careful when traveling across planes. If a situation is impossible to handle, do not force it." Angel Bailey nodded with a smile, while House thumped his chest loudly and said with great confidence, "Leader Gao, you can rest assured. With our 9 legends and a floating city, as long as we don't foolishly charge into the divine kingdom of a god, we can walk sideways wherever we go." There was essentially nothing wrong with that statement. Gao Yang thought for a moment and nodded, offering no further warnings, only asking, "When are you leaving today?" "I suppose." In the bedroom, Lisa clung to Gao Yang like an octopus, burying her head in the crook of his neck, her teeth biting down firmly on his shoulder. After a moment, she let go, pulling away a glistening thread of saliva, and looked at Gao Yang with a pitiful expression. Gao Yang sighed slightly, wrapped his arms around her waist, and whispered, "Leader Angel Bailey and the others left Eberron 10 days ago to begin their journey. Now that the new territory of the immortal wasteland has been secured, its area has increased tenfold. The population has grown nearly 100-fold, and there is no need to worry about resources. It is time for me to set off as well. If I stay any longer, there will be danger." Lisa did not speak, but Gao Yang felt his chest grow damp. He felt a bit overwhelmed, patted the back of her head, and promised, "All right, don't cry. Once I resolve the problem, I will come back to see you. You must be careful." Gao Yang wiped away her tears and said softly, "Don't worry. Even if a god wants to kill me, it won't be that easy." At high noon, Lisa stood in front of the Midge Tower, looking at Gao Yang and Milafina on his shoulder. "Meow, Lisa, we are leaving now." Milafina slowly wagged her large tail and waved goodbye to Lisa. "Milafina, please take good care of you for me," Lisa pleaded with great sincerity. "Don't worry, with me here, Gao Yang won't have any trouble." Milafina puffed out her small chest and said with great confidence. As a genius legend of the cat elf race, she had every reason to be confident. Lisa looked at Gao Yang, tears welling up in her eyes. Gao Yang sighed, pulled her into his arms, wiped away her tears, and whispered in her ear, "Cultivate well, and wait for my return." Lisa sniffled, nodded vigorously, and then turned to fly away from the floating city. Gao Yang watched her back until she had completely flown out of the floating city, then waved at her as the massive city slowly ascended. Lisa stood where she was, looking up in a daze at the shrinking floating city until it completely disappeared from sight, only then withdrawing her gaze with a lost expression. Just then, her brows furrowed tightly, and a tearing pain erupted in her lower abdomen, causing her to instinctively cover her stomach with both hands. As she did so, she froze. Her legendary level strength provided her with the most intuitive feedback deep within her womb. A faint but firm spark of life had taken root. This meant that she was pregnant, with one hand covering her abdomen and the other over her mouth. She forcibly suppressed the urge to chase after Gao Yang. She knew clearly in her heart that one could only be in burden if they had no attachments. If one had attachments, perhaps they would not be able to leave so decisively. And as for what Gao Yang had to do, Lisa knew very well that it required the most resilient will to accomplish. Therefore, she simply stood there, silently praying to the goddess. After a long while, the sharp pain subsided. Lisa gently patted her flat stomach with both hands and said softly, "Little one, you are the gift your father left for me. I hope you grow up quickly. And when your father returns next time, give him a surprise." Chapter 943 The Lost One. In the boundless starry sky, Gao Yang turned to look back. In conventional understanding, the vast and infinite Eberron should have been a massive planet too large to be observed in its entirety. But in reality, within his field of vision, the space ahead was empty, no different from the desolate starry sky behind him. This is a hidden ability inherent to the planes themselves. In the vast majority of cases, a plane will remain concealed within the starry sky, and only those planes devoid of life might reveal themselves in the form of a planet. To reach a corresponding plane, one must possess its specific coordinates. Without plane coordinates, one can only rely on the most basic method, continuously exploring the starry sky to discover planes that might be hidden. This is also one of the primary tasks for Gao Yang in his upcoming journey. He must find a habitable plane for the sacred gold world. Furthermore, he must accomplish his established goals throughout this continuous journey. Gao Yang, where are we going now? Melifina crouched on Gao Yang's shoulder, looking at the boundless starry sky ahead, and asked aloud. The starry sky ahead was far too deep. Stars emitting different lights dotted this vast curtain of space. Yet they could not bring her the slightest warmth or sense of security. That deep starry sky seemed to possess an infinite gravitational pull. Looking at it for too long felt as if one were about to fall into that pitch-black abyss of stars. In fact, this is a situation that can absolutely occur. This is also an important reason why the vast majority of intelligent beings, even after reaching the legendary rank, still do not possess the ability to travel across planes. The astral void possesses such an attraction. If an intelligent life form remains in the astral void for a long time, their mind will first be assimilated by the chaotic space-time of the astral void, meaning they will lose their sense of direction. And time will lose its meaning. In this situation, they will involuntarily fall toward the black abyss at the bottom of the astral void. Perhaps in their own perception, they are still moving in the correct direction. But it is only after falling into the black abyss that they will regain their senses. But by that time, there is no hope of survival. In the multiverse, this state has a very specific name: the state of the lost. Those who have lost their homeland, lacking the original anchor point emitted by their home plane, will be affected by the astral void and subsequently enter the state of the lost. The longer one stays in the astral void, the more severe the state of the lost becomes. Therefore, short-distance cross-plane travel is something an average legendary being can accomplish without too much danger. However, once the distance is extended, there is a risk of becoming one of the lost. This is why a floating city is an important vehicle for cross-plane travel, because a floating city possesses a plane core. Under the protection of this core, the beings within the floating city are as if they were still within a plane, and naturally, there is no risk of becoming one of the lost. Of course, besides floating cities, there are naturally many other special existences that can roam freely in the astral void. The most typical are the astral behemoths, such as the fat-headed Kun, and then there are some special races, such as the star-falling clan among the starry sky behemoths. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, looked at Melifina, and said, "We are going to the Forgotten Realm." Melifina turned her head and asked with some anticipation, "The Forgotten Realm? Is that the world where the undying giant turtle resides?" Gao Yang nodded gently. Seeing this, Melifina asked again, "Then when will we arrive?" "I don't know. It might take a long time." Gao Yang thought for a moment and continued, "We may have to undertake a period of astral travel. I hope we can find a habitable plane." "A habitable plane?" Melifina glanced at him and asked with some confusion, "What are you looking for a habitable plane for?" "I once promised an old friend that I would find a suitable plane for the people of his homeland to survive in." Gao Yang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the boundless starry sky ahead, and said slowly, "I didn't have the ability before. But now that I have the capability for cross-plane travel, it is better to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Of course, if Melifina feels bored, you can return to your homeland. And when you miss me, you can just come find me through the teleportation array. Melifina immediately shook her head like a rattledrum and said quickly, I don't want to go back. I've only just come out. Let's talk about that after some time. After saying this, her eyes sharpened as she looked at Gao Yang and questioned, Gao Yang, are you trying to get rid of this cat? Gao Yang laughed in spite of himself, shook his head, and said, how could that be? I was just afraid that astral travel would be too monotonous and you would feel bored. Upon hearing this, Melifina yawned and said, if I'm bored, I'll just go take a long nap. Don't worry, I will accompany you to complete your goal. After saying this, she flicked her tail, leaped from Gao Yang's shoulder, and walked toward the kolo fruit tree with cat-like steps in the air. Gao Yang watched her leave, shook his head with a smile, and turned to walk toward the martial arts arena. The next moment, as his thoughts stirred slightly, the floating city erupted with a burst of magical fluctuations and shot forward in an instant. Travel within the astral void is fundamentally different from teleportation through the astral plane. The astral void essentially still belongs to the material plane. While the astral plane is conceptually outside the prime material plane, it is a place that is difficult to access and far more desolate and dangerous. Simply put, the astral plane connects the various crystal spheres of the multiverse. If one wants to travel across crystal spheres, passing through the astral plane is undoubtedly a good choice. As for the astral void, it is simply the interior of the multiverse's crystal sphere system. Its concept is not much different from the universe of Earth. The floating city sped through the universe, and Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the martial arts arena, conducting his own cultivation. But while cultivating, he also diverted a sliver of his consciousness to keep a constant watch on the situation along the floating city's path. Because most planes are in a state of concealment, finding such planes is not easy. However, if some planes are experiencing issues, it is like the difference between a healthy person and a sick person. When normal, it is basically impossible to tell. But a sick person will always have various external symptoms. This is also the method Gao Yang has in mind for finding a plane. Normal planes have their own intelligent life forms, and they are highly unlikely to be willing to accept the refugees of the sacred gold world. If you think about this situation from another perspective, it is easy to understand. It is the same principle as not wanting a stranger to move into your own home. Gao Yang knew that finding a problematic plane in the astral void was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. But he had no better options at the moment. Or rather, finding an uninhabited, habitable plane in the multiverse was never a simple task to begin with. Regarding this, he had already mentally prepared himself for a long and arduous struggle. Chapter 944. The Astral Behemoth, Iron Meteor Eagle-Eye in the Floating City. Melifina lay on a beach chair wearing sunglasses. After taking a blissful sip of fruit juice, she looked at Gao Yang, who was also sunbathing nearby, and asked Gao Yang, how long do you think it will take for us to reach the astral transit station? At this moment, far beyond the floating city, there was an incredibly massive star emitting a dazzling orange light. The sun they were basking in was the light emitted by this orange star. This light carried an extremely warm sensation, which had a clear promotional effect on the growth of the kelo fruit trees. Behind them, the branches and leaves of the kelo fruit trees had spread out as much as possible, almost covering the dome of the floating city, pressing tightly against the magical shield as they greedily absorbed the light radiating from the star. At our current speed, we should reach the astral transit station in about 10 days. Gao Yang took a bite of an ice blue kelo fruit. The cool sensation seeped into his heart. He sighed with satisfaction and said, after we pass through the astral transit station, we will reach the crystal sphere system where the Forgotten Realm is located. After that, we can choose to stay at the astral transit station for a while to engage in new multiverse network adventures. Or, we can head directly to the Forgotten Realm. Either way is fine. Melifina flicked her fluffy tail, took two dried fish from her inventory, handed one to Gao Yang, and tossed the other into her mouth. While chewing, she said, "Meow, that's fine. But I need a refill on dried fish." Gao Yang chewed the dried fish into pieces and swallowed it in a few bites. Just about to speak. Suddenly, he turned his head to the left, his brows slightly furrowed. The next moment, his body vanished from the beach chair and appeared at the edge of the floating city, looking out into the dark starry sky. In his field of vision, a giant eagle radiating an iron-gray light was hurtling toward their direction. Every time it flapped its wings, its planet-sized body crossed a vast expanse of the starry sky. In just a few moments, it flew from the edge of Gao Yang's vision to a close distance. And without slowing down, it continued to streak straight toward the floating city where they were located. The sensation was as if a planet were crushing through the void, charging toward them with the momentum of a collapsing mountain and an overturning sea. Without a doubt, this giant eagle was an astral behemoth. Gao Yang, who had studied astral behemoths, recognized the origin of this giant beast the moment he saw it. This was an iron meteor eagle, a creature ranked in the top 30 for speed among all astral behemoths. Its nature was neither cruel nor particularly benevolent. Iron meteor eagles love to feed on planets or planes with high metal content to strengthen their bodies. So far, there have been no records of an iron meteor eagle intentionally destroying a plane. Clang! A crisp sword hum resonated throughout the astral realm, a silver-white greatsword, hundreds of thousands of meters long, suddenly appeared above the floating city. Sharp sword chi soared into the sky, and an infinite, undisguised killing intent pointed directly at the approaching giant eagle. The planet-sized iron meteor eagle flapped its wings, and its massive body instantly transitioned from extreme speed to absolute stillness. It looked toward Yang Yao from a distance of hundreds of thousands of meters. Its sharp eagle eyes held clear curiosity and caution. After glancing at Yang Yao, it tilted its head slightly to look at Gao Yang, who was standing outside the floating city holding Yang Yao. Human legend. A mental fluctuation appeared around Gao Yang and reached his ears. Gao Yang's expression was cold, and his crimson aura radiated without restraint. Holding Yang Yao, he questioned unceremoniously, "Since you discovered us, why did you charge at us? Do you wish to be my enemy?" Accompanying his mental fluctuation, his killing intent grew even more intense. A trace of wariness flashed in the depths of the iron meteor eagle's eyes, although its size far exceeded that of its opponent and even the floating city. When facing such a human legend, its ancestral memories and the experiences of its survival told it that this human holding the sword was not to be trifled with. Human legend. I harbor no malice. The iron meteor eagle's mental fluctuation was transmitted, but Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest, and his sword intent became even sharper and more turbulent. If it truly had no malice, why would it have charged toward them in such a violent manner earlier? The astral void was so vast, wouldn't it have been more indicative of a lack of malice to simply veer slightly and avoid their position? Gao Yang took a deep breath. Under the illumination of the starlight, his body began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant 10,000 feet tall. Although he was still not as massive as the iron meteor eagle, the size gap between them had been greatly reduced. At the very least, the iron meteor eagle no longer needed to focus all its attention just to look at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was bathed in light, and a brilliant radiance of will erupted from his eyes, pointing directly at the iron meteor eagle opposite him. I need an explanation. Iron meteor eagle. Feeling Gao Yang's undisguised killing intent, the iron meteor eagle hesitated for a moment and said, "Human legend. I was merely curious and had no other intentions. I gift this iron feather to you as an apology for my previous recklessness." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang saw an iron-gray feather automatically detach from the tip of the iron meteor eagle's left wing and drift slowly toward him. This iron feather was 1,000 meters in size, its entire body shimmering with a metallic luster. It did not look like flesh and blood. Gao Yang reached out to catch it. The 1,000-meter-long iron feather was no different from a toothpick in his hand. Feeling the rich metallic ore within this iron feather, Gao Yang understood that this iron meteor eagle had made its choice. He held the iron feather and looked at the iron meteor eagle, saying, "A mere iron feather is not enough to count as an explanation." As his words fell, a hint of hostility appeared in the iron meteor eagle's eyes. But before it could act, it heard Gao Yang continue, "Answer me one question, and this matter will end here." The iron meteor eagle flapped its wings slightly, and its iron-gray beak clicked together before it said, "Human legend, ask your question. In the astral void you have traveled through, Have you ever discovered any planes that are intact but devoid of intelligent life? After Gao Yang finished asking, the iron meteor eagle shook its head quite decisively and replied, "Human legend. I have never encountered such a plane. The birth of a plane inevitably nurtures its own intelligent life. So the kind of plane you speak of basically does not exist." Its voice was firm, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Gao Yang sighed slightly in his heart, and the eternal radiance slowly shrank. He then looked at the iron meteor eagle and said, "Let this matter end here." Having said that, his figure, under the watchful gaze of the iron meteor eagle, slowly shrank and soon returned within the magic shield of the floating city. The iron meteor eagle flapped its wings and turned to leave as if avoiding a plague god. In just 2 bounds, its incomparably massive body disappeared into the depths of the pitch-black starry sky. Not until the other party had vanished did Gao Yang slowly retract his gaze and lie back down on the beach chair. Chapter 945 Information from Yu Mao. After Gao Yang lay back down, Milafina took a leisurely sip of her fruit drink, her eyes fixed on the iron feather held in Gao Yang's hand, and she leaned in close to examine it carefully before saying with a hint of disdain, "Gao Yang, that old eagle only gave you 1 feather. And that is the end of it." Gao Yang raised the iron feather, which was about the length of a chopstick, in his hand. Golden radiance flowed across its surface. That was his willpower suppressing the feather, otherwise, it would have returned to its original state. This iron feather can be considered top tier among legendary grade materials. When we return to Oberon, I will give it to Master Daragon and the others. I imagine they will be very happy. As for that iron meteor eagle, it did not cause us any losses. And the fact that it could offer compensation already shows its attitude. Why force more? That guy's strength is not weak, you know, not weak. Milafina puffed out her chest confidently and said, "Could it block the 2 of us working together?" Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "It probably could not block that. Heh. I knew it. With Gao Yang's confirmation, Milafina stopped dwelling on the matter of the iron meteor eagle and continued to sunbathe lazily. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at the boundless starry sky outside the floating city. They had only just begun their journey through the astral void when they encountered an astral behemoth. If he hadn't revealed his strength in time, he and the city would likely have been destroyed by that iron meteor eagle's metal. The astral void is merely a larger dark forest. To travel through it, showing one's fangs is essential. This thought flashed through Gao Yang's mind only for a moment before turning into composure. A predator's fangs do not disappear or degenerate just because it is dormant. When the time comes, they will naturally sink into the enemy's throat. After another 3 days, the blooming leaves of the ironwood tree finally began to retract, which meant it had accumulated enough sunlight and no longer needed the light emitted by this star. Thus, the floating city set off once again. In the ironwood training ground, Gao Yang stood on the ground, holding one arm up to the sky. Oddriver stood on his palm, allowing Gao Yang to lift it up and down repeatedly. The size difference between the 2 was over 100 times. If one did not look closely, one could not even see the figure beneath Oddriver's massive dragon body. This was Gao Yang's newly added daily physical exercise. As a comprehensive network player, although his attributes could be improved through attribute points, this did not mean he could not improve his various physical attributes through hard training. Therefore, after finishing his daily cultivation, Gao Yang found this way to train himself. Of course, this was something he thought of on the spot, and Oddriver was also grabbed by him temporarily to serve as fitness equipment. He had already contacted Giuliano, and once they reached the astral transit station, the other party would send someone to deliver some tools for physical training. So there would be no need to trouble Oddriver anymore. After all, this guy was simply too large, and it was quite inconvenient to exercise with it. A moment later, Gao Yang, having finished his workout, gently tossed Avi up. Seeing this, Avi moved its body and flew toward its lair. Gao Yang stood in place, looking at the comprehensive network information appearing before his retina. "Big boss, I succeeded. I inherited the Twilight Heart Piercing Order and became the only Twilight Heart Piercer." The message was sent by Yu Mao, but Gao Yang did not feel a hint of joy from his words. It seemed that this inheritance process was not worth being happy about for Yu Mao. Or rather, what happened during the process made the other party unable to feel happy. Gao Yang paused for a few seconds before replying, "Congratulations." The message was sent. And Yu Mao replied quickly, "Big boss. You said that to achieve legendary status, one must pay a price?" The words were filled with a thick, almost inseparable confusion. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, and looking at Yu Mao's message again, he seemed to smell a hint of a conspiracy. He thought for a moment and replied, "The price you speak of refers to emotions, life, or something else," Yu Mao replied. Looking at the message from Yu Mao, Gao Yang was 100% certain that there was a trap in the so-called Twilight Heart-piercing order. He did not answer Yu Mao's question directly but instead asked, "Where are you now? Have you returned to Earth?" "No, I am still at the inheritance site. I am struggling with whether to go back." Yu Mao's reply was quick, but the sense of struggle within it could be perceived by Gao Yang even through the text. "Gao Yang, have you advanced to legendary?" "Yu Mao, of course not, big boss. I just stepped into the extraordinary realm not long ago. How could I advance to legendary so quickly?" Gao Yang nodded, thinking about it. That made sense. When he last saw Yu Mao, the other party was still extraordinary. How could he achieve legendary status in such a short time? If he had truly achieved legendary status, he would have to consider whether to directly expel Yu Mao from the planetary registry, because, in that situation, the Yu Mao who walked out would likely not be the same entity as the Yu Mao who entered the inheritance site. If Yu Mao were to return to Earth, it would likely incite even greater chaos. Fortunately, Yu Mao is still himself for now, at most. His core values have been impacted and interfered with, and there is still a possibility of reversing it. Therefore, Gao Yang said straightforwardly, "Do not return to Earth for now. I can tell you clearly that achieving the status of a legend does not require paying a price. As long as you are strong enough, no one can force you to pay any price. But my parents are still at home waiting for me." A flash of cold, sharp light flickered in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. He continued, "Since you have doubts about the path of the legend, why not follow me and cultivate for a period of time?" Once he met Yu Mao, Gao Yang would be able to decide his next move based on the young man's condition. However, a long time passed after the message was sent, and Gao Yang did not receive a reply from Yu Mao. Just as he was about to close the chat interface, Yu Mao's message finally arrived. "Okay, thank you, big brother. Where should I meet you?" "The inheritance site where I am located allows me to choose to return to where I came from, or I can choose to head to some well-known interstellar transit stations. Just wait for me at the interstellar transit station, Adaptation." After Gao Yang finished speaking, his thoughts flickered, and the floating city began to accelerate. With the floating city moving at full speed, it took only half the original time to reach the interstellar transit station closest to Oberon. After the floating city came to a halt, Melifina and the others remained at the transit station to coordinate with the people sent by Yuliano, while Gao Yang stepped into the teleportation ray to head to Adaptation. After several transfers, Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation array. Chapter 946, Will Seal. Half an hour later, in a restaurant run by a halfling, Gao Yang saw Yu Mao sitting by the window, a trace of nervousness on his face. The slightly frosted glass reflected the warm white light from the ceiling, casting it onto Yu Mao's somewhat stern face, giving him an air of being unapproachable. In front of him sat a glass containing a pale blue liquid, which swirled passively along with the ice cubes as he stirred it with a spoon. Gao Yang stood several dozen meters away, watching Yu Mao through the glass. After a moment, he stepped into the halfling restaurant. "What are you thinking about?" The sudden inquiry rang in Yu Mao's ears, causing his hand gripping the spoon to tighten involuntarily. With veins bulging on the back of his hand, however, it was only for an instant. He relaxed, let go of the guard in his heart, and quickly stood up to look at Gao Yang, saying with a touch of warmth, "Big brother, you're here. Sit down quickly. I ordered a drink for you." Gao Yang looked directly into his face, and only after a few seconds did he sit down opposite him, saying, "It doesn't look good to just talk without smiling." Yu Mao was startled. He reached out and rubbed his face with a hint of bitterness, making his cold, stiff expression look a fraction softer. Before sitting back down, Gao Yang picked up the drink that had just been delivered and took a sip. After putting the glass down, he looked at Yu Mao and said, "Tell me, what happened at the inheritance site?" While you were still able to maintain your sense of self, Yu Mao paused, his lips twitching as if he were smiling bitterly, and he slowly began to recount. After I used that inheritance token, I arrived at the inheritance site. At first, I thought this inheritance was aimed at each individual inheritor, but I soon realized I was wrong. Yu Mao spoke very slowly, and at times his sentences were incoherent. But Gao Yang did not urge him, simply listening quietly to his story. When he reached the end, Yu Mao suddenly looked up at Gao Yang and asked in a tone tinged with questioning and suspicion, "Big brother, are you sure that achieving the status of a legend really doesn't require paying a price? If one were to pay a price, would achieving the status of a legend be faster and stronger?" As he spoke, a faint, extremely obscure light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Gao Yang remained silent throughout, but upon seeing that glimmer in Yu Mao's eyes, he put down his drink and let out a cold, dissatisfied snort. An invisible wave of will surged with this snort, instantly crashing into Yu Mao's body. The next moment, Gao Yang appeared within Yu Mao's sea of consciousness. Yu Mao's sea of consciousness was no different from an ordinary person's. The translucent water of his will rippled slowly, appearing calm and tranquil. But as Gao Yang looked down, his eyes, covered in golden light, pierced through the sea of consciousness to see the scene in its deepest depths. Wisps of black energy were spreading silently. With every bit that spread, this black energy would merge directly into the water of Yu Mao's consciousness, becoming one with it in a very short time. This change was so subtle that Yu Mao, the owner, could not perceive it at all. This was the culprit behind the changes in his ideology. If left unchecked, Yu Mao's values would only become more twisted under this unknown pollution, until he was eventually completely brainwashed and turned into a puppet for that unknown entity. In the terminology of the Eastern transcendent lineage, it could be said that Yu Mao had been subjected to the method of planting a demon in the Taoist heart. As time passed, it would eventually lead Yu Mao onto the demonic path, with no way back. At that time, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering demon would be born. Judging by the remarks Yu Mao had just made, his ultimate path would be one of slaughtering all things. This was why Gao Yang had told Yu Mao not to return to Earth, because once Yu Mao returned to Earth and faced his loved ones, he would likely be unable to resist the pollution for long before killing them with his own hands in order to become stronger. At that point, he would have taken the first step toward falling into the demonic path. Once that door was opened, whether it was cracked a sliver or pushed wide open, the consequences would be no different. Yu Mao would complete his fall in a very short time, eventually sliding completely into an abyss of evil and madness. And given the strength of the Twilight Heart-piercer profession he had inherited, no other player on Earth could contend with him. The final result would be Yu Mao slaughtering the people of Earth on a massive scale, eventually achieving the status of a legend in a very short time by walking over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Gao Yang's gaze pierced through Yu Mao's sea of consciousness, locking onto those wisps of black energy. The next moment, he extended a finger and pointed toward the black mist at the bottom of the sea of consciousness. A beam of golden light erupted violently from his fingertip, piercing into Yu Mao's sea of consciousness without the slightest resistance. With a force that was overbearing yet careful not to harm Yu Mao's consciousness in the slightest, it instantly surged to the bottom of his sea of consciousness and severed a wisp of the black mist. The next moment, the golden light returned. Gao Yang looked down at the black mist, which was trapped in his palm and writhing like a living creature, feeling slightly surprised. This black mist had clearly been severed by him, yet it still sought to erode his consciousness with extreme purpose, as if it would not hesitate even if it were to dissipate itself. This terrifying power of corruption exceeded Gao Yang's estimations. He looked down at the bottom of Yu Mao's sea of consciousness, knowing that if he did not seal it, even if he kept Yu Mao by his side, he would be unable to prevent the other from being corrupted and eroded by this black mist. As the thought emerged, Gao Yang's consciousness suddenly radiated an infinitely brilliant and dazzling golden light, like a great sun shining upon the surface of the sea. The endless golden light illuminated every corner of Yu Mao's sea of consciousness and began to permeate into its depths. Gao Yang stood proudly above the sea of consciousness, pressing down with one hand. His majestic will pushed the golden light of his will to penetrate deeper and deeper into Yu Mao's sea of consciousness. Soon, under the pressure of his will, some of the slightly murky consciousness water was continuously driven away. eventually gathering entirely at the bottom of the other's sea of consciousness. Looking at this mass of black water occupying 1/10,000th of Yu Mao's sea of consciousness, Gao Yang's eyes turned stern. For within this water mass lay the source of the corruption. Gao Yang could not yet confirm exactly what the source of this corruption was. But in the multiverse, there were only a few types of entities that liked and were adept at doing such things. Either evil gods, evil objects, or demons that bewitch souls. Aside from these major categories, the rest could not amount to much. Gao Yang suddenly clenched his hand, and a golden barrier of will firmly imprisoned all the corrupted water in one place. No matter how these waters surged and struggled, they could not break through the seal of will he had set by even a fraction. After sealing the source, Gao Yang's consciousness returned to his physical body. Yu Mao only felt a momentary lapse in his mental state. When he regained his senses, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Gao Yang opposite him in horror, his face filled with lingering fear and dread, and asked, "Big boss, what happened to me?" Gao Yang drank the juice in his cup, stood up, and walked outside, saying, "Nothing much. I just sealed the thing that was corrupting your consciousness." Chapter 947, Adamantine Battle Armor. The thing that was corrupting my consciousness has been sealed. After Yu Mao turned this sentence over in his mind, he finally understood what Gao Yang meant. He hurriedly stood up, followed Gao Yang's pace, and then asked cautiously, "Big boss, will the seal in my brain be broken?" Hearing this, Gao Yang glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "Under normal circumstances, it won't be easily broken, but if there is external force, it might be." External force. Yu Mao could not think of any external force that could break the seal of will set by Gao Yang. However, his confusion did not last long before Gao Yang gave him an explanation. "I mean, if you want to undo this seal yourself, I have no way to stop it." Yu Mao was startled, then quickly shook his head, signaling that he would never do such a thing. "Are you kidding?" He still felt lingering fear when he recalled his previous state. In that state, he had felt that such rebellious and heinous acts were not unreasonable at all, and he had even been struggling with whether or not to commit them. Now that he had sobered up, just recalling his previous thoughts made his body tremble uncontrollably. He dared not imagine what would have happened if, after regaining his senses, he had seen his own blood-stained hands and his parents lying in a pool of blood. In all likelihood, his will would have collapsed in an instant, and he would have completely lost himself. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and continued walking toward the teleporter, saying as he walked, "For the next period of time, you will follow me to cultivate. The process will be a bit dull. If you are unwilling, you can leave. However, you cannot return to Earth. You wouldn't want to wake up one day and find that the entire Earth has been slaughtered by you, including your parents, right?" Yu Mao's face turned pale. He shook his head firmly and looked at Gao Yang's back, saying earnestly, "Big boss, I am already deeply grateful that you were able to save me. Being able to follow you to cultivate is something I have dreamed of. As for it being dull, where is cultivation ever not dull? Furthermore, before I have completely resolved my own problems, I wouldn't dare to return to Earth anyway." At the end of his sentence, Yu Mao revealed a bitter smile. He was truly afraid of falling back into that state again. In that condition, he truly had no self to speak of. Gao Yang did not stop his pace, only nodding slightly. What Yu Mao did not know was that just a moment ago, he had walked a full circle in front of the gates of hell. If he had refused to follow Gao Yang to cultivate, he would have been decapitated in the next instant. Gao Yang could not allow such a ticking time bomb to leave his sight and develop on its own. Therefore, the most efficient way was to nip the threat in the bud. As for whether he could bear to do it, that was not a particularly difficult decision for him. In such matters, Gao Yang possessed sufficient confidence in himself. After the brief exchange, there was silence. In this silence, the two stepped onto the teleportation array and left the Star Transit Station edifice. After several teleports, Gao Yang brought Yu Mao back to the floating city. The multiple teleports left Yu Mao with some lingering motion sickness, and he looked dizzy. Gao Yang did not care. He tossed him aside casually and walked toward the location where Milefino was. There, Milefino was chatting idly with a dwarf dressed in magnificent attire. As for that gnome, Gao Yang was also very familiar with him. He was none other than Giuliano, the president of the Gnome and Dwarf Merchant Branch at the Multiverse Trading Center. Beautiful and fearless Lady Milafina, please taste this deep sea ice fish. Deep sea ice fish have the effect of maintaining one's physique and nourishing the fur. For a beautiful and elegant cat elf like you, it is absolutely the best nourishing treasure. Giuliano held a long box that appeared to be crafted from mysterious ice. Inside the box were palm-sized fish that looked as if they had been carved from blocks of ice. After hearing Giuliano's introduction, Milafina looked at the deep sea ice fish in the ice box with curious, wide eyes, and she couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth. Following that, she reached out a paw, grabbed a small dried fish, bit off half of it in one go, and after chewing it casually a couple of times, a look of satisfaction immediately appeared on her face. Giuliano looked at Milafina, revealed a smile, and continued, Lady Milafina, I have prepared some of this deep sea ice fish. If you find the taste to your liking, then I shall be the one to supply you with ice fish from now on. Milafina finished the small dried fish in her hand in a few bites, nodded reservedly, and said, no problem. I will order from you then. After saying this, she took out a magic crystal and handed it to Giuliano. Seeing this, Giuliano accepted it with a beaming smile. As experienced as he was, how could he possibly commit the foolish act of giving things away for free? Accepting this magic crystal was just that, accepting it. As for how the price of the deep sea ice fish would be calculated, that was naturally for him to decide. Just at this moment, a large hand reached in from the side and snatched a dried ice fish directly from the ice box. Milafina turned her head to look and immediately exclaimed, Gao Yang, when did you get back? Why didn't you make any sound? Giuliano also placed the ice box on the side table, stood up, and looked at Gao Yang with a smile, saying, Mr. Gao Yang, it has been a long time. President Giuliano is as dashing as ever. Gao Yang finished the dried ice fish in his hand and said with a smile as well. Giuliano chuckled, reached out to pat his slightly plump belly, and said with a hint of emotion, it is all thanks to Gao Yang. Otherwise, if I wanted to advance even half a step further in the Chamber of Commerce, I might have had to toil for several more decades. After saying this, he brushed his finger over the ring on his hand, and suddenly, a massive black metal chest appeared before him. Giuliano patted this metal chest and said, Mr. Gao Yang, the things you need are inside. This is a legendary great adamantine battle armor forged by the Star Glory dwarf lineage. It can self-regulate, and the internal pressure it generates can support the training of a legendary class professional with a main attribute reaching up to 50 points. As he spoke, he opened the black iron metal chest, and immediately, a dark golden combat suit, thin as a cicada's wing, appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang reached out and picked up the combat suit. It was extremely light in his hand, and the texture felt similar to silk. But if one looked closely, one could see a metallic luster. Giuliano stood to the side and introduced it to Gao Yang. The adamantine battle armor can be worn daily. It possesses various functions such as defense and cultivation, and can even be worn as ordinary inner clothing without affecting any movements in the slightest. If it weren't for the fact that the Star Glory dwarf lineage is also a branch of the Chamber of Commerce, and each branch has a certain quota for the allocation of adamantine battle armor, I might not have been able to get my hands on it in time. I have troubled you, President Giuliano. Gao Yang placed the adamantine battle armor back into the metal chest and looked at Giuliano to thank him sincerely. Giuliano laughed heartily and said without taking any credit, Mr. Gao Yang, your affairs are my affairs. As long as you have a need, Giuliano will certainly do everything in his power to accomplish it for you. Gao Yang nodded. The friendship between the two was quite good. At the very least, within the entire Chamber of Commerce. If one were to talk about relationships, his relationship with Giuliano should rank first, with Matthew coming in second. Seeing Gao Yang nod, Giuliano's smile grew even wider. Mr. Gao Yang, if you have any good items to sell in the future, do not forget our multiverse branch. Certainly. After receiving Gao Yang's reply, Giuliano chatted for a few more sentences, looked at this floating city with great envy, and then took his leave. After Giuliano left, Milafina looked at Yumao, who was sitting cross-legged on the edge, and asked curiously, Gao Yang, why is that human here again? You mean Yumao? The inheritance he accepted previously had some issues. I cannot leave him to cultivate on his own. So, I am letting him follow me to cultivate for a period of time until his problems are resolved. Gao Yang paused for a moment, then added, or until he is resolved. Melifina nodded as if she understood, and then stopped paying attention. She did not know what the problem was that Gao Yang said Yumao had, nor did she care. As long as it did not threaten her life, that was enough. After Gao Yang finished his explanation, he refocused his attention on the adamantine battle armor that Yuliano had sent. He picked up the battle armor, and his will slowly permeated it, wrapping around the entire piece. Then, with practiced ease, he branded his own will into the core of the adamantine battle armor. Following that, he saw the adamantine battle armor fluctuate rapidly, and then, as if it had a life of its own, it slowly climbed up his palm and gradually covered his entire body, before transforming into a set of casual clothing according to Gao Yang's intent. Then, with a slight movement of his mind, the gravity inside the adamantine battle armor began to increase, and it quickly soared to the level of 45 points. This meant that at this very moment, Gao Yang was enduring a continuous pressure equivalent to 45 points of strength attribute at all times. This pressure was evenly distributed across his entire body, allowing every inch of his flesh and every inch of his tendons and bones to be tempered by this force. Moreover, when he moved, this pressure would also make corresponding adjustments according to the movement of his muscles, ensuring that the pressure endured by Gao Yang's body remained constant. It must be said that the training effect of this battle armor was far more effective than that big guy. After putting on the battle armor, Gao Yang could feel his seemingly endless stamina beginning to be consumed. Furthermore, within just half an hour, his stamina had dropped by a full half. It was only then that his stamina recovery rate finally reached an equilibrium with the rate of consumption. Only after his physical exertion had stabilized did Gao Yang begin to take a step. Crack! As he took that single step, the space beneath his feet emitted a fragile, explosive sound, and spiderweb-like cracks in space began to spread out from under his boots. Melifina shrieked, darting away several dozen meters in an instant, her fur standing completely on end. What are you doing, Gao Yang? Are you trying to kill me? Melifina arched her back, looking at Gao Yang from a distance as she questioned him. This was the first time she had seen a spatial rift at such close range, and the terrifying sense of threat caused her to bristle uncontrollably. Gao Yang offered her an apologetic smile and explained, "Sorry, Melifina. I am just adapting to this battle armor." As he spoke, Gao Yang slowly lifted his right foot. As he did so, a tangible footprint appeared in the space beneath him, which then began to slowly mend itself. Because he had to constantly resist the 45 points of force being applied to his body, Gao Yang could not perfectly control his strength, which was why he had accidentally shattered space with a single step. However, having prepared himself mentally and learned from the lesson of his first step, his second step was much slower. He lifted his foot at an extremely sluggish pace, then attempted to place his toe onto the floor bit by bit with even greater caution. This action, which could not have been more ordinary, took him nearly a full minute to complete. 1 minute later, Gao Yang's entire left foot was planted safely on the floor of the floating city. Gao Yang exhaled a long, turbid breath, then lifted his right foot again to repeat the previous motion. In this way, under the strange gazes of Melifina and Yumao, he walked toward the training grounds step by step, like a toddler learning to walk. After a dozen steps, Gao Yang's movements were noticeably smoother. At the very least, he no longer shattered space as he had at the beginning. By the time he reached the training grounds, his movements were no different from those of an ordinary person. Gao Yang walked into the center of the training grounds, took a slow breath, and began to attempt sitting in a cross-legged position. Subsequently, Melifina and Yumao witnessed the entire process of him sitting down, performed at an incredibly slow speed. Only after he was completely settled in a cross-legged position did Gao Yang nod with satisfaction. The effects of this refined gold battle armor were excellent. Once he adapted to it, he would be able to try increasing the applied force bit by bit. And in the process, his body would also be able to continuously improve. Gao Yang estimated that with the assistance of the refined gold battle armor, his rate of growth in strength and physique would be 10 to 15 times faster than natural training. Do not underestimate this massive increase in speed. If one knew the time required to increase a single point of legendary strength, one would understand that this improvement was not actually all that different. According to records Gao Yang had once seen regarding ascetics, an ascetic with 30 points of legendary strength would spend a staggering 98 years and 7 months of long, arduous time to increase their legendary strength attribute by just 1 point without the aid of any external forces. And that was only the ascetic training time required to go from 30 to 31 points of legendary strength, the further one progressed. The longer the training time became. In particular, everyone's limit of strength is different, which means everyone's innate bone structure and aptitude are different. Those with high innate aptitude would train faster and gain more from their training, while those with low aptitude would not only train slowly but also gain very little from their efforts. This resulted in some people needing to spend even longer periods of time to achieve the same level of improvement. However, even if Gao Yang's innate aptitude was not considered the absolute top tier, it was not far from it. This was because the unique expertise he possessed, along with abilities like strength smelting, had all raised his attribute limits, effectively increasing his innate aptitude. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, his speed would be somewhat faster. Writer's block. Need to sort things out. Dear foster fathers and mothers, I have a bit of writer's block, so I am taking a day off today. Chapter 948. Fluctuations from the depths of the starry sky in the pitch black, boundless starry sky. A floating city traveled rapidly among the stars. Inside the floating city, Gao Yang and Yu Mao sat opposite each other, both maintaining a posture of meditative cultivation, with intangible willpower flowing slowly around their bodies. Melifina lay in her mobile cat bed, glancing at Gao Yang and Yu Mao, who was in a state very similar to his from time to time. Flicking her tail with disdain, she did not understand why, when the two of them were in such similar states of cultivation, Gao Yang still refused to take Yu Mao as his disciple. A moment later, Gao Yang ended his meditation, and Yu Mao opened his eyes at almost the same time. Gao Yang looked at him, his surging willpower not yet fully retracted, which gave his gaze a certain pressure. Yu Mao could not help but shrink his shoulders. Although his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change after inheriting the Twilight Heart Piercer class, he still felt no sense of security when facing Gao Yang. It was a feeling dictated by the instinct of life, one that Yu Mao could not control, cultivate slowly, and then purify the things within the seal. Gao Yang's voice rang in Yu Mao's ears, causing him to nod repeatedly as a conditioned reflex. As for the Twilight Heart Piercer inheritance, just cultivate it well yourself. It has no inherent harm. The source of the danger is merely attached to the concept of this inheritance. Although Yu Mao did not fully understand what Gao Yang meant, he let out a heavy sigh of relief upon hearing that the class he had obtained after a life and death struggle was not problematic. If the class he had obtained through such great hardship turned out to be impossible to cultivate, it would have been equivalent to the sky collapsing for Yu Mao. He stood up and said quickly, I understand, all right. There is no need to be so formal. It is not as if you have never stayed in this floating city before, and you have met Melifina and even now, seeing him so cautious. Gao Yang spoke up to remind him. Upon hearing this, Yu Mao squeezed out a smile, and his movements relaxed slightly. He looked up at the boundless starry sky that was receding rapidly yet appeared unchanging, and asked curiously, Boss, how long are we going to be flying in this astral void? Gao Yang looked up for a moment before withdrawing his gaze, saying, At our current speed, it will take about 2 months to reach our destination. However, there are all sorts of unexpected occurrences in the astral void, so this time might be shortened, or it might be extended. 2 months. Yu Mao swallowed hard, his gaze toward Gao Yang becoming increasingly reverent. While other players of the Omniverse Network on Earth were still struggling in dungeons for a few meager Omniverse coins or a handful of attribute points, the big shot Gao Yang was already piloting a floating city on a journey across crystal walls. If he hadn't run into a bit of trouble himself, he probably wouldn't have known Gao Yang's whereabouts, let alone imagine what it was like to travel through the astral void for 2 months. Or rather, for the vast majority of transcendent beings, such an experience was fundamentally non-existent. Holding this thought, Yu Mao stood up and went to his place of cultivation, beginning to practice in silence. The concentration of energy within the floating city was extremely high. Cultivating here allowed his strength to progress much faster than it ever could on Earth. Being able to cultivate here for even one more day was a tremendous benefit to him. Melifena tossed a small dried fish into her mouth, chewed it a few times, and then looked at Gao Yang beside her with a touch of affectation, saying, "Sigh, Gao Yang. Sunbathing and eating dried fish all day like this is getting a bit boring." "Boring? A bit boring," Yu Mao, who was standing next to Melifena's beach chair, heard this and hurriedly handed the iced fruit drink from the coffee table to her lips. Melifena took the straw and happily took a large gulp. After finishing, she didn't forget to encourage Yu Mao, saying, "Shui, well done." Yu Mao chuckled and continued preparing the dried fish for Melifena. One could see the blade light flashing incessantly before him. The originally irregular dried fish were quickly sliced into neat, uniform pieces under his blade, ranged in a spot where Melifena could easily reach them. Gao Yang glanced at them and shook his head slightly, saying, "The astral void holds too many unknown dangers. Being able to reach our destination like this is undoubtedly a good thing. If it were possible, I would hope." Before Gao Yang could finish his sentence, his body had already vanished from the beach chair. The next instant, he appeared at the very top of the floating city. Stepping on the city's magical barrier, looking deep into the starry sky before him, just a moment ago, he had sensed an extremely subtle yet vibrant fluctuation of life. Without a doubt, anything capable of transmitting such a fluctuation across the endless starry sky was, in itself, extraordinary. The thought flashed through his mind, and Gao Yang decided to follow the direction of the fluctuation to see what was happening there. With a flash of lightning, he had already returned to the beach chair. The next moment, the floating city, which had been flying in a straight line, suddenly made a turn and flew toward the depths of the starry sky on the other side. "Gao Yang, where are we going?" Melifena crunched down on a piece of dried fish, looking curiously at Gao Yang, who had abruptly disappeared and reappeared. Gao Yang gave her an annoyed look and said, "Your wish has been granted. We have to head to that part of the starry sky now to take a look." Upon hearing this, Melifena felt no embarrassment at all. Instead, she sat up with a whoosh and asked with a hint of anticipation, "What happened in that part of the starry sky? Did you find a plane?" "Planes aren't that easy to find. You'll know when we get there." After saying this, Gao Yang also sat up and looked in the direction the floating city was heading. Beside Melifena, Yu Mao did not stop his movements, but he was also paying close attention to the situation ahead. Meanwhile, as Gao Yang piloted the floating city toward the source of the fluctuation, a miracle was being born in the boundless starry sky where the source was located. In a previously empty patch of space, endless starlight converged. These beams of light entangled and collided with one another, their colors and forms constantly changing under the violent impact. Terrifying fluctuations rippled outward, sweeping toward the ends of the starry sky. On a desolate, grayish-white planet, two figures stood facing the convergence of starlight, waiting quietly. The distance between them was over 100 meters. The figure on the left was humanoid, holding a 1-meter-long staff, while the figure on the right was more robust, with a wolf's head revealing its identity as a beast man. At the same time, on a meteorite further away, pitch black, multi-legged behemoth with protruding bone spurs and a pair of wings on its back lay prone. One of its 3 pairs of dark yellow vertical pupils was fixed tightly on the convergence of starlight, while the other 2 pairs of eyes scanned the grayish-white planet and a star emitting a faint blue glow at the other end from time to time. On the grayish-white planet, the half-wolf turned his head to look at the midge on the left, his long tongue licking his fangs as he growled, "Mew, more and more people are noticing this place. We have been waiting here for a full half-year. How much longer must we wait until it ends?" Mew tightened his grip on his staff, looking at the place where the endless starlight continued to converge, and sighed softly. The birth of a plane is never an overnight process. After the endless starlight connects and condenses, once the first speck of dust is born, the speed will accelerate significantly, to the point where the formation of the plane can be completed in an instant. To seize this newborn plane, we must leave our mark on the plane's core within half an hour. But before that, we can only wait for the moment the plane is born. Carl." After speaking, Mew glanced at the half-wolf Carl on his right and continued, As long as we stand together, our odds of winning against all the other beings arriving here will be the greatest." The werewolf Carl waved his claws impatiently, and 3 gusts of wind instantly raked the ground to his right, leaving 3 claw marks over 100 meters long on the planet's surface. "Let this damn plane be born already. I'm already losing my patience." A violent growl squeezed out of Carl's throat, and a flash of brutal crimson flickered in the depths of his eyes. The floating city flew for 3 full days before Gao Yang finally arrived at the source of the fluctuation he had sensed earlier. He stood at the edge of the floating city, his eyes filled with surprise as he looked toward the convergence of starlight. It seemed as if the light of the entire infinite universe had gathered there, with swirling starlight forming massive, multicolored nebulae that churned and collided incessantly beneath the starry sky. Every time the nebulae collided, a violent ripple would wash outward, traveling toward the very edge of the cosmos. Amidst such intense collisions, it felt as though something was about to be born at the heart of the nebulae. The floating city slowed and came to a halt at a great distance, maintaining a position from which that patch of nebulae could be observed. Gao Yang stood at the edge of the floating city, his gaze fixed on a grayish-white planet closest to the nebulae. On that planet, there were 2 powerful auras, positioned very close to each other and making no attempt to conceal themselves. In Gao Yang's perception, one was a magical fluctuation as deep and profound as the abyss, while the other was a scarlet, tyrannical blood aura that surged straight into the starry sky. He understood that this was a display of deterrence from the masters of those 2 auras. They were warning all entities drawn by the fluctuations to retreat in the face of difficulty, for they intended to monopolize whatever treasure might exist where the nebulae converged. Gao Yang's gaze swept across the surrounding space, from the drifting meteorites to the orbiting planets, and then to the stars radiating infinite light and heat, before he lowered his eyelids. Although he sensed nothing else, he was well aware that under such terrifying fluctuations, quite a few entities had definitely arrived here, only choosing to remain hidden in the shadows. Milifena pressed herself against the magical barrier, her eyes wide as she stared at the place where the nebulae converged. In that swirling mist of starlight, the cosmos roared in silence, as if the stars were whispering, perhaps in blessing, perhaps in curse. Milifena did not understand, so she subconsciously asked Gao Yang, "Gao Yang, what is happening there?" Gao Yang first shook his head, then said with a hint of anticipation, "I am not entirely sure, but perhaps it is a good thing, if it follows what I have conjectured." "What is that?" Milifena turned to look at him. Gao Yang watched the convergence of the nebulae and speculated, "It is possible that a plane is being born, or perhaps it is simply the emergence of a cosmic-level treasure." Yu Mao stood silently behind Gao Yang, also looking toward the nebulae at the edge of the sky. When he heard the words "plane is being born," his eyes widened abruptly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. At this very moment, he only wished he could show off in front of his foster sons, Song Yu and Yikan. Yu Mao was actually able to witness the birth of a plane with his own eyes. Chapter 949, Cosmic Wonder, the birth of a plane, and the beginning of the melee. With the arrival of the floating city, Wumu and Carl turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes blended with their perception, striking the magical barrier like sharp swords. "Spellcaster, leave this place, leave, or die." 2 voices, one rugged and one majestic, rang out through the floating city one after the other. Gao Yang stood with his hands behind his back, not even lifting an eyelid. Yu Mao behind him, however, saw his expression change abruptly, his body shuddering from the pressure contained within those voices. "So noisy." Milifena frowned with slight dissatisfaction. Gao Yang patted her head and said with a smile, "Pay them no mind. If they truly have the guts, let them come over." Milifena flicked her tail twice, looking slightly agitated, and said viciously, "If they dare to come over, I will show them what for." Gao Yang nodded with a smile and then said, "Wait quietly and see what exactly is happening here." Wumu and Carl wore grim expressions. They had performed this act a full 8 times already, but each time they had received no response, nor had it been effective even once. This 9th time was no different. Carl glanced with extreme wariness at the floating city that had appeared so brazenly in this expanse of space, then growled at Wumu, "Wumu, a floating city archmage has arrived. Do we still have a chance?" Wumu's expression was equally grim, but he still nodded, saying, "We are the closest, so our chances are the highest. The moment the plane forms, I will hold off the others. And you must charge directly into the plane, find the plane core, and leave your mark. As long as you leave your mark, this plane will belong to us." Upon hearing this, Carl suddenly froze. He looked at Wumu and asked, "Are you not afraid that I will swallow it all for myself?" Wumu snorted coldly and replied, "You and I come from the same plane. Even if you swallow it alone, it is better than it being obtained by other entities." Carl's mouth curled into a bloodthirsty grin, and a tyrannical growl escaped him. "Rest assured, Wumu, you and I shall share this plane. I, Carl, swear it in the name of the Sky Wolf God." Wumu did not speak, merely accumulating his magical power in silence. Although the werewolf Carl had been a legend for nearly 1,000 years and had stepped into the realm of peak legend, his combat power and destructive capabilities were perhaps quite formidable. But if he wanted to hold off the others, it would be very difficult for a melee-focused legend to do so, whereas a legendary spellcaster like himself would find it relatively easier. Although doing so carried the risk of Carl swallowing it all, compared to that risk, keeping the benefits within their own circle was the better choice. Time flew by, and half a month passed. After the initial excitement, Yumao had become completely desensitized. He practiced his cultivation day by day according to his routine, and when he occasionally glanced at the churning nebulae in the distance, his eyes were calm and clear, showing not a trace of worldly desire. As for Gao Yang and Milafena, they had long since returned to their normal cultivation routines. After Gao Yang finished his cultivation, he stood up and looked toward the place where the nebulae converged. Over the past half-month, the nebulae had not changed in the slightest, continuing to collide and churn. However, the good news was that in the last half-month, no newcomers had been attracted to this place by the fluctuations, including the two legends on the grayish-white planet. Aside from the warning issued when he first arrived, there had been no further developments. Just as Gao Yang looked at the nebulae, another floating city appeared from behind a planet in the far distance. Flying straight toward his location, Gao Yang looked at the rapidly approaching floating city, his expression calm. Under his gaze, the floating city quickly approached. As it drew near, its speed dropped instantly, and the glow of the magical shield surrounding the floating city even dimmed slightly. Gao Yang understood that this was the other party showing goodwill. Sure enough, as the floating city closed into within 1,000 meters, a ripple of magical power appeared within the floating city where Gao Yang was located. "My friend, would you be interested in having a chat?" That floating city maintained a distance of 1,000 meters and did not continue to advance. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, looked at the floating city, and sent out a ripple of consciousness. "Talk about what, friend? You and I are both spellcasters, and both of us possess floating cities. If either of us fights alone, we are not necessarily a match for the other 8 parties present. How about we join forces and take down this plane that is still in the process of being born?" Upon hearing the proposal from the master of that floating city, Gao Yang's eyes flashed. His guess was correct. The anomaly here was truly a plane in the process of being born, and the information revealed by the words of this floating city archmage indicated that, besides himself, this archmage, and the 2 legends on that gray-white planet, there were 7 other factions, at least 7 legendary entities hiding in the shadows, waiting to contend for this newly born plane. So, should he join forces or fight against all 8 sides alone? Gao Yang looked at the floating city right before his eyes, his mind constantly pondering the information revealed in the other parties to brief sentences. Seeing Gao Yang fall into silence, the master of that floating city spoke again to persuade him, "Friend, to say nothing else, the werewolf group on that planet is not easy to deal with. The werewolf Kara and the legendary evocation Magus Ebony are both at the peak of legendary strength. They are renowned in the surrounding planes and possess immense combat power. Besides them, there is also the astral behemoth Eude Carlos. This astral behemoth is not large in size, but in terms of direct combat power, it is comparable to a legendary berserker of the same level. As fellow floating city archmages, if we join forces, we will inevitably leap to become the strongest faction present." After speaking, this unknown floating city archmage did not speak again. but quietly waited for Gao Yang's reply. Gao Yang turned his head to look at Milafina, who had stood on his shoulder at some point. He reached out and flicked her whiskers, asking Milafina, "Tell me, should we join forces with them, or refuse them and defeat the others ourselves to seize this newly born plane?" Milafina's ears twitched, and without a second thought, she said, "Of course we should refuse. We are already the strongest combination. That floating city archmage hasn't even shown his face yet. He's definitely not a good person." When Gao Yang asked Milafina, he had already made up his mind in his heart. Seeing this, he continued, "Then what if we can't beat the others? Then we run, of course. It's just a plane. How could it be more important than our lives?" Milafina said as if it were a matter of course. "There are so many planes out there. If we lose this one, there will be another. Just like my dried fish, if I lose this one, I'll just get another one to eat." Listening to Milafina's words, Gao Yang couldn't help but smile. He nodded, stopped asking her, and instead looked at the floating city not far away, transmitting his voice, "Thank you. But I intend to try and contend for this newly born plane on my own." After speaking, he whispered in his heart, "After all, up until now, you haven't even mentioned how to divide the spoils." The master of that floating city heard this and continued to transmit, "Friend, since you have decided so, I will not force you. But none of the other factions are easy to deal with. Before the plane is truly born, I look forward to our cooperation." After speaking, that floating city began to move away rapidly. Subsequently, it no longer hid itself, but stopped at the other end, openly exposing itself to the view of the others. Gao Yang did not pay it any mind, simply taking out Yang Yao and slinging it onto his back. At the same time, he looked at Yu Mao and said, "Yu Mao, enter the player's social platform's information exchange. Collect information regarding the birth of a plane, especially how to master a newly born plane. Be quick." Yu Mao immediately agreed and quickly connected to the Zhongwan. Gao Yang looked at the nebula at the edge of his vision, dark currents surging in the depths of his eyes. If he could take down this newly born plane, then to say nothing else, the survivors of the Saint Gold world would have a brand new home, and his promise to Yedlit could also be fulfilled. Although Milafina said it didn't matter whether they had it or not, Gao Yang still intended to fight for it. Time passed slowly, and the nebula at the edge of his vision remained unchanged. More than half an hour later, Yu Mao, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and came behind Gao Yang, saying quickly, "Boss, I found it. After a plane is born, as long as you find the plane core and leave your own imprint of will upon it, you can master this plane and become its master. But there is one thing to note. The imprint of will takes at least an hour to complete its final solidification. During this period, if a new will appears, the original imprint of will be erased. This also means that after seizing the plane core, one must also defend it." Gao Yang nodded slightly and asked, "Did you find any information about the phenomena during a plane's birth?" "Yes." Yu Mao nodded and said quickly, "The current gathering of the nebula is the initial state of a plane's birth. Or rather, it will maintain this gathered nebula form until the first speck of dust of the plane is born. Once the first speck of dust of this plane is born, these gathered nebulae will begin to contract inward. Therefore, once the nebula begins to contract, it means the plane has begun to be born. Once the contraction of the nebula ends, it means the plane is completely born." Before Yu Mao could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the nebula in the distance. He saw that the churning and boiling nebula began to collide more intensely, and then, as if grasped by an invisible giant hand, it began to slowly contract inward. In this instant, this starry sky began to tremble slightly. The light emitted by all the stars flickered, and the roar of rolling stars resounded directly in everyone's hearts. At this moment, everyone fell into a state of trance. In the eyes of the crowd, the starry sky seemed to begin a rapid collapse, with the light of the heavens converging here, rushing straight toward the very center of the swirling nebula. There, a point of light as bright as a diamond suddenly emerged from the void. A plane had been born. After the initial shock, Yu Mao suddenly roared, "Boss! The nebula is contracting! The nebula is contracting! The plane is about to be born!" Before his voice had even faded, he saw the battle around Gao Yang, who stood before him, boil over. In an instant, he transformed into a shooting star. blasting toward the nebula at the edge of their vision. Chapter 950. A legendary battle beyond comprehension. A woo, a tyrannical and frenzied wolf howl resounded through the void of the astral realm. Yumao pressed himself against the protective shield of the floating city, his eyes wide as he watched the giant werewolf on the gray-white planet howling toward the sky. Waves of translucent, high-frequency sound rippled rapidly in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. The sound waves struck the floating city's protective shield, emitting dull, thunderous booms. Yumao retreated several steps, his heart filled with terror. Just a single roar, from such a vast distance, yet it carries such terrifying impact. Is this the power of a legend? It was not as if he had never seen Gao Yang fight. But at this moment, the feeling this werewolf legend gave him was in no way inferior to the pressure Gao Yang exerted on him. Gao Yang rushed out of the floating city, the surrounding starry sky retreating rapidly behind him. In the void of the astral realm, free from the constraints and suppression of plane rules, the power of a legend was finally fully unleashed. The distance that would have taken over 10 minutes to traverse was covered in less than a minute in the astral void. Gao Yang was enveloped in battle aura as scorching and domineering as the blazing sun. Melifena crouched on his shoulder, her body also ignited with nearly blinding golden flames. Her arrogant laughter vibrated through the magic of this starry sky. Ha, Gao Yang, let's go. The plane is ours, and those who stand in our way shall die. Niowu. Melifena's wild words shook the stars, and the next moment, a thunderous shout erupted from behind a meteorite. In your dreams? A meteorite about 10 kilometers in size to Gao Yang's left shattered violently. Amidst the flying debris, a sturdy dwarf wreathed in crimson, fire-like battle aura charged out. He held a warhammer that appeared to be forged from gold and likewise rushed toward the nebula. With every step the dwarf took, a visible depression appeared in the void beneath his feet, as if he were stepping on solid ground. With each step, his speed surged significantly. In just a few strides, he was nearly neck and neck with Gao Yang. At the same time, another floating city erupted with intense magical fluctuations, charging directly toward the nebula. Judging by its appearance, it intended to rely on the floating city's powerful defenses to withstand attacks from all sides, crashing straight into the nebula to enter the newly born plane. Immediately after, another meteorite burst, and a pitch-black, multi-legged behemoth charged out. A being radiating a pure halo of light also surged toward the nebula. In this instant, all the legendary beings hidden in the surrounding starry sky rushed toward the convergence point of the nebula without prior agreement. They varied in form and had been hiding in different places, but they shared one thing in common. Their auras were all incredibly powerful and terrifying. The legendary evocation caster, Wumu, gripped his staff with both hands. His magic had been pushed to its limit in an instant, and blinding blue light shot from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, without looking up. His aged, heavy voice rang out, "Carl, go seize the plane. Leave this to me." The werewolf Carl glanced down at Wumu, his nearly 10,000-meter tall body crouching slightly. Then, his two thick legs exerted sudden force. The surface of the planet beneath his feet shattered instantly, and he tore through layers of sound barriers, leaving the gray-white planet in a flash and charging straight toward the nebula. At that very moment, Wumu let out an angry roar and slammed his staff deep into the ground beneath him. The instant the staff pierced the earth, magical patterns spread out from the tip of the staff as the center, covering the entire planet in the blink of an eye. What is he doing? Yumao stared blankly at the gray-white planet. Everything happening in this moment had far exceeded his capacity to comprehend. And what happened the next instant caused his brain to crash. He saw that the moment the azure magical patterns covered the entire planet, the gray-white planet shattered cleanly. Crimson lava flowed from the cracks on the planet's surface, like blood dripping from within. Amidst the violent magical fluctuations, the planet began to deform rapidly, transforming from a planet into a lava giant of equal size in a very short time. The planet-sized lava giant emerged from the remains of the planet, its overwhelming pressure bearing down, causing Yumao to tremble involuntarily. He truly had not expected a legendary-level battle to look like this. Casually blowing up a planet, then molding the planet's corpse into a puppet to be driven by oneself. Is this the terror of a legendary spellcaster? Even though he was standing inside the floating city, behind its protective shield, Yu Mao felt no sense of security whatsoever. After a moment's thought, Yu Mao activated the recording function of the general network and silently began to record this battle scene, which many might not see even once in a lifetime, a recording that would naturally include his adopted sons. Wu Mu stood atop the head of the planet-sized lava giant, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. He directly commanded the lava giant beneath him to launch an attack on the others. The planet-sized lava giant grew more than a dozen arms from its body, each palm clutching a mass of boiling magma. Then, it violently hurled the magma masses toward everyone, including Gao Yang. The magma masses did not look large in the lava giant's hands, but in reality, each mass was tens of kilometers in diameter. With such a massive size, even without the augmentation of magic, its sheer impact was enough to be considered world-destroying. The magma masses filled the sky. Milifena stood on her hind legs, her cat paws spread wide, and roared with extreme arrogance, "Gao Yang, cut it down." Gao Yang remained silent, but the moment Milifena finished speaking, Yang Yao had already been swung. The moment Yang Yao was swung, it began to stretch and enlarge infinitely. By the time it made contact with the magma mass, it had already transformed into a silver-white giant sword over 10,000 meters long. Clang! With a single swing of Yang Yao, the incoming magma mass was cleaved in two. Flying past Gao Yang on either side, Gao Yang surged through the gap without the slightest reduction in speed. At the same time, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and he thrust his sword forward once more. A sword beam that spanned the starry sky shot out, appearing beside the werewolf Carl in an instant. A sense of extreme danger washed over him, forcing the werewolf Carl to halt his forward momentum. His eyes erupted with a ghostly green light, and his body spun instantly, lashing out with a claw toward the incoming sword beam. The ghostly green claw light tore through the starry sky, colliding instantly with the sword radiance Gao Yang had thrust out. The sharp, cutting sensation he had expected did not occur. Instead, a scorching and domineering surge of will rushed into his body along with the sword energy. Caught off guard, the werewolf Carl's head was forced high backward. At the same time, Gao Yang, who had clearly been far away, appeared instantly beside the werewolf Carl. He held the tens of thousands of meters long Yang Yao high, which radiated an intensely blinding golden brilliance. Calamity, overweight slash. Gao Yang let out a low shout, and Yang Yao crashed down, wherever the blade passed. The starry sky was crushed directly by this immensely heavy strike. Infinite fragments of space were swept up in the momentum of the sword, instantly slicing into the werewolf Carl's shoulder. The blade cut through the werewolf Carl's shoulder, moving with unstoppable force until it slashed out from his waist. Immediately following this, Gao Yang clenched his left fist and struck toward the werewolf Carl's head. A highly condensed golden fist imprint slammed into the werewolf's snout, the massive, overwhelming force causing his head to whip to the side. After completing the attack, Gao Yang returned to his original position as if time had flowed backward. The moment he vanished, a gaping, blood-red maw bit down and devoured the space he had just occupied. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower in leaving, his body would have been crushed to pieces by this suddenly appearing maw. It could only be said that none of the legends who dared to come here to compete for the newborn plane were pushovers. As Gao Yang's figure disappeared, the body of the werewolf Carl, which had been sliced in two, healed within a very short time. Though his 10,000-meter-tall frame had shrunk by about 1/10 overall, the werewolf Carl glared at Gao Yang with his ghostly green beastly eyes, growling as he continued to charge forward. He was currently the closest to the newborn plane. As long as he was given a little time, he could charge into the nebula and imprint his own will onto the plane's core. For this, even suffering some injuries was of no consequence. However, the other legends did not agree with his plan. The very next instant after Gao Yang vanished, a magic energy beam with a diameter of 1,000 meters blasted toward him. The multicolored magic energy illuminated the starry sky, leaving a lingering, scorching scar in the eyes of the many legends present. As for the werewolf Carl, under the bombardment of this magic energy beam, he had been knocked back a great distance. The skin and flesh on his arms, which he had crossed in front of him, were charred black, and pink granulation tissue could be seen writhing rapidly within the gaping wounds. Gao Yang tilted his head to glance at the floating city in another direction, his internal alarm bells ringing loudly. While Gao Yang and the others were exchanging blows, The legends in the other directions had also gone through several rounds of combat, with each side experiencing both wins and losses. The werewolf Carl stopped his forward charge, and the remaining legends also gradually slowed down, shifting more of their attention toward the other legends. After the previous round of skirmishes, the legends present had realized that there were no soft targets here. Unless the other competitors were completely eliminated, there was no way to safely secure this newborn plane. Yumao watched the suddenly silent battlefield, quietly swallowing a mouthful of saliva as he waited in silence. He knew this was the calm before the storm, when this silence was broken. What would follow would be a tempest capable of swallowing everything. Wumu stood atop the head of the lava giant, glanced at the werewolf Carl, and then suppressed the dissatisfaction in his eyes, taking the initiative to speak. Since everyone here wants this newborn plane, then let us fight. The final victor shall possess everything, and the losers shall withdraw voluntarily. Let this newborn plane serve as the spoils of war for the winner. No one answered, but the attitude of every legend present began to shift, their gazes toward the others becoming increasingly aggressive. If it had previously been just about seizing treasure, now there was another layer involved, the struggle for fame. As for whether someone might try to be sneaky during the battle and seize the opportunity to enter the newborn plane to claim the core. Basically, everyone present was a peak legend, even if they had not reached the attributes of a peak legend. The combat power they displayed was within that category. In other words, everyone was a renowned powerhouse. Although a newborn plane was precious, the basic dignity of a powerhouse still needed to be maintained. Furthermore, even if one were to seize the plane core, one would have to hold it for a period of time. Engaging in such underhanded behavior would inevitably lead to being besieged by the numerous legends present, rather than doing something that would result in losing both the girl and the army. It was better to have a straightforward, honest fight. With this thought in mind, the many legends present had basically made their decision. Chapter 951, Starry Sky Melee. Wumu sensed the will radiated by the other legends and understood that his proposal had been accepted. As for whether to fight alone or form alliances, that would depend on each individual's ability. At this level of strength, no one would dwell on such things. If one were to fret over being alone while others were in groups, then one should simply leave. There was no need to compete here. Gao Yang stood in the void, holding his sword, his gaze calm. Milafina floated above his shoulder, her entire body burning with golden flames. To Gao Yang's left in the starry sky was the dwarf legend who had been wielding the golden warhammer. And to his right was a legendary lich, shrouded in black robes, who had not appeared before. Further away was the floating city that had previously sought an alliance. And on the other side of the floating city were Wumu and the planet-sized lava giant. Gao Yang and his four companions were positioned on one side of the nascent plane, while on the other side stood the werewolf Carl, the twin-winged, multi-legged astral behemoth Carlos, and four other legendary figures of immense strength, a golden-winged being, a hunter wielding a warbow, a flesh and mechanical legendary construct, and a druid transformed into a giant dragon. The current situation was clearly divided into two factions. The side where Gao Yang was located formed one group, while the five legendary figures on the other side formed the second. Of course, this was only true for a lone wolf like Gao Yang. For the duo of Yumu and Carl, they would inevitably act in unison. Beneath the pitch-black starry sky, the 11 legendary figures were spread out across the four directions. Although there was not the slightest movement between them, everyone's perception had been extended to its limit. If there were even the slightest disturbance, the silence here would be shattered in an instant. Gao Yang's gaze swept across all the opponents in his field of vision, his blood surging rapidly through his veins as he circulated his solar battle chi to every part of his body. Milafina widened her eyes, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. With various auxiliary abilities already fully applied to Gao Yang in the current battlefield, if one were to speak of combat power, Gao Yang, assisted by Milafina, could definitely rank among the top, especially since he held a divine artifact in his hand, making his combat prowess even more exaggerated. This was an advantage for Gao Yang and Milafina, though the others likely had their own trump cards as well. Time ticked away second by second, yet none of the many legendary figures made a move. Suddenly, the nebula outside the nascent plane surged violently. then abruptly contracted by a wide margin, and a wild, turbulent ripple instantly spread in all directions. The moment the ripple emanated, the silence of this starry sky was ruthlessly torn apart. Gao Yang reached out and grabbed at the air in front of his chest, pulling out a massive amount of dark purple lightning, which he then violently unleashed, driven by Gao Yang's will. The 9 capitals' wild thunder spread rapidly across the surrounding starry sky like a wide open net. Following this, Gao Yang's figure flickered, and he vanished from his original spot. Crack! The instant his body dissipated, the position where he had been standing melted silently, and drops of black liquid that corroded even space itself began to drip down. With a flash of lightning, Gao Yang instantly appeared less than 100 meters from the legendary Lich, swinging his sword, Eternal Radiance, in a furious and restrained strike. Facing this heavy and powerful blow from Gao Yang, the legendary Lich did not dodge or evade. From beneath its black robes, a withered, claw-like hand reached out, holding a translucent dagger only a foot long. Boiling energy was poured into it, causing it to emit a soul-chilling black radiance. Clang! A roar like colliding meteors spread out, with Gao Yang and the Lich at the center. The astral void for hundreds of kilometers around shattered with a crisp cracking sound. A massive slash mark appeared on the other side of the legendary Lich's body, continuing its momentum unabated as it slashed toward the druid who had transformed into a giant dragon. Gao Yang's eyes erupted with blinding golden light. After that sword strike, the legendary Lich had not moved in the slightest. This was not because it did not want to move, but because Gao Yang's sword had forcibly imprisoned it in place. Where did this small fry come from, daring to engage us in melee combat? Milifena mocked arrogantly. Gao Yang spread his 5 fingers wide, and a massive amount of battle chi surged out instantly, completely solidifying the legendary Lich and the spacer on it. Majestic battle intent boiled over. Gao Yang let out a low shout, clenching his left hand while swinging his sword down fiercely. Human calamity, heaven opening. Under the violent pressure of the sword, the black robe on the legendary Lich was torn to shreds, revealing its skeletal, withered body. 2 dark red pupils stared fixedly at Gao Yang. The moment their gazes met, a subtle soul shock rushed into Gao Yang's mind along his line of sight. Gao Yang's movements did not pause in the slightest. Under the puzzled gaze of the legendary Lich, he continued to swing his sword down. Crack! A black slash mark tens of thousands of meters long appeared in this starry sky, splitting the entire expanse in 2. At the very center of this slash mark was the legendary Lich, which had also been split into 2 strikes, and a legendary Lich was killed on the spot. However, the legendary Lich's phylactery was not here, so this legendary Lich had not truly died. Gao Yang did not care about this. His attacks were not so easily endured, especially the massive amount of true damage attached to absolute power, which still possessed an exaggerated lethality against existences like Liches. Even if he had not completely destroyed this Lich, it would certainly not be having an easy time. At the same time, in an unknown plane, a shrill roar echoed through a mass grave. Having killed the legendary Lich with 2 strikes, Gao Yang did not pause at all, instead twisting his body to slash toward his left. With a loud boom, a golden warhammer slammed into the blade of Eternal Radiance. The violent force was unleashed wantonly, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the starry sky beneath Gao Yang. Creak, creak, creak. The greatsword and the warhammer pressed against each other, emitting a harsh grinding sound. Through the blade, Gao Yang looked at the sturdy dwarf opposite him, whose eyes were burning with flames. The struggle lasted less than a second before Gao Yang exerted force with his arm, and the golden warhammer was violently pushed away. Swoosh! A black ray, only as thick as a forearm, flew past Gao Yang's shoulder. Merely grazing him was enough to instantly extinguish the battle chi covering his shoulder, and even the flesh and blood at the spot withered and turned into dust. Ah, Gao Yang, kill that sneaky bastard! Milifena shouted in anger, still shaken. The true target of that previous black ray had been her. The ray had pierced directly through her body. If she had not already entered her auxiliary state and transformed into a pure elemental form, she might have truly been erased by that ray. Gao Yang's eyes were also filled with cold intent. He turned his head to look at the floating city in the distance, which was currently locked in a fierce battle with the pure white orb of light and Yumiu, then stepped forward without hesitation, his body vanishing into the lightning. The next instant, Gao Yang appeared within 10,000 meters of the floating city, with a wisp of lightning beneath his feet. Eternal radiance had already been swung. Natural disaster, star-piercing. A pitch-black sword scarched soared into the sky, twisting the very fabric of space wherever it passed, and struck the protective barrier outside the floating city with lightning speed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The translucent barrier emitted a hair-raising sizzling sound as layer after layer of defense was scorched through by the strike. Violent sword chi poured onto the floating city's barrier, completely engulfing it. Gao Yang's battle aura boiled, his arm turning into a blur as streaks of blinding sword light rained down upon the floating city's barrier like a torrential storm. Thump, 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 thump. Hundreds of high-speed strikes landed on the floating city within a few seconds. Under the force of the violent onslaught, the barrier exploded into a sky full of debris with a loud bang. Gao Yang's gaze grew even sharper. Without time to catch his breath or allow his overloaded arm the slightest respite, he swung his sword once more toward the floating city before him. Just then, a golden warhammer came crashing in from the side. A sense of lethal threat emerged. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Gao Yang's eyes, but in the end, he chose not to take the hammer head-on. His body transformed into a streak of sword light. Vanishing from the spot instantly, the warhammer swept past, shattering the space in its wake. The resulting shockwave forced the distant floating city and the orb of light to retreat a significant distance. A bloodthirsty madness appeared on the rugged face of the legendary dwarf. His bulbous, wine-red nose flushed even deeper with excitement. Missing the strike did not annoy him. Instead, he followed the momentum of his hammer, transforming into a golden whirlwind as he barreled toward the floating city. This move was nothing less than a warhammer version of a great whirlwind. Just as Gao Yang reappeared, an arm flowing with molten lava covered the starry sky where he stood. The lava arm pressed down, causing the surrounding space to collapse continuously. Endless pressure descended upon Gao Yang's body, nearly imprisoning him in place. From this move alone, Gao Yang knew that the operator of the lava giant, Wumu, was no mere master of evocation magic. Such control and understanding of gravity and attraction were beyond what an ordinary legendary figure could achieve. Facing this immense pressure, Gao Yang had no intention of dodging. He simply swung his sword. Catastrophe, spatial frenzy. Although it was clearly just a single sword swing, the moment it was executed, Gao Yang split into three, each striking in a different direction. 3 waves of sword chi swept out, tearing the space apart like layers of pastry and transforming into countless blades of energy that flew toward the incoming attacks. Rumble. The astral void shook violently. The 100-kilometer-long lava arm was shattered. The red fireball with a diameter of over 1,000 meters was sliced into fire cakes by the parallel sword chi, and the holy light that had been silently encroaching was likewise severed into several segments. Around Gao Yang's position, 1,000-meter-long spatial rifts emerged, with strands of dazzling luster leaking from within. A drop of blood trickled down Gao Yang's chin, only to flow back into his body as if time were reversing. Gao Yang took a deep breath of the volatile energy surrounding him. Battle aura, hot as the sun, flowed down his body, while the sword marks scattered throughout the surrounding space began to converge toward the blade of Yongyao in his hand. Hundreds of spatial sword marks gathered. While it seemed like a long process, the entire sequence from start to finish took no more than a single breath. A dark red scroll emerged from Gao Yang's body and slowly unfurled, appearing within the perception of everyone present. The moment this dark red scroll appeared, an infinite killing intent soared into the sky, as if dragging every legendary figure who perceived it into an Avicii hell. Those nearby, like the legendary dwarf, felt their bodies trembling slightly under this murderous aura. Gao Yang held the Zhuxian formation map in one hand and gripped the Yongyao, which radiated a sharp sword intent, in the other. Golden light bloomed in his eyes, and the brilliant radiance of his will forced the other legendary figures to look away involuntarily. Unwilling to meet his gaze, Gao Yang turned his head to look at the slowly retreating floating city, and the infinite killing intent suddenly converged. Chapter 952. Sword pressure over the starry sky. The monstrous killing intent blanketed the starry sky. Every legendary figure participating in the struggle stopped their actions involuntarily, with their auras linked. Anyone who acted rashly risked becoming Gao Yang's next target in the blink of an eye. Inside the floating city, a short, withered old man's expression turned incredibly ugly. Everyone was fighting for this newly born plane. So why was this man, who also possessed a floating city, fixated on him? Was it just because he had ambushed the cat elf on his shoulder earlier? They had agreed on a free-for-all. Wasn't it expected that everyone would use whatever means necessary? However, he only roared and questioned this in his heart. As for speaking it aloud, there were no fools present, and no one would bother arguing with him over such a matter. Madman, I'm out. Just as Gao Yang locked onto the floating city, the legendary dwarf holding the golden warhammer let out a low growl. He pulled a large bottle of strong liquor from somewhere, gulped it down, and turned to leave without the slightest hesitation. Gao Yang glanced at him but ignored him. The opponent had already voluntarily withdrawn. If he dared to hide in the shadows waiting to reap the benefits, the other legendary figures present would show him what a righteous group beating felt like. The moment the legendary dwarf turned to retreat, the floating city locked onto by Gao Yang suddenly erupted with a violent surge of magical power. A multicolored magical ray shot out from one of the defense towers within the floating city, heading straight for Gao Yang's head. A golden glint flashed in Gao Yang's eyes. The Xuxian formation map wrapped around the Yang Yao, and Scarlet Sword Chi soared into the sky. Following that, his arm bent slightly, and the dissipating scarlet aura suddenly retracted. A gray-white hue centered on him, rapidly spreading and infecting the surrounding starry sky. This was because the sword intent within this strike had begun to affect reality itself. Xuxian sword, annihilation. Gao Yang swung his sword. A majestic, annihilating sword intent bloomed from the blade of the Yang Yao. And more colder and more dead than this starry sky rippled outward, and heavy colors began to be stripped away from the perceptions of the many legendary figures. The dark red sword chi collided with the magical ray in midair. The magical ray began to dissipate rapidly, directly devoured and extinguished by the annihilation sword chi. Damn it! A furious, exasperated roar suddenly erupted from within the floating city. A deep blue radiance burst forth, and the starry sky surrounding the floating city was torn apart like layers of pastry. Dazzling silver brilliance flowed rapidly between the spaces. It was spatial turbulence capable of shredding everything in its path. Countless layers of space and spatial turbulence. This level of defense was enough to block the vast majority of attacks. Yet, under the sword chi of extinction, the defenses of this floating city archmage were like paper. They failed to provide even a moment of resistance before being completely shattered. With a soft sound, a grayish-white slash appeared on the floating city's protective barrier. Immediately after, in full view of everyone, the entire floating city was split directly in two. Within the fractured floating city, a mass of dim light enveloped the legendary mage. With a single flicker, they vanished from beneath this starry sky. Gao Yang exhaled a white arrow of air from his mouth and turned his head toward the nearest pure white ball of light. The immortal executioner ray diagram swirled slowly around Yang Yao like a spirit snake, its killing intent merging with the momentum of the sword strike that had cleaved the floating city, pressing down upon his opponent. In just a single instant, 3 of the 5 legends in this battle group were gone. The legendary lich had been slain, the legendary dwarf had retreated, and the floating city archmage had had his city split into by a single sword strike, forcing him to teleport away from the battlefield. At this moment, the creature within the pure white ball of light, which resembled an elf of heaven and earth, could not help but retreat a great distance when met with Gao Yang's gaze, which was glowing with a captivating golden light. It was not that it was afraid, but that the combat power Gao Yang had displayed was simply too exaggerated, forcing it to be cautious. Gao Yang shifted his intent. Solar battle chi mixed with the 9 capitals wild thunder to blanket the entire starry sky above his head and behind him. Infinite pressure bore down upon the pure white ball of light as a wave of will was transmitted. Do you wish to continue? The creature within the pure white ball of light froze. It looked at the nebula in the distant starry sky that was continuously shrinking, then looked at Gao Yang, who was close at hand and radiating infinite killing intent. After a moment of silence, a wave of intent devoid of any emotion spread out. You win, human legend. Following the wave of intent, the pure white ball of light flickered and appeared tens of thousands of meters away. With another flicker, it had already exited Gao Yang's attack range. Gao Yang turned to look at the other side of the nebula. The battle there was equally intense. The combination of the werewolf Carl and the spellcaster Wumu was unleashing a level of combat power that could be described as dominant. Whether it was the druid or the hunter, whether it was the flesh and machine legendary creature or the golden-winged humanoid, they were being continuously pushed back under the onslaught of the werewolf spellcaster duo and the astral behemoth Yaud. Their wounds were accumulating, and they no longer had the qualifications to compete. Gao Yang did not rush to strike. Instead, his abdomen rippled as he crushed a bottle of plain core solution. The plain core solution was rapidly absorbed by his body, and his previous exhaustion was quickly replenished. Do not be fooled by how quickly the previous battle ended. Even in that short span of time, Gao Yang's consumption of essence, energy, and spirit had been immense. Even though he was bathed in the light of the stars and his solar body was activated, greatly increasing his battle chi recovery speed, he had still been on the verge of depletion, not to mention, at this very moment, he was still maintaining the thunder fire purgatory that blanketed the entire starry sky. Every second of maintaining the thunder fire purgatory required a massive amount of battle chi. The battle was not yet over, and maintaining a good state before then was necessary. On the other side, the werewolf spellcaster duo and Yaud were also extremely tacit. They did not attack each other, but instead used the fastest speed possible to force the other four legends back. Just a few seconds later, those four legends were all covered in wounds and had lost the strength to continue fighting, forced to withdraw from the competition. If they were to persist, it would likely not be as simple as just being injured. For those present whose strength had reached the peak of the legendary level, as long as they did not court death, there was generally no danger to their lives. But if they were besieged by powerhouses of the same level and fought to the death without retreating, it was still very easy to die suddenly. Every legend present knew the difference in importance between their own lives and a newborn plane that had not yet been obtained. Soon, only 3 factions and 5 legends remained beneath this starry sky: Gao Yang and Milifena, the werewolf spellcaster duo, and the astral behemoth Yaud. And the moment the werewolf spellcaster duo and Yaud forced the other 4 legends back, they unexpectedly and simultaneously unleashed their long-accumulated ultimate moves toward Gao Yang. 100-meter-long pitch-black Karapachi blade tore through the starry sky. A bright moon radiating pure moonlight rose high above the werewolf Carl. Carl was shrouded in moonlight, and his already protruding wolf snout swelled several times over, biting directly down toward Gao Yang's position. As for the spellcaster Wumu, he threw his hands wide open. 2 giant magical hands that blotted out the sky grabbed 2 shattered meteorites and smashed them down toward Gao Yang with the force of a mountain-crushing blow. In the distant floating city, Yumao watched this sudden scene unfold, her heart involuntarily rising into her throat. The footage she was recording shook violently, and she even forgot to reply to the chat with Songyu. Only Songyu, who was huddled in a corner of the dungeon and constantly urging Yumao, was left with a face full of anxiety. Facing the joint attack of the 3, Milifena let out a sharp, piercing roar, and her brilliant golden flames surged tenfold. Gao Yang finished them off. Boundless power poured into Gao Yang's body without reservation, causing the veins all over his body to bulge and his muscles to twitch frantically. Gao Yang frowned, feeling the power that had suddenly increased several times over and his body on the verge of exploding. He did not hesitate in the slightest. He swung Yang Yao, which was wrapped in the immortal executioner diagram, and a brilliant radiance of will bloomed out following his movement. The thunder fire purgatory across the sky was stirred, transforming into rolling plasma that poured into Yang Yao. In just an instant, a great sword wrapped in purple gold plasma spanned the starry sky, and an aura of destruction emanated from the blade. The extreme sword pressure made the surrounding starry sky unable to bear the burden, and dense spatial cracks appeared around the blade. The veins on Gao Yang's forehead throbbed wildly. He swung his arms slowly forward, and with his movement, the Yang Yao that spanned the starry sky also slashed horizontally at a terrifying speed. Immortal execution sword, heavenly abyss meteor fall. The sky was filled with leaping thunder and fire, resembling a prison of destruction. A massive sword of thunder and fire, stretching almost to the edge of the horizon, swept across horizontally. Wherever it passed, space collapsed and stars shattered. The destructive sword chi wantonly obliterated everything in its path, its killing intent soaring to the heavens. Carl the werewolf, whose speed was so great it could be said to break through space, was the first to suffer. The moment the Yao sword swept past, his giant maw, which had been on the verge of swallowing Gao Yang along with the surrounding starry sky, was sliced directly in two. Simultaneously, a slash mark appeared across the head of the werewolf's true form, which was located far away. Unrestrained sword chi erupted from the wound, and in a single surge, it wiped out Carl's head and the upper half of his body. Following closely behind were the giant meteorites dragged along by Wumu. This purely physical attack was almost useless against a sword of such world-destroying power. The meteorites were sliced open directly and then annihilated into dust under the dissipating sword chi. As for the Karapachi blades of Yao Kalos, although they were not shattered the moment they touched the edge of the Yao sword, they were sent flying away, disappearing into the distance. After dismantling the joint offensive of the three, the momentum of the Yao sword did not cease, continuing to slash toward the starry sky where they had been, facing the strike that covered the starry sky and shattered everything in its wake. Wumu glanced at Carl, who had lost his upper body to the sword and was now struggling to reshape his form. Wumu's eyes twitched violently, eventually turning into a sigh. With a flash of magic, he appeared at Carl's side. Then, he reached out and pressed his hand onto Carl's body. The next moment, both of their bodies were rapidly pulled toward the deep, distant reaches of the starry sky. It felt as if they had been hooked onto a fishing line. And as the rod was pulled, they were swept away from the sea of suffering. The departure of the werewolf duel left Yao Kalos's face almost green with dread. Sensing the giant sword that had nearly wiped out this patch of the starry sky, Yao Kalos let out a hiss, its wings flapping into a blur as it turned and fled. Its speed was immense, and with the desperate exertion of its dozen or so legs, it barely managed to escape by grazing the edge of the sword's blade. Even so, the blade still left a deep, bone-revealing gash across its entire back. Under the excruciating pain that scorched its soul, Yao Kalos hissed again, its speed surging once more as it vanished from the starry sky in an instant. Having unleashed the strike, with the power within his body spent like a volcanic eruption, Gao Yang leaned on his sword, gasping for air. This strike had truly nearly drained him dry. The main reason was that Milafina's support was too terrifying, unexpectedly doubling his strength in an instant. If his willpower hadn't been strong enough to force the strike out, such a terrifying amplification would likely have caused the power to run wild within his body the moment he accepted it, leading to his body exploding. Milafina, next time you use that support ability, please let me know beforehand. Gao Yang's voice was somewhat weak. Hearing this, Milafina turned her head away, feeling a bit embarrassed, and stammered that was just because I was a little angry. Besides, I knew you could handle it, Gao Yang. We are soul partners, after all. Gao Yang rubbed her little head, feeling annoyed but helpless. After catching his breath, he flew with her toward the nebula that was constantly contracting. By now, the other legends had all departed, and this newborn plane was already within his grasp. On the way to the nebula, Gao Yang turned his head and sent a telepathic message to Olivier, telling it to go and retrieve the floating city he had split into with his sword. Although the core of the floating city had likely been taken away by that spellcaster, even an empty shell was worth a considerable amount. Soon, Gao Yang flew into the misty nebula. As he ventured deeper, a star point only the size of a sesame seed appeared in his perception. This was the anchor point of the newborn plane in the main material world. Gao Yang arrived before this star point and probed it with his perception. The next instant, he and Milafina vanished from in front of the star point. Well, Gao Yang, is this the inside of the newborn plane? Milafina widened her eyes, looking at the colorful, flowing light clusters around her with great curiosity. Gao Yang stood in place, sensing this space that could be described as chaos. A moment later, he frowned slightly. This chaotic space was only a few tens of thousands of meters in radius. Although it was still expanding outward, at the current rate, it would likely take over 100 years to fully form into a proper plane. In other words, this newborn plane could not yet serve as a place for life to exist. At this moment, the plane did not possess such functions. This meant that Gao Yang's plan to relocate the survivors of the St. Gold world to this newborn plane had temporarily fallen through. A plane like this was still in the process of constant evolution and expansion. It could accommodate a small number of lives. But if hundreds of thousands or millions of beings were to live inside, the consumption of various resources would be more than this newborn plane could bear. Gao Yang shook his head, casting the thought from his mind. Then, his body flickered, and he arrived at the center of the newborn plane. Before him was a plane core the size of an apple, overflowing with extremely abundant energy. Gao Yang reached out and grasped it, his willpower immediately infiltrating it. Chapter 953. The Future Blessed Land of Earth. The moment Gao Yang's willpower touched the core of this newborn plane, his consciousness was sucked into it. After a dizzying sensation, Gao Yang's consciousness recovered. He subconsciously looked around, only to be surprised to find that he could see himself, as well as Milafena waiting in a corner of the plane. This feeling was extremely similar to the unity of heaven and man's state he had mastered. However, this current state was even stronger than the unity of heaven and man, because his range of perception was greater, and the things he perceived were even clearer. It was as if he were the plane itself. A realization dawned on Gao Yang at this very moment. As his will was branded onto this plane core, in a certain sense, he had become the sole controller of this plane. It is no exaggeration to say that within this plane, he could even achieve the power of speaking the law into existence and making his every wish come true. This ability, which could be described as that of a creator, caused a slight tremor in Gao Yang's heart. However, it lasted only for an instant before he calmed down. Absolute rationality told him that these were merely illusions. He had only just begun to grasp this plane, and the plane itself had only just been born. To possess the abilities of a creator was something neither he nor this newborn plane could support at this moment. Nevertheless, some simple things could still be accomplished. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up slightly. The next instant, as his thoughts stirred, Milafena appeared abruptly by his side. Hiss! This sudden change caused Milafena's fur to stand on end. She arched her back and hissed at the empty air in front of her. However, upon seeing Gao Yang standing to the side, she immediately exited her alert state and looked at him with great dissatisfaction, demanding, "Gao Yang, was this your doing? Why didn't you give me a heads up?" Gao Yang's body did not move, nor did his lips, but his voice resonated in Milafena's ears. A small experiment. I hope our queen is magnanimous and will not be angry. Milafena snorted and turned her head away. After a few seconds, she turned back and said, "Just this once. No next time. Do you hear me?" Gao Yang released his hand and looked at Milafena with a smile, saying, "All right." As his palm opened, the radiance of the plane core before him flickered slightly, and the next moment, it vanished from their sight. "Let's go. The imprint of will is complete. Now, we just need to wait for the imprint of will to fully merge with the plane core." Gao Yang beckoned to Milafena and then turned around. Once Milafena jumped onto his shoulder, Gao Yang said softly, "Let's go." Before the sound had even faded, he and Milafena had completely disappeared. The next instant, Gao Yang and Milafena appeared amidst the nebula. The star point, which had previously been the size of a sesame seed, had grown much larger, now the size of a walnut. Gao Yang pondered for a moment, his consciousness quickly entering the information exchange to begin reviewing data related to the birth of planes. A moment later, his consciousness returned. Gao Yang rubbed his brow and looked at the anchor point of the plane in reality. After more than 10 minutes of searching, he had absorbed a vast amount of information regarding the birth of planes. This let him know that until the plane was fully born and stabilized, this anchor point would continue to grow, and only after the plane was completely stable would this anchor point fade into the void of the astral realm. Depending on the potential of the plane, the time required for this process varied. There were even many rare treasures that could accelerate this process while simultaneously increasing the potential of the newborn plane. Furthermore, among the information he had just reviewed, Gao Yang discovered another extremely useful piece of intelligence. That was, before a newborn plane was completely stabilized, it could be moved. In other words, if Gao Yang wished, he could completely tuck this walnut-sized star point into his pocket and take it with him. Before the plane was about to fully stabilize, he could simply relocate it back into the astral void or place it outside the main material plane. This function of the newborn plane caused a term to involuntarily surface in Gao Yang's mind: Grotto Heaven Paradise. If he brought this newborn plane back to Earth and anchored it outside the Earth's main material plane, then this newborn plane would become an attachment to Earth. The energy density within this plane would far exceed that of Earth. And as the plane evolved, many rare treasures would continuously be born. Moreover, it could house living beings. With all these functions combined, calling it a grotto heaven paradise was no exaggeration at all. Of course, the relationship between Earth and the newborn plane would not be one of parasite and host, but of coexistence. As the newborn plane continuously evolved, its abundant energy would also flow into Earth through various channels, directly or indirectly increasing Earth's energy concentration. In return, Earth would provide the protection of its plane will to this newborn plane, preventing it from being exposed to the prying eyes of various astral void creatures. As for anchoring it to Eberron, Gao Yang had not considered it. On one hand, it was because Eberron's scale was too staggering. Such an attachment would be completely trivial to Eberron. On the other hand, as the chosen son of Earth, such an action would have long-term benefits for Earth, and therefore, the rapidly recovering Earth would not refuse this attachment delivered to its doorstep. However, before that, there was still one thing that needed to be done. Gao Yang glanced at Milafina, then turned his head to look at the floating city flying toward them in the distance, as well as Ovi, who was clutching the two halves of the floating city in his claws. He then said, "It seems we will be staying here for a while. I am going to the Multiverse Trading Center. Milafina, please help keep an eye on the surroundings." Milafina leaped from Gao Yang's shoulder and perched on top of his head, looking around vigilantly. After finding no trace of any creatures, she looked down at Gao Yang and said, "Meow, don't worry." Gao Yang smiled, sent a message to Giuliano, and then withdrew his consciousness, entering the Multiverse Trading Center. Soon, in front of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce building, Giuliano, dressed in luxurious attire, was already standing at the bottom of the steps, looking at the approaching Gao Yang with a beaming smile. "Lord Gao Yang, please, come inside." Gao Yang nodded at him and, familiar with the path, followed Giuliano into the other party's reception room. After the two were seated, Gao Yang took the initiative to speak. "President Giuliano, I need treasures that can help a plane grow and increase its potential." Help a plane grow and increase its potential. Giuliano's action of pouring tea paused. His eyes lit up as he looked at Gao Yang and said, "Mr. Gao Yang, have you perhaps acquired a newly born plane?" "Wait." Giuliano's eyes suddenly closed, as if he were communicating with some existence. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and looked at Gao Yang in great shock, saying, "Mr. Gao Yang, I truly did not expect that you would be able to seize that newly born plane from the hands of Majebony, the werewolf Carl, and even a great mage from a floating city." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling quite impressed by the intelligence channels of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. This matter had only just concluded, and the only people who knew about it were the legends involved in the struggle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Giuliano already knew the general situation. He nodded and said, "Therefore, I need some treasures of this nature. At the very least, I need to extend the evolution time of this newly acquired plane by 2 months. Upon hearing Gao Yang's request, Giuliano pondered for a moment before saying, "According to the historical statistical data of the Chamber of Commerce, the evolution time of a typical newborn plane is between 30 and 100 days. Extending it by 2 months is almost equivalent to extending it by double or even more. The potential improvement for the plane is extremely significant, and consequently, the consumption of various treasures is also quite costly. Gao Yang, you should be mentally prepared for this." Gao Yang nodded to show he understood, then asked, "Can you obtain the relevant treasures?" "That is no problem at all. The Chamber of Commerce possesses sufficient strategic reserve resources for such situations. As long as you want them, I can have them brought to you right now," Giuliano said with great confidence. As a commercial empire spanning multiple dimensions, the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce has a history spanning tens of thousands of years, and they possess corresponding reserves in every aspect. Although the treasures Gao Yang requested for cultivating a plane were relatively niche, the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce still held sufficient resources. Gao Yang looked at Giuliano and said calmly, "Give me the top-tier resources. As for the price, is a floating city without a plane core enough?" Giuliano's eye twitched a few times. In all his years in the business, he had never encountered anyone willing to pay with a floating city. Regarding this unconventional commercial transaction, he only wanted to say, "Please, bring more of these." A brilliant smile appeared on Giuliano's face as he nodded repeatedly and said, "Absolutely no problem. In fact, there is no need for a floating city to cover the payment. Go on. Would it be convenient for you to wait a little while? I will arrange for people to rush to your location as quickly as possible. By the way, shall I help you complete the asset liquidation of the floating city as well?" Gao Yang nodded decisively and said, "No problem. I don't need this floating city. Just exchange it directly for the corresponding resources." Giuliano stood up, reached out to shake Gao Yang's hand, and said, "Then, Mr. Gao Yang, I will go and prepare the items for you now. Some of them are too large in volume, so I will send the chamber's relevant deacons to accompany them. They will help you set up the necessary formations, and then you won't have to worry about the plane's evolution anymore." Gao Yang nodded and then turned to leave. He was very satisfied with Giuliano's arrangements, which was one of the reasons why he was willing to maintain a good relationship with the other party. The training and education the other party received allowed them to satisfy customer needs to the greatest extent possible. This alone was enough. Chapter 954. Lord of the Plane and soaring legendary reputation. As his consciousness returned, Gao Yang sensed Away's aura. He opened his eyes and saw Away protecting both him and Milafena beneath its body, under the gaze of its two large heads. There were no blind spots. Gao Yang snapped his fingers. Away looked down at him, and seeing that he had awakened, it immediately flapped its wings and flew toward the floating city. As for the floating city that Gao Yang had sliced in half with a single sword strike, it was currently floating quietly in the starry sky. Gao Yang stood up, reached out to grab the plane anchor in his palm, and then flew back to the floating city with it. Yumao did not venture forward rashly but continued her own cultivation as usual. Milafena also jumped off Gao Yang's shoulder and walked toward her kit bed with an elegant gait. Gao Yang carried the plane anchor back to his bedroom. As soon as he returned to his bedroom, a Multiverse Network prompt appeared before his eyes. Multiverse Network prompt. The branding of the plane's core will is complete. You have become the controller and owner of a newborn plane. You may name the plane you control. Naming it. Gao Yang looked at the plane anchor in his hand. Since he already had plans for this plane, the name had to fit the blessed land he envisioned in his heart. As for the name, let's call it Qingshu. Multiverse Network prompt. Naming successful. Currently controlled plane Qingshu. Looking at the prompt before him, Gao Yang revealed a faint smile. Qingshu Grotto Heaven, also known as the Wangwu Mountain Grotto Heaven, was one of the 10 great grotto heavens in Chinese mythology. Naming this plane, which was destined to become a blessed land, in this way was quite fitting. Gao Yang flipped through the plane anchor in his hand and then casually placed it on the table nearby. The growth rate of this plane anchor was already very slow now. For the time being, he just needed to wait. Giuliano acted quickly. Only 2 days later, a fleet slowly emerged from the darkness of the deep starry sky, flying rapidly at a constant speed toward the floating city where Gao Yang and the others were located. Gao Yang stood up from the training grounds and looked at the approaching Chamber of Commerce fleet. With his eyesight, he naturally saw the tall gnome standing at the bow of the lead starship. The man was muscular and had a resolute expression. If Gao Yang didn't know that Matthew was still in Eberron, he would have almost thought that President Matthew had come to lead the team himself. After the tall gnome locked eyes with Gao Yang, a clear smile quickly appeared on his resolute face, which instantly ruined his stern aura and made him look somewhat sycophantic. He stomped his foot, his battle aura surged, and he flew directly out of the starship, speeding toward the floating city where Gao Yang was. Soon, he arrived outside the floating city. Gao Yang waved his hand to deactivate the protective shield, and the tall goblin who had stopped outside the floating city quickly flew in through the open passage. "Respected Excellency Gao Yang, my name is Eudoro's Gates. I am the captain of this merchant fleet and also the cousin of Chairman Giuliano. This time, I have been entrusted by Chairman Giuliano to escort the supplies you ordered and to calculate the value of your spoils of war. Of course, Deacon Rorano is also on the starship. He is one of our Chamber of Commerce's top 10 planar scholars. For any questions related to planes, He will provide you with the most professional answers and advice. As Eudoro spoke, he reached out to take the initiative to shake Gao Yang's hand, giving it a perfectly measured shake. Gao Yang nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Eudoros." Upon hearing this, the smile on Eudoros's face became even more radiant. He looked at Gao Yang and continued, "Please wait a moment, Excellency Gao Yang. I will go and bring the fleet over." With that, he rushed out of the floating city again and flew toward the fleet. Gao Yang stood where he was, watching the departing Eudoros, and gained a deeper understanding of the foundation of Giuliano's gnome faction. Yes, Eudoros. This gnome, who looked quite resolute and formidable, was a legend. Although the aura he displayed was not particularly strong, as a legendary powerhouse of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce, his external weapons and equipment were absolutely top tier. In other words, the opponent's combat power and survival capabilities would be extremely high. If one were traveling in the astral void, no one would be foolish enough to rob such a merchant fleet, because a captain who has reached the legendary level is difficult to kill. Once a legendary level captain escapes, it means the matter has been exposed, and what awaits the bandits is the ruthless retaliation of the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. A moment later, 10 starships slowly stopped at the side of the floating city. Led by Eudoros, a group of gnome staff members wearing silver-white protective suits flew out of the starships on hoverboards. The vast majority of them flew toward the floating city that had been cut in half, while the remaining dozen or so flew toward the floating city where Gao Yang was located. Eudoros entered the floating city first, followed closely by the dozen or so people behind him, who entered the floating city one after another. Eudoros pulled a gnome who was only as tall as his thigh forward and introduced him enthusiastically. "Excellency Gao Yang, let me introduce you. This is our Chamber of Commerce's deacon and planar scholar, Deacon Roranoa." As his voice fell, Roranoa, wearing a protective suit, quickly stepped forward. His transparent helmet opened, revealing an old and shrewd gnome face. "Oh, Excellency Gao Yang, it is my honor to meet you." His exaggerated tone, combined with his aged face, was inexplicably harmonious. Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest, and he also said with a smile, "I am also very happy to meet Deacon Roranoa. Regarding the evolution of the plane, I hope you will put in much effort, Deacon." "Excellency Gao Yang, rest assured, I will definitely keep your plane neat and tidy. I guarantee it will grow up plump and healthy, just like a piglet that has had its fill of milk." Roranoa patted his thin, bony chest with a thumping sound, looking very confident. "Excellency Gao Yang, do you think we can let the Chamber of Commerce's appraisers price your spoils of war now?" Eudoros stepped forward and asked. Gao Yang turned his head and saw that the staff members who had previously flown out of the starships were now all staying outside that floating city, maintaining a rigorous formation without entering the floating city directly. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and nodded. "Of course." Eudoros nodded and then made a gesture. Seeing Eudoros's gesture, those appraisers then flew toward various parts of the floating city one after another. Seeing this, Roranoa also spoke up. "Excellency Gao Yang, I have brought all the materials. I can enter the plane to work at any time." Gao Yang glanced at this enthusiastic old gnome and then said with a smile, "In that case, let's begin now." As he spoke, he grabbed with one hand, and a ball of light the size of an apple, emitting a hazy starlight, was captured in his hand. Roranoa and Eudoros both looked at the ball of light in his hand with curiosity. Roranoa almost pressed his face against Gao Yang's hand and said with a hint of admiration, "Is this the anchor point of a nascent plane in reality?" Gao Yang gave a hum of affirmation, then loosened his hand, and the ball of light hovered steadily in place, not showing the slightest fluctuation due to his hand moving away. "How beautiful!" Roranoa looked at this plane anchor point with obsession, unable to help but exclaim. Seeing this, Eudoros immediately spoke up. Deacon Roranoa, the materials will be transported over immediately. You can prepare for the work." Eudoros's voice interrupted Roranoa's thoughts. He came back to his senses, nodded repeatedly, and looked at Gao Yang. Now Gao Yang was the master of this plane. Without his permission, no one could enter this nascent plane. Gao Yang also understood this. He waved his hand, and the ball of light, which was only the size of an apple, expanded rapidly until it stopped when it reached the height of a person. Waranoa turned back to give Eudoros a word of instruction, then impatiently stepped into the plane. Seeing this, Eudoros bid farewell to Gao Yang and returned to the starship to begin coordinating from the center. Under his command and coordination, the entire starship fleet began to operate in an orderly manner, piece by piece. Materials were transported into the Qingshu plane, and price quotes were aggregated into the starships. Intelligence and information were constantly being exchanged and circulated, while Gao Yang completely became a hands-off manager, continuing his daily practice as usual. However, during this period, his reputation rose rapidly. General Network prompt. Because your legendary deeds are constantly spreading, you have gained 1 point of legendary reputation. Prompts like this had appeared no less than 100 times in the past few days. Gao Yang used his mind to close the General Network prompt in front of him, and then looked at his legendary reputation. Legendary reputation. Looking at the legendary reputation that was about to break through the 600-point mark, Gao Yang felt not the slightest ripple in his heart. The increase in legendary reputation could indicate that his popularity in the multiverse was becoming higher and higher. In reality, however, the effects of prestige are not so clearly manifested. Gao Yang closed the comprehensive network interface and looked toward the Chamber of Commerce starship, which had been docked there for a full 5 days. From that direction, a figure was flying toward him. Lord Gao Yang, after 5 days, Deacon Waranoa's work is complete. A total of 129 treasures capable of promoting plane evolution have been installed within the Qingshu plane. Additionally, 3 types of magical formations have been inscribed. As time passes, they will assist the Qingshu plane in completing the creation of its sky, land, and oceans. The entire process is expected to take between 130 to 190 days. Thank you for your hard work. It is no trouble at all. It is our honor to serve you, Lord Gao Yang. Eudoros chuckled and continued, furthermore, the pricing for the floating city is complete. Because the floating city lacks a plane core and suffered damage from your slash, its overall value has depreciated by 10%. Currently, the value of this floating city is approximately 23,761 magic gems. After deducting the materials you ordered, there remain 21,200 magic gems. Eudoros' voice sounded somewhat dry. He had never imagined that one day he would need to use 10,000 as a unit of measurement for magic gems. 20,000 magic gems with that kind of wealth. Even a pig could probably become a legend. Chapter 955 The Cat Elf Who Yearns for the Way of the Sword. Eudoros lowered his head slightly, concealing envy in his heart. One must know that as a legend and a caravan captain, his total annual income was only 15 magic gems. And that was only because he held a position within the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. If he were in other smaller factions, it would be quite good for an ordinary legend to earn 10 magic gems a year. As for whether there were higher-paying jobs, naturally, there were, as long as one was willing to risk their life. Jobs paying 10 magic gems a day existed, but whether one could survive to collect the payment was another matter entirely. At the very least, even if someone offered Eudoros a reward of 100 magic gems a day to go fight in the blood war for a day, he would absolutely refuse. Could legends who earn money in the blood war be compared to legends like him, who lived so securely they had almost forgotten what combat was? Just like the catastrophe swordmaster standing before him now when he came. His cousin had given him 1,000 warnings not to show the slightest disrespect, and certainly not to play any tricks, otherwise he would definitely suffer the consequences upon his return. Eudoros actually wanted to say that this was really overestimating him. What level of legend was he? To dare play tricks in front of the catastrophe swordmaster? Was he tired of living? Or did he think his neck was hard enough to withstand the catastrophe swordmaster's slash? It wasn't as if he hadn't heard of the catastrophe swordmaster's reputation. The only legendary existence in the last 1,000 years to slay a god on the blood war battlefield. A top 50 gladiator at the pinnacle of the arena. And this star-sky chaotic battle for a newborn plane. One had to know that the lowest-ranked legends participating in this battle were at the peak legendary level. Any one of these achievements alone could crush him into dust. Just as Eudoros was lost in his thoughts, Gao Yang's voice pulled him back. Is there anything else you need to report? Eudoros shook his head quickly. looked at Gao Yang, and asked, "No, nothing else. Lord Gao Yang, regarding these magic gems, would you like them paid directly to you? Or shall I store them in the Chamber of Commerce in the form of a crystal card?" Gao Yang thought for a moment and said casually, "Prepare 10,000 magic gems for me, and store the rest directly on a crystal card." With his current strength, magic gems were no longer a very rare resource. He wanted these magic gems only because Milifena liked shiny things. Moreover, traveling through the astral void, it was never wrong to keep some universally recognized resources on one's person. "Very well, Mr. Gao Yang, please wait a moment." Eudaros nodded in agreement and then turned and left with crisp efficiency. After a while, Eudaros handed a spatial ring to Gao Yang. "Lord Gao Yang, the ring contains 10,000 magic gems. Do you have any other instructions?" Gao Yang toyed with the spatial ring in his hand, took one gem out, and flicked it toward Eudaros, who reflexively caught it. "Lord Gao Yang, this is..." Gao Yang did not explain, only saying, "You've worked hard these past few days." Eudaros revealed a smile, put the magic gem away, and said, "It is no trouble. It is our honor to serve you." Gao Yang nodded. Seeing this, Eudaros continued, "Lord Gao Yang, since matters are concluded, we shall prepare to set off again." Gao Yang casually slipped the ring onto his finger and said, "I wish you a safe journey." Although Eudaros did not quite understand the meaning of this phrase, he could roughly guess it was a blessing. So, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After the farewell, the entire starship fleet seemed like a giant beast waking from slumber, beginning to move with high efficiency. In less than half an hour, the massive starship fleet, carrying the wreckage of the two halves of the floating city, slowly flew into the starry sky and disappeared from view, from beginning to end. Milifena had never left her cat bed. And as for Yumao, he was also quietly practicing in his own space. For Milifena, she did not really like interacting with strangers, and for Yumao, although he was a bit curious, the education he had received for a long time made him understand his own position and possess a good sense of boundaries. Gao Yang reached out and tapped the air lightly. The void rippled with a visible wave under his knuckles. The spatial ripples spread out without stirring any disturbance. But in the cat bed hanging from a branch of the Kello fruit tree, Milifena's cat ears twitched rapidly. The next moment, a vague murmur came from her throat. The spatial ripples expanded, and Milifena had already appeared in front of Gao Yang, looking dazed as she was held in his hands. Milifena stared blankly at Gao Yang before her, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Gao Yang, how did you do that?" Gao Yang held Milifena in his arms, a smug smile appearing on his face as he said, "It is very simple. You just need to use sword chi to tear through space, then lock onto your target location. And that is all there is to it." Milifena lost interest the moment he started. Tear through space. Was that really such a simple thing to do? At the very least, for a cat elf specializing in support, this was completely impossible. However, after only a brief moment of disappointment, she lifted her head with great spirit and stared straight at Gao Yang. Her actions left Gao Yang somewhat confused, so he couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Milifena looked at Gao Yang earnestly and said, "Gao Yang, if I say, just if a cat elf wanted to learn the way of the sword from you, would you be willing to teach him?" A cat elf, learning the way of the sword. After hearing Milifena's words, an image immediately surfaced in Gao Yang's mind. A cool and cocky cat elf standing on its hind legs, holding a miniature longsword, with sword chi swirling like a tornado behind it, shaking the image from his mind. Gao Yang looked at Milifena and asked with a smile, "That is not a problem at all. But does this cat elf have any relation to you?" Milifena, "Meow. He is from my grandmother's sister's family. He is of the same generation as me but was born after me. His name is Phil. We often played together when we were little, and his dream is to become the greatest swordsman of the cat elf race." "Oh, what a truly grand ambition. Since he is your cousin, Milifena, then of course there is no problem." As he spoke, Gao Yang glanced at Yumao, who was practicing diligently in the distance. Teaching one was the same as teaching two. There wasn't much difference. Moreover, sword practice was not all that dogmatic. In Gao Yang's view, personal insight was far more important. Of course, for a cat elf, A cat's insight would be a more fitting term. So, does that mean you agree, Gao Yang? Melifina straightened her body and confirmed once more. Of course, he is your cousin. After all, Gao Yang nodded with a smile. Meow, you are so kind, Gao Yang. Melifina rubbed against Gao Yang's cheek, her large tail swishing back and forth. Afterward, she added, I will contact my grandmother now to see when it would be most appropriate for Phil to come. Chapter 956, The Cat Elf Swordsman. Melifina acted quickly. Or perhaps one could say this was a great opportunity to show off. Thus, just 5 days after the goblin caravan departed, Gao Yang piloted his floating city to a star transit station in this crystal wall system. Meow, Gao Yang. Phil has already set off. He should arrive here in about half a day. Melifina flew beside Gao Yang as he walked through the star transit station named Kukama, with Yu Mao following behind them, looking around with curiosity. Since we still have time, let's get something to eat first. Gao Yang's suggestion received high approval from Melifina, and the eyes of Yu Mao, who was following behind, also suddenly lit up. In the floating city, although their cultivation progressed very quickly, the food and drink were truly quite monotonous. Simply put, Yu Mao's mouth had been so bored these past few days that he could practically taste nothing. Soon, Gao Yang's group arrived at the 9th-ranked restaurant in Kukama's dining industry, sat down, ordered a large spread of their favorite dishes, and began to eat while they waited. All three were very satisfied with the meal. To be a top 10 restaurant in a star transit station, regardless of anything else. The taste of the dishes was superb. Melifina lay in her flying cat bed, looking at Gao Yang somewhat lazily, and said, Gao Yang, Phil has arrived. Let's go meet up with him. Hearing this, Gao Yang stood up and walked out of the restaurant. As for Yu Mao, he hurried to the restaurant's front desk to settle the bill. As for the cost, Melifina had already given him several magic gems earlier, which was more than enough to cover the expenses. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, Gao Yang spotted a gray-blue cat elf at a glance, quietly squatting on a sheathed longsword that was as long as he was. The sword was propped against the ground, not swaying in the slightest. Seeing this cool cat elf, Gao Yang was certain that this was Phil, the cousin Melifina had mentioned, who yearned for the way of the sword and aimed to become the strongest swordsman of the cat elf race. Sure enough, Melifina's actions were faster than his. The moment Gao Yang saw Phil, Melifina had already steered her mobile cat bed toward him and, without the slightest hesitation, slammed into him, sending both him and his sword flying. Phil, what are you posing for here? A street lamp? Melifina's arrogant laughter sounded incredibly grating to Phil's ears. Phil steadied himself, and the sheathed longsword automatically flew to his back and locked into place. He looked at his flighty cousin with an expressionless face and spoke in an equally cold voice. Melifina, you are still as immature as ever. Faced with Phil's mature style, Melifina felt no psychological burden at all. Instead, she turned around and gave Phil a flick on the forehead, saying casually, What are you talking about? We are cat elves. Why would we need to be mature? That is something for humans to do. Phil covered his head with his cat paw, his cold expression struggling to hold as a look of annoyance appeared. He muttered under his breath, If you hadn't said you could let me follow the Calamity Swordmaster to train, I would never have come to find you, Calamity Swordmaster. Melifina tilted her head to look at Phil, then turned to Gao Yang and said excitedly, Gao Yang, you actually have another title. Calamity Swordmaster, it sounds so powerful. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, a gray-blue streak of sword light rushed before him. It was the cat elf. The cat elf who had been so cold and mature in front of his cousin was now looking up at Gao Yang with glowing eyes, standing straight as a ramrod, and introducing himself with the piety of a pilgrim. Calamity Swordmaster, greetings. My name is Phil. Thank you very much for your approval. I will work hard to practice the way of the sword under your guidance. Gao Yang looked at the somewhat excited cat elf before him and finally found a moment to ask the question weighing on his mind. Let's set aside the matter of cultivation for a moment. Phil, could you please explain where you heard this title, Calamity Swordmaster? Upon hearing this, Phil's expression became even more solemn. He nodded earnestly and said, Calamity Swordmaster, true name Gao Yang, hails from a plane called Earth. Your first appearance was during the Blood War, where you slew the lesser deity of Shadow and the Hunt. Furthermore, during your brief time in the Blood War, you slaughtered numerous legendary powerhouses. Later, the Calamity Swordmaster participated in the God of War's Deathmatch Carnival, engaging in a duel with the Blade of God slaying Yun Shengshan. It was a draw, and both eventually withdrew from the deathmatch. The sword intent and killing aura displayed during that fight were incredibly potent. Every strike was like a natural disaster descending to destroy all things, which is how the title Calamity Swordmaster came to be. After finishing, Phil looked up at Gao Yang and asked seriously, "So, are you truly the Calamity Swordmaster?" Gao Yang looked at Phil and shrugged, saying, "My name is Gao Yang, your cousin's partner. And as for the title Calamity Swordmaster, this is the first time I've heard of it. It really is you. May I follow you to study the way of the sword from now on?" Phil became even more excited after hearing Gao Yang's reply. Gao Yang said softly, "The cultivation of the sword lies within oneself. Of course, if you are willing, I can explain my insights regarding the way of the sword to you." Phil immediately landed on the ground, crossed his two front paws in front of him, pressed his head against the back of his paws, and said very respectfully, "Disciple Phil pays respects to Master." Phil had heard of Gao Yang's reputation and naturally had a rough understanding of his character. He knew that Gao Yang belonged to the Eastern Transcendent lineage and had done his research on the customs of taking on a master. Gao Yang looked at the cat elf kneeling before him, momentarily speechless. He raised his hand, and an invisible force of will lifted Phil up. He then said, "I am only letting you follow me to cultivate for a period of time. It is far from taking you on as a disciple. Besides, I currently have neither the intention nor the qualifications to take on disciples." "Exactly, Phil. Your actions just now were truly quite immature." Melafina flew over, looking at her cousin with a face full of disdain. Phil looked at Gao Yang, feeling somewhat at a loss, not quite understanding what he had done wrong. Gao Yang patted Phil's head and said with a smile, "Let's go. It's time to set off." As he spoke, he turned and walked toward the direction of the floating city. Melafina looked at her cousin, who was still in a daze, and called out, "Let's go." Phil finally snapped back to reality. He stopped pondering why Gao Yang had not accepted his apprenticeship and let his thoughts stir. The long sword strapped to his back emitted a crisp chime and flew out of its scabbard. With a leap, he landed on the blade, steering the long sword to follow closely beside Melafina, walking side by side with her. Gao Yang glanced at him from the corner of his eye, finding a cat elf flying on a sword quite amusing. Thinking this, he quickened his pace, and soon they returned to the floating city. Chapter 957, Teaching the Way of the Sword and arriving at the Forgotten Realm. Under the boundless starry sky, amidst the surrounding stars, a floating city was flying at high speed. The light of a star shone through the protective barrier into the interior of the floating city, bringing illumination to it. Under the dim blue light, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground. Opposite him sat Yumao and the cat elf Phil, side by side. Both were looking at Gao Yang with burning gazes, listening with full concentration to every word he spoke. "Previously, I told Yumao about my own understanding of the way of the sword. To summarize it, it is just one thing. The so-called way of the sword is actually an exposition of your own unique will. If your will is firm, your sword will be indestructible. If your will is agile, your sword will be extraordinarily nimble. If your will is cowardly, your sword won't even be able to cut through tofu." Gao Yang spoke slowly to the two before him, a faint sword light flickering incessantly at his fingertips. "Whatever your will is, that is what will be manifested. The so-called sword, the so-called saber, they are merely extensions of your will. If I wished, I could transform this sword light into saber light, spear light, or even a variety of other weapons." As he spoke, the sword light at his fingertips began to change shape, sometimes turning into a saber, sometimes into a whip. But no matter the shape, the sharp, murderous aura emanating from within did not change in the slightest. Yumao listened very carefully. Having already received guidance from Gao Yang, he had already found a direction for his own cultivation. So, he accepted Gao Yang's philosophy quite quickly. Phil the cat elf, however, had a cold cat face that would occasionally wrinkle into a ball and then smooth out again.